In the depths of the night, after an uninterrupted gaming spree lasting 1,000 days, he suddenly felt a rush of blood. Darkness enveloped him, and upon awakening, he discovered that he was no longer in his own body. Most memories of the original owner had faded, leaving only vague recollections of terms such as cultivation, sex selection, banditry, and serious injuries. He had traversed to a realm where cultivation was possible, inhabiting the body of a practitioner. Upon his arrival, he became bound to a system that granted him the ability to perceive the talents of others. Even more astonishingly, he possessed the capability to replicate the talents of others for his own use. The ordinarily kind-hearted owner of a bun shop, upon a mere glance, revealed himself as a heartless businessman. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Qin Yu strolled along the bustling main street of the small town. As he observed the busy shopkeeper, a line of text suddenly materialized before his eyes. Unrighteous merchants D-level, a born petty trader, capable of effortlessly earning excessive profits through cunning, becoming a somewhat notorious black market owner in the vicinity. This, Qin Yu had long grown accustomed. After his arrival, he had bound himself to the system, acquiring the ability to discern the talents of others, and he was granted one opportunity to replicate a D-level talent. Not everyone possesses talent. Those who do constitute a mere fraction of 1 in 1,000. Take, for instance, the shopkeeper before him, offering fair prices and never shortchanging customers. She had always treated Qin Yu kindly, even providing him with food when he first arrived in the town without a coin to his name. How could such a benevolent individual possibly be a black market owner? The system must be entirely mistaken. Madam Pang, 1 meat pie and a bowl of tofu pudding, Qin Yu said with a smile. Certainly, that will be 200 copper coins. Please make yourself comfortable. What a ripoff. Qin Yu's smile faltered, as he suspected he had misheard these items typically sold for merely 2 copper coins. Madam Pang looked up, and upon recognizing Qin Yu, she pulled him closer and whispered, "Why haven't you set up your stall yet?" Today, a number of wealthy patrons have come to the town, seized the opportunity to profit from them. Though few dare to eat your stinky tofu, there will always be some adventurous outsiders willing to give it a try. Even if they decline, you could suggest they purchase some to take home for their dogs, claiming that the spirit hounds of Xintiangong adore it and that it enhances their cultivation. Just say whatever sounds appealing if you could deceive one. It's a victory. Qin Yu felt a wave of frustration. How could he suggest feeding this to dogs? This was an ancestral recipe from the Qin family, passed down through generations exclusively to males. Madam Pang added, "Today, the prices in the town have skyrocketed by 100 times, even 1,000 times would be acceptable. Those wealthy patrons have plenty of money. Whether we thrive next year relies entirely on these next 2 days. Stop dawdling and hurry to set up your stall," Madam Pang urged. Qin Yu's smile became fixed, as if he had been struck across the face. The system truly knows people well. In commerce, there is no integrity. It is indeed fearfully ruthless. In that moment, Qin Yu finally understood why, despite the lack of customers in the town, the merchants here were all plump and prosperous. Is it really relying on these few days? Qin Yu scratched his head. "Aunt Fat, I plan to visit the Xintian sect today to try my luck, so I won't be setting up my stall." Aunt Fat smacked her forehead. "Oh dear, I completely forgot that you came to the town for this election. Today, the meal is on me. Wishing you success." "Thank you, Aunt Fat." Aunt Fat skillfully served a bowl of savory tofu pudding and added 2 meat pies, handing them to Qin Yu while murmuring to herself, "What a pity, another unscrupulous merchant is missing from the town today." Qin Yu. Holding his meal, Qin Yu found a small table to sit down at. He took a sip of the salty and spicy tofu pudding and then bit into the fragrant meat pie. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Yu. "Aunt Fat, I just thought of something," he said, leaning closer to her with a mischievous grin. "Tomorrow, in addition to making your savory tofu pudding, why not prepare a pot of sweet tofu pudding?" "Sweet tofu pudding? Who would want to eat that overly sweet stuff?" Aunt Fat replied dismissively. "Precisely because no one eats it, you can make extra profit. Listen to me, from now on, whenever a customer comes in, serve them sweet tofu pudding unless they specifically request otherwise. When they taste it, they will surely find it intolerable. But who eats meat pies without tofu pudding? They won't mind spending a little more, and most will definitely order another serving of savory tofu pudding, instantly doubling your earnings." Aunt Fat's eyes brightened at the idea. "Ah, you young folks have such clever minds. Wait, He'll go home and get some sugar right away. Upon returning to the dining table, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Let this be a token of gratitude for Aunt Fatty and their care over the past year. Having feasted to his heart's content, Qin Yu shouldered his backpack and gazed into the distance. The realm of immortals, I, Emperor Qin Yu, am here. Chapter 87. The Emergence from Beastmaster Peak. So many people, what are they up to? A voice that felt both familiar and slightly alien, yet imbued with a sense of warmth and nostalgia, echoed through the air. The high pitch of the voice instantly drew numerous gazes. Many turned to locate the source, and upon doing so, astonishment washed over them, followed by a flurry of silent calculations. The previously chaotic scene of frenzied queuing abruptly fell into a hush. October, November, December, January, it's only been 4 months. Ha ha ha, Kong Tianjiao, you still have 2 months left before you can emerge. I shall report you at once. Someone shouted, rushing toward the entrance of the enforcement team. The rest of the crowd surged toward the disciples of Beastmaster Peak, encircling them completely. Brothers, do not let this group from Beastmaster Peak escape. You audacious individuals have openly defied Elder Lu's orders by emerging from your chambers 2 months early, brazenly challenging the sect's regulations. You must all be expelled from the sect. Laughter erupted as everyone felt a surge of exhilaration. They had finally seized an opportunity. Observing that his booth was devoid of customers, and even the level-headed senior brother Gao had joined the throng, Qin Yu realized he had indeed underestimated the influence of those from Beastmaster Peak. In their desire for retribution, they were willing to forego even the most generous of benefits. This influence truly leaves me, Qin, in awe. Nevertheless, the excitement in Qin Yu's eyes was no less fervent than that of the others. In Qin Yu's eyes, these individuals were not disciples of the Beastmaster Peak. They were merely plump little wallets. After 4 months of confinement, each person had accumulated at least 120 contribution points. If he did not seize this opportunity, Qin Yu would truly find it difficult to find peace of mind. Crucially, he felt no moral burden in exploiting the members of the Beastmaster Peak, and he could also gain the camaraderie of others from the outer sect. There was simply no more suitable choice. In a fleeting moment, the law enforcement team burst forth with their equipment, rushing out as if they were high school students who feared missing a meal. As the law enforcement team passed by his stall, Qin Yu faintly overheard someone issuing hushed commands. The weaker members were positioned at the front to prevent any heavy-handedness that might leave them unconscious, which would be far too lenient on them. Understood, understood. I am the weakest, thus I shall be at the forefront. Step aside, you are the strongest. Surrounded by the crowd, the members of the Beastmaster Peak displayed no sign of panic. Kong Tianjiao even crossed his arms, defiantly gazing at the others, exuding an air of indifference as if to challenge them to do their worst. It was only when the law enforcement team charged in with fervor that Kong Tianjiao leisurely produced a token and, with a smile, addressed the crowd. Today is a festival. Our Peak Master has granted us a 2-day holiday. Do any of you have objections? Following this, Kong Tianjiao arrogantly added, I delight in seeing how you loathe me yet cannot touch me. Alas, what a futile joy. The crowd gritted their teeth in frustration, and the law enforcement team could only retreat awkwardly. I once thought it was a stroke of fortune from the heavens, only to realize it was the elders who had lost their sight. One must not speak recklessly. I had hoped for a joyous year, yet here I find myself encountering them, truly a stroke of bad luck. Fortunately, there remains a mysterious organization that bestows blessings, soothing my wounded heart. Huh? Where are the members of this enigmatic group? Upon witnessing the collective sighs and shakes of heads from the crowd, Qin Yu understood it was time for him to take action. What constitutes a mysterious organization? I shall oversee matters within the purview of the enforcement team, and those beyond its reach, I shall also address, such as the righteous nature of the mysterious organization from the outer sect. Greetings, Kong Tianjiao of the Beastmaster Peak. Qin Yu approached and spoke. Kong Tianjiao scrutinized the figure in the black robe, a frown creasing his brow. Why do I get the impression that this individual is not a good person? Do we know each other? Qin Yu replied with a smile. While we do not know one another, I am acquainted with the inner disciples of your Beastmaster Peak and have even had a brief encounter with your Peak Master. At that time, your Peak Master came to my territory to discuss matters. Kong Tianjiao scoffed. Do you think I would believe such a veiled tale? Qin Yu, unfazed, responded. Given that you have been in seclusion for the past few months, it is quite normal for you to be unaware of our organization's reputation. You may inquire further in due course. With that, Qin Yu turned and returned to his stall. To entice the big fish, one must master the art of feigned retreat. Just as Qin Yu settled down, a long line formed before him, with individuals even engaging in disputes to secure a position nearer to the front. The members of the Beast Master Peak, filled with curiosity, approached. "What are you doing?" Qin Yu explained the gameplay and rules to the members of the Beast Master Peak. "Free of charge? What is the catch? Is there truly such a good fortune?" Qin Yu chuckled in front of the law enforcement team. Who would dare to deceive? Kong Tianjiao fell silent for a moment, relinquishing his haughty demeanor to reveal a friendly smile. "I just heard you mention that you know our intersect senior brothers at Beastmaster Peak. The fish is about to be hooked." Qin Yu's lips curled upward as he remarked, "I know a few. 2 of them are quite skilled." Kong Tianjiao's eyes sparkled with opportunity as he seized the moment. "Since you have such a good relationship with us at Beastmaster Peak, why not bestow all these spots upon us? We have over 100 people. And since it is a gift, who would it not benefit?" Qin Yu lowered his head, feigning contemplation. "Hey, Kong Tianjiao, do not push your luck." Someone in the group called out loudly. Kong Tianjiao retorted, "What do you mean by pushing my luck? This senior brother can give to whomever he wishes. If he can give to you, why can't he give to us?" In truth, Kong Tianjiao did not care much for a single elixir. His primary motivation was for his younger brothers. Following several prior incidents, many within Beast Master Peak had begun to harbor discontent toward Kong Tianjiao. Although they did not dare express it directly, many were murmuring behind his back. Thus, Kong Tianjiao actively sought to provide benefits for the disciples of Beast Master Peak to maintain his absolute dominance as their leader. It is the senior brother's prerogative to whom he gifts. Why all the commotion? The members of Beast Master Peak echoed in agreement. Enough of the noise. Qin Yu rose to his feet, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "I have some collaborations with the Beast Taming Peak after the new year. Consider this a token of our meeting. Although this may deviate from the customary protocols, I trust that my esteemed leader will not hold it against me." He clasped his hands together before the gathered assembly, declaring, "Today, this place is entirely under the jurisdiction of the Beast Taming Peak. Esteemed family members, please take your leave." How utterly disgraceful. I have long asserted that this clandestine organization is far from benevolent, yet you refuse to heed my warnings. Now you have come to realize the truth. He continued, "Cloaked in mystery, having chosen the Beast Taming Peak, you have made us eternal adversaries. Let us depart." Under the mocking gazes of the outer disciples of the Beast Taming Peak, the crowd departed, grumbling in discontent. Qin Yu let out a soft sigh, contemplating soon. "You shall all understand the extent of my greatness. Disciples of the Beast Taming Peak, this year will undoubtedly be one you remember for a lifetime." Chapter 88. The performance of the Harmony Sect. Come. Everyone, form an orderly line. Qin Yu beckoned to the gathered crowd of Beast Master Peak to commence. Naturally, Kong Tianjiao led the charge. Once outside the designated line, he would be able to throw the ring. Qin Yu handed the ring to Kong Tianjiao. It was both large and perfectly round, positioned tantalizingly close to a small porcelain vial, seemingly to ensure that no one would fail to ring it. Stepping beyond the line, Kong Tianjiao casually tossed the ring without even glancing, and it landed squarely on the furthest porcelain vial. Success. The crowd erupted in applause. Qin Yu also extended his congratulations, saying, "Congratulations, little Kong." Though Qin Yu referred to Kong Tianjiao in a diminutive manner, he felt no offense. Rather, he was somewhat pleased. This figure in the black robe has conversed with our peak master, and was personally sought by him. It is evident that he is no ordinary individual. I would gladly accept being called his son, given his capabilities. Initially, Kong Tianjiao had worried that his lack of decorum might offend this person. However, upon hearing such an endearing address, he grew somewhat bolder. "This game is exceedingly simple," Kong Tianjiao proclaimed with a proud smirk. "One merely needs to toss casually to succeed." Qin Yu chuckled. "Of course. If one were to fail, could it still be considered a benefit? Cultivators possess control over their powers that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Engaging in such a game is akin to a university student solving elementary arithmetic. Failure is simply not an option." Qin Yu picked up the small porcelain vial that Kong Tianjiao had successfully wrung, extracting a slip of paper from within. The note read, "Potion for augmenting strength. Congratulations. You have received a pill that enhances strength. Tomorrow, at sunset, bring this note to this location to exchange it for the pill." Qin Yu handed over the note and secured the small porcelain vial into his bag. Initially, he intended to give both the vial and the note to whoever won. But given that the other party was from the Beast Master Peak, he was determined not to provide them any opportunity to take advantage. Kong Tianjiao received the note and sighed, "It's merely a strength pill. I wish it were a qi refinement pill instead." Qin Yu interjected. This pill is far superior to a mere strength pill. In comparison, the strength pill is utterly worthless. Kong Tianjiao's eyes brightened. Could it be the mutative pill, valued at 30 contribution points, or perhaps the frenzied pill, worth 50 contribution points? Qin Yu scoffed, dismissing them as trivial. The pill I am offering you will at least triple your strength. Triple? Such potency? The members of the Beast Master Peak exclaimed in unison. Note that it will increase your strength by at least 3 times, and most importantly, the enhancement is permanent. Permanent effect? Is there truly such a powerful pill? Kong Tianjiao asked, astonished. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and retorted, Do you think I would deceive you? Or do you believe that our large organization would attempt to fool you with a few worthless strength pills? Kong Tianjiao felt a pang of realization and quickly lowered his head, acknowledging, Senior brother, that was not my intention. It's just that my experience is limited. And I have never encountered such a formidable pill. I do not blame you for your lack of experience. After all, your strength is indeed quite feeble. Tomorrow, after I present you with the elixir, you may give it a try. Then you shall know. Indeed. Indeed. Kong Tianjiao eagerly nodded in agreement. Qin Yu remarked, I still prefer your previously defiant demeanor. Kong Tianjiao compelled himself to raise his chin. Qin Yu addressed the assembly at Beastmaster Peak, stating, This batch of elixirs is the latest creation of a remarkable alchemist, yet it remains unnamed, hence the notation on the note. Were it not for our leader's exceptionally close rapport with that prodigious alchemist, it would be impossible for our organization to acquire such a substantial quantity of elixirs through our connections. The reason we cannot provide you with the elixirs immediately today is that the alchemist is currently working overtime to refine them. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Kong Tianjiao instantly comprehended the purpose of the enigmatic organization. They intend to market these new elixirs, and this event serves to allow everyone to experience them, thereby enhancing their prominence and facilitating future market penetration. With this realization, Kong Tianjiao felt a complete absence of doubt. Previously, he had harbored concerns regarding the elixir's authenticity, contemplating administering them to the earth-shaking dragon elephant. After all, such potent elixirs, offered without strings attached, were not something he could recklessly consume. With numerous adversaries, one must exercise caution. However, now that he grasped the intentions of the figure in the black cloak, Kong Tianjiao felt reassured. The production of such powerful elixirs would undoubtedly be limited. Once available on the market, they would surely be fervently sought after, creating a scenario where demand far exceeds supply. Such a remarkable elixir, he would never part with it for the sake of the earth-shaking dragon elephant. Very well, next. After an hour had passed, everyone from the Beastmaster Peak had received their respective slips of paper. Congratulations to all. Remember to return here at sunset tomorrow to claim your rewards. Lateness will not be tolerated. Acknowledged. Rest assured, senior brother, we would never dare to forget your admonitions. Kong Tianjiao wore the most defiant expression while uttering the most obedient words. Farewell, and may everyone enjoy a prosperous new year. Qin Yu waved his hand, disappearing into the crowd alongside Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji. Upon returning to Qin Yu's residence, Li Zhengtong leapt up in excitement. Ha! Look at those folks from the Beastmaster Peak, so delighted, completely oblivious to the trap laid by Brother Yu, believing they had struck a significant bargain. Once they consume the elixirs, however, their fortunes will take a turn for the worse. Just one of the bizarre concoctions Brother Yu has crafted could lead them to. Li Zhengtong's voice trailed off as he suddenly realized a disheartening truth. No matter how unfortunate those people from the Beastmaster Peak may be, they are merely consuming a single elixir. Yet, he has ingested every kind of elixir, experiencing a myriad of side effects. It turns out I am the most unfortunate one. Qin Yu hurried to console him. You have finally come to this realization, Li Zhengtong. Today is the new year. Let us be a bit more cheerful. Qin Yu patted Li Zhengtong on the shoulder, reminding him that while those from the Beastmaster Peak must pay to alleviate their side effects, he not only spends nothing but also stands to profit, making him far happier in comparison. It is merely a matter of physical fatigue. Is poverty truly terrifying? The image of being suspended from a tree, legs flailing, resurfaced in Li Zhengtong's mind, leading him to conclude that sometimes being a little impoverished is rather advantageous. Enough of this. I shall quickly return, take a shower, and change my attire. For today there seems to be a talent show. Let us indulge in some merriment. Today, all expenses shall be on me, Qin. Absolutely, Brother Yu. Upon hearing this, both Li Zhengtong and Xiao Ji were invigorated. Soon, the trio arrived at the bustling central square. What talent performances are scheduled for today? Qin Yu inquired of the astute Xiao Ji. After glancing at the time, Xiaozhi replied, "Currently, the eastern stage should feature the dance troupe of the Guanghan sect. In half an hour, the Wantai sect and the Wanya Valley will display their flamboyant blacksmithing and alchemical skills at the western and southern squares. An hour later, the Hehuan sect will present their musical and dance artistry at the northern square." Hehuan sect? Qin Yu frowned and remarked, "In this vast world, under the gaze of the public, what sort of decorum is this? It is sheer nonsense. Brother Yu, why are you heading north?" Qin Yu responded, "I must attend to this debauchery of morals and critique it fiercely, but the performance does not commence for another hour." Qin Yu insisted, "We shall first secure a front row seat. I, Qin, must be in the prime position to offer my stern criticism." Chapter 89. Displaying the dual cultivation techniques. Ah, is this it? Qin Yu gazed at the performance on stage, resting his chin on his hand, clearly bored. Nurtured by spiritual energy, cultivators possessed striking appearances, and the female disciples of the Joyous Harmony sect were particularly exceptional. However, having experienced the era of the internet in his previous life, Qin Yu had long since grown weary of such commonplace displays. Although the stage was adorned with beautiful women, the performance was utterly unlike what he had envisioned. No wonder they can perform publicly in front of such a crowd. Sigh, does this even deserve to be called the Joyous Harmony sect? Suppressing his urge to critique, Qin Yu turned to Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi, saying, "You two can stay here and watch. I shall explore other venues." Xiaozhi, puzzled, remarked, "Brother Yu, don't go. This performance is captivating." Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "As a man of virtue, I have no interest in such displays. I just heard that a senior sister from the inner sect is teaching the art of alchemy over there. I must seize the opportunity to learn and strive to concoct more potent elixirs." Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong, who was fully engrossed in the splendid performance of the Joyous Harmony sect, suddenly shivered. "Brother Yu," he urged anxiously, "you work so hard all the time. During the new year, why not take a break?" Qin Yu waved his hand and proclaimed solemnly, "Rest? Only those who are of no use in the cultivation world do that." Ugh, the ancestral rhetoric of the 100 Physicians' Hall is truly captivating. Regaining his composure, Qin Yu continued earnestly, "When an inner sect senior sister emerges to teach, such an opportunity is rare and must be cherished when it arises. This lecture is precisely tailored for newcomers like myself, who have made initial strides but remain uncertain about how to advance further. I am confident that my alchemical skills will significantly improve after attending this session." With that, Qin Yu spoke with unwavering assurance and prepared to depart. Observing the futility of his counsel, Li Zhengtong wisely chose to remain silent, turning his attention back to the delightful performance on stage. Rather than fretting over future hardships, it is far more prudent to savor the beauty of the present. Xiaozhi felt inspired by Qin Yu's diligent spirit. "No wonder, Brother Yu. You have already reached the 6th level of qi refinement, while I have only just broken through to the 3rd level. It seems my efforts have been lacking. I shall forego this program and return to my cultivation immediately." Qin Yu commended him, stating, "Your awareness is commendable." With renewed determination, Xiaozhi declared, "In the coming year, I shall strive with all my might. Tongge, why not join us? After all, this dance is nearing its conclusion. What remains are merely tedious demonstrations and elaborate introductions of the Hehuan sect's dual cultivation techniques. After each sect's performance, they typically showcase their unique skills and highlight their advantages. This serves not only to enhance their sect's visibility, but also to entice exceptional disciples from the Xiantian sect to join their ranks. The Xiantian sect does not oppose such endeavors, recognizing that each individual has their aspirations. Should one discover that another sect aligns better with their goals, their sect will offer support, provided that no inner disciples are involved. Seeing his two companions ready to leave, Li Jingtong had no choice but to rise. "Very well. Brother Yu, let us be off." "Brother Yu?" Xiaozhi surveyed the surroundings, yet he could not locate Qin Yu's figure. Upon turning around, he discovered Qin Yu seated upright in his original spot, eagerly watching the performance on stage. "Brother Yu, shall we leave?" Xiaozhi inquired. "Leave? Where to? Aren't you keen on listening to the inner sect sister's lecture on alchemy?" Qin Yu explained. "Alchemy can be learned at any time. While such opportunities are indeed precious, there will be more in the future. During the festive season, it is essential to unwind. There is no need to be so relentless. A balance between work and rest is the true path of cultivation." Simultaneously, Qin Yu mused silently. "As the world declines and humanity strays from virtue, it is imperative for me, Qin, to critically address this decadent display." Xiaozhi responded, "Huh? You weren't saying that just now." Feeling utterly disoriented, Xiaoji hastily glanced at Li Zhengtong, seeking some semblance of reality. However, he noticed that Li Zhengtong had somehow taken a seat, thoroughly engrossed in the performance on the stage. A pang of anxiety struck Xiaoji as he sat down, beginning to doubt his own existence. Oh no, I must be trapped in an illusion, he pondered. What I see now, is it an illusion or reality? If it is an illusion, what should I do? If it is reality, then who is influencing me just now? Have I inadvertently offended someone recently? Yet, I haven't committed any wrongdoing. The only mischief I've indulged in is following Brother Yu around to cause trouble. But I am merely a humble follower. If retribution were to occur, it would undoubtedly target Brother Yu first. Wait, Xiaoji's eyes widened. A chilling sensation enveloping him as cold sweat trickled down his back. Perhaps they have already acted against Brother Yu. Everything I have witnessed may just be a facade they constructed for my eyes. What should we do? If only I had advised Brother Yu to engage in fewer nefarious deeds. Xiaoji stared blankly at the mesmerizing dance on the stage, devoid of any appreciation for its beauty. Soon, as the music came to a halt, the female disciples of the Hahuan sect gracefully retreated behind the silver screen. The host stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, "Were the ladies' performances captivating?" "Roar. Absolutely splendid." The host continued, "Would you like to see more?" "Yes. Then join our Hahuan sect, and you shall witness it every day." The crowd responded with a collective silence. Qin Yu remarked, "What an audacious move, encroaching upon their territory." The host chuckled lightly to ease the tension. "Next, our lovely ladies will provide a detailed introduction to the dual cultivation techniques of our Hahuan sect. And we hope you will enjoy it." Qin Yu's spirits lifted, his eyes widening. Shortly thereafter, two exceptionally beautiful women glided onto the stage. Stepping forth from behind the silver screen, two women engaging in dual cultivation. How intriguing. The two seated themselves face to face at the center of the stage, their palms aligned as they began to circulate their energy. The host, standing nearby, elaborated that the dual cultivation technique of our Hahuan sect allows the spiritual energy to circulate continuously between two practitioners' meridians, thereby accelerating the refinement of spiritual energy, enhancing the speed of cultivation, and achieving a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was left in a state of bewilderment. Is dual cultivation truly just two people cultivating together? Indeed. Li Zhengdong nodded affirmatively. Isn't it? Qin Yu pressed on. Shouldn't it involve the concepts of yin and yang complementing each other? Brother Yu, what you're referring to pertains to demonic cultivation. The Hahuan sect is a legitimate orthodox sect. How could it possibly practice such techniques? Very well. Qin Yu thought it necessary to visit the scripture repository in the coming days to brush up on his knowledge of cultivation, to avoid such embarrassing misunderstandings in the future. Once the explanation concluded, the group began to make their way to the next performance venue. Let us go. Qin Yu rose to his feet, only to suddenly notice Xiaoji sitting there, completely rigid and motionless. What's wrong? Are you all right? Did Brother Yu just speak to me? This must be the illusionist manipulating the conversation between us. Gathering his courage, Xiaoji addressed Qin Yu. You'd better let me go, or I'll be forced to kneel and beg you. Qin Yu. Chapter 90. New Year's Eve. After patient explanations from Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, Xiaoji finally comprehended that what he was witnessing was indeed reality. What is the next program? Qin Yu inquired. It seems that the next event is a free clinic organized by the physicians of the 100 Medicine Hall, inviting those who are ill or believe they may be unwell to seek treatment. Qin Yu responded, Is there nothing else? No. Following that will be the evening's fireworks display and performances by our senior brothers and sisters from the sect. Casting a glance at the time, Qin Yu suggested, Let us first head to the dining hall for a meal. We have some funds now, and it is an opportune moment to savor the delectable offerings of the cafeteria. Upon entering the dining hall, Qin Yu boldly chose a private room. He opened the menu and addressed the waiter. I would like to order the Golden Mountain black chicken stewed with Snow Mountain white mushrooms. Apologies, but this dish can only be consumed by those at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Otherwise, the energy contained in the ingredients may inflict irreversible damage upon your meridians. The waiter replied. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, retorting, Do you truly believe we have not yet reached even the modest mid-stage of Foundation establishment? Not at all. The waiter hastily clarified. It is merely a requirement of the sect to remind guests when ordering. If there are no issues, shall I proceed with this dish? Hold on. Qin Yu waved his hand. Is it fitting for someone of my stature to consume only those ordinary dishes that are suitable for those at mid-stage Foundation establishment? The waiter responded, Please take your time in selecting. If the guests do not require reminders, I shall refrain from further comments. That simply will not do. Your failure to remind could result in dire consequences. Qin Yu cleared his throat and spoke with righteous fervor. Since this is the sect's regulation, it cannot be easily violated. We do not wish to place you in a difficult position. You may continue to offer your reminders. Tongzi, please peruse the menu and select several dishes befitting our status. Given that Li Zhengtong hails from a family of cultivators, he undoubtedly possesses some knowledge of the spiritual beasts within the cultivation realm, understanding which are suitable for consumption and which are not. However, as he grasped the menu, feeling as if it were a scalding hot potato, Li Jingtong was overwhelmed. I must choose a dish that can be consumed at the qi refining stage. If I select incorrectly, I shall be ridiculed by the server. Frowning, he flipped through the menu repeatedly. What is the purple spirit snake? And what of the thundercloud tiger king? What on earth is the heavenly devouring ink cloud ginseng? The ingredients listed on this menu were utterly unfamiliar to him. With such exorbitant prices, these dishes surely cannot be suitable for someone at the qi refining stage. After flipping through several more pages, his eyes suddenly brightened. It is you. Slowly closing the menu, Li Zhengdong leaned back in his chair, exuding an air of newfound confidence. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy within. Has he finally found it? With unwavering assurance, Li Jingtong declared, let us order 3 portions of rice and 1 serving of candied sweet potatoes. Qin Yu, the server, both of these dishes are suitable for everyone. You need not remind us of that. Qin Yu then took the menu, placing it before the server. Please, recommend a few dishes for us. The waiter inquired, what quality of food would you prefer? During the qi refinement period, we often tire of rare delicacies, and we have specifically come to reminisce about the flavors of ordinary ingredients. This is a meal of nostalgia for hardship. The waiter suppressed a smile and turned to the last page of the menu. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised pork with potatoes are staples for practitioners in the qi refinement stage. Qin Yu and his companions frowned. Are you mocking us? If we wanted to eat these dishes, we could simply dine downstairs for free. Why spend money here? You misunderstand. The waiter hastily clarified. The paid version of scrambled eggs with tomatoes includes real eggs, and the braised pork with potatoes features authentic braised pork. They are distinctly different from the complimentary dishes. Moreover, the eggs are not ordinary, but rather spirit eggs laid by the sect's specially nurtured spirit hens. And the braised pork is not from regular pigs, but from spirit pigs raised by our sect. Qin Yu asked, are your free and paid dishes prepared in the same pot? Do you just fish out the tomatoes and potatoes for the free dish, leaving the rest as the paid version? Indeed, replied the waiter. Then we shall have 1 order of each of these 2 dishes, Qin Yu stated while perusing the menu. Additionally, please serve us a beggar's spirit chicken leg, spicy stir-fried spirit chicken gizzards, charcoal-grilled spirit chicken hearts, and braised spirit chicken neck. Understood. Please hold on for a moment. Your dishes will be ready shortly. The waiter stepped out of the room, muttering to himself, isn't that Qin Yu, the son of the prime minister? We all entered together. Why the pretense? Though the voices were subdued, the keen sense of hearing possessed by cultivators ensured that not a word escaped Qin Yu's attention. He sat frozen in his seat, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Oh no, I've encountered an acquaintance while trying to show off soon enough. A feast of exquisite delicacies adorned the table, and the 3 indulged heartily, their mouths glistening with savory delight. It had been far too long since they had tasted such delectable fare. With his mouth full, Li Zhengtong mumbled indistinctly, relishing the moment. Qin Yu swallowed a morsel of chicken and could not help but remark on the stark contrast between complimentary and paid meals. After they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, the sky outside had turned to dusk. Firecrackers erupted and fireworks illuminated the night. A group of cultivators soared through the air on their swords, deftly maneuvering to evade the bursting pyrotechnics. They were clad in flammable paper, which posed a risk of igniting at the slightest spark. The one who could endure amidst the fireworks the longest would emerge victorious. This was but one of the festivities of the spring festival. Occasionally, a fireball would streak across the sky, accompanied by piercing screams as it plummeted to the ground, reminiscent of meteor showers during an apocalyptic scenario, more breathtaking than any firework display. It became a unique spectacle of the New Year's Eve. Below, a raucous crowd took great pleasure in launching fireworks at the airborne cultivators, reveling in the chaotic fun. Amidst the jubilant celebrations, Elder Wang Ingjun stealthily approached the edge of a cliff, casting a glance into the profound canyon before leaping into the abyss. Upon reaching the valley floor, he parted the verdant foliage clinging to the rocky surface and gently placed his hand upon the stone wall. The rock face rippled with water, and the formation dissipated, revealing a dark cavern. Elder Wang Yingjuan's lips curled into a smile as he swiftly entered. Once he stepped inside, the walls began to undulate, and the entrance once again transformed into the appearance of solid rock. The initial section of the cave was exceedingly narrow, barely allowing passage for a single person. Distinct signs of human excavation marred the walls, and the absence of moss indicated that this cavern had not been formed long ago. After walking for over 100 steps, a vast cavern emerged before him. The interior was dim and damp, with droplets cascading from above, coalescing into a large pool below. Elder Wang conjured a flame in his hand, igniting a row of torches affixed to the walls, illuminating the shadowy cave. In response to the newfound light, an unknown creature in the water opened its darkened eyes. Elder Wang retrieved a still steaming heart from his cosmos bag, blood trickling from his fingertips into the water. With a splash, the surface churned violently as a colossal being surfaced. Hee, little darling, you must grow swiftly. My bright future relies entirely upon you. Elder Wang Yingjuan's voice echoed eerily within the cavern, resonating with a chilling intensity. Chapter 91. The elixir must be consumed tonight on New Year's Eve. The atmosphere is vibrant and lively. Ordinary people vigil through the night, not to mention these spirited cultivators. Fireworks illuminate the sky, cheers and revelry abound. With no one engaged in cultivation, this is precisely why Qin Yu decided to delay the distribution of the elixir until tomorrow. If he were to hand it over today, although the majority would refrain from consuming it tonight, there remains a risk that a few curious individuals might indulge, thereby prematurely exposing the potential issues of the elixir and jeopardizing Qin Yu's meticulous plans. On the first day of the new year, the Shantian sect grants its disciples a few days of respite, allowing them to venture into the mortal towns or seize the opportunity to visit their families. However, none of the disciples from the Beastmaster Peak chose to leave. They all dutifully remained within the sect, knowing that they would soon be entering seclusion once more. As dusk approached, Qin Yu donned a black cloak and, accompanied by 2 large gorillas, arrived at the entrance of the law enforcement team. The members of Beastmaster Peak had already been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Qin Yu's arrival, Kong Tianjiao hurriedly stepped forward. "Senior brother, you have arrived." Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement and retorted, "Is that even a question? Are you blind?" "Kong Tianjiao, did you bring the little note?" "Yes, I did." Kong Tianjiao managed to muster a slight smile. "Then line up properly and come to collect the elixir." "Understood. Understood." The members of Beastmaster Peak cheered joyfully as they rushed forward. "Before distributing the elixir, I would like to reiterate a few important matters." Qin Yu extended 3 fingers. "Firstly, this elixir is a gift for you. You need not spend a single contribution point. Do you understand?" The crowd replied, "Understood." Since Qin Yu's elixirs lacked a certification of quality, they could not be sold or traded. Hence he felt compelled to emphasize this point. "I am gifting you these elixirs, and it is entirely lawful." This is also why Qin Yu refrained from labeling the elixir as a power-enhancing pill on the note, opting instead for the more ambiguous term elixir that increases strength. Every detail must be meticulously attended to. Success hinges upon the minutiae. Secondly, this elixir is one of the significant collaborative projects between our peaks. Upon receiving the elixir, you are to test its effects tonight and report your sensations to me by tomorrow morning, as I need to relay this feedback to the higher authorities. Those who provide commendable reports will receive a complete set of elixirs as a reward. "Senior brother, we cannot leave the cave tomorrow." "No matter. You can jot down your impressions, and I will collect them from your cave early tomorrow." "Understood. Thank you, senior brother." Thirdly, these elixirs yield the best results when consumed during the early hours of dawn. You may wish to try this. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. You may consume the elixir immediately upon receipt. However, should the effects be diminished or peculiar side effects arise, I shall not be held accountable. Rest assured, senior brother. Since you have advised us thus, we will certainly wait until dawn to take the elixir, the members of Beastmaster Peak obediently affirmed. Such careful reminders. This senior brother is indeed quite considerate. Although the people of Beastmaster Peak found the optimal timing for consuming the elixir somewhat peculiar, they reasoned that given the recent development of this potent concoction, such an unusual guideline was entirely reasonable. Observing the obedience of those around him, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction, feeling that everything was falling into place. "Now, one last point." Qin Yu extended his hand, paused for a moment, and declared, "I have yet to finalize this last detail. Let us distribute the elixirs first." Kong Tianjiao naturally took the lead, receiving a strength-enhancing elixir. Qin Yu retrieved a powerful pill and handed it to Kong Tianjiao. who regarded it as a treasure, cradling it carefully in his palms for closer inspection. It appears identical to the powerful pill, and the scent is indistinguishable as well. Seemingly reading Kong Tianjiao's thoughts, Qin Yu explained, though this elixir may resemble the powerful pill in appearance and aroma, its effects will be undeniably different upon consumption. You shall witness its potency by dawn. Should the enhancement in strength fail to reach threefold, feel free to report me to the enforcement team for false advertising. With Qin Yu's assurance, Kong Tianjiao felt reassured. Our senior brother treats us so well. How could we, as junior brothers, harbor any doubts? Qin Yu nodded and called, "Next." Kong Tianjiao stepped aside, cautiously placing the elixir into his bag of holding, delighting in the joy of his companions as they eagerly received their own elixirs. Occasionally, passers-by would cast envious glances, only to scoff dismissively before muttering curses and walking away. Upon witnessing the envious expressions, Kong Tianjiao felt an overwhelming sense of pride within. Those fellows constantly proclaim that wrongdoing will lead to retribution. Here I am, Kong Tianjiao, engaging in numerous misdeeds alongside the Beastmaster Peak. Yet where is the retribution? Not only do I escape punishment, but a plethora of fortuitous events also line up to grace us. After merely 2 days of vacation, encountering such serendipity, I truly am a natural-born prodigy of fortune. Anyone who dares to oppose me, Kong Tianjiao, shall meet a fate most dire. Ha ha ha. Having distributed the medicinal pills, Qin Yu returned to his cave abode and delved into the sea of his soul with his consciousness. Wankai? Wankai? Sangbiao. Wankai responded, "Woof woof." Qin Yu instructed, "Come to me at once. I have a matter to discuss." Woof woof. Wankai nodded and promptly disconnected. Moments later, Wankai dashed into Qin Yu's cave. Qin Yu patted the dog's head and said, "Go find a few dogs to come protect me tonight. They must possess strength above the golden core stage. For each illusion dream dog, I shall offer 2 portions of stinky tofu as remuneration." Wankai, panting, nodded in agreement but was halted by Qin Yu. "Wait. No more than 10 illusion dream dogs." Qin Yu, fearing that without a limit, the entire clan of illusion dream dogs might mobilize that night. "This portion of stinky tofu is for you. Once you finish, you may depart." Qin Yu placed a serving of stinky tofu before Wankai, donned a black robe, and made his way towards the law enforcement team. "Beastmaster Peak, tonight you shall witness the consequences of offending me, Qin." Ha ha ha. Qin Yu, shrouded in a dark robe, entered the gates of the law enforcement team. "What brings you here?" The officer on duty that night addressed Qin Yu with a marked lack of courtesy. From the tone, Qin Yu discerned that this fellow harbored significant grievances against the Beastmaster Peak. In a low and measured voice, Qin Yu replied, "Tonight, I bring you a grand gift. You would do well to summon more people and prepare in advance." "What do you mean?" Meanwhile, Kong Tianjiao circled around outside before reluctantly returning to his cave dwelling. Only 2 months remained of his confinement. Upon gazing at the vexatious cave, Kong Tianjiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, "That accursed Li Jingtong. I will settle the score with you once I am free." Suddenly, Kong Tianjiao felt the vibration of the communication jade pendant belonging to his family. He hastily retrieved it, infused it with spiritual energy, and a middle-aged man's voice emanated from the pendant. "My son, I have made the necessary preparations. Return swiftly." At these words, Kong Tianjiao's expression turned ecstatic, his face flushed with excitement. Has this day finally arrived? However, he quickly remembered his current confinement, preventing him from leaving the Xiantian sect. A surge of frustration welled within him. "Father, I am under house arrest and cannot leave the Xiantian sect for the time being. Why have you been confined?" Kong Tianjia briefly explained the situation, and the middle-aged man's voice resonated once more from the pendant. "Your peak master truly seeks trouble. Such a trivial matter could easily be resolved by having the servant disciples clean up a few more times. After all, those servant disciples are meant to do the work. I will inform the leader on your behalf and request a leave of absence for you. You may return now." Kong Tianjiao was overjoyed. "Thank you, father." Chapter 92. The performance is about to begin. Wang. "Chief, there's a situation." Wankai sprinted forth, barking as he rushed to the residence of the Dream Hound clan leader, followed by a throng of dream hounds. "Wan, it seems that this fellow, Sangbiao, carries the scent of stinky tofu." Wang, what a nostalgic aroma. I have gone an entire 3 days and 36 hours without savoring stinky tofu. The days without it have been truly arduous. Wang. I could endure a world devoid of stinky tofu, had I never tasted its delights. Wang, quickly follow Sangbiao. He may lead us to Stinky Tofu. The multitude of dream hounds followed Wong Kai, arriving at the residence of the Dream Hound clan leader. Wong Kai exclaimed, Wong, Chief, I have significant news to report. The Dream Hound clan leader exhaled a deep breath through his nostrils and responded in a low growl, Wong. From now on, call me Scar Leader. A scar materialized upon his visage, conjured by his own illusions. Gooden inquired, Wong. Song Biao, what tidings do you bring this time? Wong Kai replied, Wong. Scar Leader, my master has commanded me to find 10 Dream Hounds to protect him this evening, as he may encounter peril. The Dream Hound clan leader dismissed the concern with a nonchalant bark. Song Biao, what danger could possibly await at Xuantiangong? Just select a few clan members at your discretion. Wong Kai responded, Wong. As you wish, Scar Leader. My master has stated that those who go will receive 2 portions of stinky tofu as a reward. At this proclamation, all the dogs collectively inhaled sharply. To my astonishment, there are indeed 2 portions of stinky tofu. I could scarcely dream of such an abundance. How terrifying. How many days could one possibly consume it? If I were to indulge in a piece each day, I fear it would spoil before I'd finish it all. If I possessed 2 ample servings of stinky tofu, I would dare to take a bite out of the sect leader, not out of malice, but merely to provoke him into delivering a slap, just to gauge the pain. The master of the fierce dog is exceedingly generous. Should he still be accepting dogs, do let me know. Fierce dog, choose me. Fierce dog. You absolutely must select me. I used to cradle you in my arms when you were a pup. Below, the din of barking is overwhelming. Above, the scarred lord is losing his composure. Woof. Silence. The stinky tofu immortal is in peril. We must accord this matter the utmost seriousness, leaving no room for negligence. Logically, we should all mobilize to safeguard the stinky tofu immortal's safety. However, the immortal has decreed that only 10 slots are available. To maximize the protection of the stinky tofu immortal, we must dispatch the strongest warriors of our clan. With this declaration, over 20 phantasmic canines, only slightly smaller than the clan leader, emerged from the throng. They exuded an aura so formidable that the entire island seemed to tremble. Woof. Though my strength may not rank in the top 3, I surely belong among the top 5. I must secure one of these 10 slots. If you can place yourself in the top 5, then surely I must be at least in the top 3. This slot must be mine. Can you best me? Why not test your strength? Let us give it a try. Haha. You two should hurry and engage. Once you exhaust each other, it will be my turn. Do you believe that we will be the ones to leave you incapacitated first? Suddenly, the rocks sealing the cave nearby erupted, and a dream hound, slightly smaller than the clan leader, emerged with measured steps. Little pup. Such a delightful opportunity must be arranged for me. The dream hound clan leader respectfully barked. Elder, I am now called Scar. Have you not been in seclusion? Why have you emerged so suddenly? The stench of stinky tofu pervades the air outside. How could I possibly remain in isolation? With that, the elder cast a sharp glance at the dream hounds clamoring for positions, admonishing them. You mere pups, having barely tasted the spoils, dare to boast here. Go back to your corners. This time, I do not seek stinky tofu. I merely wish for the stinky tofu immortal to bestow upon me a name. I have had quite enough of this cursed Laifu. As Laifu finished barking, a disheveled old man appeared in the sky, cheekily saying, Little Laifu, you have finally emerged. I have missed you dearly during your long absence. Come, let us go and have some fun. Laifu's eyes widened in terror, emitting a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. You youngsters, quickly unite to block this old monster. Little pup, hurry and launch an attack to fend him off. Under the watchful gaze of the other hounds, Laifu was dragged away by the unkempt old man, barking wildly in protest. Before departing, he urged, hurry up and act. Why are you all standing idle? In the realm of the Dream Hound clan, a spirited exchange unfolded. Old fool, do you think we're naive? With you taken away, there is one less rival to contend with, remarked one hound. Another, known as Scar, retorted, they call me Scar, yet you still dare to call me Dog Egg. It's no wonder no one comes to your aid. As Laifu was led away, the hounds united in a fervent declaration, fear not, esteemed patriarch. We shall undoubtedly come to your rescue. Following this interlude featuring the venerable patriarch of the Dream Hound clan, the confident Dream Hounds resumed their fierce competition. Enough, bellowed the powerful patriarch, the esteemed Lord Scar, as he stepped forward with commanding presence. This time, only 10 places were available, and thus, I have decided to announce. All Dream Hounds gazed at their leader with fervent anticipation, yearning to hear their names spoken by his lips. I have decided to send forth the mightiest among us. the illustrious patriarch of the Dreamhound clan, Lord Scar. The expressions of the hounds remained unchanged, their hopes still pinned on their leader. They understood that amongst the 10 positions, the patriarch would surely claim one, as such a burdensome role must come with its rewards. However, after a prolonged wait, the patriarch offered no further clarification. Lord Scar, who are the other 9 hounds? He puffed out his chest and proclaimed, with me, Scar, one is worth 10. But fear not, I shall conjure 9 dream hounds from illusions, thereby securing 20 portions of stinky tofu. According to the customs of the Dreamhound clan, regardless of how many portions were obtained externally, only one needed to be brought back to the clan. It was precisely this loophole that Dog Egg exploited. The multitude of dogs paused for a brief moment before erupting into a cacophony of barks. Each time, Sang Biao brings news of stinky tofu. And I propose that we elect Sang Biao as our leader, for he who possesses this stinky tofu shall conquer the world. Let us rally behind Sang Biao's ascension. Sang Biao, I stand in support of you. When you ascend to leadership, do not forget to bestow upon me the name Scarface. Dog Egg. On the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, at the break of dawn, many disciples left the sect for the holidays, rendering the Xiantian sect unusually desolate. Clad in a dark robe, Qin Yu strolled along the deserted street. Trailing behind him were 11 dream hounds, though they strutted with great confidence. Not a single soul could perceive their presence. As Qin Yu passed by the law enforcement team's entrance, he cast a meaningful glance towards the brightly lit hall of the law enforcement team. The curtain is about to rise on a splendid performance. Chapter 93, Yu said. Divine Doctor, please heal. Qin Yu returned to his usual spot for setting up his stall, extracting a large flag from his chin kuan bag. The front of the flag boldly proclaimed the treatment of various ailments, while the reverse indicated a modest fee of merely 120 contribution points. He firmly planted the flag into the soil beside him and settled down patiently on the curb to await his clientele. Suddenly, a realization struck him. I forgot to inform them that they can come to me with any issues they encounter. Not to worry, those individuals are not foolish. They will surely know to come here. Even if they come to report something, they will still see me. As Qin Yu gazed at the moon illuminating the night sky, he calculated the passage of time. It is already 1:15 midnight. They should be arriving soon. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he heard the sound of swift movement, reminiscent of many individuals advancing rapidly. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. They've arrived. What if they cannot stop? That elixir has issues. Look, the man in black remains at his original position. We must hurry over. A group of over 10 individuals raced down the deserted street, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. As Qin Yu observed this fervent assembly charging towards him, he shouted "You!" and darted forward in a flash. Whoosh! Qin Yu watched as the group swiftly vanished into the darkness, unable to suppress his admiration. Truly, the elixir's eye. Qin, have concocted possess remarkable speed. Following the rapid procession, the next to make an entrance was the Wailing and Howling Brigade. After consuming the Qin Yu version of the Qi refinement pill, an unbearable itch ensues, while the Qin Yu version of the body refinement pill renders the skin exceedingly sensitive, causing excruciating pain with the slightest touch. A cacophony of laughter intertwined with cries resonates as over 50 individuals stagger down the street like a horde of troublesome zombies. Ha ha! I'm dying from the itch. My entire body is scratched raw, yet the itch persists. Ha ha ha! It feels as though countless ants are crawling all over me. I can't endure it anymore, It hurts so much. Hiss, don't touch me. Even the slightest contact is agonizing. Ha ha! I can't take it anymore, brother. I'm so itchy, I lack the strength to stand. Could you perhaps support me? Hiss, I can barely walk without pain. Do you wish to inflict more suffering upon me? As their conversation falters, the one in pain inadvertently collides with another ahead. Instantly, both bodies tremble, emitting piercing wails. Ah! It hurts so much. Unable to bear the agony, they roll on the ground in distress. With each roll, the pain intensifies, and the desire to roll only grows stronger. Wherever this group passes, every home lights up. What madness is this? Why are they howling like ghosts in the dead of night instead of cultivating? Wait, aren't these individuals from the beast taming peak? Have they fallen under some curse? Let us follow and see. The crowd swiftly emerges from their abodes, encircling the members of the beast taming peak. What has happened to you? Just move aside. Don't block my path. Ah, how audacious they are even in such circumstances. Look, this is truly amusing. A mere touch elicits a hissing sound. Someone has discovered this peculiarity when prodded on the face. A disciple from the Beast Master Peak, who had consumed a body-refining pill, gasped in surprise. A poke. Hiss. Fool. Another poke. Hiss. Come, witness the amusement. Oh dear, why the rolling of eyes? My friend, do refrain from feigning injury. I only poked you a mere few dozen times. Surely that's not excessive. The congregation from the Beastmaster Peak felt that this journey had been exceedingly arduous. This group seemed intent on pushing their limits. At that moment, a disciple who had ingested a speed-enhancing pill dashed back to relay news. Brothers. Whoosh. Hee. Hiss. Indeed, it is rather entertaining. A few jabs at the front are tolerable, but look at the throng still queuing behind us. Quickly, to the entrance of the law enforcement team. Whoosh. Hee. Hiss. Seek the figure in the black cloak. Thus, the howling brigade trudged forward with great effort, hastening towards the entrance of the law enforcement team. There, Qin Yu continued to engage with the swift team. Observing a dozen individuals rushing past, he raised his flag high. Do not flee. Do you require assistance? Phew. I certainly do. Whoosh. This group vanished from Qin Yu's sight. Though fatigued, their legs continued to propel them at a remarkable pace. We haven't even negotiated the price yet. Slow down. Oh. We can only await their return for another round. Soon, the disciples of Beast Summit passed by Qin Yu once more. Qin Yu hastily proclaimed, the fee for a consultation is 120 contribution points, with a guarantee that the medicine will cure your ailment. How dare you? Hey, why such harsh words? As the identity of the speaker remained unclear, Qin Yu resolved to raise the price of the slowdown pill to 150 contribution points. After all, they were all adults and should be accountable for their words. Bored, he watched the group run another 2 laps until finally, someone could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. The individual lay there, gasping for breath, finally coming to a halt. Qin Yu rushed over and inquired, Friend, are you unwell and in need of treatment? 1 pill guarantees your recovery. You are the one who is unwell. I'm already fine. Your pill is defective. Wait until I recover, and you will be in trouble. Qin Yu shrugged. Very well, I shall await your recovery. Just as Qin Yu was about to depart, he witnessed the individual suddenly stand up and uncontrollably take 2 steps forward before collapsing once more. The bewildered person asked, What just happened? Qin Yu smugly replied, Didn't I inform you that the effects of the medicine last quite a while? If you choose not to seek treatment, I shall take my leave. Wait, I will seek treatment. Qin Yu responded, All right then, please pay 150 contribution points first. Wasn't he at 120? Qin Yu retorted, It has just been raised. With tears in his eyes, the individual paid the 150 contribution points. Please, treat me quickly. Qin Yu replied, You may call upon the divine healer for your treatment. Qin Yu administered a stagnation pill to him, and he immediately became rigid. It was the perfect opportunity to test the duration of the pill's effects. After treating the rapid response team, the Howling Ghost team finally arrived, their uproar audible from afar. Divine physician, specializing in all manner of ailments. No cure, no charge. One individual stumbled out of the crowd and rushed to Qin Yu's side. That damn pill of yours is truly cursed. Ha ha ha, hurry, treat me. Qin Yu replied, Please pay 120 contribution points first. Ha ha ha, you still want money? You. The man chuckled uncontrollably, clutching his stomach, feeling as though he might burst. Fine, 120 it is, just treat me quickly. Qin Yu then employed his spiritual energy to stimulate the man's acupoints in sequence, and soon he began to recover. Finally, it's not itchy anymore. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The man's expression twisted with rage, and just as he was about to charge at Qin Yu, he was suddenly restrained by a pair of unexpected handcuffs. The man looked bewildered. What happened? How dare you emerge during your confinement? Seize them, shouted a member of the enforcement team, his face alight with excitement. At last, we've caught you. Chapter 94, Alas. The young master has been devoured by the demonic beast. You are all in cahoots. The captives suddenly realized that this was a trap aimed at their Beastmaster Peak. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. No wonder the mysterious organization had chosen to bestow all the elixirs upon Beastmaster Peak. It was all part of their scheme. Haha, witnessing Beastmaster Peak in such distress, I knew the mysterious organization was a principled entity. We had indeed misjudged them before. I always thought, how could such a commendable organization possibly have a good rapport with Beastmaster Peak? From now on, I shall transition from skepticism to admiration for the mysterious organization. Haha. The leader of the mysterious organization is truly a genius, capable of devising such an intricate trap aimed at Beastmaster Peak. What enmity and grievances must they harbor? The crux of the matter is their ability to concoct such a myriad of bizarre elixirs, and to deceive the members of Beastmaster Peak into consuming them at dawn. Once the members of Beastmaster Peak ingest the elixirs, they will inevitably seek assistance. The moment they do, they will violate the sect's regulations. It is a masterful web of entrapment, truly brilliant. What a joyous occasion. Who would have thought that just after the new year, the mysterious organization would orchestrate such a grand spectacle for us? You cannot merely capture us. Your enforcement team must apprehend him as well, protested the captured disciple of Beastmaster Peak, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Yu. With handcuffs restraining him, he could only raise both hands simultaneously, questioning Qin Yu. Do you possess a certificate of compliance for your elixirs? Qin Yu shrugged. No, I do not. Selling elixirs without a certification is illegal. Swiftly apprehend him. Qin Yu innocently protested. When have I ever sold elixirs? Those elixirs were gifts to you, and I did not demand anything of value in return. How can that be termed as selling? You are implicated in deceit. The circumstances you described when you presented us with the elixirs do not align with our current predicament. In what way do they not align? Qin Yu pointed towards the rigid figures of the rapid team, stating, didn't the elixirs enhance speed? Yet, those who consumed them cannot seem to halt. Just admit that they indeed increased speed. You, the accuser, was rendered speechless. And what about the mighty elixir? Qin Yu surveyed the crowd, only to find no trace of a gorilla. Subsequently, he noticed numerous figures swathed tightly in blankets. Too shy to reveal yourselves? Allow me to assist. Qin Yu approached the nearest individual, transformed into gorillas, yet still so eager to observe from the front. He yanked the blanket away from the person, only to be met with an irate outburst. What are you doing, you pervert? Startled, Qin Yu hastily released his grip, apologizing. My apologies, brother. I mistook you for someone else. The man tightened his blanket and, addressing the onlookers, grumbled. What are you staring at? I was bathing when I heard the commotion outside. Who has the mind to dress with such ruckus? Qin Yu, with a face full of displeasure, declared, those who have consumed the strength elixir, come forth. If you do not reveal yourselves soon, I shall cease my treatment. The effects of this elixir are indeed everlasting. Upon hearing this, a multitude of individuals, wrapped in blankets, rushed to the forefront. Qin Yu did not compel them to discard their coverings. Instead, he addressed the one who had previously voiced out, saying, inquire of them whether their strength has increased manifold and if the effects are indeed permanent. You. The individual attempted to retort, but was swiftly silenced by a punch from his companion. Hey, don't say another word. I can't take it anymore. This person staggered to Qin Yu, urgently pleading, Divine Healer, please save me. With remarkable skill, Qin Yu swiftly healed the entire wailing group, finally restoring tranquility to the scene. Due to the overwhelming number of individuals present and the unpreparedness of the law enforcement team, they found themselves short of handcuffs. Consequently, those at the back had no choice but to bind themselves with ropes. Although the ropes were easily escapable, everyone knew each other, and fleeing in guilt would only exacerbate their transgressions. Unless one wished to sever ties with the Xiantian sect, they were compelled to remain obediently lined up. Subsequently, Qin Yu administered the antidote to the gorillas. As the distressing black fur fell away, the disciples of the beast-taming peak exhaled in relief and removed their blankets. Wow! Exclaimed the crowd, their eyes brightening. Such a deep shade of black. What has happened? These individuals hastily retrieved their blankets, wrapping themselves tightly once more. Qin Yu reassured them. There is no need for concern. A simple bath upon your return will suffice. However, how could the enforcement team grant them the opportunity for a bath? Bind them all. Qin Yu could scarcely fathom the expression on the sixth elder's face upon seeing their darkened skin tomorrow. As Qin Yu surveyed his surroundings, a sudden realization struck him. Where has Kong Tianjiao gone? Upon exiting the gates of the Xiantian sect, Kong Tianjiu boarded the family's flying vessel. After a journey of 2 hours, he arrived home. Jiaoer has returned. Kong Tianjiao's parents beamed with joy, waiting at the door. Father, mother. Kong Tianjiao greeted them with respect. Jiaoer, you've lost weight. Has life at the Xiantian sect not been to your liking? Kong's mother gently caressed Kong Tianjiao's face, her heart aching. I heard from your father that you were punished with confinement by your peak master. Truly, what a thing to do. Now that you're home, take the time to rest, and I shall prepare some delicious meals to nourish you. Mother, please do not call me Jiaoer anymore. It sounds too feminine. Kong Tianji replied. What is wrong with being a girl? When you were little, I would dress you up as one every day. Kong Tianjiao's face flushed crimson, prompting all the surrounding servants to turn away closing their eyes and covering their ears, indicating they had heard nothing. Enough, hurry inside, came his father's authoritative voice. Son, rest well today. Once you have adjusted your state, we shall open the ancestral grounds and wish you a leap into becoming an exceptional spiritual root. Yes, thank you, father. Kong Tianjiao returned to his room, suddenly recalling that he had yet to consume his elixirs. This elixir has the potential to permanently enhance my strength. If I can amplify my power 2 to 3-fold, the likelihood of ascending to a superior spiritual root increases significantly. Kong Tianjiao resolved to consume the pill that very night. How much longer until midnight? He inquired of the maid by the door. Young master, there are just 2/4 of an hour until midnight. Excellent. Kong Tianjiao settled into a meditative posture, swiftly adjusting his bodily state. At the stroke of midnight, he retrieved the elixir and swallowed it whole. Almost immediately, he felt his muscles swell rapidly, his strength surging ceaselessly. The effects were astonishingly pronounced. Kong Tianjiao's heart raced with exhilaration. Truly, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Fortune favored him at last. Before long, his physique had doubled in size, a testament to his newfound might. Gazing at his bulging muscles and reveling in the unparalleled strength coursing through him, Kong Tianjiao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Although his arms appeared somewhat elongated and his appearance slightly peculiar, he paid little heed to such trivial details. Stepping out of his chamber, he displayed his inflated muscles and asked the maid at the entrance, "What do you think of my current state?" "You look, young master." The maid's praise trailed off abruptly as she noticed a dense growth of black hair sprouting across Kong Tianjiao's face. In an instant, hair began to cover his entire body, transforming him into a veritable gorilla. The maid screamed, her voice reaching a fevered pitch. Oh no, the young master has been consumed by a beast. In that moment, a contingent of armed guards burst into the room. Chapter 95. I am Kong Tianjiao. What is happening? Kong Tianjiao, noticing the dark fur sprouting from his body, instinctively touched his furry face and promptly realized that the elixir he consumed was flawed. This is bad. I have been deceived. At that moment, the guards burst into the room. Upon seeing the gorilla-like Kong Tianjiao, they shouted in unison, "A monstrous beast dares to harm our lord. It shall pay with its life. Quickly, protect the young master." The maid, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground and stammered, pointing at Kong Tianjiao, "The young master has been slain by this beast." In her mind, Kong Tianjiao was already dead, and the beast had assumed his form to usurp the identity of the young master of the Kong family. Yet, perhaps due to the ancestral protection over the Kong family, or the beast's lack of skill in disguise, it revealed its true nature, exposing the truth. She recalled a story she had heard a few days prior from a storyteller at the tea house, where a skin-changing monster killed and impersonated a handsome scion of a wealthy family, sharing intimate moments with her maid, developing mutual affection. Realizing this, the maid suddenly felt remorse and cried out in panic. However, upon seeing Kong Tianjiao's furry black face, she screamed without hesitation, "Help!" The guards swiftly drew their swords and charged forward, shouting, "Avenge our young master!" Kong Tianjiao, astonished, leaped onto the rooftop, exclaiming, "Stop! I am your young master." They should take a moment to reflect upon their actions. He had already revealed his true form, and still they dared to persist in their denial. "Do not let this beast escape." The guards shouted as they leaped onto the rooftops, blocking Kong Tianjiao's escape route. Kong Tianjiao hastily sought to prove his identity, exclaiming, "Niuer, I am indeed your young master. Do you not recall the time when I was 13, and you carried your wife while cooking with Aunt Lee in the kitchen?" "Silence!" shouted Niuer's guard, his eyes blazing with fury. "What a vile beast! Even in your dying moments, you fabricate lies in an attempt to tarnish my master's reputation. I shall not hesitate to sever your monkey brain and offer it to my master as a sacrifice." With rage in his eyes, Niuer swung his blade. But Kong Tianjiao deftly stepped back, evading the strike with ease. In retaliation, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, crashing through the roof above. Before consuming the strength-enhancing potion, Kong Tianjiao's prowess had already surpassed that of Niuer. After taking the potion, Niuer stood no chance, being sent flying several meters by a single blow. The other guards rushed in, intent on overwhelming him. As Kong Tianjiao retreated, he awkwardly dodged their relentless attacks. "I must urgently establish my innocence. The commotion from this skirmish will soon attract more guards, and that would spell trouble." Kong Tianjiao realized that the evidence he needed to substantiate his claims could not come at the expense of others' interests. Otherwise, they would never acknowledge it. He understood that he must reveal a secret advantageous to them. With this revelation, he turned to another guard and said, "Dachuan, do you remember the time when? At the age of 10, I was caught spying on the maid while she bathed, and you took the blame for me? That incident cost you your cultivation resources, hindering your progress. You wretched beast. You think that by stealing my master's memories, you can impersonate him? This is nothing short of a death wish." Kong Tianjiao sensed that Dachuan's swordsmanship had grown swifter, imbued with a lethal intent. "I can no longer afford to engage them in battle." Kong Tianjiao, aware that prolonging the confrontation would inevitably lead to his defeat, seized an opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to Dachuan, knocking him down and swiftly snatching the large blade from his grasp. His Qin bag remained on the table in the room. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a disheveled state. With the long knife in hand, Kong Tianjiao fought fiercely while retreating. However, it was not long before a new batch of guards arrived, among whom was a master of the Golden Core stage, who charged towards Kong Tianjiao with astonishing speed. Before he could react, a searing pain surged through his chest as an overwhelming force sent him flying. Kong Tianjiao felt as though his internal organs had been dislocated. Had it not been for the considerable muscle expansion provided by the power pill he had consumed, which offered him some cushioning, he might have been rendered unconscious by that single strike. Although he remained conscious, a metallic sweetness filled his throat, and blood erupted from his mouth, staining the dark hair on his chest. With a resounding thud, Kong Tianjiao crashed heavily to the ground, causing the stone slabs beneath him to crack. In his heart, he lamented, "These rascals are truly ruthless. Why aren't they this fierce against external foes?" Just as despair began to overwhelm him, the voice of his mother suddenly rang out. "What is happening?" The commotion caught the attention of Kong Tianjiao's parents. It was as though he had found a glimmer of hope. Summoning all his strength, he struggled to his feet and ran towards his mother. "Mother, save me. Madam, be careful." The guards urgently cautioned, yet they showed no intention of intervening. Kong's mother possessed far greater cultivation than they. Thus, they refrained from meddling. "Are you Tianjiao?" she gently inquired. The bond between a mother and her child is profound, making it nearly impossible for her to not recognize her own son. Despite the drastic change in Kong Tianjiao's appearance, the moment she beheld his eyes, Kong's mother was certain that this creature before her was indeed her wayward son. "Mother, it is I," he exclaimed. "You are merely a beast. How could you possibly be my son?" She retorted. Kong Tianjiao, in a state of desperation, pleaded, "Mother, I truly am Tianjiao. I have been wronged by deceitful individuals and mistakenly ingested a pill that transformed me into this form." This time, his anxiety was genuine. Receiving a punch from the guards might only result in spitting blood, but facing his mother's wrath could leave him with no chance of recovery. With a smirk playing upon her lips, Kong's mother declared, "Words alone are insufficient. I shall pose a few questions, and should you answer correctly, only then will you prove yourself to be my son." "Mother, please ask away." Kong Tianjiao responded, filled with a desperate will to survive, addressing her affectionately as mother repeatedly. "First, tell me, does your father have a secret stash of money?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kong Tianjiao blurted out, "Yes, he does." At this, Kong's father's expression shifted dramatically. "What audacious beast dares impersonate my son and spread such lies? Prepare to meet your end." Chapter 96, Filial Piety Silence. Mother Kong narrowed her eyes and said softly, "Step aside." Father Kong, wishing to provide an explanation, met his wife's frigid gaze. He shuddered, casting a resentful glance at Kong Tianjiao before quietly retreating to the corner. Turning back, he unleashed a torrent of invective at the curious guards and maidservants. "Is it so entertaining? Keep staring, and I'll have your eyes plucked out to feed the dogs." The onlookers quickly dispersed, whispering among themselves, "Look, he's losing his temper. He's losing his temper. Son, please continue." Mother Kong adopted a different demeanor as she addressed Kong Tianjiao. Meanwhile, Father Kong desperately attempted to communicate telepathically with his son. "Just say a few things to appease her. Don't reveal everything. Under no circumstances mention the hidden compartment beneath the bed. My life savings are concealed there. And certainly do not divulge the secret compartment behind the 3 books on the 3rd shelf of the study. It holds the precious jade and gems I purchased for Xiaozue. If your mother finds out, I'm done for." Kong Tianjiao glanced at his mother, then at his father, swallowing hard as he realized the pressing need to make a choice. His mother had cared for him since childhood, feeding him, dressing him, accompanying him to school and the pharmacy, subtly conveying her maternal love in the gentlest manner. In contrast, his father, as the family's pillar, silently managed the ancestral business, ensuring the household's financial stability. Although paternal love may not possess the tender delicacy of maternal affection, a father stands resolutely by his side, enduring hardships together. Facing the confinement outside the door, kneeling beside him during his punishment, sharing the humble sleeping arrangements on the floor, on wooden planks, or even on the maid's bed, driving the maid away. The father would secretly use his private funds to procure sweet treats such as candied hawthorn and sugar figurines that the mother forbade him from enjoying. The love of a father serves as the strongest pillar of support and confidence for Kong Tianjiao. Yet, this cursed elixir forces Kong Tianjiao, at such a tender age, to make a cruel choice. To choose the mother is to betray the father meets his demise. To choose the father is to betray the mother. He himself perishes. What a harrowing decision this is. I will share but 1% of the private funds you find. The enticing voice of Kong's mother whispered in his ear. Kong Tianjiao's eyes sparkled with realization as he replied without hesitation. The hidden compartment beneath the bed conceals my father's savings. In the stable, beneath the horseshoes of the prized steed, lie a few copper coins. Mother, your personal maid's room harbors. How could there be any difficulty in this choice? In the entire city, who is unaware that the head of the Kong family fears his wife? Only a fool would side with his father. Kong Tianjiao reminisced about his childhood, recalling how his father, terrified of his mother's discovery, disregarded his pain and extracted each decayed tooth one by one due to his frequent indulgence in sweets. This led to Kong Tianjiao now wincing at the mere sight of sugary confections. The grudge had long been established. Kong Tianjiao silently vowed, "Father, do not blame me. After all, choosing to side with you means not only will I suffer, but you shall not fare much better either. It is better to sacrifice one than for all to perish. Since you inquire thus, it is evident that you harbor doubts. You cannot escape this predicament. A friend in death is preferable to a friend living. Father, I can only impose upon you for the time being. At the very least, there will be someone to tend to your grave in the future." Nevertheless, Kong Tianjiao still harbored a trace of paternal affection, choosing not to mention the agate he had purchased for Xiao Cui. After all, having his father alive allowed him to share some of the burdens of anger. The death of his father would yield him no advantage whatsoever. Rebellious son, cease your nonsensical utterances. Have I not treated you well? Kong's father attempted to struggle further, hoping to awaken that precious bond of father-son affection. Kong Tianjiao retorted, "Father, had you bestowed upon me a modicum of your private funds, I would not have been compelled to damage another's stall and pawn my own cherished sword to compensate. Do you have any idea how I have endured these years?" Upon hearing this, Kong Tianjiao's mother inquired with curiosity what was being sold at that stall that necessitated such a hefty compensation. Kong Tianjiao, lost in reminiscence, replied, "The stall appeared to sell stinky tofu, a delicacy I had never encountered before. However, that vendor was truly unscrupulous, demanding 200 contribution points from me." 200 contribution points? Is that not equivalent to 200 low-grade spirit stones? Indeed. Kong Tianjiao nodded. That is not an exorbitant amount. I could have informed your father. Before he could continue with these trivial matters, Kong's father hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Son, what has become of you? Is there any hope for your return to your former self?" Like Kong's mother, Kong's father immediately recognized that this black gorilla was indeed his son. Regardless of how much a person may change, their inherent temperament remains constant. My son's character is truly exceptional. Casting a glance at the unusually silent Kong father, Kong mother coldly instructed, "Return to the corner and reflect on your misdeeds." Wi-Fi. I wish not to repeat myself. Kong father silently turned away, his face ashen, letting out a deep sigh within. Alas, every gift of fate is marked with a hidden price. This day has inevitably arrived. If I can survive this trial, I shall certainly be reborn. Mother, what were you about to say? Kong mother continued. Fearing you may lack resources, I send your father 1,000 spirit stone vouchers each month, instructing him to forward them to you. Kong Tianjiao exclaimed, "What spirit stone vouchers? Ever since I entered the Shantian sect, I have yet to receive even a single spirit stone from home. Father claims this is to cultivate my independence and prevent reliance on the family." Realization dawned upon Kong Tianjiao as he turned angrily towards the head of the Kong family in the corner. "You, Kong Laoding, even 100 spirit stones would have sufficed. But instead, you hoarded them all. Mother." I suddenly recall that father concealed the agate he bought for Xiao Cui in the hidden compartment behind the third book on the third shelf of his study. A sudden silence enveloped the surroundings, filled with a palpable murderous intent. With a smile that was both mocking and chilling, Kong mother inquired, "What Xiao Cui?" Her voice resonated like an echo from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. as if one had plunged into an icy cavern. Chapter 97. In a high-stakes moment, Father Kong adeptly knelt down, his face a mask of sincerity, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance as he implored, "My dear wife, do not heed his nonsensical chatter. I am wrongfully accused. I know not who this Xiao Cui is. You are well aware that in this lifetime, I have loved but you alone." Mother Kong scrutinized him with a frigid gaze, questioning, "So, you mean to say that you have had enough of me? And in the next life, you shall not love me anymore?" Father Kong's heart sank at her words, and he quickly shook his head. "My dear wife, should I be granted the chance to be reborn, I would still love you above all others. However, I fear that in this lifetime, marrying you has exhausted the merits I have accumulated over 10 lifetimes. In my next life, I may very well reincarnate as a mere pig or sheep, unable to rise to the status of a human. Yet, if heaven is moved by our unwavering love, and I am allowed to be human once more, I shall traverse mountains and valleys to seek you out." Upon hearing this, Mother Kong's expression softened somewhat. Qin Yu silently took note of his father's words. Father's will to survive is truly remarkable, he mused. When it comes to appeasing women, I am leagues behind him. But who, pray tell, is the Xiao Cui? Father. Qin Yu revisited the topic, primarily to observe how his father would respond, hoping to glean insights for when he returned to the clan to handle Xiao Lian, Xiao Li, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Ming, not out of revenge for the spirit stones. His brothers all knew that he, Qin Yu, was a magnanimous individual. Father Kong shot a glare at Qin Yu, saying, "You little rascal, do you wish for my demise? What is this about Xiao Cui? I have never heard of her. Do not spread baseless rumors here, sow discord, or falsely accuse me of harboring feelings for your mother." Kong Fu feigned ignorance. "You do not know who Xiao Cui is?" Kong Mu inquired. "Of course not." Kong Fu resolutely shook his head, declaring with righteous conviction, "In my heart, there are only two types of women. One is my wife, you, and the other is a stranger with whom I share no connection throughout my life. How could I possibly know who Xiao Cui is?" Kong Mu raised her eyebrows in irritation. "If you are unaware of who Xiao Cui is, allow me to jog your memory. Xiao Cui is that little widow who sells tofu at the market, isn't she? No wonder tofu has appeared on our dining table every day recently. It seems you have been entangled with that widow." Kong Fu felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat pouring down his face. "This is a misunderstanding. My dear wife, I visit that shop merely to enjoy her tofu. My intentions are entirely innocent. Moreover, I had no idea her name was Xiao Cui, nor did I even know she was a widow. My dear, it is all a misunderstanding. By the way, didn't that lad mention something about me hiding agate somewhere? Son, what location were you referring to?" Kong Fu turned to inquire of Qin Yu. Observing his father's remarkable performance, Qin Yu felt a deep admiration welling up within him. Calm in the face of danger, adeptly handling the situation, truly the demeanor of a great man. Reflecting on his own inability to manage even his two backups, Xiao Qing and Xiao Yan, he felt utterly inadequate. Qin Yu replied candidly, "It is behind the third compartment of the third book on the third shelf in the study." "Indeed, that hidden compartment," exclaimed Kong Fu, clapping his hands. "Let us venture forth to discover whether there are any precious jade or agate within." Upon hearing his father's words, Qin Yu suddenly realized something. "Oh no, I've been tricked." Kong Mu nodded in agreement and commanded, "Lead me there at once. If I must perish, I shall do so with clarity." "Very well," replied the wife, as they proceeded. With a smirk, Kong Fu stood and brushed off the dirt from his knees, taking the lead. "Fortunately, I had already relocated the agate. Everything remains under my control." Kong Fu had long suspected his son's unreliability and had thus prepared for contingencies in advance. The trio arrived at the study, where they removed the third book and sensed a faint fluctuation of the formation emanating from within. "Open it," commanded Kong Fu. "At once," he replied, bowing slightly as he gently touched the formation, which responded and dissolved. As the hidden compartment revealed itself, Kong Fu retrieved an object wrapped in black cloth. "What is this?" Kong Mu inquired, her brow furrowing as she seized the item from him. Upon unwrapping the black cloth, they discovered a pale purple jade pendant, within which light shimmered. The front bore an engraving of a rose, while the reverse was inscribed with the words, "Shij, I love you," in large characters. Xie was Kong Mu's childhood name. Feeling a bit bashful, Kong Fu explained, "My dear, with your birthday approaching, I prepared this piece of purple jade in advance, intending to present it to you on that special day. This exquisite piece of purple jade, known as the nourishing purple spirit jade, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's vitality and charm when worn consistently, rendering your beloved wife increasingly youthful and beautiful. My dear wife, I have personally adorned you with it. With such a thoughtful gesture, who could possibly resist? The sudden surprise dissipated the fury on Mother Kong's face, transforming her in an instant from a fearsome figure into a delicate and somewhat bashful woman. My dear, this jade must be quite expensive, she remarked. Not at all, he replied. Combined with my savings, I also borrowed 1,000 superior spiritual stones from the merchant to acquire it. Father Kong spoke with great finesse, first revealing that his private funds were limited and entirely spent on the nourishing purple spirit jade. Furthermore, he emphasized that this jade was not a mere trinket, but rather worth at least 1,000 superior spiritual stones, signifying my deep regard for you. This truly hit the mark. 1,000 superior spiritual stones? That is exceedingly extravagant. Mother Kong mused, caressing the jade with affection. Sierra, even if it meant depleting all my assets, I would ensure you have it, as long as it brings you joy. My dear, you are so kind to me. It is my duty, my wife. It is all your fault for not telling me sooner, leading to such misunderstandings. It is indeed my oversight. I merely wished to surprise you. Leaning gently against Father Kong's embrace, Mother Kong whispered softly, I am sorry, my dear. I misjudged you and should not have doubted you. It matters not. This is not your fault, for it is the treachery of deceitful individuals that has misled the masses. Kong Tianjiao. Witnessing his father's audacious maneuver that completely turned the tide, Kong Tianjiao was left in a state of shock. Upon hearing his father suggest they take a look, Kong Tianjiao realized that his father had already discreetly relocated the incriminating evidence. He had initially believed that this endeavor would yield no results, thereby proving his father's innocence. However, he never anticipated that this would be a trap meticulously orchestrated by his father. Unbeknownst to him, he had been unwittingly manipulated by his father, becoming the unwelcome instigator of discord. I thought I was on the second level while my father was on the first. Little did I know he is in the stratosphere, truly. It is beyond measure. Observing his mother's joyful countenance, Kong Tianjiao silently resolved, no, I cannot bear this blame alone. I must claim my share of the credit. Thus, he proclaimed, Mother, Father specifically sent me a message to guide you here, saying he has a surprise for you. Kong Father shot a glare at Kong Tianjiao and communicated through thought. Unfilial son, the gift I purchased for your mother has nothing to do with you. Old Deng, do not forget that a portion of that money belongs to me. Kong Tianjiao's abilities were not yet sufficient for telepathy, so he could only mutter in his mind. Dear wife, let us proceed, Kong Father said cautiously. Wait, Kong Mother said, her brow furrowing slightly. Surely there is more than one hidden compartment in this room? Kong Father's expression stiffened, while Kong Tianjiao's heart soared with delight. Chapter 98. I believe there are numerous benefits to becoming a gorilla. Mother Kong ambled over to the left bookshelf and withdrew 2 volumes. A concealed compartment, sealed by an intricate formation, was then revealed. Father Kong hastily interjected, there is nothing of significance in that compartment. Mother Kong inquired, will you open it yourself? Or shall I resort to brute force? I shall do it myself. I shall do it myself. Father Kong rushed over to dismantle the formation. Mother Kong extended her hand to retrieve a tattered little cloth pouch, its lower right corner adorned with a delicate red flower. Upon sighting this worn pouch, Mother Kong was momentarily entranced, as a cherished memory flooded her mind. Sierra, do you recall what this is? Father Kong spoke gently. Her cheeks flushed a faint hue. She replied in a whisper, this was the very first gift I bestowed upon you. I had thought you had lost it. Sierra, how could I ever part with a gift from you? It stands as a testament to our love. This pouch has long served to conceal the spirit stone vouchers for our son, but alas, all the spirit stones were spent on the rejuvenating purple spirit jade. If only I possessed a bit more wealth, rather than being in such dire straits, this compartment would surely harbor a second gift. My dear, this pouch is indeed the finest gift you have ever given me. Father Kong smiled, and with this incident, he anticipated that doubts regarding him would soon dissipate. He raised an eyebrow at Kong Tianjiao, saying, take a lesson from this. With such skills, what woman could possibly resist? By my word, a double bloom. Kong Tianjiao diligently pursued his studies, and the intricate strategies he devised left him utterly astonished. No wonder my father has survived until now. He possesses considerable skill, he mused. My dear, I should not question the love we share. It is I who am in the wrong. Kong's father affectionately embraced his mother, tenderly stating, my darling, you are not at fault. The true culprits are those scoundrels who spread malicious rumors. Indeed. Kong's mother turned to Kong Tianjiao, speaking earnestly, son, I have reflected upon your father's words and find them to hold merit. A young man must learn to be self-reliant. During your time at Qin sect, it is essential that you cultivate an independent mindset rather than developing a dependency on our family. Therefore, henceforth, I shall no longer provide you with spirit stone vouchers. Kong Tianjiao felt as if struck by lightning. Wait a moment. I have only just learned about the existence of spirit stone vouchers. And I haven't even had the chance to utilize a single stone yet, and now you wish to revoke them? Kong's father felt equally devastated. This is disastrous. The largest portion of my private income each month has vanished. The father and son exchanged glances, sharing a mutual sense of despair. By the way, my son, when do you think you will recover from this state? Kong's mother inquired, her brow furrowed. After all, the rather suggestive atmosphere was somewhat diminished by the presence of an almost bulging-eyed gorilla observing them. You still remember you have a son, right? Kong Tianjiao sighed, shaking his head. I have no idea. Perhaps I will return to normal once the effects of the medicine wear off. That elixir probably lasts no longer than 2/4 of an hour. Its ability to instantly amplify a cultivator's power several-fold is truly formidable. Yet such terrifying effects cannot endure for long. Kong Tianjiao settled down, taking a healing pill before commencing his cultivation to mend his injuries. In his previous excitement, he had momentarily forgotten his own wounded state. After 1/4 of an hour, Kong's mother, feeling a sense of urgency, interrupted him. My son, why are there no signs of recovery? Kong Tianjiao noticed that his injuries had improved significantly, yet he glanced at his hair in a state of panic. Heavens, what if I cannot revert back? It must be the work of that accursed figure in the black robe. I always knew he was no good. That black-robed man surely possesses the antidote. After all, the brothers in our sect, having transformed like this, are bound to seek him out. Nevertheless, our Kong family boasts the most formidable physician in the city, who was hired at great expense from the 100 Physicians' Hall. Such trivial methods are hardly a cause for concern. The heritage of a millennia-old family instilled in Kong Tianjiao a profound sense of confidence. Son, perhaps we should consult the physician, Kong's mother suggested anxiously. Kong's father, unfazed, replied, My dear, fear not. If it comes to it, we can always have another. Cultivators enjoy lifespans far exceeding that of ordinary mortals, and both parents were still in their prime. Keep your mouth shut if you cannot speak. Kong's mother shot a glare at her husband, pulling Kong Tianjiao along as they hurried toward the physician's residence. The reason for not summoning the physician to their location was due to the abundance of medicinal supplies at his pharmacy. If he were to arrive without the necessary remedies, the back and forth would only waste precious time. The trio hastily arrived at the physician's abode. Dr. Li. Kong's mother knocked on the door. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a dark gray robe, faintly imbued with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Master, madam, you seek me at this late hour regarding Li? Is there something amiss? Dr. Li, my son has unexpectedly transformed. Please, could you discern a way to restore him? Kong Tianjiao stepped forward. Dr. Li was taken aback. Inwardly reflecting, wealthy individuals indulge in the most extravagant whims. I have heard of people treating their pets as children. Yet I never anticipated encountering one who regards an ape as a son. He mused further, and to choose such an unseemly specimen. However, as he was in receipt of their patronage, Dr. Li refrained from expressing his thoughts too openly, instead articulating gently, Master, Madam. One must understand that the anatomical differences between spirit beasts and humans are vast. I am not a veterinarian. Old fool, you are the spirit beast. Kong Tianjiao retorted with irritation, harboring resentment from childhood when Dr. Li had administered exceedingly bitter concoctions and torturous medicinal baths, resulting in a long-standing enmity between them. He recalled the days when he had mischievously slipped dried sheep dung into Dr. Li's teacup. Ah, it is young Master Kong, Dr. Li exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing that the young master had mastered the soul-seizing technique typically reserved for formidable practitioners at such a tender age. Indeed, he was a prodigy. While he expressed compliments outwardly, internally he mused, of all beings to seize, why an ape? Does he harbor some peculiar inclination? Alas, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating, and the hearts of men are no longer pure. The youth of the cultivation world have taken to increasingly extravagant pursuits. Dr. Li's gaze grew increasingly peculiar, prompting Kung Fu to hastily clarify, it is not a case of possession. My son has fallen prey to treachery and, after consuming a particular elixir, has been reduced to this state. It turns out the elixir was the cause. Clearly, young Master Kong has succumbed to elixir poisoning. Dr. Li stroked his beard, Secretly relishing the turn of events, heaven has eyes. This little rascal has finally received his just desserts. Is this elixir poisoning treatable? Dr. Li inquired with a jovial demeanor. It is merely a common elixir-induced toxicity. Should it prove untreatable, I would have no face left to remain in the Kong residence. Hearing Dr. Li's unwavering confidence, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Dr. Li hailed from the esteemed 100 Medicine Hall, and such a low-grade elixir, typically used for foundational cultivation, could surely be dealt with effortlessly. Young Master Kong, please take a seat. I shall first take your pulse. An hour later, Dr. Li, burdened with his satchel, gazed at the slowly closing gates of the Kong residence, buffeted by the howling cold wind. Listen, I have already stated. It is not that I am unable to cure this. Rather, I perceive numerous advantages to becoming an orangutan. Not only has my strength increased, but my constitution has also improved, and I need not don clothing when I step outside. This is rather splendid. Don't you see my good intentions? Get lost. Father. I must be returned to the sect immediately. The figure in the black robe who provided me the elixir must possess a method to restore me. If I delay too long, I fear I may miss the optimal moment for recovery and remain in this state. Very well, I shall personally escort you back. Kong's mother felt a twinge of reluctance, but understood the gravity of the situation. Quickly, let your father take you back to the clan. Once you have recovered, you can return to the ancestral grounds and enhance your spiritual roots. Wait. Mother Kong's words alerted Kong Tianjiao. Father, although I may appear somewhat unseemly at the moment, my strength has increased, my physique has improved, and my power has grown. Given my current condition, wouldn't it be easier for me to pass the ancestral assessment and gain the power of the Kong family's bloodline? Father Kong suddenly understood. Indeed. From the perspective of our ancestors, strength is paramount, while appearance holds little significance. How are you faring now? Why not seize this formidable state and directly enter the ancestral grounds? It shouldn't take long and should not hinder your recovery. Kong Tianjiu replied, I am in excellent condition, stronger than I have ever been. Although physician Li had not fully restored Kong Tianjiao, he had healed his injuries. In that case, let us proceed to the ancestral grounds. Under the cover of night, the trio made their way to the artificial mountain in the backyard. Father Kong sliced his palm, allowing his blood to drip through his fingers onto the mountain. The surroundings seemed shrouded in mist, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Let us go. Father Kong began to stride forward, with Kong Tianjiao closely behind. Meanwhile, Mother Kong remained behind, still examining the rejuvenating purple spirit jade at her waist. Will wearing this truly make me look younger? She pondered. And why did he give me this? Mother Kong raised her brows, wondering if he thought her aging was a concern. As Kong Mu raised her head, ready to question, she discovered that the father and son had already vanished into the rockery. The ancestral grounds of the Kong family are inaccessible to those who do not share their bloodline. Drip drop. The artificially carved stone steps were slick with moss, as Kong Tianjiao followed his father down the stairs. After traversing for the duration of a half-burnt incense stick, a stench of blood assailed his senses, signaling their arrival at their destination. The father and son entered an underground cavern. In the center of the cave lay a small pond, seemingly filled with flowing water, surrounded by unmistakable signs of human excavation. However, these marks were ancient, now cloaked in a thick layer of moss. Kong's father ignited a torch affixed to the rock wall, illuminating the entirety of the underground chamber. The liquid flowing in the pond was not water, but rather a foul-smelling blood, its acrid aura rising from the depths. Moreover, this blood was not ordinary. It was spirit blood, imbued with vital energy, a substance only obtainable from cultivators and spirit beasts. In a daze, Kong Tianjiu seemed to hear the wails of countless vengeful souls, disturbing his mind. Even in death, they found no peace. With a sweeping gesture, Kong's father unleashed spiritual energy, and Kong Tianjiao instantly felt clarity, the lamentations dissipating into nothingness. At the center of the pond was a 20-square-meter artificial isle. Kong's father grasped Kong Tianjiu by the collar and leapt onto the isle. The two approached a stone tablet intricately engraved with dense patterns, kneeling in reverence. Kong Lin, the 108th unworthy descendant of the Kong family, brings the 109th unworthy descendant, Kong Tianjiao, to pay respects to our ancestors. May the venerable ancestor open the ancestral grounds and bless the Kong family with prosperity for 1,000 generations. Upon uttering these words, Father Kong rose, his inner spiritual energy radiating outward as he chanted incantations. The viscous blood within the pond began to bubble, and streams of blood, drawn by the spiritual energy, coalesced into towering pillars that surged toward the stone tablet, all of which were absorbed by it. The overpowering scent of blood enveloped the surrounding air in a crimson haze, and under the flickering torchlight, it resembled a grand blood sacrifice, evoking a sense of dread. As torrents of blood flowed into the stone tablet, the liquid in the blood pool gradually diminished, revealing the blood-soaked bottom. Only when the last drop of blood had entered the stone tablet did Father Kong withdraw his spiritual power. Why is there no response? Kong Tianjiao queried in confusion. Could it be that our ancestor has secretly reincarnated? A whole pool of spiritual blood has been poured in, yet not a single bubble has surfaced. What nonsense are you speaking? Father Kong retorted. I forgot to offer incense. Taking 3 incense sticks from his bag of holding, he lit them, and the delicate wisps of smoke seemed to connect with another realm. The stone tablet began to emit a faint glow, and the intricate inscriptions upon it started to twist, rotating around the center of the tablet. Go forth, my son. Perform well. As long as you can deceive our ancestor's essence into your grasp, you shall successfully ascend to the pinnacle of spiritual roots. No problem, Kong Tianju declared confidently. Flexing his muscles, I am certain I will succeed. With that, he plunged headlong into the stone tablet. In an instant, Kong Tianjiao felt as though he had entered an entirely different world. In this place, where spiritual energy abounds and profound mysteries intertwine, a sense of the arcane envelopes the atmosphere. As Kong Tianjiao inhaled deeply, feeling the familiarity of the surroundings, he was about to pay homage to his ancestors when a commanding voice echoed in his ears. Who dares to intrude upon the ancestral grounds of the Kong family in such an unsightly manner? Before Kong Tianjiao could utter a word, a tremendous force propelled him backward. Kung Fu, witnessing his son re-emerge almost instantaneously from the sacred site, was taken aback. How could he have returned so swiftly? Kong Tianjiao was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? I have only just entered. How could I be expelled so quickly? This is bad. In a state of alarm, Kong Tianjiao shot upright, casting his gaze toward the stone tablet. The symbols upon it had returned to their original position, and the passage to the ancestral grounds had vanished. Each time the ancestral site opened, there was but a singular opportunity for entry. What is going on? Kung Fu hastily assisted his son to his feet. With a sudden cough, Kong Tianjiao expelled a mouthful of blood, his vitality rapidly diminishing. It's poisoned. Kung Fu swiftly channeled spiritual energy into Kong Tianjiao's body, recognizing the unique toxin of the Kong family. If Kong Tianji were indeed a demonic beast, he would not survive beyond a quarter of an hour. Expelling the potent poison from his son's body, Kung Fu then placed a healing pill into Kong Tianjiao's mouth, restoring a hint of color to his complexion. My ancestor mistook me for a demonic beast and cast me out with a mere gesture, Kong Tianjiao explained. Did you not attempt to clarify this with our ancestor? Kong Tianjiao lamented. I had no opportunity to speak at all. Alas, such is fate. I am truly unfortunate. Kong Tianjiao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Since September of last year, nothing had gone right for him. It seemed as though an unseen force was conspiring against him. Now, with the long-awaited opportunity for an exceptional spiritual route slipping away, Kong Tianjiao could no longer restrain his sorrow and burst into tears. I have awaited this moment for 3 years, only to have it ruined by a single elixir. A cursed figure in the black robe. I will not rest until I have my vengeance. Kong's father quickly offered consolation. Do not despair, my son. I shall devise a means to gather another pool of spiritual blood, granting you another chance. Moreover, even if you are not expelled, it does not guarantee the ascension to an exceptional spiritual route. Kong Tianjiao remained silent. His father patted his shoulder, exuding a potent aura of bloodthirst. Starting tomorrow, I shall take matters into my own hands. Even if it risks exposure and the destruction of our family, I will undoubtedly gather another pool of spiritual blood for you within a year and a half. Chapter 100. Arrested first and foremost, for your father's sake. You must return to the Xiantian sect and restore your human form, Kung Fu declared. He had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. How could the ancestor disregard bloodlines and only recognize appearances? Nonetheless, given the circumstances, it was futile to linger here any longer. After all, Kong Tianjiao was still young, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. In contrast, shedding this layer of black fur and regaining his human form was of paramount importance. He certainly did not wish for his beloved son to abruptly transform into a large black gorilla, easily misunderstood by others. With eyes reddened, Kong Tianjiao affirmed, Yes, I shall return to the Xiantian sect. I seek vengeance. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, a flying vessel gracefully descended near the Xiantian sect. Cloaked in a black robe, Kong Tianjiao hurriedly dashed towards the sect. Son, if you find yourself outmatched, do refrain from engaging immediately, Kung Fu advised from behind. A gentleman's vengeance can wait for 300 years. As he watched Kong Tianjiao's figure vanish into the forest, a sudden realization struck Kung Fu. He had forgotten something. What was it again? He pondered. Never mind, I shall return home. Kong Tianjia rushed to the Xiantian sect. His demeanor fierce as he made his way straight to the enforcement team, uncertain of the whereabouts of the cloaked figure. He intended to report the issues surrounding the cloaked individual S elixir directly to the enforcement team and enlist their aid in apprehending the culprit. With determined strides, Kong Tianjiao entered the enforcement team S headquarters. Before he could utter a word, several enforcement officers approached him, handcuffs in hand. You must be Kong Tianjiao. Here to turn yourself in? One inquired. How do you know I am Kong Tianjiao? He retorted. In the entire sect, you are the only one left with dark hair growing on your ankles. Kong Tianjiao looked down and realized that his black robe had been shortened, exposing his ankles. Did you put it on yourself, or did we put it on you? A member of the law enforcement team offered him handcuffs. Kong Tianjiao, emboldened, retorted. What grounds do you have to apprehend me? I have taken a leave of absence. Leave of absence? The law enforcement team members were taken aback. We are unaware of your leave. You ought to discuss it with Elder Lu. Kong Tianjiao's heart sank. Did my father truly inform the Peak Master about my leave? Or was it merely a verbal acknowledgement? He should have. My father is quite reliable. He wouldn't let me down. Then summon that man in the black robe. I cannot possibly meet Elder Lu in this state. The team members chuckled, saying, the man in black said last night that if you wish to find him, you must wait until he manifests again. Moreover, he left a note for you. Kong Tianjiao opened the note, which read, Rest assured, the effects of the elixir are permanent. How does it feel to be overwhelmed with strength? In the lower right corner, there was a drawing of a gorilla, seemingly mocking him silently. Kong Tianjiao crumpled the note in his hand and roared to the heavens, Cursed man in black, I shall not rest until I see your downfall. Today, the sky was overcast, yet his spirits were remarkably high. Early in the morning, Qin Yu cheerfully cleaned up the leftover oil from last night's fried stinky tofu and moved the alchemy furnace to this auspicious location, preparing to learn a new elixir. Last night, Qin Yu successfully earned 10,000 contribution points once again. Although this amount pales in comparison to the wealth amassed through lotteries, it remains a substantial figure. Presently, Qin Yu possesses a total of 110,000 contribution points. What does this signify? It is likely that even some outer sect elders on the verge of reaching the fusion stage may not hold such an impressive number of contribution points. Were it not for the stringent regulations of the Xiantian sect, Qin Yu would have already secured a path to immortality. At this moment, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to gaze skyward and exclaim, never ending, a lifetime of spinning without limits, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Who could it be at this early hour? Upon opening the door, he discovered Senior Brother Gao accompanied by several members of the guild. Greetings, guild leader, they said with admiration. Hello, Qin Yu replied, extending his greetings, and then inquired. Is there something you need? Senior Brother Gao explained. Our guild has profited from the sale of 3 magical artifacts obtained through trading Xiantian tokens. Yesterday, I sold the 3 artifacts, and after deducting costs, we made over 3,300 contribution points, including various other sources of income. Our guild netted a total of 3,600. Impressive, Qin Yu exclaimed sincerely. Though Senior Brother Gao's wisdom and business acumen may not even amount to a fraction of mine, he certainly stands out among the crowd. After all, he had the audacity to make decisive investments without knowing the quality of the artifacts, and this venture was funded through collective contributions. Should fortune favor them, everyone would benefit. But if they were to incur losses, the responsibility would rest solely on Senior Brother Gao's shoulders. In this context, daring to purchase the Zhantiang token demonstrates a boldness that is not commonly found among ordinary individuals, continued Senior Brother Gao. After a discussion among the brothers, we have decided to allocate 600 contribution points as guild funds, while the remaining points will be distributed as dividends among everyone, so you too shall receive your share. Guild leader, me as well? Qin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. I haven't contributed financially or exerted any effort, so I shall forego these contribution points. That is out of the question, hurriedly interjected several members behind Senior Brother Gao. Guild leader, if it weren't for your strategic guidance behind the scenes, how could we have amassed such wealth? Indeed, guild leader, if we were to liken our guild to a grand ship, you would be the captain steering us through the waters, though it may seem that the sailors perform the brunt of the labor. It is you who is the most vital figure. Qin Yu was perplexed. What have I even done? I seem to have contributed nothing substantial. Senior brother Gao was equally baffled. What has he done? Clearly, I have been the one managing everything. Senior brother Gao's confusion had transitioned from bewilderment to a state of numbness, now evolving into a demeanor of indifference. Qin Yu certainly could not accept the contribution points that they had diligently earned, and even this modest amount was beneath Li Zhengtong's notice. Let my share of the contribution points be used as guild funds instead, and may our guild continue to prosper. You are truly magnificent, guild leader. Guild leader. Did you not mention that it is challenging for our miscellaneous disciples to earn contribution points? Why refuse to accept them? Qin Yu smiled lightly, gesturing towards the alchemy furnace behind him, and said, though it is quite challenging for us to earn contribution points, I possess the skill of alchemy, which ultimately makes it far easier for me than for many of you. Let these contribution points be reserved for those who are in greater need of them. Senior brother Gao praised the leader's righteousness. The deputy leader, due to your tall stature, has always referred to you as Deputy Leader Gao. May I inquire about your esteemed surname? Senior brother Gao replied, my surname is Gao. Qin Yu responded with a silent acknowledgement. After bidding farewell to the members of the guild, Qin Yu contemplated that he could finally commence his alchemical endeavors. This time, he intended to concoct a medicinal pill for healing. Healing pills, akin to those for restoring spiritual energy, are of a higher grade compared to lower-tier pills such as strength pills or qi pills, thus proving to be considerably more challenging to refine, and consequently, their prices are significantly elevated. Hence, Qin Yu waited until he had thoroughly mastered the art of alchemy before embarking on this attempt. Just as he was about to begin, a knock echoed once more at the door. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, wondering who could be interrupting his alchemical practice during the day. Upon opening the door, he was met by two individuals clad in enforcement team uniforms standing at his threshold. Junior brother, your actions have been exposed. Please accompany us, they stated. A jolt of surprise coursed through Qin Yu, prompting him to inquire cautiously, which matter are you referring to? Rapidly calculating in his mind, he wondered, could it be regarding my use of medicinal pills to deceive the Beast Master Peak? That cannot be. There was nothing wrong with that matter, as my pills were effective. And furthermore, I provided them as gifts, which is not against any regulations. Qin Yu understood that the law enforcement peak must be aware that the figure in the black robe was indeed him. Elder Wang Yingjun had explicitly stated that the enforcement team had previously investigated him, and after confirming that he had not violated any rules, they refrained from intervening. Thus, Qin Yu speculated that there might have been some irregularities during his impersonation of the black-robed individual. He continued to ponder. Could it have been the issue of my utilizing the illusionary dream hound to locate the Xiantian token? That seems incorrect, as the use of the illusionary dream hound to find the token was permitted by the event organizers. Wait a moment, Qin Yu suddenly recalled. There was an instance when the staff had not yet hidden the token, and it was intercepted by the illusionary dream hound. That was indeed a violation. However, how does the hound's wrongdoing pertain to me? I merely engaged in a fair trade with them. Surely, they attribute the blame of inducing the illusionary dream hound to violate the rules upon me. Heaven help me. I truly did not instruct them. They acted instinctively. Yet, the sect certainly would not penalize the hound. I hope I won't become the scapegoat. In an instant, Qin Yu considered numerous possibilities and devised countermeasures. I will firmly deny any connection to this matter. What illusionary dream hound? I am not acquainted. There are plenty of creatures that buy my stinky tofu. How could I possibly remember? Are you not aware of the mischief you committed at Mingwei Square? A member of the enforcement team retorted. It's already come to your doorstep, and you still pretend to be oblivious. Upon hearing Mingwei Square, Qin Yu instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you say so earlier? So it was this matter. You nearly frightened me to death. Upon witnessing the look of relief on Qin Yu's face, the law enforcement officers narrowed their eyes slightly and remarked, Brother, it seems you have engaged in quite a bit of mischief, haven't you? Impossible. I am a law-abiding citizen, and I have not transgressed a single rule inscribed in the sect's regulations. Qin Yu asserted vehemently. You need not explain yourself to us. Come with us to Mingwei Square, where the elder awaits your arrival. Qin Yu followed the two officers to Mingwei Square. There stood two individuals, one adorned in the robes of an elder, presumably responsible for this matter, while the other was clad in tattered garments, appearing as though he had just emerged from the earth itself. Without needing to guess, Qin Yu surmised that this individual was undoubtedly a member of the Earth and Wood Pavilion. Though they hail from different realms, the Earth and Wood Fellows are surprisingly similar. Upon Qin Yu's arrival, the elder addressed him. "Are you the disciple tasked with cleaning Menace Square?" Qin Yu nodded in affirmation. "Did you create this wooden sign as well?" The elder inquired, gesturing toward the placard inscribed with construction ahead. With utmost sincerity, Qin Yu replied, "A true man takes responsibility for his actions. I wholeheartedly acknowledge it is my doing. Should it not be my work, no one shall dare to slander me." The elder responded, "So, you did not do this?" Qin Yu retorted, "I did do it." The elder, taken aback, declared, "You have committed an offense, are you aware?" Perplexed, Qin Yu queried, "What offense have I committed?" The elder, though cognizant of the impropriety of the situation, found himself at a loss to articulate what law had actually been broken. He is not an elder of the law enforcement peak. Who among us has the leisure to study the sect's regulations? Furthermore, for an ordinary disciple, merely stating, "You have broken the law," renders them as if their soul has been extracted. There is no room for such a retort as to inquire what law has been transgressed. Surely, if one has indeed violated the law, consequences must follow. Observing the elder momentarily at a loss for words, Qin Yu thoughtfully presented a tattered copy of the sect's regulations to the elder. "Please, take your time to find it." The elder, infuriated, began to leaf through the sect regulations. Soon, the elder identified a specific rule regarding the fabrication and dissemination of false information. Before the elder could finish articulating his thoughts, Qin Yu recited with precision, "You are referring to Article 28, are you not? It states that impersonating the elder pavilion to fabricate and promote false information, which significantly impacts and causes severe losses to the sect, is to be adjudicated by the law enforcement peak, resulting in expulsion from the sect or personal accountability. This rule primarily aims to prevent individuals from falsely proclaiming sacred edicts that disrupt the normal order of the Shantian sect. Firstly, I did not impersonate the elder pavilion. Secondly, my actions did not inflict any damage upon the sect, and their influence is negligible. Therefore, this regulation does not apply in this context." The elder silently closed his mouth and continued to search through the pages. "Elder, you need not look any further. I have memorized the regulations, and there are no provisions addressing such a situation." In Qin Yu's perspective, the sect's regulations were inadequate, primarily targeting those who betray the sect, disrupt its peace, interfere with its normal operations, and compromise the safety of its members during significant incidents. In the realm of daily life, many trivial matters remain devoid of any regulations. Qin Yu speculates that this may stem from the distinct nature of cultivators, whose robust physiques and heightened focus on cultivation and survival lead to a neglect of minor details. For instance, issues such as weight discrepancies at markets or food hygiene concerns are scarcely addressed in the sect's regulations, as long as the food does not induce discomfort. It is deemed acceptable, with any discomfort being the responsibility of the market overseers or resolved privately among disciples, thus not elevating to the level of sect rules. However, it is not to say that all trivialities are absent from the sect's codex. For example, the regulations explicitly prohibit fishing in designated rivers and ponds marked with no fishing signs, forbidding any form of angling, netting, or electrofishing. Additionally, the breeding grounds for spirit chickens, ducks, and geese are strictly off-limits to anyone not authorized, a measure likely instituted due to previous incidents of theft involving these creatures, with the quantity stolen being notably significant. Moreover, there exists a regulation stipulating that any individual who discovers spirit chickens, ducks, or geese within the sect's precincts, regardless of whether they are wild or domesticated, must surrender them for sect handling. Qin Yu conjectures that perhaps the thief, finding it impossible to steal the chickens, resorted to sabotaging the protective formations around these spirit beasts, resulting in a chaotic scene with spirit chickens, ducks, and geese flying wildly throughout the sect. The grandeur of such a spectacle is exhilarating to imagine. Qin Yu perceives that every meticulously targeted regulation must be rooted in a compelling story. Clearly, he is not the sole individual seeking to exploit the loopholes in the sect's regulations. The regulations of the sect are typically amended only in response to events that elude definitive condemnation. The pioneer in such matters reaps the benefits of this ambiguity. To date, no one has emulated Qin Yu, who brazenly erected a wooden sign under the guise of the Tumu Pavilion to obstruct passage. Had Qin Yu chosen to block a bustling thoroughfare, he might have been charged with disrupting the normal operations of the sect. However, the critical issue lies in the fact that Menace Square is exceedingly remote. It scarcely inconveniences anyone, and in truth, the vast majority of people are oblivious to the existence of Menace Square altogether. This, too, fails to warrant a conviction. The elder furrowed his brow, perusing the sect's regulations from cover to cover. Although he identified a few vaguely relevant stipulations, none could be rigorously applied to Qin Yu's actions. Should they attempt to impose such interpretations, Qin Yu would undoubtedly contest them. The sect's regulations remain woefully inadequate. Qin Yu mused that, if tasked with augmenting the regulations, the document would need to be at least 3 times as voluminous. Chapter 102. This pit is quite dangerous. Noting the elder's silence, Qin Yu confidently took the stage. Elder, the regulations of the sect, civil engineering clearly states that if any hazardous conditions arise due to the dilapidation or damage of our sect's infrastructure, it should be enclosed and reported to the civil engineering pavilion for repairs, correct? The elder pondered how he could verify such a clause in this hefty tome. Who among us has the leisure to peruse such a text when there are more pressing matters like cultivation at hand? However, having heard Qin Yu's assertion, he began to believe that such a regulation might indeed exist and inquired, which part of Menace Square do you deem hazardous? Qin Yu pointed to a small pit on the ground with a serious expression. I believe that pit poses a significant danger. The elder followed Qin Yu's gesture and beheld a pit no larger than a fist. What peril could possibly lie in such a trivial hole? Qin Yu elucidated. The regulations imply that danger is subjectively assessed, lacking detailed evaluation criteria. Thus, if I perceive it as dangerous, it must be so. Moreover, do not underestimate such a seemingly innocuous pit. Are you familiar with the concept of the butterfly effect? The butterfly effect? The elder appeared thoroughly perplexed. This disciple was quite peculiar. He understood each word, yet struggled to grasp their collective meaning. With a smile, Qin Yu elaborated. The butterfly effect refers to how a seemingly minor event can trigger a cascade of reactions, ultimately leading to catastrophic outcomes. The elder and the civil engineering pavilion staff gazed at Qin Yu in bewilderment. I may not be well read, but do not deceive me. At first glance, it seems that you have not quite grasped the concept, so allow me to elucidate with a simple and relatable example. Qin Yu spoke eloquently. Imagine a revered leader of a grand sect, not entirely affiliated with our own, arriving at our monastery accompanied by his beloved young daughter. Having heard of the strikingly handsome disciple who tends to the moonlit square, the leader's daughter ventures there to play, hoping to catch a glimpse of his charming visage. However, engrossed in her admiration for the handsome figure, she fails to notice a small pit beneath her feet. With a misstep, she tumbles in, landing with an embarrassing thud. Coincidentally, our sect leader witnesses this spectacle. He then jests, "Haha, it appears your sect lacks handsome men, for even one of our humble disciples has captivated your daughter." Naturally, the leader of the opposing sect feels indignant, but upon observing our disciple diligently cleaning in the moonlit square, he realizes that his own sect lacks such allure. Enraged and humiliated, tensions escalate, and he resolutely declares war against us. Our sect, robust and formidable, is undaunted by this challenge. With a mere wave of our arm, we rally countless allies. The opposing sect, not to be underestimated, gathers over 100 sects, splitting into 2 factions, thus igniting the First World War in the realm of cultivation. The heavens tremble, and the people suffer. The common folk find themselves destitute, while cultivators face ruin. Now, do you comprehend the peril that this pit harbors? Upon hearing this, the elders and others instinctively pondered, so this pit is indeed so perilous? But soon they realized, what is this nonsense? Are we fools? It was utterly absurd. How could such a thing occur? Qin Yu remarked nonchalantly, sometimes. A significant event is precipitated by countless trivial coincidences, but it can't be that coincidental. Moreover, where are the handsome men in Menace Square? Cough, cough. Qin Yu cleared his throat, and, in a tone he deemed melodious, remarked, without this sign, wouldn't I be sweeping the streets of Menace Square? You. The crowd displayed expressions of disdain. What are you looking at? You may question my character, but my appearance is beyond reproach. Now let us return to the main topic. The elder suddenly awakened to reality. He recognized the need to steer the conversation towards a subject he could comprehend. I shall inquire of you. Qin Yu obediently nodded. Please, ask away. You mentioned earlier regarding the sect's regulations, stating that dangerous areas should be sealed off and then reported to the Earth and Wood Pavilion for repairs, correct? Indeed. The elder's gaze sharpened, yet. The Earth and Wood Pavilion has not received your notification. Qin Yu turned to the disciple from the Earth and Wood Pavilion behind the elder and said, Senior brother, do not forget to inform the brethren to come and mend this pit after you return, lest it ignites the First World War in the realm of cultivation. Then, Qin Yu smiled at the elder and added, Elder, I have now notified them. After all, the regulations do not specify when one must provide such notice, do they? The elder, in a fit of anger, cast the sect regulations onto the ground, exclaiming in frustration about the numerous flaws within them. Who on earth authored these regulations? They are riddled with inconsistencies. If one cannot compose them properly, they ought to refrain from doing so. Nearby, the Grand Elder sneezed twice, rubbed his nose, and muttered. Who was cursing me? Qin Yu, taken aback, pointed to the sect regulations that had been intentionally tossed aside, cautioning, Elder. The willful discarding and destruction of the sect regulations constitutes a violation of the rules. Furthermore, these regulations were crafted by the Elder Pavilion. Any malicious slander or questioning of the Elder Pavilion's disciples warrants a penalty of 3 months' salary, and the Elder could face suspension. It was evident that the regulations were excessively detailed in areas that should not require such precision. The Elder, his beard trembling with rage, retorted. He thought to himself that there were no recording stones present, so he could easily claim that the regulations had accidentally slipped from his grasp. And he had never uttered any derogatory remarks about the Elder Pavilion. The Elder smirked at Qin Yu. Is it only you who can exploit the loopholes in these regulations? Qin Yu turned to the sturdy fellow behind the Elder. Brother, you should serve as a witness. Once the Elder steps down, it is quite possible that the newly appointed Elder will hail from your civil engineering pavilion. At that time, you would possess greater influence and ease in securing funding. Wouldn't you? The Elder chuckled. Is it not possible that I myself originated from the civil engineering pavilion? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then continued to address the sturdy fellow. Brother, do not hesitate. When the Elder is ousted, who knows, the next Elder might just be you. The sturdy fellow's eyes brightened. So this is what it feels like to be motivated. Enough. The Elder casually inhaled and retrieved the sect regulations, handing it over to Qin Yu. You, as a disciple, are truly cunning. Fortunately, you are merely a novice. If your power were greater, you might have disrupted the entire outer sect. I have no time to quibble with you here. Since you are so well versed in the regulations, why don't you suggest how to address this matter? With a chuckle, Qin Yu accepted the token, acknowledging that the fault lay with the disciples. The members of Menace Square could simply continue their cleaning, and such an incident would not occur again. After all, in a few days, Qin Yu would be promoted to an outer sect disciple, and with his newfound wealth, he could easily hire someone to assist with the cleaning. Very well. The Elder nodded, inquiring. What additional rule should we implement in the regulations to prevent such occurrences in the future? Qin Yu replied, I am at a loss, esteemed Elder, a person of integrity. He could not bring himself to enjoy privileges while simultaneously obstructing others. After ensuring that Menace Square was spotless, Qin Yu returned to his cave abode. Gazing at the alchemy furnace, he took out the alchemical recipe and rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Finally, he could commence his alchemical endeavors. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Who could it be? It's only the second day of the new year. Am I not allowed to refine pills in peace? Irritated, Qin Yu stepped outside, only to find 2 members of the law enforcement team. Qin Yu, it has come to our attention that someone has reported you for practicing medicine without a license. Please accompany us for further inquiries. Qin Yu responded, What? Chapter 103. Meeting the Grand Elder. Isn't it stated in the sect rules that a medical practitioner must possess a qualification certificate? Qin Yu held the sect rules aloft in defense of his position. Indeed, the rules did not mention such a requirement. However, the laws of the Liang Kingdom explicitly outlined this necessity. As the Xintian sect was situated within the boundaries of Liang, it was equally bound to adhere to certain local laws, and transgressing these laws was tantamount to violating the sect's regulations. Is it truly so? Qin Yu realized that his journey into the realm of law was far from complete. How meticulous yet prone to oversight. Sandwiched between the 2 senior brothers from the law enforcement peak, Qin Yu was enveloped by a tumult of regret, sorrow, and frustration. Upon realizing that a qualification certificate was required for alchemical medicine, I should have inferred that a medical license was equally necessary. Having evaded all prior infractions, he had not anticipated stumbling at the final hurdle. Where are you 2 taking me? He inquired. To the law enforcement peak, to meet the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder? Qin Yu shivered. Surely, for such a trivial matter, it was unnecessary for the esteemed Grand Elder to personally adjudicate. Under ordinary circumstances, he would hardly have the time to concern himself with such minor issues. Yet today was the second day of the Lunar New Year. And perhaps the Grand Elder found himself with a rare moment of leisure, choosing to preside over matters of discipline as a form of amusement. What an odd pastime for the Grand Elder. Qin Yu chuckled nervously and cautiously inquired, "Is there a difference between the Grand Elder's adjudication and the usual proceedings?" "Oh, the distinction is quite significant." His heart tightened as he hastily pressed, "What exactly is the difference?" "Under normal circumstances, if your actions did not result in significant consequences, we would simply inform you of the fine and conclude the matter upon payment." However, the enforcer's emphasis on the word "but" startled Qin Yu. "Should this be submitted for the Grand Elder's adjudication? What does that entail?" "If this matter is entrusted to the Grand Elder, then it is the Grand Elder who will determine the fine." "Qin Yu, is this what you refer to as a substantial distinction? Is the difference between us and the Grand Elder not significant enough? Do you consider yourself amusing?" "By the way," the enforcer continued, "aren't there two others who transformed into gorillas alongside you? Let us summon them as well. If the Grand Elder believes we lack sufficient numbers, we may have to make another trip." Qin Yu perceived that the latter part of the statement was the crux of the matter. Feigning ignorance, he replied, "What accomplices? I acted alone." "Stop playing coy. You know, that Li Zhengtong and Ji Duoduo. Damn, you all know about them too. There are no secrets in the Xiantian sect." Qin Yu felt that the law enforcement peak was indeed formidable. It was as if he were operating under their vigilant gaze. Surely, they wouldn't have undercover agents everywhere. Nevertheless, it was precisely due to the might of the law enforcement peak that the Xiantian sect's regulations could be enforced, ensuring that no one dared to transgress even a single step. Even some elders would think twice before bullying these junior disciples. Even the once arrogant Beast Master Peak only dared to be audacious within the confines of the rules. The prohibition against spirit beasts indiscriminately relieving themselves is a rule of the Beast Master Peak, not governed by the enforcement team. Otherwise, the individuals at the Beast Master Peak would have long been apprehended. Another member of the enforcement team chuckled, reassuring, "Rest assured, even if you involve them, there won't be any severe penalties, just a minor fine that you can settle later. Opportunities to meet the Grand Elder are rare. Invite your friends to broaden their horizons." Perhaps due to the recent celebrations of the new year, both enforcers were in good spirits. Qin Yu found their reasoning sound. The Grand Elder was an individual of immense responsibility. Had it not been for the recent festivities, only the most notorious criminals would have the chance to behold the Grand Elder's true visage. They had been at the sect for 6 months and had yet to glimpse the esteemed head of the 12 principal elders, the pinnacle of Xiantian's sect's martial prowess. This was a perfect opportunity to introduce his comrades to the world beyond their immediate experience. Qin Yu first called upon Li Zhengtong and then sought out Xiao Ji, only to discover that Xiao Ji had already packed up and returned home. This lad was remarkably swift. However, Xiao Ji's presence was merely a formality. His absence mattered little. Li Zhengtong cast a sidelong glance at the two enforcement team members. As a weak and helpless junior disciple, he instinctively feared the enforcement team. Akin to students' apprehension towards their homeroom teacher, a natural bloodline suppression. Leaning closer to Qin Yu, he whispered, "Brother Yu, where are we headed?" Qin Yu, with a carefree demeanor, replied, "After hearing of my remarkable deeds, the Grand Elder has specially sent for me to enjoy a cup of tea. I invited you along to expose you to new experiences." Law enforcement team member. "So, my friend, have you not forgotten the good things?" "Brother Yu, your loyalty is truly commendable." Li Zhengtong's eyes quivered with excitement. "Brother Yu, your connections are remarkable. Even the Elder can meet you." "Indeed, Li Zhengtong, I was under the impression that our dealings had been discovered, and the Elder would personally oversee the inquiry. It terrified me." "Qin Yu, Brother Yu, have you considered what to discuss with the Elder? After all, he is the Elder. Should you inquire about the issues surrounding your alchemy?" Qin Yu sensed that Li Zhengtong was more concerned about his alchemy than he was himself. "Qin Yu, let us merely converse about the fines we ought to pay. You just listen when we get there, and refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you." Li Zhengtong. "Huh? How wonderful. Truly remarkable. The logic is sound. The balance is perfect, possessing both courage and strategy, capable of leading others step by step into the traps he has laid. The key is the plethora of peculiar elixirs. He possesses both wisdom and technique. Such individuals are indeed rare. What a pity, though, that his spiritual roots are of such poor quality, destined to have limited potential." The Elder admired the meticulous process of Qin Yu's actions as he observed. "Elder, I have brought the person to you." A disciple from the enforcement peak entered to make the announcement. The Elder sprang to his feet, leaped behind the screen, cleared his throat, and said with authority, "Let them in." "Good. The disciple called out to those outside, "Come in," as Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong entered the grand hall. Their eyes widened in awe at the magnificent architecture surrounding them. Suddenly, a solemn murmur emanated from both sides of the hall. "Mighty, Marshal." Qin Yu nearly twisted his waist at the sound. "Am I entering a magistrate's office?" The accompanying law enforcement officer explained. The Grand Elder believes that such sounds can instill psychological pressure on the offenders, making it easier for them to confess. Qin Yu remained silent, surveying the hall but failing to spot the Grand Elder's figure. Just as he was about to inquire, a commanding voice resonated from all directions within the hall. "Disciple Qin Yu, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Such an overwhelming presence, truly befitting of the Grand Elder. Qin Yu hastily replied, "Disciple acknowledges his crimes. According to the sect's regulations, your illegal earnings of 10,400 contribution points shall be confiscated, alongside a fine of 3,000 contribution points, totaling 13,400 contribution points." Qin Yu felt a pang of anguish at this revelation. He silently vowed to acquire a medical license as soon as possible. With patience, one could earn money. Without patience, one could create patience and then earn money. Over 10,000 contribution points. The two law enforcement officers' eyes nearly bulged out. Is the medical profession so lucrative now? They glanced at their meager monthly earnings of a few hundred contribution points, suddenly feeling as though they were living beneath even that of a mere servant disciple. Perhaps it is best to leave this enforcement team. They were only aware that Qin Yu practiced medicine without a license and were responsible for escorting him, oblivious to the specifics of his actions. Chapter 104. Homesickness. Sensing the envious gazes of the two, Qin Yu quietly produced his identity token and infused it with spiritual energy, revealing a series of numbers inscribed upon it. If not to flaunt now, then when? The disciples of the law enforcement peak stared in astonishment, pondering the hardships they had endured. After paying the fine, the authoritative voice of the Grand Elder resonated once more. "The 12th Elder has instructed me to inquire whether your body refining pill is effective for cultivators at the integration stage. The 12th Elder oversees the prison peak, a place designated for the confinement of offenders. The body refining pill is intended for coercive interrogation, isn't it?" The disciples were uncertain whether the body refining pill would yield any results for cultivators at the integration stage, but it was highly probable that it would not. Qin Yu was well aware of his own alchemical abilities. The pills he concocted were merely elementary, likely ineffectual even for golden core cultivators, let alone formidable beings at the integration stage. One should refrain from making hasty conclusions without experimentation. "Do you still possess any body refining pills?" inquired the Grand Elder. "I do." Qin Yu promptly produced one, a remnant from a previous ring toss activity. However, Qin Yu's demeanor shifted as he continued. "The materials required for this pill are quite precious and intricate, and the difficulty of its refinement is substantial. Do not expect it for free. Simply state your price." Qin Yu chuckled. "So they are employing entrapment tactics against me. Do they truly believe me to be a fool?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized that the Grand Elder was attempting to ensnare him. This body refining pill lacked a qualification certificate, and should the Grand Elder make payment, he would be committing an offense. Thus, Qin Yu respectfully stated, "Although this elixir embodies countless efforts and dedication from the disciple, the sect has bestowed upon me the grace of nurturing, protection, and assistance. In comparison to the sect's contributions, this humble elixir is truly insignificant. I wish to present this elixir to the esteemed elder and hope that you will graciously accept it." Qin Yu felt that his eloquent words might leave a favorable impression on the elder. After all, personal connections can often outweigh mere contributions. Although this modest elixir may not capture the elder's attention, and perhaps he might forget this encounter by tomorrow, such gestures accumulate over time. If forgotten this time, perhaps he may remember in the future. In any case, the elixir holds little monetary value. "You young rascal." The elder's voice seemed to carry a mix of amusement and exasperation. "This elixir was requested by the 12th Elder. If you seek to curry favor, you should approach him." "Not me." The elder dismissed the notion of personal favor over merely a small elixir. The elixir detached itself from Qin Yu's hand and soared behind the screen. At that moment, a disciple from the law enforcement peak entered. "Peak Master, Elderly Ling from the Civil Engineering Pavilion has submitted an application, stating that a miscellaneous disciple has written construction ahead on the sign and used the name of our Civil Engineering Pavilion to block off a square, thereby reducing their workload. However, there are no provisions in the sect's regulations addressing such a situation." Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled. "How amusing. The creativity of this generation of disciples truly knows no bounds. Qin Yu, it appears that there are individuals within the outer sect who are your equals. Do you happen to know this person? Qin Yu replied, I do not recognize them. I have never heard of this matter. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Very well, you may go. Qin Yu hurriedly departed with Li Zhengtong. Once Qin Yu had left, the Grand Elder slowly emerged from behind the screen. He was strikingly handsome, with a tall and upright stature, appearing to be no more than in his early 20s. Why did you choose to hide behind the screen this time, Peak Master? A disciple inquired, perplexed. The Grand Elder chuckled. These two young men are clearly extraordinary. They may very well intersect with my path in the future, if they were to see me now. How could I later present myself as a figure of divine authority before them? Do these two possess some unique qualities? The disciple pressed. The Grand Elder responded. Two mere servant disciples, having only entered the sect for half a year, yet they possess the qualifications to meet me. Such individuals cannot possibly be ordinary. Did you not summon them? And furthermore, the Grand Elder continued, the disciple named Qin Yu made a profound impression during the entrance examination. One that lingered in the minds of all 12 elders and the sect master. They may not recall his name, but they are certainly familiar with him. The disciples from the law enforcement peak were astonished. Having all undergone the entrance examination themselves, they understood the immense difficulty it entailed. Just how remarkable must this disciple named Qin Yu be to have left such a lasting impression on all the elders and the sect master? By the way, what is the name of that disciple with the vertical sign? The Grand Elder inquired. The disciple hurriedly glanced at it, and then lifted his head to utter two words. Qin Yu. Brother Yu, is this not a loss? Qin Yu's heart ached as he thought. It is not merely a loss. It is a catastrophic defeat. Not only have I failed to recoup my investment, but I also have to inject more funds into it. Brother Yu, do not be too disheartened. Li Zhengtong consoled. Although you have incurred some losses, you still possess over 90,000 contribution points, perhaps more than some outer sect elders. Qin Yu waved his hand with a sense of resignation. Alas, life is unpredictable. This time, it is I, Qin, who has failed to consider adequately. I accept my fate. Brother Yu, will you return home in the coming days? Li Zhengtong asked. Return home? Qin Yu paused, his thoughts seemingly drifting far away. To speak candidly, he found himself yearning for home, specifically the home on Blue Star. Surely my parents must be anxious since discovering my disappearance. I wonder how they are faring now. Thank goodness I have an older brother. Otherwise, I truly do not know how my parents would cope. I long to savor my mother's stir-fried chicken and garlic eggs. My boss must be heartbroken over my absence, fearing he shall never find another as diligent and inexpensive as I. He would be reluctant to take a leave for a hospital visit, even when unwell. If I had checked my health in a timely manner, perhaps after 30 consecutive kneelings, I might not have suffered a heart attack and traversed into another realm. And my freshly commenced 31st game. I had initially thought to take a break after winning this round. Yet, how unpredictable life is. Without me, how could victory be achieved? Qin Yu felt a tinge of melancholy, but being an optimistic soul, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. Perhaps the flow of time differs between two worlds. As the protagonist, once I traversed over, the passage of time on Blue Star ceased to hold relevance. Even if the temporal currents were akin, once I ascend to immortality, I could undoubtedly reverse the fabric of time, traversing the vast river of time to return to the very night of my crossing. Ha ha ha. The unparalleled immortal emperor in the city. Just the thought brings me exhilaration. Brother Yu, what are you pondering? Oh, nothing much. I shan't return home. Instead, I shall dedicate my time to studying a new elixir. The home Qin Yu referred to as the abode of this world. In the memories of the original owner, recollections of home were vague. Qin Yu only knew that this home lay far away, and the original owner had left due to a strained relationship with their family, seeking to apprentice at Xiantian's sect. Hearing Qin Yu express his intent to research a new elixir, Li Zhengtong felt a chill run down his spine. No, I must find a way to stall Brother Yu. Chapter 105. Misfortune strikes again, Brother Yu. This afternoon I need to pack my things and head home. Li Zhengtong suddenly declared. All right. Qin Yu nodded, a flicker of envy passing through his eyes. Wishing you a joyous new year and a delightful time. Brother Yu, Li Zhengtong cautiously ventured. How about you come to my home for a few days? It's quite enjoyable there. Moreover, during this festive season, the sect has granted us a break, intended for us to unwind a little. Immersion in cultivation continuously isn't ideal. One must balance work and rest. Let us indulge in some leisure for a few days and set aside alchemical studies for now. Qin Yu cast a glance at Li Zhengtong, who appeared rather foolish, and thought to himself that next time he should refrain from being so blunt about his intentions. Oh, just as Li Zhengtong was about to retort, an unexpected clap of thunder rumbled, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a man's arm, struck him with uncanny precision. The two were traversing the mountain path from the law enforcement peak to the outer sect, with a sheer cliff looming just meters away. Caught off guard, Li Zhengtong instantly lost consciousness, and Qin Yu felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, rendering him somewhat uncontrollable. The acrid scent of burning feathers emanated from Li Zhengtong, whose clothing was scorched black. His body convulsed briefly before he toppled over the edge. The mountain path was steep, and Li Zhengtong, rigid as he was, resembled a stout barrel, rolling downward under the influence of gravity. Qin Yu instinctively reached out to grasp him, only to discover that Li Zhengtong still bore a remnant of electricity coursing through him. In his youth, Qin Yu had always been perplexed by the phenomenon of individuals who, when electrocuted, failed to release their grip on the live wire. Surely, he thought, relinquishing the wire would spare them from harm. However, the grim reality is that when a person is struck by electricity, their muscles involuntarily contract, causing them to grasp even tighter. At this moment, Qin Yu found himself in such a predicament. As he held onto Li Zhengtong, the electric current coursed through him, compelling his grip to tighten further. Yet, under the stimulation of the current, Qin Yu felt a tingling numbness enveloping his entire body, rendering him devoid of strength. In a moment of unsteadiness, the two of them tumbled down the mountainside together. At that instant, a singular thought consumed Qin Yu. Cursed Wang Yingjun, you have betrayed me. Although the day bore an overcast sky, devoid of any signs of winter thunder, the sudden appearance of lightning was evidently summoned by the zizi sword wielded by Elder Wang Yingjun. Nevertheless, the elder had previously mentioned that the frequency at which the zizi sword could summon lightning was quite low, and during its last invocation, the lightning was not particularly potent, posing no threat to Qin Yu. Subconsciously, he believed that as long as he did not provoke the zizi sword, it would remain innocuous. Upon acquiring the Qian Kuan back, Qin Yu had carelessly tossed the sword into it, intending to examine it further upon returning to his cave dwelling. However, due to the busyness of recent days, this matter had slipped his mind. Little did he anticipate that just a few days later, on this treacherous mountain path, the zizi sword would once again unexpectedly summon a bolt of lightning, one far more powerful than before, plunging them into dire straits. Qin Yu suspected that this predicament was likely related to Li Zhengtong. After all, any minuscule probability, when applied to Li Zhengtong, is magnified infinitely. Yet, the one who bears the brunt of the blame remains Elder Wang Yingjun. It is akin to forming a team in a game. Regardless of how inept one's companions may be, the ire is always directed at the bystanders. A similar principle applies here. In a moment of bewilderment, Qin Yu suddenly grasped a critical realization. Could it be that my elixir has always been flawed because the first person to test it was Li Zhengtong? An unforeseen incident caused both individuals to tumble down a slope, plummeting off a cliff. Qin Yu felt the rush of wind roaring past his ears, and in the next instant, he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Qin Yu discovered himself clinging to Li Zhengtong's leg, precariously suspended from a gnarled pine tree. The tree grew atop the cliff, with hundreds of meters of sheer drop below. A glance downward sent a shiver through Qin Yu, prompting him to clutch the tree tightly. Should he fall, he feared he would be reduced to mere pulp. He poked Li Zhengtong. Wake up, Tongzi. Li Zhengtong groggily opened his eyes, instinctively attempting to turn over, only to realize that the direction he was moving toward was empty. Adrenaline surged through him, and he jolted awake. Where are we? Li Zhengtong exclaimed, quickly sitting up and grasping the trunk of the pine tree. Take it slow, Qin Yu urged, as Li Zhengtong's movements caused the entire tree to shudder. You were struck by lightning and lost consciousness, tumbling down the cliff. I fell down to save you. Brother Yu, I am truly sorry for dragging you into this. Li Zhengtong lamented, looking pitiful. Once again struck by lightning, why am I so unfortunate? Brother Yu, do you think it's possible that the Xiantian sect is targeting me? Ever since I arrived at the Xiantian sect, I have felt particularly unfortunate. Qin Yu sighed inwardly, contemplating, there is no point in discussing such futile matters right now. I must devise a way to ascend. He lifted his gaze towards the bare rock face, which loomed at least several hundred meters high, rendering the prospect of climbing it by hand nearly impossible. At this moment, only 3 courses of action lay before him. First, he could wait patiently here until they were on the brink of death, at which point Li Zhengtong's innate talent for survival would likely activate, and someone would come to their rescue. Second, he still possessed a jade pendant through which he could send a message to Li Zihao, who could then inform their master to reach out to the sect leader of Xiantian, prompting the leader to come to their aid. Third, he could employ both methods simultaneously. It was evident which choice was the most sensible. Without hesitation, Qin Yu retrieved the jade pendant. Brotherly, I urgently need your help. I accidentally fell into a ravine and am now stranded in a pine tree. Please light an incense stick for our master and ask him to inform either our sect leader or an elder to come and rescue me. I am stuck on a pine tree in the midst of the cliff on the law enforcement peak. In the past, upon sending a message, Li Zihao would promptly respond. However, this time, after dispatching his message, the jade pendant remained eerily silent. What the heck? Qin Yu exclaimed, slapping the pendant. Could it be that there is no signal here? Qin Yu merely spoke casually, fully aware that this jade pendant could be activated in the absence of any formations or secret realms interfering. Yet, why was there no response? Qin Yu directed his gaze at the pendant and uttered a series of keywords. Rest, rest. Chapter 106. The cliff, the cave, and the arrival of opportunity. The jade pendant remained utterly still, prompting Qin Yu to conclude that the other party was not merely ignoring him. They had genuinely not seen his message. A sudden, crisp sound echoed from the pine tree, causing both Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong to feel a chill run down their spines. It appeared that the tree could scarcely bear the weight of the two of them. Just as misfortune would have it, Qin Yu quickly grasped a protruding rock on the cliff with his arm, attempting to alleviate the burden on his body. Endlessly tempered. Yet you hammer away at me as well. What is this? Qin Yu lamented inwardly, his thoughts tinged with despair. Abruptly, he sensed that the rock he was clinging to was not as secure as he had hoped. He tapped it with his middle finger, discovering a hollow sound emanating from within. Without a second thought, he channeled the spiritual energy within him and struck the rock face with all his might. Instantly, the wall fractured, revealing an opening before them. Qin Yu's breath quickened, and a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Cliff, cave, secret manual, old man, golden finger. Could it be that this was the true reason for his fall? Was the protagonist's opportunity finally at hand? Qin Yu's heart soared with joy as he began to comprehend why Li Zhengtong had encountered a series of misfortunes over the past few days without any apparent consequences. Initially, he had thought that his talent, endlessly tempered, was reduced to mere endurance, but it turned out that he was on the cusp of accumulating something significant here. Although this opportunity should rightfully belong to Li Zhengtong, Qin Yu felt that he too had been forged through countless trials. It would not be excessive to share some benefits, would it? After the rock face cracked, the pine trees became increasingly unstable. Quick, let us enter the cave. Qin Yu beckoned to Li Zhengtong, who hurriedly crawled into the cave, followed closely by Qin Yu. Brother Yu, why is there a cave behind the rocks? Li Zhengtong pondered this peculiar terrain with confusion. Qin Yu himself was unsure of the reason. Perhaps it is the arrangement of fate. He contemplated, then explained, in the realm of cultivation. The emergence of any terrain is not surprising. It is possible that this cave was left behind by an adept skilled in earth escape techniques who passed through here. Or it might have been created by a powerful being who enjoys playing with cliffs in their leisure time. The individual power of cultivators is exceedingly great, and their myriad of extraordinary techniques can alter landscapes with ease. Thus, even if Qin Yu were to encounter a heart-shaped mountain in the realm of cultivation, he would not find it strange in the slightest. So, Brother Yu, should we wait here or venture deeper inside? Li Zhengtong inquired, gazing curiously into the depths of the cave. Of course, we shall explore further. It is not in my nature to sit idly by. Qin Yu rubbed his hands together, silently urging himself, hurry and crawl in. The opportunity lies within. All right, Li Zhengtong replied, beginning to creep cautiously into the cave. Wait a moment. Qin Yu called out to Li Zhengtong. It's too dark inside. We need to make something for illumination. Indeed, the darkness here is quite profound, necessitating some illumination to avert any potential dangers, Li Zhengtong concurred. Qin Yu extracted a garment from his spatial pouch, followed by a branch from a nearby pine tree. After a simple wrapping of the fabric around the branch, a rudimentary torch was fashioned. However, relying solely on the garment for fuel would only allow the torch to burn for a few minutes. To prolong the flame, a combustible oil was essential. In his previous life, Qin Yu had observed participants in a wilderness survival show utilizing pine resin as an accelerant, significantly extending the burn time of their torches. However, upon inspecting the pine tree, he found no sign of resin. Do you have any oil with you? Any type will do, Qin Yu inquired of Li Zhengtong. Li Zhengtong shook his head. No, who carries such things around? He then added, But I haven't washed my hair in several days. Would that work? Get away with that nonsense, Qin Yu retorted, before muttering to himself. It seems I have no choice but to resort to this. He retrieved a small box from his spatial pouch, and instantly, the pungent aroma of stinky tofu permeated the cave. Hey, brother Yu, what are you planning to do with that? Li Zhengtong exclaimed, hastily covering his nose. His face contorted in discomfort. You don't understand anything. Qin Yu explained, this is deep-fried and contains a fair amount of oil, making it an excellent accelerant. The stinky tofu had originally been placed in the box to test whether the spatial ring would retain its odor. At present, it appears that the remaining items within the spatial ring have not absorbed the odor of the stinky tofu, a notable improvement compared to the refrigerators of my past life. Qin Yu wrapped the stinky tofu in his clothing. Fire, he commanded, and Li Zhengtong promptly produced a talisman. This talisman, known as the Ignition Talisman, would ignite spontaneously upon the infusion of spiritual energy. Soon, the torch was ablaze, and under the scorching flames, the stinky tofu exuded an even more intense aroma, presenting a unique flavor. Li Zhengtong pinched his nose, suddenly realizing that the dimness of the cave was rather pleasant. There was no pressing need to illuminate it with fire. Qin Yu glanced at the torch, noting that the flames remained steady. This suggested that the cave was likely sealed off, lacking airflow, which implied that the depths of the cave might be devoid of oxygen. However, as cultivators, Qin Yu and his companions could circulate spiritual energy within their bodies, allowing them to survive for more than a quarter of an hour without breathing. Furthermore, cultivators possessed their own methods to deal with such caves. Give me a wind talisman. Qin Yu extended his hand. What do you need a wind talisman for? Where am I supposed to procure a second-tier talisman? Li Zhengtong instinctively reached for his Qin bag. Sensing an ominous premonition, talisman grades are classified into 9 levels, with the lowest being the first-tier talismans, such as the Ignition Talisman just utilized. The second-tier talismans are a notch stronger than the first tier, and correspondingly, they are considerably more expensive. Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Li Zhengtong and remarked nonchalantly, Stop hiding it. I know you purchased 2 wind talismans for copying. Quickly bring it out. I have great use for it. All right. The wind talisman, as the name suggests, is a charm capable of generating wind. Qin Yu aimed the wind talisman at the cave entrance and infused it with spiritual energy. Instantly, a strong gust of wind surged through the entrance, sweeping into the cave. Simultaneously, the oxygen in the air was drawn in, along with the pungent scent of burnt stinky tofu. Li Zhengtong's face turned ashen, regretting not having swallowed the talisman when he had the chance. As the wind subsided, Qin Yu offered a torch. Will you hold it, or shall I? Li Zhengtong vigorously shook his head. Brother Yu, perhaps you should hold it from behind. Very well. Let us proceed. Qin Yu gestured towards the cave's interior. Li Zhengtong weakly asked, Shouldn't we wait for the smell to dissipate? Dissipate? This cave is enclosed. It will take ages. Quickly crawl in, lest I be compelled to give you a push. Due to the confined space within the cave, standing was impossible. They could only crawl on their hands and knees. Under Qin Yu's imposing presence, Li Zhengtong pinched his nose and crawled slowly into the cave, retching along the way. Qin Yu sighed, pondering that he must make Li Zhengtong fall in love with stinky tofu once they emerged. How could such a versatile delicacy not be appreciated? Ugh, Qin Yu too could not suppress a retch. Chapter 107. Which cultivator can withstand such trials? The rocky walls surrounding the cave were pockmarked yet remarkably smooth, resembling not the handiwork of man, but rather the result of years of erosion by wind and rain. Qin Yu was indifferent to the origins of this cave. In this alternate realm, all one needed to do was leap into a chasm, discover a cave, and delve within. His years of experience with novels assured him of this certainty. The cave did not extend horizontally. Instead, it sloped downward. Li Zhengtong led the way, with Qin Yu following closely behind. Li Zhengtong climbed increasingly faster, for he discerned that the pungent aroma of stinky tofu behind him was growing ever more intense. Hey! Slow down, Qin Yu cautioned. They were oblivious to how many meters they had descended. Suddenly, a startled cry escaped Li Zhengtong's lips, and he vanished from sight. What the heck? Qin Yu gasped, swiftly extending his torch forward. Before him, the cave took a sharp 90-degree plunge downward, where Li Zhengtong was precariously positioned, head down and rear up, struggling awkwardly in a pit, his legs flailing about. I told you to slow down and watch your step, but you wouldn't listen. Qin Yu exerted himself to pull Li Zhengtong up. Rubbing his head, Li Zhengtong exclaimed, Brother Yu, there's no path ahead. Intrigued, Qin Yu glanced toward the vertical shaft, realizing it was a dead end, indeed devoid of any further passage. This defies logic. It's not how the story goes. What about my techniques? What about my treasures? Frustrated, Qin Yu leaped into the abyss, his feet landing with a hollow thud. Something is amiss. It is empty below. Qin Yu initially climbed up, then retrieved the sword given by the second elder from his Qin bag, channeling his spiritual energy to strike downwards into the cavern. The sound of cracking rocks resonated as he slashed repeatedly. After several strikes, the rock face collapsed, revealing an aperture. Cautiously, Qin Yu extended a torch into the opening, discovering a small chamber below. Brother Yu, could there be treasures inside? Li Zhongtong exclaimed, eager to leap down and investigate. Wait, Qin Yu quickly restrained him. Let's first ascertain if there is any danger. He picked up a few stones and tossed them down, the dull thud echoing as they struck the ground. After a moment of silence within the cave, Qin Yu felt reassured that, at the very least, there were no living creatures or mechanisms posing a threat. All right, let us descend. Li Zhongtong could hardly contain his excitement. He had long heard tales from tavern storytellers about a certain individual from a neighboring town who, while tending sheep, stumbled upon a cave and emerged later as a golden core ancestor, achieving great renown. Such fortune is finally within my grasp, Li Zhongtong exclaimed as he jumped down, with Qin Yu handing him the torch before following suit. The chamber measured approximately 30 square feet, containing a stone table, a stone stool, a stone bed, and a chest. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Yu's heart raced. Could it be that a powerful figure from our sect once perished here, leaving behind their life's wealth for the fortunate souls of the future, namely, us? Indeed, there is an opportunity here. My guess was correct, exclaimed Li Zhongtong, brimming with excitement at the sight of the treasure chest. There must be treasures within. He and Qin Yu hurried to the chest. But just as Li Zhongtong was about to eagerly open it, Qin Yu halted him. Wait, he cautioned. What if there are deadly traps inside? He instructed Li Zhongtong to step back and carefully pried open the chest with the end of a torch. The two gazed in eager anticipation. What? To their dismay, instead of the coveted martial arts manuals or extraordinary artifacts they had envisioned, the chest contained only a handful of low-grade spirit stones, merely a meager collection of about 89, equivalent to 89 contribution points. Is this trifling amount truly worth the trouble of digging a cave in a cliff? Qin Yu scoffed, his curiosity piqued as he scanned the surroundings. He could not believe that only these few spirit stones resided here. Who would expend such effort to excavate a vast cavern merely to conceal a handful of worthless stones? Surely, these spirit stones were a mere distraction. The true treasures must be hidden elsewhere. Li Zhongtong collected all the spirit stones into his Qin bag. Even with nearly 100,000 contribution points, Qin Yu found these stones beneath his notice, considering them barely worth the space they occupied. Brother Yu, Li Zhongtong remarked after gathering the stones, could this be a test set by a senior, placed in plain sight to challenge us? If someone were to be satisfied with these few spirit stones and leave, they would miss out on the real opportunity. It's akin to grabbing sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu reached a conclusion. How could this be worthy of being called a treasure? Merely a handful of spirit stones to test cultivators? What cultivator could possibly falter under such an insignificant trial? Holding a torch, Qin Yu began to examine the tables and chairs arranged within the cave. The stone bed appeared quite suspicious. If this were indeed a treasure trove, why include such seemingly useless items that only occupy space? The only plausible explanation is that the stone bed itself is a treasure. Li Zhongtong hurriedly approached the stone bed, scrutinizing it closely. It was solid, merely an ordinary stone, devoid of any inscriptions. Upon tasting it, he found it somewhat salty, and lying on it was surprisingly comfortable. Rising from the bed, Li Zhongtong expressed his confusion. Brother Yu, there is nothing particularly extraordinary about this. Shallow-minded, Qin Yu retorted confidently as he approached with the torch. If I am not mistaken, the inscriptions on this bed are crafted from a special material that reveals itself only when exposed to fire. After toasting the stone bed for a while, there was no change whatsoever. Could it require water? Did you bring any water? Qin Yu inquired. Li Zhongtong shook his head. With limited space in his spatial ring, who would think to carry water around? Then we must apologize to our predecessors. Qin Yu, with a bold resolve, began to unfasten his garments before the stone bed. A stream of urine fell upon it, yet the stone bed remained as steadfast as a mountain, showing no signs of alteration. How perplexing. Could it be that this is an exceedingly concealed magical artifact that requires blood to acknowledge its master? After a brief moment, Qin Yu and Li Zhongtong silently diverted their gaze from the stone bed. Curse this wretched stone. It has squandered our emotions. Could it be that the true treasure lies within this stone table? Qin Yu shifted his gaze to the surface of the stone table. Li Zhengtong concurred. I have long sensed that this stone table seemed rather out of place. Let me take a closer look. Moments later, the stone bed, stone table, and stone chair had all been thoroughly examined. The treasures of our predecessors are indeed shrouded in profound mystery. Brother Yu, I find this protruding stone rather suspicious. Could it be the key to activating a mechanism? Li Zhengtong then muttered, damn it, it's just a common stone. Honestly, couldn't they have smoothed it out while excavating the cave? After exploring the stone cave, neither Qin Yu nor Li Zhengtong found any rewards. Brother Yu, do you think it's possible that the ancient builder of this cave was simply too impoverished? Qin Yu shook his head, deeming it unlikely. I rather suspect that the opportunities here were claimed by someone before our arrival. As Qin Yu's gaze casually swept across the cave, he suddenly noticed a chest positioned in the corner. It seemed that this chest was the only symbol of treasure within the entire stone cave. Could it be? Qin Yu approached the chest and lifted it, revealing a passageway beneath it, just wide enough for a person to traverse. So, the true fortune lies hidden here. Chapter 108. I was mocked by a fish as Qin Yu lowered the torch. A vast cavern came into view, illuminated by its flickering light. Water dripped incessantly from above, pooling into an expansive reservoir below. After casting the torch down to ensure the area was devoid of any anomalies, he addressed Li Zhengtong. You descend first. Should you find yourself ensnared at the entrance, I can assist from above. He reconsidered. Perhaps I should first widen the opening. No need. Li Zhengtong replied confidently. In such a large cavity, how could I possibly get stuck? With a bold leap, he perfectly lodged himself at the cavern's mouth. Qin Yu thought, Brother Yu, quickly give me a push. With all your might. With a tremendous effort, Qin Yu finally managed to propel Li Zhengtong downward. Li Zhengtong let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. What happened? Qin Yu inquired urgently. Nothing. I just landed right on the torch. It's burning me alive. Qin Yu sighed. Just wait. I'm coming down. He retrieved the torch and surveyed the surroundings, initially failing to discern any evident opportunities. What kind of predecessor left this cavern, so fond of concealing chances? Qin Yu mused inwardly. Suddenly, he noticed several torches affixed to the rocky walls. Approaching them, he ignited each one, gradually brightening the cavern. Oddly, these torches appeared remarkably new, leaving Qin Yu puzzled. It feels as though it was only recently placed here. Prompted by Qin Yu's reminder, Li Zhengtong remarked, Brother Yu, it appears that the furniture in this small cave is rather new, and there isn't a significant amount of dust on it. Could it be? Li Zhengtong's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, Have we inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden realm? I once heard my father mention that in certain secret domains, the flow of time differs from the outside world. Spending a day within such a realm could equate to a year passing outside. Qin Yu, however, felt that this did not resemble a hidden realm. If it truly were one, the formidable beings of the Xiantian sect would have discovered it long ago. How could it possibly be that only the two of them encountered it? He sensed an odd feeling, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what was peculiar. Forget it. Let us search for treasures. If we find none, we shall return swiftly. Suddenly, Li Zhengtong shouted, Brother Yu, there seems to be some movement in the water. Qin Yu gazed towards the surface, where he discerned a shadow over a meter long. What is that? A fish? Indeed. After crouching down to observe closely, Li Zhengtong excitedly pointed at the fish and said, I've seen this type of fish at an auction back home. It's called the Mo black fish, an extraordinarily rare and immensely valuable edible spiritual beast. The one I saw at the auction measured 1.5 meters and was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. This one's cultivation level should range between the 8th and 9th layers of Qi refinement. Is that true? Qin Yu inquired, What is the significance of this fish? Li Zhengtong pondered for a moment and remarked, It should be able to aid in enhancing our cultivation, improving our sinews, and solidifying our realms. Regardless, consuming it would be immensely beneficial for our bodies, and it may even facilitate a leap to a minor realm. With eager anticipation, Li Zhengtong expressed, Brother Yu, let us hasten to devise a means to catch this fish and savor it. Ever since he heard at the auction that this fish was exquisitely delicious, he had been craving it. Qin Yu contemplated, could this fish be the opportunity left behind by the predecessor who opened up this land? Although it differs from the fortune I had envisioned, it is certainly better than having none at all. Initially, Qin Yu was somewhat puzzled as to why the fish could survive for such an extended period. This pond did not appear to harbor food. However, upon reflection, he realized that even ordinary fish could survive for half a year without sustenance, let alone this spiritual fish of the cultivation realm. Furthermore, it was possible that the flow of time here differed from that of the outside world. For this fish, perhaps only a few months had passed. No longer dwelling on his thoughts, Qin Yu decided to express gratitude for the natural bounty that had bestowed this wild, May black fish upon them. Then let us catch this fish, Qin Yu declared, retrieving a fishing rod from his Qinquan bag. As a competent angler, one must always be prepared with fishing gear, regardless of the limited space of the Qinquan bag. There must always be room for a fishing rod. Yet, while he possessed the rod, he found himself lacking bait. Qin Yu surveyed his surroundings, where rocks dominated the landscape, devoid of even a single fly, and there was no viable bait in sight. Just as he was at his wit's end, Li Zhengtong produced half a leftover fried chicken from his bag. Brother Yu, what do you think of this? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. This is quite resourceful. How did you manage to have such a thing in your bag? Li Zhengtong chuckled. This was leftover from breakfast. I had planned to finish it at lunch. Ever since Li Zhengtong had savored the delectable dishes from the cafeteria, he had forsaken the consumption of fasting pills. After all, he had contributed enough to sustain himself with varied meals thrice a day. Qin Yu glanced at Li Zhengtong and mused, eating fried chicken so early in the morning. Considering his physique, there is certainly room for considerable growth. He tore off a piece of chicken and hooked it onto the fishing line. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 strength-enhancing pills. Here, take one. Li Zhengtong inquired with curiosity. Brother Yu, what purpose does this serve? Qin Yu elucidated. This fish possesses at least the strength of an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Undoubtedly formidable. If we do not transform, it remains uncertain who will catch him. Although Qin Yu had never caught particularly large fish in his past life, as an experienced angler, he was well versed in some fundamental knowledge. Fish in the water possess immense strength. Even a common fish weighing around 20 pounds could pull an angler into the depths, let alone the formidable black fish of the cultivation realm, which could reach 8th-level Qi refinement or beyond. It is prudent to exercise caution. Once both transformed into black gorillas, Qin Yu cast the fishing hook into the water. The pond was shallow, and as soon as the fish hook touched the water, one could faintly discern the swiftly swimming towards it. The allure of the chicken meat was undeniably strong for such carnivorous creatures. The water was remarkably clear, allowing a vivid view of the fishhook submerged beneath the surface. Upon noticing the approaching without a hint of caution, Qin Yu felt a surge of excitement as the fish devoured the chicken along with the hook. The intelligence of these spiritual fish in the immortal realm seems rather mediocre, Qin Yu thought, and immediately shouted, the fish is hooked, pull. Both individuals exerted their strength. Yet there was no resistance on the other end of the fishing rod. Consequently, they both tumbled to the ground. What just happened? Qin Yu inquired, rubbing his backside. As he reeled in the hook, he discovered that the chicken was gone, and half of the hook was missing. The fish had actually bitten the hook in two. Looking into the water, Qin Yu saw the smack its lips a couple of times before disdainfully spitting the broken half of the hook back in his direction. Subsequently, the fish deliberately poked its head out and sprayed a jet of water at Qin Yu. He felt as if his lungs were about to explode. This fish was mocking him. Damn it, if you have the guts, come up here, and let us have it out. Qin Yu shouted in exasperation. I will make you aware of the severe consequences of provoking a seasoned angler. The merely spat another splash of water and flicked its tail, leisurely swimming away. Qin Yu was infuriated, jumping up and down in rage. How dare this little fish mock him? Qin Yu. He vowed that it had sealed its own fate. Very well. Just wait. Today, if I do not transform you into grilled fish, I, Qin Yu, shall vow never to be human. Chapter 109. Right, brother Yu, what shall we do? Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. There is no fish that I cannot capture. Since you refuse to obediently take the bait, do not blame me for employing unconventional methods. Qin Yu retrieved the Ziji sword from his spatial pouch. Its pale blue arcs crackling with electricity, clearly charged to the brim. The pool before him was indented, making it impossible to drain the water. Given this constraint, Qin Yu resolved to harness a different source of energy. He first secured the fishing line to the sword's sheath, then bound a piece of chicken to the hilt. Once this was accomplished, Qin Yu cast the Ziji sword into the depths below. The black-finned fish, lured by the enticing aroma of fried chicken, mistook the two foolish humans above for benevolent providers of a feast. Without hesitation, it swam over and seized the chicken. However, beneath the morsel lay the sword's hilt. And no matter how formidable the fish's biting strength, it could not sever the hilt of a profound-grade artifact. Reluctant to relinquish its prize, the black-finned fish tugged the hilt toward deeper waters. At that moment, Qin Yu yanked the fishing line attached to the sheath with great force. The Ziji sword was drawn forth. As the sword was unsheathed, It unleashed a surge of electricity upon its wielder, and the fish was no exception. In an instant, the entire space was suffused with a dense aura of electric ions. A massive thundercloud coalesced above the cavern. The blackfin fish sensed impending doom, but had no time to react before a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck it directly. The immense energy burst forth, causing the entire cavern to tremble, and debris cascaded like rain. The hair of Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong stood on end, their skin tingling under the violent surge of electric energy surrounding them, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. A tremendous roar echoed as a colossal wave erupted from the pool before them, with the lightning transforming into searing heat, causing countless steam clouds to rise and disperse in all directions, enveloping the cave in a shroud of white mist. The ink-black fish met its end. Yet the assault was far from over. Bolts of lightning rained down from above, relentlessly striking the corpse of the ink-black fish. The ZZ sword seemed intent on reducing this audacious creature, which dared to offend its might, to mere fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Yu's heart trembled with fear. Goodness! He realized he had been carrying such a perilous object all along. The more the ZZ sword was drawn, the greater the summoned lightning power became. Previously, when Qin Yu had merely unsheathed it by half an inch, he had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the shock. Now, this audacious fish had fully drawn the ZZ sword. A single bolt of lightning from it could easily overwhelm even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, for it harbored the terrifying essence of tribulation lightning. Even the slightest trace of it could unleash formidable power. A wave of dread washed over Qin Yu. Had it accidentally been unsheathed within his Qian bag, he wouldn't even know how he had met his demise. After 5 successive strikes of lightning, the ZZ sword seemed to have exhausted its energy, and the storm clouds gradually dissipated. The duo, who had been crouched on the ground with their heads cradled in their arms, slowly lifted their gazes. Is it over? As the dense fog dissipated, it became apparent that the water in the pool had diminished by more than half, with the lifeless body of the blackfin fish floating motionless on the surface. If Qin Yu's conjecture held true, this creature had indeed been cooked. Qin Yu marveled at the resilience of the black-finned fish. Despite the ferocious lightning strike, it had merely been rendered cooked rather than reduced to ashes. This was sufficient evidence to affirm that the black-finned fish was no ordinary spiritual beast. Qin Yu exhaled through his nostrils, contemplating. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to provoke me. Qin, retrieve the fish. I shall seek out the ZZ sword. Qin Yu instructed Li Zhengtong. Understood. The two leaped into the pool, one after the other. After a brief search, Qin Yu swiftly located the ZZ sword laying on the ground, not far from the black-finned fish. He sheathed the ZZ sword once more. This time, it bore no trace of electricity, indicating that its restoration would require considerable time. At the law enforcement peak, the Grand Elder lifted his gaze slightly. Lightning? Is there a hint of tribulation energy? Could it be that the sect master mismanaged his cultivation, allowing the lightning to overflow? Once I complete the current regulations, I must pay him a visit to Jest. In the sect master's hall, the sect master also raised his head slightly. Lightning? Is there a trace of tribulation energy? It appeared that the 7th Elder's lightning technique had finally begun to manifest the essence of tribulation, albeit in a rather feeble form. At most, it could contend with those in the nascent soul stage. It seemed his practice was regressing rather than advancing. The next time they met, he would demonstrate what true lightning techniques entailed. At the body refinement peak, the 7th Elder lifted his head, cursing under his breath. It must be that damned sect master showing off again. What is so remarkable about having a stroke of luck? Allowing his lightning technique to contain the essence of the thunder tribulation? Bah! In the outer Elder's cave, Elder Wang Ingjun glanced up slightly, feeling a persistent sense of foreboding. Darling, has my clothing finished washing? Right away, right away. Hastened the reply. Be careful, my garments are woven from the finest celestial silkworm threads, extremely delicate. Do not tear them. I understand. Elder Wang Ingjun, drenched in sweat, responded while lowering his head, adeptly mending the torn fabric with needle and thread. It will be ready in no time. Qin Yu sheathed his sword, while Li Zhengtong had already dragged the dead black-scaled fish ashore. Qin Yu scrutinized the lifeless black-scaled fish. Its body robust, flesh succulent, reminiscent of the black fish from his previous life, albeit with slight differences in its head. The fish scales had been charred. He plucked a scale and discovered its extraordinary hardness. It seems this black-scaled fish can withstand numerous lightning strikes without turning to ash. These scales play a crucial role. Qin Yu peeled back the scales to reveal the pristine, tender fish flesh, tinged with a hint of rosy hue, instantly igniting his appetite. The fish was likely 7/10 cooked. A brief roasting would render it ready for consumption. After both Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong consumed the antidote to the strengthening pill, restoring their human forms, they proceeded to gut the black-scaled fish, meticulously dividing it into portions. Go up and bring that treasure chest down, Qin Yu instructed Li Zhengtong. The only chest here was made of wood. All right, Li Zhengtong replied with great enthusiasm, his excitement surging at the thought of indulging in the rare black fish with inked eyebrows. That's a delicacy my father never bought for me. After just half a year with Brother Yu, I can finally enjoy it. Indeed, only by following Brother Yu can one savor such exquisite delights. As Li Zhengtong set about opening the treasure chest, Qin Yu was not idle either. He retrieved the sizzling sword once more and, hearing no crackling of electricity, confidently drew it from its sheath. It appeared that the sizzling sword would not recover in the short term. Qin Yu skewered the fish meat onto the sword and then fashioned a stand from stone. Now, all that remained was to await Li Zhengtong's wooden board. Chapter 110. The fish has issues soon. Li Zhengtong systematically carried down the disassembled wooden planks. Qin Yu placed the planks beneath the fish and ignited them, diligently flipping the fish as it sizzled, ensuring an even roast. Brother Yu, I still have some seasonings. Li Zhengtong transformed into a treasure trove, extracting various seasonings from his Qinkuan bag: salt, cumin, chili. Qin Yu was left astonished. Is your Qinkuan bag solely for food? Of course not. There are also talismans in there. Those take up no space. Qin Yu could only remain speechless. Thankfully, the talismans were compact. Otherwise, he might have had to resort to primitive means to start a fire today. With the addition of the seasonings, the tender white fish became even more delectable. A rich aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the two of them, even overpowering the stench of stinky tofu. The Emome black fish, a spirit beast, indeed lived up to its reputation with its exceptionally firm flesh, proving difficult to cook, though it had been struck by lightning to a degree of 7/10 doneness. Qin Yu still grilled it over high heat for quite a while. It's nearly done. Qin Yu observed that the fish had become soft and tender, then turned to Li Zhengtong with a serious expression. Let me confirm once more. This fish is indeed the Emome black fish you mentioned. Are you certain it's edible? Li Zhengtong patted his chest, assuring him, rest assured, Brother Yu, when it comes to food, I can never be mistaken. The auctioneer claimed this fish was extraordinarily delicious. I've been craving it ever since, having dreamed of it countless times. Even if it turned to ash, I would still recognize it. Moreover, the energy of the black catfish is remarkably gentle, akin to the nourishing spring rain that revitalizes the earth. Many children from affluent families, who have yet to embark on their cultivation journeys, can partake in it to lay a solid foundation. Excellent. Observing Li Zhengtong's earnest conviction, Qin Yu handed him a piece of fish meat. After all, they were both cultivators, so the heat posed no threat. Li Zhengtong received the fish meat as though it were a treasured prize. He gently peeled away the skin, exhaled softly on the steaming flesh, and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. Qin Yu, however, refrained from eating, intending for Li Zhengtong to tread the path first. Li Zhengtong possessed the survivor of great calamity talent, a gift Qin Yu lacked. He could not afford to take risks alongside him. Should Li Zhengtong misidentify the fish, it would spell the end for him. In the realm of cultivation, caution is paramount. With a blissful expression, Li Zhengtong savored the exquisite fish meat, declaring it delectable. He mused that the fish would be even more delightful if prepared as a soup, seasoned with vinegar and complemented by a few eggs. Qin Yu sighed, lamenting that if the black catfish were not transformed into pickled fish, it would be a tragic waste. Pickled fish? What is that? Oh, never mind. Just enjoy your meal. Suddenly, after swallowing a mouthful of fish, Li Zhengtong's expression shifted dramatically, and he clutched his throat, coughing painfully. What's wrong? Qin Yu exclaimed in alarm, fearing the fish might be poisonous. Cough, cough. Li Zhengtong spat out a fishbone, reassuring him, no worries, you good. It was merely a bone caught in my throat. Qin Yu retorted, next time you exaggerate like that, I might just knock your head askew. Brother Yu, Li Zhengtong exclaimed, his mouth full of fish, as he chewed enthusiastically. Rest assured, this fish is definitely not poisonous. How could the black-browed fish be toxic? It is a treasure sought after by countless individuals willing to pay a hefty price. A true tonic for the body. Just enjoy it. In no time, a generous chunk of fish had disappeared into Li Zhengtong's stomach. Brother Yu, please pass me another piece. I feel a warm sensation coursing through me. Perhaps a few more bites will help me break through. Seeing no immediate issues, Qin Yu also relaxed. He handed Li Zhengtong another piece of fish and took one for himself. Just as Qin Yu was about to take a bite, he suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. How could I have forgotten about Wang Kai? when I fell onto the pine tree. Why didn't I think to seek Wang Kai's assistance from the Sea of Souls? Qin Yu glanced around the vast cave, then looked down at the black-browed fish in his hand. A multitude of thoughts converging in his mind. The usually prompt Li Zihao has been uncharacteristically silent this time, yet I foolishly overlooked the ever-reliable Wang Kai. Moreover, the pine tree cannot bear the weight of the two of us for long. Hence, I had to cling to the protruding rock face to alleviate the pressure, which surely would have led to the discovery of this cave, and that sudden, powerful lightning that struck us, sending us tumbling down the cliff to land upon the pine tree. It all seems too coincidental. It feels as though it was meticulously orchestrated, guiding us into this cave to partake in this exquisite black-browed fish. It is incorrect. The intention is for Li Zhengtong to savor this exquisite black fish. Just after Li Zhengtong finished his meal, our influence waned, and only then did I suddenly remember Wang Kai. Qin Yu felt that the tempered by 1,000 hammers talent was indeed formidable. When one wishes to bestow a benefit, it is unacceptable for the recipient to refuse. Yet, I am merely here to seize the opportunity. Perhaps my presence is influenced by the surviving great adversity talent, intended to rescue Li Zhengtong. How is it that I, a veritable transmigrator, a system possessor, and the protagonist of this realm, cannot contend with the mere influence of Li Zhengtong's 2A-level talents? It is also possible that this matter may confer advantages upon me as well, thus the system tacitly approves of it. Regarding the unseen arrangements, Qin Yu could only speculate. However, now that he understood these dynamics, he felt emboldened to indulge in the fish delicacy, a rare opportunity that had taken much effort to secure for Li Zhengtong. Why not relish it? Yet, before indulging, Qin Yu decided to first greet Wang Kai. Qin Yu entered his ocean of souls and prodded the little black sphere curled up in the corner. Wang Kai? Wang Kai responded, Wang. Not calling you Wang Tsai, yet you feign ignorance. Do you? Wang Kai tilted his head, pretending not to comprehend. Forget it. Qin Yu was too apathetic to argue with this fellow. You need to go to the Law Peak. Find the Grand Elder, and inform him that I am currently trapped in a cave beneath the precipice of the Law Peak. And I would appreciate it if he could send someone to rescue me. Qin Yu felt that the Grand Elder would be more reliable than the illusory Dream Canine clan. Woof woof. Wang Kai nodded and fell into a deep slumber. Upon leaving the Sea of Souls, Qin Yu began to savor the delectable roasted fish. As the succulent flesh melted in his mouth, an exquisite burst of flavor surged through his taste buds. In 2 lifetimes, Qin Yu had never encountered such a delightful dish. The fish's natural sweetness required only a few complementary ingredients to reach its zenith of flavor. It was a yearning that resonated from the depths of his being, causing his very soul to tremble with delight. Qin Yu retracted his earlier remarks about preparing fish with pickled vegetables, recognizing that such a splendid fish should not be overwhelmed by excessive seasoning. Perhaps the pure essence of the fish itself was the finest way to prepare it. In just a few bites, Qin Yu devoured an entire piece of fish. After finishing the fish on the skewer, he threaded 3 more pieces and placed them over the fire to roast. This time, let us forego the spices and simply sprinkle a bit of salt to test the waters. I believe this may enhance the taste even further. All right, brother Yu. I trust your judgment. What's the matter with you? Qin Yu sensed something amiss with Li Zhengtong. As he glanced over in the flickering firelight, he noticed Li Zhengtong's face was alarmingly flushed, resembling a boiled shrimp. Initially, Qin Yu thought it was merely a trick of the light, but upon observing Li Zhengtong's expression, he realized something was indeed wrong. Tongzi, are you all right? Brother Yu, I feel like I'm about to explode. Chapter 111. This fish is poisonous. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Qin Yu's heart as he shouted, Quick! Induce vomiting to expel the fish meat. This fish meat is truly problematic. What a travesty! Without hesitation, Qin Yu forcefully pressed on his throat, attempting to regurgitate the fish he had just consumed. After a bout of dry heaving, he found himself unable to expel anything. It was as if the fish had transformed into energy upon entering his stomach, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, Li Zhengtong lay curled on the ground, his skin flushed a deep crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. His expression was contorted, and his body temperature soared, with sweat evaporating into mist before his very eyes. This is intolerable. At this rate, he might actually be cooked alive. Qin Yu exclaimed as he swiftly returned to the sea of his soul, urgently calling out to Wang Kai, Hurry, come save me. Quick! Wang Kai, startled by Qin Yu's plea, was en route to the law enforcement peak. Upon hearing his master's voice, a look of terror crossed his face, and he promptly turned to sprint in the opposite direction. Woof woof woof. Oh no, my master is in danger. I must find the clan leader for assistance. in Wang Cai's eyes. Seeking the elder was far less reliable than appealing to the clan leader, who possessed greater prowess. After notifying Wang Cai, Qin Yu hastily scooped up Li Zhengtong and dashed towards the water pool. He intended to use the pool's water to cool Li Zhengtong down. In that instant, Qin Yu felt his heart tremble violently. A surge of energy surged directly into the meridians, akin to a ferocious torrent, forcibly expanding the narrow pathways. Qin Yu felt his internal organs roil, the immense energy resembling a wild stallion galloping through every part of his body. Such a violent force was reminiscent of a spring rain nourishing the earth. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yu pressed onward, fortunate that he had consumed a modest amount, allowing him to retain some mobility. Approaching the pool, he collapsed beside Li Zhengtong, a rush of coolness flooding his heart, extinguishing the searing heat that enveloped him. His consciousness sharpened slightly as he hastily activated the Xiantian skill, attempting to refine the energy within. However, the magnitude of the energy was overwhelming, with a continuous influx rendering any chance of refinement impossible. Qin Yu's meridian swelled like an inflated balloon. If he did not expel this energy promptly, he would surely meet a catastrophic end. At that moment, the island of illusion erupted into chaos. Wang Cai dashed about, barking frantically. "This is bad. My master is in danger. Woof woof. What? The stinky tofu immortal is in trouble? Woof woof. What? The stinky tofu immortal is on the brink of death? Woof woof. What? The stinky tofu immortal has died? Woof woof. The sky is falling. If the stinky tofu immortal dies, what meaning does my canine existence hold? Woof woof. Wife. The stinky tofu immortal is dead. The stinky tofu is extinct. There will be no more stinky tofu. Quickly hide the piece we received today, lest someone steals it. Woof. Woof. Do not worry, my dear. Where are you going? Woof. Woof. I am off to pilfer some other dog's stinky tofu. The island was in utter chaos, with every dog lamenting their fate. No canine could fathom the abrupt downfall of the stinky tofu sage, who had only just bestowed upon them the delightful delicacy. In mere hours, stinky tofu had transformed into the rarest of commodities, without exception. Listening to the increasingly absurd tales spun by the dreamlike dogs around him, Wang Cai could no longer contain his fury and exclaimed, "What are you all barking about? My master is still alive." Chapter 112. Hurry to rescue the stinky tofu sage. At this moment, the esteemed leader of the Dreamy Hound clan reclined in his opulent doghouse, gazing adoringly at an entire block of stinky tofu, occasionally inhaling its aroma with fervor, his countenance reflecting pure ecstasy. "Oh my, this is simply divine." Earlier this morning, Qin Yu had bestowed upon each dog 2 portions of stinky tofu. Upon witnessing the mound of tofu before him, the leader's eyes widened in disbelief. To be candid, he acknowledged that the moment he ascended to the tribulation phase paled in comparison to this sheer joy. This was, after all, the first time he beheld such a generous bounty of stinky tofu. Inhaling the scent that could send shivers through a dog's very soul, he could no longer restrain himself and, with a gaping maw, lunged at one portion of tofu. Before he could fully comprehend his actions, that portion had vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the droplet of saliva lingering atop it, he might have believed the tofu had never existed. So this is the bliss of devouring so much stinky tofu in one go. Reflecting on his previous life, where a single block was divided into 3 meager portions, he lamented, "What a wretched existence I once endured." Licking his nose, the leader found himself yearning for more. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had consumed it so hastily, why he hadn't heeded his mother's advice to savor each bite, and why he hadn't cherished the days filled with such abundant stinky tofu. Some treasures are only appreciated in their absence. His gaze involuntarily drifted back to another portion of tofu, but clenching his teeth, he ultimately diverted his attention elsewhere. This stinky tofu must be returned to the clan. It is a rule that even it must adhere to. It is, after all, a dog of principles. Although they brought back 11 pieces of stinky tofu, the Dreaming Dogs clan is far too numerous, rendering the distribution of such a meager amount virtually impossible. They could only divide 1 piece, sharing it among themselves. However, Scar, being the strongest dog of the Dreaming Dogs clan, took advantage of his position as the clan leader and obtained an entire piece of stinky tofu. This was no ordinary piece. It measured a full 3 centimeters in length and width. This time, the clan leader of the Dreaming Dogs had learned prudence. He must cherish this hard-won piece of stinky tofu. He placed it delicately at the tip of his nose, guarding it with the tenderness one would reserve for a first love. How wonderful it would be if I could have little stinky tofu pups. Just then, the clan leader caught wind of a commotion outside, faintly hearing something about a stinky tofu immortal. Immediately, he perked up his ears. Could it be that the Stinky Tofu Immortal has come here to deliver stinky tofu? The clan leader dashed outside, only to encounter the rushing Wang Kai. Scar, it's terrible, Wang Kai exclaimed in a panic. Calm down, my friend. As the only two dreaming dogs with magnificent names in our clan, we must always maintain our composure. Wang Kai, realizing his demeanor, licked his disheveled fur and continued. Scar, my master is in danger and on the brink of death. What? The leader of the Phantom Dream Dog clan was in a state of disarray, and the Stinky Tofu Sage was on the verge of demise. What would life be like without Stinky Tofu? Wang Kai, how could you withhold such vital information? Given that Scar had previously assisted Wang Kai in conjuring illusions and served as a translator for Qin Yu, it was aware that the nickname of the sorrowful dog was Wang Kai. Scar had refrained from mentioning this matter earlier, fully cognizant of the detrimental impact an unflattering name can have on a dog's dignity. In the heat of the moment, however, it inadvertently let the secret slip. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai became agitated. Now that you've called me Wang Kai, do not blame me for being impolite. Chief Godan, was it not you who advised me to maintain my composure? Wang Kai retorted. Yet, one must consider the context. Such a significant issue transcends any notion of decorum. If Qin Yu were to discover that these two were still bickering at such a critical juncture, he would surely be infuriated. Chapter 113. Fortune's Mistake. Fortunately, Fortune possessed a modicum of wisdom and promptly steered the conversation back on course. Chief, let us hasten to rescue my master. Indeed, let us swiftly save the immortal. Do you know where the immortal is at present? I can sense his presence, Fortune replied. Excellent. We shall embark on a mission to rescue the Stinky Tofu Immortal. The chief of the Dreaming Hound clan spread his wings and bellowed to all the Dreaming Hounds. All Dreaming Hounds, heed my call. Let us march forth to rescue the Stinky Tofu Immortal. Woof. Wit woof. Wit woof woof. A chorus of responses echoed from below. Come, fierce beast, ascend to my back, commanded the chief of the Dreaming Hounds. Fortune was not yet capable of flight. Traversing on foot would prove too sluggish. Just as Fortune prepared to leap onto the chief's back, he witnessed the chief dart back to his den, retrieving the stinky tofu before racing back once more. Woof woof woof. The chief of the Dreaming Hounds barked indistinctly, signaling their departure. Countless Dreaming Hounds, wings unfurled, surged into the sky in a grand spectacle. The last occasion when the entire Dreaming Hound clan mobilized was several millennia ago during the catastrophic events faced by the Xintian sect. Fortune could sense Qin Yu's approximate location. And under his guidance, the mighty assembly of Dreaming Hounds surged toward the cliff beneath the law enforcement peak. Is it within there? The chief of the Dreaming Hounds quickly discerned a cave nestled within the rock face, recognizing the concealment array as mere illusion before his keen eyes. Indeed, Fortune affirmed with a nod. Onward. The chief of the Dreaming Hounds boldly led the way inside, for the array upon the rock face was but a mirage, serving solely to obscure the cave's entrance. Upon entering the cave, the chieftain of the Dream Hound clan immediately detected a peculiar odor reminiscent of stinky tofu in the air. Although this scent was masked by the aroma of grilled fish, it could not escape the keen senses of the Dream Hounds. Wang Kai hurried inside, swiftly locating Qin Yu and his companion, both immersed in the pool and devoid of consciousness. Their condition was a result of having absorbed energy far exceeding the limits their meridians could withstand, but it was not critical. The chieftain raised a paw and gently waved it, causing the excess energy within Qin Yu and his companion to be drawn out and dissipated into the air. The Dream Hounds felt somewhat disheartened, as they had anticipated a fierce battle involving the Stinky Tofu Immortal, fearing he might be on the verge of defeat. They were all prepared to display their formidable powers, only to find this was the outcome. With a sigh of relief, the discomfort began to fade, and Qin Yu slowly regained consciousness. Have I been saved? He wondered, opening his eyes to see Wang Kai resting on his face, nuzzling him affectionately. Wang Kai, is it you who rescued me? Wang Kai was momentarily taken aback. Sensing something amiss, Qin Yu looked up to find the cave densely populated with Dream Hounds. Goodness, Wang Kai, you summoned your entire clan here. How impressive. Qin Yu quickly corrected himself, saying, Biao, your timing is impeccable. I owe you my gratitude for this. Wang Sai's expression softened, and he playfully yipped a couple of times. Qin Yu set Wang Kai aside, greeted the numerous hounds, and settled down to inspect his meridians for any damage. With a heart full of trepidation, he began to circulate his Xintian gong. Then, Qin Yu was utterly astonished. It was evident that the meridians not only remained unscathed but had expanded several folds. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed through them, suggesting the signs of achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Have I truly attained the consummation of Qi refinement? Qin Yu hastily activated the system panel. Name: Qin Yu Talent. Superior Spiritual Root, Grade B. Intermediate Spiritual Root, Grade C. Fiery Child, Grade D. Progress, 99. 9. Note: upon reaching 100 progress, one will gain an opportunity to replicate a talent. Remaining talent replication chances: 3 upon glimpsing the personal system panel. Qin Yu finally confirmed that he had astonishingly broken through 3 layers consecutively. This was simply incredible. He glanced at the massive black fish lying on the ground, pondering how extraordinary this creature was. He was now certain that Li Zhengtong had undoubtedly misidentified the fish. This was certainly not the black fish with inked eyebrows that Li Zhengtong had described. Although Qin Yu was unaware of Li Zhengtong's background, he understood that the latter merely hailed from a small town. It was implausible for such a remarkable fish to be found at an auction in a place so insignificant, even if the fish possessed some formidable side effects. The mere consumption of its flesh could elevate someone from the 6th layer of qi refinement to the pinnacle. Such a benefit was undoubtedly invaluable. Many individuals would disregard any potential side effects, particularly those from nefarious sections. With this thought, Qin Yu furiously pointed at Li Zhengtong and exclaimed, "Is this the black fish with inked eyebrows that you speak of? Energy akin to spring rain nurturing the earth? Even children unversed in cultivation could consume it. If a child were to take a bite of this substance, they might very well transform into a human balloon." Bursting on the spot, Li Zhengtong weakly remarked, "Who knew those auction house folks would deceive us?" Deceive? This is clearly a case of misidentifying the fish. After studying the corpse of the ink eyebrow black fish for some time, Li Zhengtong ultimately reached a conclusion. There was indeed something amiss. "By heaven!" Qin Yu exclaimed, striking Li Zhengtong on the head. "I asked you repeatedly, confirmed again and again, and this is what I get." It is no wonder that Qin Yu was so infuriated. In the realm of cultivation, one must not recklessly consume unfamiliar spirit beasts. It is akin to dining in a cafeteria where one must be informed of which dishes are unsuitable for consumption based on their cultivation level. Mistakenly consuming such things could indeed lead to fatal consequences. Had it not been for Wang Kai's timely arrival, the two of them might have faced dire straits. In truth, Qin Yu was unaware that had it not been the leader of the Dream Hound clan intervening, but rather another individual or hound, both he and Li Zhengtong would have surely sustained injuries to their meridians. While the two were embroiled in their argument, a member of the Dream Hound approached Wang Kai and quietly inquired, "Brother Songbiao, why did the stinky tofu immortal refer to you as Wang Kai?" Wang Kai, maintaining an impassive expression, replied, "He must have mistaken me for another dog. Have you noticed any increase in your cultivation level?" After venting his frustration, Qin Yu reminded Li Zhengtong, although there were risks involved, the overall gains were quite substantial. Qin Yu felt a sense of pride, reflecting on how he had achieved great perfection in qi refinement after merely half a year of cultivation. Wasn't that rather impressive? Li Zhengtong's cultivation will undoubtedly progress, yet it may not reach the realm of consummate perfection. When he comes to boast about his achievements, I shall simply interject, declaring that I have already attained that pinnacle. How delightful that would be! With genuine strength, there is no need for pretense. That would be a squander of potential. Then Qin Yu would hear Li Zhengtong exuberantly exclaim, "Haha, you go! I have reached the consummate stage of qi refinement." To which Qin Yu might respond, "Ah, so the value of reaching the consummate stage of qi refinement is merely this." Chapter 114, Elder Wang Ingjun, Where is my fish? Part 1. After confirming that he was unharmed, Qin Yu rose and cast his gaze upon the largest member of the Dream Hound clan. He had previously encountered this individual within the illusion crafted by Wang Kai and recognized him as the clan leader. In the early hours, the leader of the Dream Hound clan had disguised himself as an ordinary hound to safeguard Qin Yu. Thus, in Qin Yu's eyes, this was their inaugural meeting. "Thank you for your rescue, esteemed elder," Qin Yu said with utmost respect. The leader of the Dream Hound clan raised his head with an air of arrogance, akin to a domineering CEO, and barked once. Even in the presence of the stinky tofu immortal, one must maintain an air of superiority. Li Zhengtong hurriedly translated, "Brother Yu. The leader means to say that gratitude is unnecessary. Simply provide them with 100 portions of stinky tofu as recompense." Qin Yu glanced at Li Zhengtong, pondering to himself how succinct the language of the Dream Hounds truly was. 100 portions seems excessive. The materials I currently possess can only yield a maximum of 60 portions. Given that it's the new year, tofu vendors are closed. Woof. Li Zhengtong translated, "I have saved your lives. Surely, a single life must be worth at least 50 portions of stinky tofu." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu analyzed the situation thoughtfully. In light of your statement, 60 portions of stinky tofu would suffice. Li Zhongtong exclaimed. Huh? Brother Yu. Are we worth only 30 portions of stinky tofu per life? Qin Yu replied, you misunderstand. I am worth 50 portions of stinky tofu. Oh, wait. I mean I am worth only 10 portions of stinky tofu. Qin Yu remarked, it seems that 10 servings of stinky tofu are excessive. Li Zhongtong simply responded with silence. The leader of the Dream Dog clan shot Li Zhongtong a glare, thinking to himself, why is this fellow so unworthy of stinky tofu? Had I known, I wouldn't have saved him. Qin Yu proposed to the leader, I shall prepare 30 servings of stinky tofu for you. The remaining 70 can be deferred. You may collect them whenever you desire. Does that sound agreeable? Of course, I shall not defer without recompense. For every 10 days, an additional serving will accrue as interest on the 70 servings. What do you say? An extra serving every 10 days? How many will that amount to in 10,000 years? The leader of the Dream Dog clan began to calculate with its claws, but soon remembered that it was merely a dog and lacked the ability to count. Nevertheless, it was certain there would be profit to be gained, and without further deliberation, the leader agreed. Then let us take our leave. Just as Qin Yu intended to depart, he suddenly noticed the large fish lying on the ground. What shall we do with this fish? Eating it is out of the question. Although the flavor is exquisite, I have no desire to endure that torturous sensation again. The energy within this fish is far too tumultuous. While it may rapidly elevate one's cultivation, it would undoubtedly destabilize the foundation. In the long run, it would be a loss rather than a gain. Although this time I have directly attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, I will require a considerable duration to solidify my foundation. Yet, this fish is certainly no ordinary fish. What would be the best course of action for its disposal? Perhaps I could sell it to the cafeteria, though I am unsure if they would accept it. The chieftain of the Dream Hound clan cast a disdainful glance at the dead fish on the ground, confirming that its worth was but a minuscule fraction of that of stinky tofu. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. The chieftain, possessing formidable strength and extensive knowledge, would undoubtedly know the most effective way to handle the fish. Esteemed elder, do you have any valuable suggestions regarding this fish? Woof, replied Li Zhongtong, brother Yu. The elder suggests adding a portion of stinky tofu, and then he shall impart his wisdom to you. Certainly. Woof, continued Li Zhongtong. The elder states that the energy within the fish is immense, and consuming it directly may harm the meridians. Discarding it carelessly would result in putrefaction and an unpleasant odor. It would be wiser to bury it in the earth, allowing the soil to fully absorb its spiritual essence, transforming it into spiritual soil. The chieftain of the Dream Hound clan withheld part of his thought. If one were to plant soybeans in the spiritual soil, what might be the difference in flavor between the stinky tofu made from beans grown in spiritual soil and that made from ordinary beans? In just a few days, the ink-bone snake fish would reach a breakthrough. Elder Wang Ingjun wore a joyful expression as he leaped down the cliff. The ink-bone snake fish bears a resemblance to the ink-brow black fish, yet their values and effects differ vastly. The ink-bone snake fish is imbued with immense and volatile energy, typically dwelling in the depths of Tianshan's pools, making it exceedingly rare and costly, yet often unavailable in the market. Moreover, the ink-bone snake fish is a peculiar spiritual beast. It can rapidly enhance its cultivation merely by consuming spiritually endowed food, progressing from Qi refinement to foundation establishment in as little as a month. However, the creator is just. While the ink-bone snake fish may easily elevate its cultivation, once it reaches the golden core stage, the overwhelming and uncontrollable energy within will inevitably lead to its catastrophic demise. Due to the excessive volatility of its internal energy, it is deemed unsuitable for consumption. However, certain high-quality elixirs require this very energy for proper harmonization in their formulation. Consequently, the black-bone snake fish is often nurtured until it reaches the foundational stage, at which point it is directly employed in alchemical processes. In contrast, the somewhat rare black-browed fish pales in comparison. It is a mere shadow next to the illustrious black-bone snake fish. A single piece of the latter's flesh can fetch the price of several black-browed fish. Elder Wang Ingjun, with a delighted expression, muses to himself that once the black-bone snake fish meets the necessary criteria, he shall summon an alchemist to concoct the Tintern restoration pill, enabling him to reclaim his former pinnacle. With renewed vigor, Wang Ingjun envisions his triumphant return, poised to ascend to the merging phase with an unmatched splendor. He dreams of a promising future where, upon achieving the merging stage, he could ascend to the esteemed position of Inner Door Elder, doubling his monthly stipend and increasing his influence. thereby attracting more gifts and favors. In that moment, he plans to leverage his position to settle debts and indulge in a life of freedom. His prospects seem bright, and the future is full of promise. Elder Wang Yingjun firmly believes that setbacks and misfortunes are but temporary. If he perseveres, he shall once again command the world. As he steps into the cave, a tantalizing aroma of grilled fish greets him. What is this delightful scent? Could it be that my prolonged abstinence from meat has led to such fanciful illusions? Elder Wang Yingjun finds himself contemplating a visit to the breeding grounds to stealthily procure a spirit chicken for a taste of indulgence. After all, one should not deprive oneself of the pleasures of the palate. Suddenly, he notices what appears to be flickering red points in the darkness ahead. As if wood had burned down to its final stages, the flames extinguished, yet the timber continued to emanate a crimson glow. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within the heart of Elder Wang Yingjun. Chapter 115. Elder Wang Yingjun. Where is my fish? Part 2. Elder Wang Yingjun immediately unleashed his spiritual consciousness, enveloping the entire cave. However, he sensed no signs of life emanating from the pool. This is bad. A pang of dread coursed through him as he hurried to the dwindling fire pit. With a series of hand seals, he conjured a small fireball that hovered in the air, illuminating the cave's interior. Subsequently, Elder Wang crouched down and picked up a fishbone and several scales from the ground. The essence of the ink-bone serpentfish lingered in the air, leaving his mind in a state of utter bewilderment. Had my fish been devoured? Elder Wang, his hair standing on end in fury, appeared almost deranged. He had not anticipated that his precious fish would meet its demise in just a single day of his absence. This fish had cost him his entire savings, procured through numerous connections, and he had pinned all his hopes on it for a turnaround. Yet, it had perished inexplicably. A tumultuous energy surged within him, prompting him to sit down and circulate his Xintian technique to calm his agitated blood. His body was already injured, and the intensity of his emotions had aggravated his hidden wounds. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood before his breathing finally stabilized. However, as soon as Elder Wang opened his eyes, he beheld a charred wooden plank, more than half consumed by flames, bearing a familiar insignia. Why does this emblem seem so familiar? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, my savings. Elder Wang's eyes widened in shock as he expanded his spiritual awareness into the small room above. The once visible treasure chest has now completely vanished. The intricately carved stone bed and chair are stained with an unknown liquid and traces of blood. Elder Wang Yingjun, overwhelmed with fury, spewed forth another mouthful of blood. Damnable thief! Not even my 89 low-grade spirit stones were spared. I shall not rest until I see you brought to justice. The disappearance of his private funds seemed to be the final straw for Elder Wang, as darkness enveloped his vision and he collapsed. This time, he truly was unconscious. Wang Yingjun. Wang Yingjun. In his haze, Elder Wang seemed to hear someone gently calling his name. He opened his eyes to find a youthful face before him. Grand Elder? What brings you here? The Grand Elder helped Wang Yingjun to his feet. The illusory dream canines have inexplicably gathered here. I came to ascertain the situation and fortuitously found you unconscious. What happened to you? Did the illusory dream canines attack? Wang Yingjun quickly shook his head. No. It's just that I suffered internal injuries after a failed attempt to reach the fusion stage. Grand Elder, what is the illusory dream canine clan doing here? I have no idea. I merely came to investigate. Though he was uncertain about the illusory dream canine's purpose, Wang Yingjun suspected it was undoubtedly linked to his missing fish. With the Grand Elder present, he seized the opportunity to voice his grievances. Grand Elder, you must advocate for me. I have raised a black-bone snakehead fish here, but it has gone missing, undoubtedly taken by the dream hound. I am currently investigating this matter. The Elder glanced around and inquired, Did you dig this hole? Yes. That is splendid. I was just troubled about finding the culprit. Digging holes without permission, disrupting the natural environment of the Xintian sect, harming the ecology, geology, and landforms. Don't forget to pay a fine at the law enforcement hall later. Wang Yingjun was bewildered. I'm the victim here, having fainted, and you're asking me to pay a fine. How can your 37-degree tongue utter such cold words? Elder Wang Yingjun quickly devised a plan to feign unconsciousness again. Upon awakening, he intended to claim that he had just been slightly dazed and that this cave had nothing to do with him. He was merely passing by. However, before he could even lie down, the Elder continued, By the way, I noticed you fainting earlier, so I administered an expensive healing pill to you. You'll need to reimburse me for that when you pay your fine. Just as Wang Yingjun was about to collapse, he sprang up suddenly. Are you all right? The Elder was somewhat surprised to see Wang Yingjun suddenly revitalized. Wang Yingjun forced a smile, saying, "These are merely hidden injuries. I am not gravely affected. Elder, the next time you see me faint, please refrain from administering any medicine." "Well, I was merely concerned for you. But Elder, what about my fish?" Wang Yingjun was resigned to the fine, but the key was to rescue his fish. "I cannot assist you with your fish." "Why not?" The elder patiently elucidated. "In theory, the caves excavated illegally are considered public resources, just as the fish you raised in the communal pond are also public assets. There are no prohibitive signs against fishing here. But those are my fish. I purchased the fry and nurtured them with my own hands," Elder Wang Yingjun retorted. The elder sighed. "Our enforcement team requires evidence to act. You cannot simply toss a few fry into public waters and feed them, expecting that the fish therein belong to you. This constitutes a serious infringement on public resources, and a fine will be imposed." Elder Wang Yingjun immediately fell silent. However, this matter is not without resolution. The eyes of Elder Wang Yingjun brightened as he eagerly inquired, "What must I do? If you can prove that those fish are indeed yours, merely taken for a stroll here, and others have caught your fish, then it becomes a civil dispute." Elder Wang Yingjun was utterly perplexed. "What do you mean?" "Simply put, you can reclaim your fish yourself." Elder Wang Yingjun responded, "It is not that I fear confronting the dream hound for my fish. Rather, it is that, even if I manage to raise them, I lack the funds to have an alchemist concoct potions for me. Whether or not I possess the fish seems irrelevant. When an individual encounters an insurmountable issue, they often resort to self-reflection. Xiao Wang, do not forget to pay the fine." Elder Wang Yingjun slumped despondently to the ground. Upon witnessing Wang Yingjun's despondent demeanor, the Grand Elder let out a sudden sigh. "Very well, I shall seek out your partner, for it is evident that you are unable to pay the fine." Elder Wang Yingjun abruptly raised his head. "Grand Elder, when it comes to money, do ask for a bit more?" "What do you mean?" Wang Yingjun leaned closer to the Grand Elder, a smile gracing his lips. "Whatever surplus there is, give it to me." The Grand Elder's expression shifted to one of understanding. "And how much more are we discussing?" 10,000 contribution points. Wang Yingjun boldly declared. "Such a large sum." The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, contemplating the potential repercussions should this matter come to light. "What if your wife brings the third elder to confront me? I cannot withstand the wrath of the third elder." It is known that Wang Yingjun's wife and the third elder are sisters, with one of the three marrying out, while the other two remain in the Xuanian Gong. Wang Yingjun nudged the Grand Elder with his elbow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "I'll give you 20% of it when the time comes." The Grand Elder frowned slightly and, with a tone of righteous indignation, replied, "Young Wang, do you take me for what I am not? As the embodiment of Xuantian Gong's laws and the paragon of integrity within the sect, you dare to attempt to bribe me?" Wang Yingjun countered, "Let's split it 3-7. You take 3, I take 7. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before responding, "Would an additional 20,000 contribution points suffice?" Chapter 116. The pinnacle of beast mastery at the headquarters of the Outer Sect Enforcement Team, the sixth elder hurriedly arrived, seething with anger upon receiving the news. The disciples of the Beast Master Peak stood in a row, their spirits dampened and heads lowered. "How audacious you are to disregard my orders," he thundered. "I had thought you were behaving well during this period and granted you a 2-day respite. Yet you have overstepped your bounds. Please, Peak Master, allow us to explain." The disciples of the Beast Master Peak pleaded despondently, but the sixth elder would not entertain their justifications. Each time, there seems to be an excuse. "Do you believe that having a reason permits you to defy my commands? The confinement period is hereby extended for another 6 months." A collective wail of despair echoed in the hearts of the Beast Master Peak disciples, yet they dared not show any discontent upon their faces. "Ah," the sixth elder suddenly expressed suspicion, his expression darkening as he questioned, "Why do you all appear so dark, as if you have been scorched by the sun? Did you sneak out for a frolic in the sunlight? This is an injustice." They protested. "Peak Master, we have been wronged. It is impossible for us to become so dark merely from sun exposure." "Indeed." The sixth elder continued his advance. Seeing the sixth elder approaching, Kong Tianjiao anxiously called out, "Peak Master, my father has requested leave on my behalf, so this does not constitute a violation." "What leave? No one has approached me for such a request." The sixth elder looked in the direction of the voice and was taken aback to see a grotesquely weak black gorilla. "Whose spirit beast is this? It is both hideous and feeble. It should be released at once to preserve the dignity of our Xuanian Gong." The gorilla spoke up, "Peak Master, it is I, Kong Tianjiao." The sixth elder was taken aback, for despite his extensive experience in the realm of cultivation, He could not help but be astonished by the scene before him. You are Kong Tianjiao? How have you achieved this? He hastened to approach Kong Tianjiao, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he scrutinized him. Kong Tianjiao, with a smug smile, replied, I have connections, thus my treatment is undoubtedly different. Soon after, the sixth elder exclaimed with fervor, I never imagined that the realm I have pursued for so many years, which seemed so distant, has been attained by you. Seeing you reassures me. It appears my long-standing aspirations were indeed correct. Kong Tianjiao, elated by these words, mused to himself, had he inadvertently mastered an extraordinary divine ability? I truly am a genius. He joyfully inquired, Peak Master, what realm is this? In his heart, he thought, perhaps I should teach you. That is the highest realm of beast mastery. The sixth elder solemnly stated, transform yourself into a spirit beast. I command myself. Kong Tianjiao was left speechless. As Qin Yu departed from the cliff, he felt a slight tremor from the jade pendant. Upon inspection, he heard the familiar voices of an elder and a youth resonating in his ears. Rest? Only those deemed useless in the cultivation world would consider resting. The voices sounded somewhat inebriated, as if they had indulged in drink. Ah, everyone is gathering together. Qin Yu remarked, putting away the jade pendant and deciding not to intrude upon the master and disciple. Upon returning to his cave, he set up a large pot and began to fry stinky tofu. After a busy afternoon, he finally managed to send the dream hound away. Li Jingtong, holding his nose, assisted Qin Yu in the courtyard. As the translator for the dream dog, he knew he could not leave while it remained. At last, they completed their task. Li Jingtong stretched lazily and asked, Brother Yu, what shall we do next? Qin Yu tossed him a shovel. Dig a hole and bury the fish. With that, the two of them dug a pit beneath the residence in Qin Yu's courtyard and interred the fish. When the time came to advance to outer sect disciples and change residences, they could simply take the soil from this place with them. Brother Yu, what are your plans moving forward? Qin Yu pointed to the alchemical furnace and replied, Of course, I shall refine pills. He had intended to begin his alchemical work that morning, but various interruptions had delayed him until now. Nevertheless, the day had proven quite fruitful, as Qin Yu had unexpectedly gained 3 opportunities to replicate talents. He intended to utilize 2 of these opportunities to replicate a low-grade spiritual root, thereby allowing him to synthesize it into an A-grade supreme spiritual root. As for the remaining opportunity, Qin Yu planned to replicate an alchemical talent, elevating it to C-grade. Now that he was preparing to study second-tier pills, relying solely on a D-grade talent would suffice for crafting entry-level first-tier pills, but producing second-tier pills would be quite challenging. Enhancing the alchemical talent to C-grade would certainly ease the process. Upon hearing that Brother Yu was about to commence alchemical refining, Li Zhengtong shivered at the thought of returning home, only to find that Qin Yu had already prepared the pills by the time he came back. Brother Yu, why not come over to my house for a visit? It's not far from here, just half a day's journey by flying boat. Li Zhengtong wished to delay Qin Yu's progress by immersing him in entertainment. Moreover, gaining an understanding of the world of ordinary people would benefit us. After all, we cannot remain in the Xiantian sect for our entire lives. Qin Yu felt a slight temptation. The last time he accompanied Li Zhengtong and Xiaozhi to the city in search of Li Ziheo's treatment, he yearned to experience the charm of the mortal cities within the cultivation realm. However, they had to hurry back to Qin. And with the demonic sects being active at that time, there were no familiar faces in the city to rely on. Fearing danger, Qin Yu chose not to linger. If he were to visit Li Zhengtong's home, the protection of the Li family's elders would likely ensure his safety. Perhaps this is an opportunity to venture out and explore? Li Zhengtong was right. He could not remain in the sect indefinitely, as there would inevitably come a time to descend the mountain. Qin Yu was soon to advance to an outer disciple, and every outer disciple was required to leave the sect annually to complete missions assigned by it. It would be inadequate to be oblivious to the world beyond the sect. Qin Yu's understanding of the outside world relied solely on fragmented memories left by his previous self. During his year in the small town, he had not ventured far, and his knowledge of the outside world was merely gleaned from others' accounts, leaving his perception rather vague. Noticing that Qin Yu did not outright refuse but instead appeared contemplative, Li Zhengtong sensed a glimmer of hope. Brother Yu, my home is quite delightful. The flavors at the Plump Deity Bun Shop on the front street are simply unparalleled, while the dim sum at Windy Building is delectably soft and mouth-watering. The stir-fried chicken from the Little Lao Heir's house is equally enticing, and the tofu from Sister Qin Xiao's place, paired with a secret spicy sauce and chive flowers, elevates the taste to heavenly heights. Qin Yu interjects. He senses that Li Zhengtong's choice of adjectives has suddenly become more vivid. Furthermore, The tofu pudding next to the Hehuan massage parlor is renowned far and wide. And the dishes at Zhao's restaurant are truly unforgettable. Qin Yu, what are you saying? Li Zhengtong, the dishes at Zhao's restaurant are truly unforgettable? Qin Yu, the previous statement. Li Zhengtong, the tofu pudding next to the Hehuan massage parlor is renowned far and wide. Qin Yu, smiling mischievously, inquires, is this Hehuan massage parlor affiliated with the Hehuan sect? Is it reputable? Although the Hehuan sect had previously deceived Qin Yu in matters of the heart, leaving him profoundly disappointed, upon further reflection, he found their actions somewhat understandable. After all, Zhuangtiangong is a prominent righteous sect, and its disciples uphold their own principles. Moreover, the Hehuan sect's previous aim was to promote their own sect and to poach talent. Thus, their performance must have had its boundaries. If it were too excessive, it would likely evoke feelings of shame and embarrassment among the younger disciples, leading to counterproductive outcomes. Therefore, Qin Yu concludes that to truly understand the Hehuan sect, one must venture into the vibrant and bustling city. As for whether that establishment is related to the Hehuan sect, Li Jingtong is typically indifferent to such matters. After a moment's contemplation, Li Jingtong remarked, however, my father has never allowed me to enter that place. I often see people emerging from there clutching their waists. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. He had not anticipated that even such a small town would host a branch of the Hehuan sect, indicating the extensive reach of their operations. The prohibition against children entering, coupled with the sight of patrons exiting in discomfort, hinted at something quite curious. What is the meaning of this? Why are you so elated, you go? Li Zhengtong inquired, perplexed. You, being a child, wouldn't he comprehend? Let us set forth early tomorrow. I am quite intrigued by the tofu pudding adjacent to the Hehuan massage parlor. That sounds splendid. You will undoubtedly fall in love with that tofu pudding. Very well. Let us hasten back to prepare. We must catch the earliest flying boat. After sending Li Zhengtong on his way, Qin Yu ventured out alone, seeking individuals from whom he could replicate talents. Since Li Zhengtong's spiritual root had ascended to a medium grade, replication had become impossible. Though Qin Yu found the system to be quite effective, it was limited to the replication of D-grade talents, significantly constraining his potential. To acquire a higher-grade talent, Qin Yu needed to first locate the corresponding D-grade talent. It was akin to his desire for a superior spiritual root, which necessitated the continuous replication of inferior roots to synthesize and elevate. However, he found himself at a loss when it came to replicating Li Zhengtong's survival against all odds talent, as he had no knowledge of what D-grade talent it corresponded to. Pondering this, Qin Yu wondered whether the system's functionality would improve upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. In contemplation, Qin Yu completed the replication of his innate talent. Name: Qin Yu Innate Talent. Superior Spiritual Root, a grade. Alchemy Novice, C grade. Superior Spiritual Root, a grade A, favored child of heaven and earth. A rare existence among millions, capable of rapid ascension and cultivation, destined to become a formidable figure. Alchemy Novice, C grade, possesses a certain aptitude for alchemy, with the potential to become a true alchemist. However, throughout his life, he will only be able to concoct low-grade elixirs, making it difficult to attain prominence. Progress, 99. 9. Note: upon reaching 100 progress, an opportunity to replicate a talent will be granted. Splendid. At last, I possess an A-grade talent. Qin Yu felt as if he finally resembled the protagonist of Grand Tales. He gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, exhaling slowly, and declared with an air of sophistication, "Give me a fulcrum, and I shall move the entire realm of cultivation. Tremble, O realm of cultivation. I, Emperor Qin Yu, shall rise to greatness, ha 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 ha." With a flourish of his sleeve, Qin Yu sauntered away amidst the bewildered stares of passers-by. Alas, it seems I misspoke. It was not a fulcrum, but a pivot I meant. The following dawn, Qin Yu shouted over the courtyard wall, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I can hardly wait to visit the bun shop beside the Hehuan sect." Li Jingtong sensed that Brother Yu was even more exhilarated than he was. Whose home are we truly returning to? Brother Yu, it is not the Hehuan sect, but rather a Hehuan massage parlor, and next to it is a tofu pudding shop. The bun shop is on the main street. Li Jingtong corrected him. Yet how could this minor, still unversed in the ways of adulthood, comprehend the subtle nuances of grown-up thoughts? Let us hasten. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong boarded the flying vessel, and after 2 hours of flight, they arrived at a grand city known as Wangshan City. Subsequently, they traveled from Wangshan City in a carriage drawn by a horse-like spirit beast, jostling for an hour before finally reaching a smaller city named Wuxing City. This was, in fact, the residence of Li Zhengtong. It is said that long ago, a spirit beast crow transcended here to attain sanctity, thus the name Wuxing City. Qin Yu was uncertain of the authenticity of this legend. Yet he sensed that each city in this realm was accompanied by one or several tales. It seemed that a city without a legend was unworthy of appearing on the map. Whether it was someone achieving immortality in this locale or another validating their path, it felt as though the world was teeming with immortals. It was only after the Liang Kingdom enacted laws to curtail the arbitrary fabrication of rumors that such occurrences began to wane. However, some tales evolved into the legends of today through the passage of generations. Qin Yu hurried into the city. The town was modest, resembling a quaint hamlet, with houses of blue bricks and tiles standing in orderly rows, exuding an antique charm. Qin Yu mused that if a gentle rain were to fall at that moment, and he held a paper umbrella while accompanied by a maiden, the ambience would undeniably be heightened. His reverie was abruptly shattered upon seeing the portly Li family scion, who was indiscreetly picking his nose. "There is neither rain nor maiden," he exclaimed. "How peculiar. Is it not the New Year? Today marks the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, yet these establishments are open for business?" Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. Li Zhengtong remarked, "The New Year is merely a single day. The rest of the time remains unaffected." Qin Yu pondered, considering it might be a matter of local customs. "So, where can I find the tofu pudding?" he inquired. "Brother Yu, you're in quite a hurry. It seems you're rather eager." Li Zhengtong smacked his lips, feeling a pang of hunger himself at this midday hour. "Come with me. Let me introduce you to the tofu pudding shop I've cherished for many years." The two made their way directly to the tofu pudding stall. Here I come. Hahuan sect," Qin Yu exclaimed, jogging along until he spotted the entrance of the Hahuan massage parlor. The establishment appeared exceedingly shabby, even missing a character from its sign, clearly not a reputable venue. "This is rather pathetic," Qin Yu mused, unaware of Liang Kingdom's laws regarding such establishments, uncertain if they were legal. If they were not, then it would make sense for the Hahuan sect to disguise itself in such a dilapidated manner while concealing greater depths within. He reassured himself. At this noon hour, the shop was devoid of customers. Qin Yu understood this, as one seldom frequents such places in broad daylight. "Brother Yu, the tofu pudding vendor is over there." "Why are you staring at the Hahuan massage parlor?" Li Zhengtong asked, puzzled. "You're just a child and don't understand." Qin Yu coughed lightly and replied, "I'm merely browsing around to familiarize myself with this area. You go ahead and enjoy your tofu pudding." Li Zhengtong paused, contemplating. Brother Yu is truly remarkable. The tofu pudding he has long anticipated is right before him, yet he remains unfazed. Indeed, the path of cultivation necessitates enduring solitude and resisting temptation. I must learn from Brother Yu to withstand allurements. Starting from this moment, Li Zhengtong resolved within himself to withstand temptation. Henceforth, he would resist the temptation of tofu pudding for a quarter of an hour. With determination, Li Zhengtong turned to Qin Yu and declared, "Brother Yu, I will first procure a few meat buns, then head to West Street for 2 meat pastries, followed by 2 roasted pig trotters and braised brain from East Market, along with some fried sweet cakes." Upon a brief calculation, Li Zhengtong realized that it was impossible to acquire such a multitude of items within a mere quarter of an hour. "Then I shall resist the tofu pudding for half an hour instead." Progress indeed. Li Zhengtong felt elated, for this was one of the benefits of cultivation. Previously, he could scarcely consume so much food. Qin Yu pondered, could it be that Li Zhengtong's lack of wit stemmed from an overindulgence in junk food? "Hurry along." Qin Yu waved him off, straightening his attire and taking a deep breath before entering the establishment. Upon his entrance, a plump middle-aged woman approached with a beaming smile. "Young man, what shall I call you?" Qin Yu mused. Could this be the legendary matron? "My surname is Li." "Ah, young Master Li, please come in." The jovial woman welcomed. "What experiences would you like to indulge in at our establishment? We specialize in powerful grappling techniques in the hellish devil push." "Ah, the world of cultivation is indeed extraordinary. I have never even heard of such techniques," Qin Yu exclaimed grandly, waving his hand in a flourish. "Let us partake in all of them." After all, he had exchanged a considerable amount of spirit stones and silver the previous day. "I am not short of money." The plump woman scrutinized Qin Yu, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. "Is this frail figure all you've got?" "Huh," she then tactfully advised, "Young Master Li, indulging in so many services at once may be too much for your constitution." Qin Yu let out a cold laugh, his anger boiling over. "Who do you look down upon? I demand 5, no, 10 services at once. I want to experience all 10. As he spoke, he casually produced a piece of silver and tossed it to the plump woman. This is a deposit. Make haste. The plump woman beamed with joy. Young Master Li, please come inside. She led Qin Yu to a rather modest room, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Do you not pay attention to your environment in this line of work? Will you still have customers with such a setup? Our environment may be lacking, but our techniques are excellent. Just you wait, young master. Qin Yu, harboring a mix of skepticism and a willingness to try, settled onto the bed. Moments later, he heard the plump woman bellowing outside. Strong men, no resting now. We finally have work. Strong men? Qin Yu sprang to his feet, glancing back to see 5 or 6 muscular men staring directly at him. What on earth, a black shop? Chapter 119. A misunderstanding. Qin Yu was taken aback. How could it be that they were all men? This establishment certainly lacked decorum. The plump matron paused, pondering that it was quite normal for a massage parlor to employ male practitioners, given that massage is a physically demanding task. Without these robust men, how could one possibly alleviate a protruding lumbar disc? With a smile, the matron reassured, Fear not, young sir, our technique is exceptional. Simply position yourself comfortably, and we shall take care of the rest. According to your preferences, I have arranged for 10 strong men to provide you with a simultaneous experience of 10 distinct treatments, ensuring a sensation akin to celestial elevation. The matron placed great emphasis on Qin Yu, who was a substantial client, as he casually tossed a large sum of silver. Perhaps by catering to this esteemed patron, their establishment could avoid temporary closure. This prospect sent shivers down Qin Yu's spine. This was not merely a branch of the Huan sect. It was a nefarious establishment masquerading under its guise. Without hesitation, Qin Yu sprang to his feet, awkwardly chuckling. My apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn. I thought this was a place for selling tofu pudding. My friend is still waiting for me. I must take my leave. The matron, realizing that a rare customer was about to depart, grew frantic. Quick, let us provide this esteemed gentleman with a brief massage. If we do, we can forego the deposit refund. In an instant, several burly men lunged forward. After a brief tussle, the men found themselves battered and cowering in the corner of the room, nursing their bruises. Clenching his fists, Qin Yu turned to the now dazed matron and questioned, in broad daylight, do you still intend to engage in coercive practices? What exactly does your establishment do? Asked the inquisitive visitor. The plump matron replied, Dear guest, this is not a shady operation. We are merely an ordinary massage parlor. An ordinary massage parlor, you say? Then why are there so many burly men around? The matron responded, Well, men possess strength, and their robust hands provide a more pleasurable experience. Then why have you named it Huan Massage Parlor? Are you attempting to lure lecherous souls by invoking the name of the Huan sect, and then robbing them blind? Please don't misunderstand, the visitor clarified. I am not like those lascivious individuals. I am here primarily to ascertain whether your establishment operates legitimately. With a bewildered expression, the matron inquired, What is the Huan sect? The reason we named it Huan Massage Parlor is simply because my name is Li Huan. Qin Yu was momentarily speechless. Then why did you try to prevent me from leaving just now? The matron, wearing a congenial smile, explained, according to the laws of Liang Kingdom. In service industries such as ours, once a customer has accepted the service, we are entitled to collect payment. I must admit, our business has been languishing and is on the verge of closure. I was merely hoping to provide you with a massage, as you previously offered that silver coin, which would justify our acceptance of it. After an extensive inquiry, Qin Yu realized his misunderstanding. Indeed, this was a legitimate massage establishment. It was not my error, but rather that scoundrel Li Zhengtong who misled me. What do you mean by covering your waist when you come out? And why say children are not allowed? What does this have to do with a legitimate massage parlor? Which proper massage establishment would allow someone to emerge while clutching their waist? Damn it, Li Zhengtong. You are dead meat once I get out of here. Master, here's your money. The plump woman, her face etched with concern, returned the coins to Qin Yu. Forget it, let this money serve as compensation for their injuries. After all, I misunderstood them and even assaulted them. Qin Yu stormed out, only to spot Li Zhengtong, who was blissfully carrying 2 bags of craft paper, merrily passing by on his way to the East Market to purchase roasted pig's trotters. Upon seeing Qin Yu exit, Li Zhengtong exclaimed with surprise, Brother Yu, you're out so soon? He had observed Qin Yu sneaking into the massage parlor. Qin Yu, filled with indignation, demanded, Why did you tell me that many people come out of this place clutching their waists? Li Zhengtong lowered his voice. Brother Yu, the skills here are quite poor. Many people with back pain come for a massage, but it only exacerbates their discomfort. Haven't you noticed that the place is on the verge of closing down? Then why did you say your father forbade you from entering? This establishment primarily focuses on back massages. Children don't have such ailments. Besides, it's rather expensive here. With that money, one could purchase meat buns, meat pies, tofu pudding, roasted pig's trotters, fried pork tenderloin, and candied hawthorns. Qin Yu was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that, at the core, there is a flaw in my reasoning? How could I possibly be wrong? Clearly, it is Li Zhengtong who failed to communicate clearly. Qin Yu struck Li Zhengtong on the back of his head with a sharp slap. Damn it. Knowing full well that this establishment lacks proficiency, you still allowed me to enter without a word. What are your intentions? Li Zhengtong rubbed the back of his head, bewildered. I thought you were just browsing, brother Yu. Come on, don't be upset. How about we go have some tofu pudding? Although Li Zhengtong was clueless about the source of Qin Yu's ire, he firmly believed that tofu pudding could surely placate him. After all, ever since Qin Yu heard about tofu pudding yesterday, he had been inexplicably exhilarated, clearly a fervent enthusiast of the delicacy. Let's go eat it now. Qin Yu gritted his teeth as he spoke. Despite the entire situation being a misunderstanding, he was still quite irate. Upon arriving at the humble tofu pudding shop, Li Zhengtong inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar aroma. Owner, we'll have 2 portions of tofu pudding, one without cilantro. He turned to Qin Yu. Do you eat cilantro? I do. Then make the other one with cilantro. Ah, when did young Master Li return? The shopkeeper, recognizing Li Zhengtong, greeted him warmly. I just got back. I haven't even made it home before coming here for your tofu pudding. He continued, there's also a tofu pudding shop near Xiantian sect, but absurdly, their tofu pudding is sweet. I was truly astonished after the first bite. After wandering around, I must say, yours is still the best. The shopkeeper laughed heartily. What an honor. Today, these 2 bowls of tofu pudding are on the house, as a gesture of hospitality for young Master Li. Li Zhengtong, as a member of the Li family, was already a prominent figure in Wuxing City. Furthermore, having entered the most formidable cultivation sect of the Liang Kingdom, the Xiantian sect, he swiftly became the talk of the town. Those eager to curry favor with him could line up from one end of the city to the other. You are far too gracious, my esteemed boss. Li Zhengtong was not overly surprised, for he had purchased meat buns and meat pastries without spending a dime. They refused even to accept payment. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong found a seat and sat down. Li Zhengtong unfurled the oilskin paper in his hand, revealing several steaming meat buns and perfectly crisp meat pastries. Do you not eat cilantro? Qin Yu inquired curiously, unable to fathom why anyone would eschew such a delightful herb. Li Zhengtong shook his head, exclaiming, cilantro has a taste reminiscent of a stinky bug. He too could not comprehend why some preferred cilantro, pondering the difference between consuming cilantro and indulging in something foul. Wait here. I shall check if the tofu pudding is ready, he said. All right. Without further thought, Li Zhengtong remained blissfully unaware of the impending encounter that awaited him. Chapter 120, Authentic Tofu Pudding. As Qin Yu stepped into the kitchen, he discovered that the shopkeeper had already prepared a serving of tofu pudding, while another bowl was being filled with the delicate dish, just moments away from having the meat broth added. Wait, Qin Yu interjected, halting the process with urgency. What is it, esteemed master? The shopkeeper inquired, bewildered by the sudden interruption. Presenting his identity token from the Xiantian sect, Qin Yu introduced himself. I am the senior brother of Li Zhengtong. I have come here specifically to convey an important message to you. To convey something to me? The shopkeeper's surprise was palpable, as he doubted the validity of his own ears. He was merely a commoner. How could a celestial master from the Xiantian sect have anything to discuss with him, let alone make a special visit? Yet, Qin Yu affirmed, indeed, this matter pertains directly to you. The shopkeeper hastily set down the bowl he was holding, cautiously moving closer to Qin Yu, a hint of apprehension flickering in his heart. Esteemed master, could it be that I possess exceptional aptitude for cultivation, and some prominent figure from the Xiantian sect has taken notice? Are you here to guide me back to the sect? Qin Yu, taken aback by the shopkeeper's thoughts, mused. What are you imagining? At your age, still fantasizing about becoming an immortal? He continued. I am here to inform you that Junior Brother Li possesses extraordinary talent and possesses an exceptionally rare and robust physique. He has been personally accepted as a disciple by an elder of the sect and is hailed as the future hope of the cultivation world. However, this unique physique harbors a critical flaw. He cannot consume tofu pudding, specifically the meat broth that accompanies it. Should he indulge in that broth, all his cultivation would dissipate in an instant. However, this matter was unbeknownst to Junior Brother Li, for his master had continuously instilled in him the notion of invincibility, leading him to believe that his constitution was flawless, devoid of any imperfections. This belief was essential for him to obliterate all obstacles in his subsequent cultivation journey. Should he come to realize that his constitution was not without flaws, it would undoubtedly shatter his resolve. Do you understand? The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. His first reaction was to marvel at the prowess of the young master from the Li family. His second thought was to question the extraordinary nature of his own tofu pudding. He had never before heard a storyteller mention that one's cultivation could be drastically affected by consuming a bowl of tofu pudding. However, in the unpredictable realm of cultivation, the emergence of peculiar constitutions was plausible, far beyond the realm of a mere mortal's skepticism. The shopkeeper inquired, then, immortal master, shall we refrain from serving this tofu pudding to young Master Li? No, Qin Yu replied earnestly. Junior Brother Li has expressed a desire to savor your tofu pudding on multiple occasions. We must fulfill that wish. He simply cannot consume the meat broth. But he is not prohibited from enjoying the tofu pudding itself. The shopkeeper was bewildered. Tofu pudding without broth. Could it still be considered tofu pudding? Suddenly, he recalled what Li Jingtong had mentioned about sweet tofu pudding and tentatively asked, what if we add a bit of sugar? No need. Just serve him the original flavor. The term original flavor struck the shopkeeper as an affront to the very essence of tofu pudding, and he muttered to himself in discontent. However, since it was the celestial master who spoke, he could only comply. Soon, a steaming bowl of tofu pudding was placed on the table. Beneath the rich brown broth lay the delicate white tofu, adorned with a drizzle of chili oil, while a few vibrant green coriander leaves floated like tiny boats, gently swaying in the bowl. Upon seeing this visually appealing and fragrant tofu pudding, Li Jingtong felt his appetite surge. A mouthful of the savory and delectable tofu pudding, followed by a bite of the crispy yet tender meat pie. Such exquisite flavors were beyond compare. Just as another bowl of tofu pudding was served, Li Jingtong eagerly called out, "Over here! Over here!" Upon seeing the pristine tofu pudding, Li Jingtong was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, uncle, is this tofu pudding not fully prepared?" The shopkeeper awkwardly chuckled. "I apologize, young Master Li, but we've run out of broth today." Unable to disclose the fact that Li Jingtong could not have the broth, he resorted to a harmless fib. "Out of broth?" Li Jingtong's expression instantly became exaggerated, filled with despair. "Do you not realize that the broth is the soul of the tofu pudding? Without the broth, the tofu pudding is like a wife pie without a wife." Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. A wife pie never had a wife in the first place. Li Jingtong retorted, "A couple's lung slice does not contain a couple." Qin Yu replied, "A couple's lung slice never contained a couple." Li Jingtong exclaimed, "Stinky tofu has feces added to it." Qin Yu shot back, "Are you out of your mind, stinky tofu?" "Apologies, brother Yu, I misspoke," Li Jingtong said as he picked up the bowl and walked towards the kitchen. "It is still mealtime, so how could the restaurant possibly be out of the savory meat broth for the tofu pudding?" Li Jingtong instantly discerned that this was a prank orchestrated by Qin Yu and the shopkeeper. Consequently, he seized the moment to retaliate with a witty remark. Li Jingtong may be naive, but he is far from foolish. When it comes to food, his intellect rivals that of Qin Yu. Qin Yu chuckled softly, indifferent to the revelation. Li Jingtong, well acquainted with the establishment he had frequented since childhood, dashed into the kitchen, his familiarity with its layout deeply ingrained. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a large pot, simmering over a gentle flame, its lid rhythmically bouncing as if propelled by some invisible force. A fragrant steam wafted upwards, infused with the enticing aroma of the meat broth. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Ah, this is the essence." Realizing there was still a substantial amount left, he cheerfully declared, "Boss, I'll serve myself." However, as he lifted the lid, he was struck dumb, akin to a bolt from the blue. To his astonishment, the surface of the broth was entirely covered with a generous layer of cilantro. "Master Li, we truly have run out of the broth without cilantro," sighed the shopkeeper behind him, inwardly thinking, "Please don't blame me, Master Li. This is all for your own good. You are the beacon of hope for our Wuxing city, and its rise depends on you." Qin Yu savored a spoonful of the tofu pudding, relishing the satisfaction of vengeance. It's not as delightful as Aunt Pang's version. Chapter 121. How can one display their virtue in public? Li Jingtong took a hearty bite of his meat bun, glanced at Qin Yu's bowl of tofu pudding, and then took a pitiful sip of hot water. The expression of grievance on his face made Qin Yu feel a twinge of embarrassment. Are there several cultivation families in this city? Is your Li family the dominant one here? Qin Yu shifted the conversation, intending to first comprehend the distribution of power within the small city. Li Zhengtong swallowed his mouthful of bun and replied, "This city is home to 3 cultivation families, our Li family, the Meng family to the east, and the Wu family to the north. Our strengths are roughly comparable. Besides us, there is also the City Lord's mansion. Who does this City Lord's mansion belong to? Or has it been overshadowed by your 3 families?" Qin Yu inquired curiously. Isn't it often depicted in novels that the City Lord's mansion is rendered a mere tool for the local aristocracy? Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong was taken aback. Brother Yu, please don't speak carelessly. The City Lord's mansion is affiliated with the imperial court. They hold the highest authority in the city. Indeed. The local tyrants are firmly suppressed by the powerful. Are there any individuals here with whom you have conflicts, perhaps peers from the Ming or Wu families? Or even cousins from your only family? Li Zhengtong pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, we are all classmates and get along quite well. Qin Yu felt somewhat speechless. If you have friends everywhere, how can I portray myself as impressive and stand out in front of others? In other narratives, protagonists often encounter misfortune wherever they go, facing adversarial figures at every turn and contending with a multitude of mindless bystanders who ridicule them mercilessly. They play the role of the underdog, reveling in their triumphs. Yet, here I find myself in a peculiar harmony, as if everyone is merely indulging in a whimsical game of make-believe. Within the Xintian sect, Qin Yu is but a humble servant disciple, and thus, he dares not overstep his bounds. Having finally arrived at this remote town, he had hoped to leverage his affiliation with the Xintian sect to stage an impressive performance, only to discover that Li Zhengtong is devoid of any adversaries. Alas, what use is this cultivation prowess to me? Qin Yu suddenly finds himself reminiscing about the foolish son of the Chancellor and the proud Kong Tianjiao from the Beast Master Peak. It dawns on him how crucial antagonists truly are to one's journey. After satisfying their appetites, the two made their way toward the Li family residence. The Li household is situated in the southern part of the town, not far from the marketplace. After a quarter of an hour's stroll, Qin Yu beheld the entrance to the Li estate. The gate was not ostentatious. Rather, it exuded an air of antiquity and historical significance, indicative of a family steeped in culture and heritage. Above the entrance hung a plaque, heavily encrusted with moss, suggesting it had stood for centuries. Inscribed upon it were the characters for the Li family, imbued with profound meaning. The initial impression the gate imparted was not that of a sect dedicated to cultivation, but rather that of a scholarly lineage rich in cultural depth. It seems the Li family's taste is quite commendable, befitting a lineage of cultivators, Qin Yu mused. Just then, Li Zhengtong interjected, explaining that the gate was a result of his father's insistence on renovations, lamenting that the original entrance had been quite grand, leaving him puzzled as to why his father would choose to render it so dilapidated. The conversation reveals a desire to project an image of familial heritage and cultural depth, attempting to mask the deficiencies in the Li family's education. Qin Yu mused, I had assumed this was a family of literary distinction, but it turns out to be a mere fade. However, the alteration of the grand entrance does possess certain advantages. In the past, when the entrance was ostentatious, numerous merchants from distant lands would visit, often taking advantage of our perceived naivety and attempting to deceive us. Qin Yu pondered this notion. An overly extravagant entrance could indeed suggest foolishness paired with wealth, attracting cunning merchants eager to exploit a perceived vulnerability. Yet, with the entrance transformed, it now exudes an air of depth, restraint, and wisdom. Merchants visiting for trade would likely temper their scheming inclinations, lest they jeopardize the business at hand. Uncle must possess great wisdom. Qin Yu thought, is it true that since the entrance was remodeled, no one has attempted to deceive you? To validate his hypothesis, Qin Yu inquired, indeed, replied Li Zhengtong. Ever since we completed the renovations, no merchants have come to our home for business. Qin Yu was taken aback. How superficial those merchants must be. Li Zhengtong stepped forward and knocked on the door. It swung open, revealing a small head, presumably that of a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Li Xiaojiao. Li Zhengtong exclaimed with delight, but before he could finish, the door slammed shut. Moments later, a voice filled with excitement echoed from the courtyard. Father. Mother, my elder brother has come back to life. Li Zhengtong stood perplexed. Qin Yu sighed, reflecting on the half-year absence that had filled the martial world with rumors of his demise. Just moments ago, the door had been secured from within, but now, with the latch unfastened, Li Zhengtong pushed the door open and entered. Li Xiaojiao, what nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, hearing the commotion, Li Jingtong's parents emerged. Li father, a robust figure with a commanding presence and short hair, exuded an air of authority, his handsome visage hinting at a striking youth. Li mother appeared somewhat younger than her husband, seemingly in her 30s, exuding grace and possessing a striking beauty. Qin Yu then turned his gaze to Li Xiaojiao. Although still young, her budding beauty was already apparent. Father, mother, and younger sister all possess remarkable looks, yet how is it that Li Jingtong? Qin Yu chose silence, deeming it prudent not to disclose his observations to Li Jingtong. Li mother shot a disapproving glance at Li Xiaojiao before turning her affectionate gaze towards Li Jingtong. Ah, Tong, you're finally back. Why have you returned so late? Father. Mother, there were some unexpected matters at the sect that delayed me. Li father patted Li Jingtong on the shoulder, laughing heartily. You've grown quite a bit. But why have you lost so much weight? At Xuantianzong, the good food comes at a price, and without funds. I was left with only the fasting pills to sustain me. How could I not lose weight? Li mother immediately displayed a look of concern, saying, when you return, I'll ensure your father prepares plenty of spirit stones for you. How could you endure such hardship at such a grand sect? Boys must endure some trials. If we handle everything for him, how can we trust the Li family to him in the future? Li Jingtong hails from a quintessential family characterized by a nurturing mother and a strict father. No need for that. Li Jingtong gestured dismissively, exuding pride as he proclaimed, I have achieved freedom in contribution points, surpassing 99% of the outer disciples. His mother, with a beaming smile, expressed her affection, her eyes brimming with maternal love. Li's father nodded in satisfaction, remarking, truly, he is a scion of the Li family. Even amidst the exceptional talents at the Xiantian sect, he stands out. It was evident that entering the Xiantian sect felt akin to a child from a previous life gaining admission to Tsinghua University, truly the beloved of the entire family. The three members of the Li family surrounded Li Jingtong, entirely overlooking the presence of Qin Yu, who stood in the background. Do share with your father how you amassed those contribution points. Li's father was eager to hear how his precious son was making waves at the Xiantian sect. Li Jingtong, with a chuckle and a proud demeanor, replied, earning contribution points is, in fact, quite simple. One merely needs to take on an elder brother and follow his lead in various schemes. At this, the faces of Li Jingtong's parents immediately darkened. Is this all my son from the Li family is capable of? Qin Yu's expression also soured. What schemes? I was merely instructing them. Imparting knowledge on how to avoid scams. The fees I collected were for educational purposes. Do you understand? Chapter 122. Learning well from your elders by the way. Mom and Dad, allow me to introduce someone. Li Jingtong pulled Qin Yu over, causing Li's father, Li's mother, and Li's younger sister to be momentarily taken aback. How surprising to find another person here. Qin Yu was tempted to admonish them. In your family of four, is Li Jingtong truly the most astute among you all? This is my elder brother at Xiantian sect, as well as my neighbor and dearest friend, Qin Yu. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Hello. Greetings, brother. I hear from Xiaodong that you have helped him earn some money. Li's father, possessing a modicum of emotional intelligence, tactfully overlooked any insinuations of deceit. Qin Yu waved his hand modestly, stating, it is merely a small sum, nothing substantial. Li's father pressed for clarification. What exactly do you mean by not much? Just about 100,000 contribution points, equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, Qin Yu replied. Li's father smiled nonchalantly. A mere 100,000 spirit stones? Is that all it takes to elevate my son to a position of prominence? 100,000 spirit stones. His expression rapidly morphed into one of exaggerated astonishment. Initially, he had assumed that Qin Yu had only earned a few thousand spirit stones, distributing a few hundred to Li Jingtong. To think that a trifling few hundred spirit stones could elevate my family's most illustrious descendant, the future head of the Li family, to the status of your subordinate? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Thus, Li's father intended to use this opportunity to impart a lesson to Qin Yu while reminding Li Jingtong of his forthcoming responsibilities as the Li family's patriarch, cautioning him against hastily recognizing others as brothers without regard to his esteemed position. However, upon hearing the figure of 100,000 spirit stones, Li's father's mind became a whirlpool of confusion. That amounts to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones, equivalent to the annual income of the Li family. For a clan of cultivators, what holds the utmost importance? Resources undoubtedly take precedence. In the realm of cultivation, the presence of spirit stones facilitates boundless progress. Without them, advancement becomes nearly impossible. The reason the Li family has fallen into its current plight is precisely due to a lack of resources, perpetually fretting over spirit stones for generations. As one of the wisest members of the Li family, Father Li recognized this truth long ago. Although the Li family cannot be deemed impoverished, the allocation of resources among its members is far from abundant. Without sufficient resources to foster the development of the younger generation, the Li family is destined to continue its decline. Aware of the issue, Father Li began to seek solutions. The rebuilding of the main gate was one such endeavor. However, he could not comprehend why, in contrast to the past when the ostentatious entrance attracted visitors seeking collaboration, the newly constructed gate has failed to draw any business opportunities. Though the intentions of those earlier visitors were not entirely pure, with a measure of caution, they could have still yielded some benefits for the family. Yet, the absence of any business inquiries after the renovations left Father Li perplexed. Though he came to a clear realization, the members of the Li family indeed lack acumen in the art of making money. In contrast, Qin Yu, despite his youth, effortlessly amassed a fortune of 100,000 spirit stones, demonstrating a profound understanding of wealth generation. If Father Li could learn even a couple of his methods, it would undoubtedly benefit Li Zhengtong for a lifetime. Previously, Father Li had engaged merchants to instruct Li Zhengtong on the nuances of earning money. However, the merchants' teachings were filled with deceitful tactics that Father Li found distasteful. Although my family, the Li clan, is indeed a lineage of immortal cultivators, how could we stoop to such deeds? Despite Li Zhengtong's assertion that Qin Yu was also engaged in deceitful practices, Li's father held a differing opinion. Those merchants who swindled for mere hundreds or thousands of spirit stones were simply beneath their family's dignity. In contrast, Qin Yu's schemes yielded a staggering 100,000 spirit stones, a testament to his grandeur, perfectly aligning with the esteemed status of the Li family. Moreover, the fact that Qin Yu's trickery went unchecked by the Xiantian sect indicated a level of cunning that could easily deceive the laws of the Liang kingdom. Such skills were worth acquiring, as they posed no harm. Presently, all Li Zhengtong needed to do was observe Qin Yu's every action and word. For even gleaning a fragment of his wisdom could elevate the Li family from their impoverished state. This was indeed a pivotal moment for the family's prosperity. Little Tong has chosen the right elder brother. It is imperative to advise Little Tong to learn diligently from his senior. Clearing his throat, Li's father mused. I wonder how many subordinates you possess within the Xiantian sect? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Li's father posed such a question. Could it be that he is upset upon hearing that his precious son has become someone else's subordinate? Qin Yu felt somewhat aggrieved, for in his heart, Li Jingtong was no mere subordinate. He was a good friend, a brother, a reliable companion, and a willing test subject. Uncle, please disregard his nonsensical claims. We are friends. And no one is subordinate to anyone. I understand, but do enlighten me, how many friends like Li Zhengtong do you truly have? Qin Yu found himself utterly perplexed by the riddle concealed in Li's father's inquiry. Father Li is not as simple as he appears. The last person who left me utterly bewildered was Elder Wang Yingjuan's disciple. Since I cannot comprehend it, I shall not dwell on it further. Qin Yu candidly stated, aside from Tongzi, I have a friend named Xiao Ji, but Tongzi and I share a deeper bond. Just one? Father Li inquired for confirmation. Qin Yu nodded, indeed. Excellent. Father Li exclaimed, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. To emerge from the ranks of so many prodigies within the Xiantian sect and become your subordinate, truly. He is a worthy descendant of the Li family. Li Xiaojiao chimed in. Ha ha ha. My brother is indeed remarkable, far surpassing everyone in the Xiantian sect. Qin Yu was taken aback. Li Zhengtong asked, huh? Qin Yu suddenly began to question, is it truly such an honor to be my subordinate? Moreover, are you both blind and deaf? I clearly mentioned Xiao Ji, yet somehow you reduced it to merely your son. Qin Yu felt a sudden realization. It appeared that Li Zhengtong's intellect was quite commendable. What is your name? Mother Li inquired, pulling Father Li aside with a smile. Madam, my name is Qin Yu. You may call me Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, what a lovely name. Mother Li replied with a smile. Interestingly, Xiao Tong's uncle's aunt's son's nephew is named Xiao Bingbao. You two share quite a connection. Qin Yu responded, madam? I am referring to the universe, Yu. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Ahem, mother. Li Zhengtong interjected, breaking the tension. Why did Li Xiaojiao just say that I have been resurrected? The child speaks nonsense. Mother Li playfully tapped Li Xiaojiao on the head and explained with a smile. Did you not say you would return on the second day of the new year? Your sister waited all day yesterday without your arrival, and she began to fear that you had met with an unfortunate incident on your journey. Li Xiaojiao, with her tender voice, retorted, "If you do not return soon, I shall even prepare your grave. Go away." Li Zhengtong shot a glare at Li Xiaojiao, yet she remained undaunted. "By the way, father," Li Zhengtong inquired further, "it is already midday. Why is our front door still locked from the inside? Has something occurred at home?" In a family like the Li's, renowned for their cultivation, the front door was typically left open, exuding an air of grandeur. A sudden closure of the door would indeed be quite peculiar. Upon hearing this, Father Li's expression immediately turned serious. Chapter 123. This is certainly not your problem. Here it comes. Here it comes. Qin Yu perked up his ears, instantly invigorated. Could it be that the privileges of being the protagonist are finally upon me, bringing calamity wherever I tread? In this affair, apart from me, no one else can handle. In an instant, Qin Yu had imagined his grandiose demeanor and the pose he would strike. When the time comes, I shall don a cloak. Striding confidently out of the city gates, casting a nonchalant wave of my hand, disappearing into the distance under the adoration of countless gazes. Though I may depart, my legends will linger throughout this city. I must hurry to procure a cloak. As Qin Yu indulged in his daydreams, he heard Li Fu bellowing towards a small room beside the entrance. "Old Wang, what is it, master?" An old man, appearing to be in his 70s, emerged from the small room. "You forgot to open the door again today." "Huh? Master, what did you say?" "I cannot hear." Li Fu replied, "Never mind." "Very well, master. Next time, please refrain from calling me out unnecessarily." The elderly gatekeeper, Old Wang, had grown forgetful, often neglecting to open the gate. Li Mu explained from the side. Qin Yu thought, how utterly frustrating. "Xiao Tong, quickly take Xiao Yu inside to rest. You haven't had your meal yet, have you? I will personally prepare some delicious dishes for you. What would you like to eat?" Upon hearing that Li Mu would be cooking, the members of the Li family braced themselves for the impending culinary adventure. "Aunt, we just finished our meal outside." Li Zhengdong nodded repeatedly. "Mother, please do not trouble yourself with cooking. Let the kitchen handle it. It truly is a pity that we have already dined." Li Mother sighed, a hint of disappointment evident. Li Father exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. "Since we've eaten, let's take a moment to rest indoors. I need to discuss a matter with Xiao Yu." "Very well. I shall arrange for a guest room for Xiao Yu. Xiaodong, why don't you take Xiao Yu to explore our Li family estate? Enjoy your time in Wuxing City over the next few days." "Thank you, Aunt." After Li Mother departed, Li Father led Qin Yu and the others into their living room. The Li family estate is quite expansive. Upon entering the main gate, one can observe several ancient structures. For instance, the ancestral hall and the schoolhouse, which are communal properties belonging to the Li family. Beyond these communal buildings, the remaining area is divided into numerous plots assigned to various family members, forming new households. Much like the many Li family villages of the past, a large clan gathers together, yet each maintains their own small home, living their lives independently and without interference during ordinary times. As the clan leader, Li Father's residence is situated at the forefront, closest to the main gate. Upon entering the living room, Qin Yu found a place to sit, while Li Zhengtong brewed a pot of tea, serving it to Li Father and Qin Yu. "Regarding that Xiao Yu, I have always found one matter perplexing," Li Father said, taking a sip of tea. "Please, uncle, do share." "Xiao Yu, you have just seen the grand entrance of the Li family, haven't you?" Qin Yu nodded and objectively remarked, "This entrance is constructed with subtlety and restraint, exuding a profound sense of history. Tongzi had spoken to me about the entrance, and I feel that you, uncle, possess great wisdom." Upon hearing this, Li Father was instantly filled with delight. Ever since the completion of this entrance, those around him had criticized it, lamenting that it appeared increasingly dilapidated, as if it brought shame to the Li family. He had been troubled by this for years, steeped in deep self-doubt. At last, someone has come to understand his heartfelt concerns. "Since you are aware of this, then why is it that no merchant has come to discuss business since the entrance was renovated?" Li Father voiced a perplexity that had long haunted him. "Uncle, first and foremost, you must understand that you have done nothing wrong. This is certainly not your fault." Li Father smiled and nodded, finding comfort in Qin Yu's words. Li Zhengtong, rubbing his head in curiosity, inquired, "Why is it not my father's fault?" He felt that this was clearly a consequence of his father's misjudgment. Qin Yu, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Because the head of the family cannot be mistaken." In truth, Qin Yu wished to convey that he shared Li Father's perspective. Since he himself could not be at fault, it followed that this issue could not possibly be attributed to Li Father. However, Qin Yu felt that expressing it this way might come across as somewhat impolite. Although true, such a statement might seem overly arrogant when voiced. it would be prudent to adopt a more tactful approach. At this moment, Qin Yu finally comprehended why protagonists in novels often conceal their true capabilities. It is not an act of pretense, but rather the deeply ingrained virtue of humility at play. Li Zhengtong, bewildered, uttered a sound of confusion. Meanwhile, Li's father, filled with excitement, slammed his hand on the table, raised his thumb high, and exclaimed, "What you said is simply splendid. Look at you all, questioning me. The head of this household, where is my authority?" Li Xiaojiao inquired. "What does questioning mean?" Li Zhengtong glanced at his father, who had regained his vigor, and sensed a hint of foreboding. To be honest, at that moment, he regretted bringing Qin Yu home. He feared that if Brother Yu conversed with his father for a while longer, given his father's nature, he might very well propose a brotherhood. The thought of everyone discussing their own matters in the future left Li Zhengtong somewhat apprehensive. Should I perhaps remind my father in advance? After all, he is the head of the Li family, and he ought to be mindful of his status. He shouldn't casually form brotherhoods with just anyone, let alone compete with his own son for brothers. After his laughter subsided, Li's father turned to Qin Yu and asked, "Little Yu, if this matter is not my fault, then whose fault is it? Since it is not your issue, it must certainly belong to someone else." Li's father replied, "Could you be more specific about this someone else?" Qin Yu shook his head, apologetically stating, "I'm afraid that is not possible." Li's father pressed on, "Why not?" "Because I do not know either." Li's father responded. "However, you may rest assured, uncle, this is certainly not your fault. One must possess confidence. As long as you do not acknowledge a problem, it is as if it does not exist." Chapter 124. Analyzing the reasons in truth. "I have a conjecture regarding this matter." "Speak," Mr. Li urged anxiously. "Firstly, I believe this issue stems from the merchants themselves. Uncle, have you ever pondered why those merchants proactively approached the Li family for business discussions?" Mr. Li snorted, "Of course. It is because they wish to profit from my family. Indeed, the sole aim of merchants is profit. Moreover, if my intuition serves me correctly, most of these merchants hail from outside our region. Am I right?" Mr. Li nodded in agreement. The area of Wuxing City is rather limited, with a population of merely around 100,000. Such a small town does not boast a high consumption level. The local shops are sufficient to cater to 90% of its residents. In this context, those who seek business with the Li family are predominantly external merchants. They aim to transport goods out of Wuxing City or wish to bring products from other cities to sell in Wuxing City, both of which require the assistance of local families. Qin Yu continued his analysis, noting that upon arriving in Wuxing City, the first task for these merchants is to identify powerful local entities for potential collaboration, with the primary criterion for partnership being financial capability. For whether they intend to offload goods brought from afar or require assistance in sourcing local products, sufficient capital is essential. For these merchants, if they invest significant resources to establish a partnership, only to find their collaborator lacking in financial means, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. In their unfamiliarity with the city, they would undoubtedly opt to collaborate with a family that exudes affluence. Conversely, those factions that appear impoverished would be disregarded entirely, with no inclination to inquire further, thus wasting precious time and energy. Previously, the imposing entrance of the Li family unmistakably signified wealth, prompting merchants to seek collaboration there willingly. However, after the Li family's entrance was renovated, it became a symbol of poverty in the eyes of those merchants, leading to an inevitable decline in interest. Who would wish to engage in business with a destitute individual? Mr. Li, puzzled, inquired, "Xiao Yu, did you not say that this entrance was subtle and understated?" Qin Yu lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, sighing, "Uncle, subtlety and restraint are the sentiments of individuals of taste, class, and refinement such as ourselves. Yet, not everyone possesses our discernment. Most of those merchants are rough-hewn men who have stumbled into their trade. They lack the capacity to appreciate such nuances. Their immediate impression upon seeing the entrance is, goodness, how dilapidated. The plaque is nearly falling apart, and they are too stingy to replace it. They must be quite poor. Let us move on to the next establishment. Thus, the root cause of this situation lies in your elevated taste, uncle. Unless one is a prodigy like myself, one cannot grasp the underlying essence." "Oh, I see." Mr. Li felt as though he had been enlightened, suddenly comprehending the matter at hand. "No wonder I have been oblivious to the issues with this entrance. It was simply due to my elevated perspective." Mr. Li was exceedingly pleased with this answer. He found himself increasingly fond of young Qin Yu. Were it not for the interference of Li Zhengtong, he would have certainly embraced Qin Yu as a sworn brother. Previously, When merchants visited the Li family, they always harbored ulterior motives, seeking to take advantage of them. I initially believed that the grandiosity of our entrance was to blame, that it lacked substance and gave off an impression of being easily deceived, which prompted me to renovate the gate in a fit of frustration. Mr. Li sighed, feeling some regret over his earlier decision. Uncle, you are mistaken. Those merchants would not concoct such schemes merely because of a grand entrance. It is far more likely that they gleaned their intentions after inquiring within the city. Impossible, Mr. Li retorted vehemently. Who in Wuxing City does not know that the Li family is astute and discerning? A mere inquiry would reveal that we are not easily fooled. There must be another reason behind this. Qin Yu sensed that Mr. Li's perception of him required considerable enhancement. Little Yu, do you think someone might be slandering our family from outside? Qin Yu replied, I am uncertain about that as well. It seems I shall need to investigate further. Mr. Li had already obtained the answers he sought from Qin Yu, and thus the matter seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. Just as Qin Yu immersed himself in savoring his tea, Li Xiaojiao scampered to her father's side and cautiously said, Father, since brother has returned today, may I skip school this afternoon? Absolutely not. You must not fall behind at the starting line. I have missed my brother for half a year. It is a rare occasion for him to be home for a few days. Li Xiaojiao clung to her father's leg, swaying back and forth, incessantly pleading. Just for half a day, I beg you. Which father can resist the sweet tones of his daughter? Even Li's father felt his resolve wavering. Yet, before he could utter a word, Li Zhengtong interjected, Father, this afternoon, I plan to accompany my little sister to the school. It has been quite a while since we last attended, and I find myself rather missing our teacher. This arrangement was ideal, as it neither hindered his sister's studies nor deprived him of time with her. Li Xiaojiao shot a glare at Li Zhengtong, then, clutching her stomach and furrowing her brow, lamented, But, Father, I am certain I will have a stomachache later. Li's father inquired sternly, Is it true that your teacher will be checking your assignments this afternoon? Li Xiaoji was momentarily taken aback, pondering how her father could possibly know, as she had not mentioned it to him. Meanwhile, Li's father sighed inwardly, reflecting, This always happens when assignments are checked. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Quickly, go and review your lessons. If I hear from your teacher that you are not studying diligently, I shall have your mother discipline you this evening. All right, Li Xiaojiao replied dejectedly as she retreated to her room. Uncle, let us also take a stroll. Once the inquiries were concluded, Qin Yu found it somewhat awkward to linger. Very well, allow Xiaodong to show you around. If you need anything, do not hesitate to inform your uncle. Thank you, uncle. Upon exiting the house, Qin Yu curiously asked Li Zhengtong, Do you not have a break from school? It is only the third day of the new year, and the children must already return to their studies? Li Zhengtong explained that the school was on break. However, the members of the Li family did not excel in their studies. Thus, his father had engaged a tutor to provide supplementary lessons during the holiday. And even after regular classes, the tutor would come to their home for additional instruction. His father remarked that this was what one would call the early bird catches the worm. At that moment, Qin Yu felt that Li's father was indeed a commendable head of the family, genuinely considering the well-being of their household. Chapter 125. The meaning of repairing the fold after the sheep have escaped. After a brief stroll around the Li residence, Qin Yu observed children with backpacks, wandering in small groups towards the schoolhouse. The afternoon class was about to commence. Come on, brother Yu, let us also go and listen to a lesson. Li Zhengtong exclaimed with fervor, I have awaited this day for an eternity. I am the sole individual from the Li family to have entered the Xiantian sect. Once I step into the classroom, I shall undoubtedly attract the admiration of all the students. The instructor will even allow me to share my experiences regarding the Xiantian sect's assessment. Brother Yu, do you have any reflections on that assessment? Even now, I remain perplexed about how I succeeded. Qin Yu shook his head. At that time, I too was bewildered by the assessment. When the moment arrives, simply convey to them how diligently you endeavored. Agreed. Li Zhengtong slightly raised his chin, his expression tinged with arrogance, resembling those enigmatic upperclassmen who flaunt their achievements upon returning to school after gaining admission to prestigious universities. The thrill of returning home in splendid attire is exhilarating. Qin Yu could scarcely imagine the delight Li Zhengtong would experience while boasting before the younger students. The two meandered until the class officially began, at which point they strode in with heads held high. After all, true luminaries always make their grand entrance last. This afternoon's lessons included assessments along with outdoor contemplation activities. Thus, the students were not in the classroom but rather lined up outside, awaiting the instructor's evaluation. As previously alerted, I trust you have diligently reviewed your studies over the past few days. Li Xiaojiao, cease your wandering gaze. 3 days have already elapsed since the new year, yet some individuals still fail to gather their thoughts. Having welcomed the new year, you all have matured a year. It's time to embody the demeanor of an older child. Just observe your appearances, one and all. Li Xiaojiao, should you continue to neglect your attentiveness, I shall summon your parents. At once, Li Xiaojiao retracted her head, her gaze becoming vacantly fixed ahead. Where is my brother? Very well, let us commence with the questioning. Upon this declaration, all students lowered their heads, fearful of making eye contact with the teacher. A mere 3 seconds of gazing into the eyes of the opposite sex may lead to affection, yet 3 seconds of meeting the teacher's gaze could spell doom. The first question: elucidate the idiom to mend the sheepfold after the sheep have been lost. This idiom I have reiterated countless times. Come now. Is there anyone willing to respond with a touch of enthusiasm? Each of you will be assessed. Do not harbor any illusions of evasion. Since no one has taken the initiative to answer, I shall randomly select someone. An immediate chill enveloped the atmosphere, as all students held their breath in trepidation. The teacher's gaze swept across the room, noting that aside from Li Xiaojiao, who held her head high, the rest of the students resembled quail, heads bowed. It appears Li Xiaojiao possesses considerable confidence. Very well, Li Xiaojiao, you shall respond to this inquiry. Li Xiaojiao snapped back to attention, glancing at the teacher, and timidly uttered, Sir, I choose for this question. The teacher's beard nearly ascended to the heavens in exasperation. What do you mean by choosing a? This is not a multiple-choice question. The idiom conveys the meaning of taking remedial measures after a loss has occurred. Li Xiaojiao sighed with relief, for she was well-versed in this topic. The essence of lies in the tale of an immortal practitioner who, possessing a mysterious technique, could manipulate the corpses of various creatures. One day, he commanded a deceased sheep to mend a prison cell. As Li Xiaojiao's voice dwindled, she noticed the increasingly grim expression on the teacher's face. Have I not endured enough? After finally sending your brother away, just when I thought I could enjoy some peace, you returned to disrupt my tranquility. Are you two siblings dissatisfied with my longevity? Before the teacher could unleash his fury, a hearty laughter erupted. Ha ha. Manipulating a dead sheep. Li Xiaojiao, you are about to make me die of laughter. Who is that? The teacher turned angrily, only to see Li Jingtong, which further darkened his countenance, as unwelcome memories surged forth. Why are you back? The teacher stood abruptly from his wooden chair, visibly agitated. Dear teacher, it has been months since we last met, and I missed you dearly. I have just returned and wish to revisit your esteemed class. The teacher's face reflected terror. At my age, one of you has already taken half my life. And now both of you together, surely you intend to claim my very existence. Li Zhengong chuckled nonchalantly. Teacher, I have undergone a profound transformation during my 6 months at Xintian sect. You cannot continue to view me through the lens of the past. The idiom conveys the notion of mending a fence after losing sheep, emphasizing the importance of taking corrective action even after a mistake has been made. Li Zhengong chuckled lightly, saying, Sir, to pose such a simplistic question is to underestimate me, a disciple of the Zuanian Gong. Qin Yu thought to himself, indeed, at the age of 15. How could Li Jingtong possibly be unaware of such a straightforward idiom? It seemed rather disrespectful. The instructor interjected, Enough of your nonsense. Simply tell me the meaning of. Li Jingtong confidently replied, Once, there was a large pen that had developed a hole. When they sought to repair it, they found no suitable stones and consequently killed a sheep, stuffing its carcass into the hole to seal it. As Li Jingtong's voice grew fainter, he noticed the instructor's expression darkening. Was he not correct? At that moment, Qin Yu felt a twinge of sympathy for the instructor. Remarkably, the instructor had not yet succumbed to frustration. His patience was truly commendable. The instructor sat in stunned silence for a moment, then slowly sank into his wooden chair, clutching his chest and breathing heavily. What sins have I committed in my past life to be fortunate enough to teach you 2 siblings in this one? Li Zhengong awkwardly scratched his head, saying, Sir, please do not be too upset. Although I may not grasp the meanings of those idioms, I have become a disciple of the Zuanian Gong. This is the realm of cultivation, where the pursuit of immortality reigns supreme. Those idioms are best left for those without spiritual roots to study. Li Zhengtong seemed to be hinting to the instructor that perhaps he should share some insights with his fellow disciples. The instructor cast a glance at Li Zhengtong, pondering how unfortunate the Xintian sect was to have admitted such a character. Students, he began, upon encountering Li Zhengtong today, a particular idiom has come to mind which I wish to impart to you. I hope you will remember it well. As soon as the students discerned that it was not an assessment, They eagerly lifted their heads in anticipation. Li Zhengtong felt a surge of satisfaction within. An idiom related to me? Could it be exceptional talent, considering I am the only member of the Li family to have entered the Xiantian sect? It would not be an exaggeration to say I am bringing glory to my ancestors. Or perhaps it is diligence and perseverance, since I lost quite a handful of hair while preparing for the Xiantian sect's evaluation. Though I remain puzzled as to why the sect abruptly cancelled the second phase, rendering all my acquired knowledge useless, my hard work must have moved the heavens, allowing me entry into the Xiantian sect. Just then, the instructor spoke slowly. The idiom is fools have their blessings. Li Jingtong. Chapter 126. Astonishing words, is everyone clear? The instructor inquired with a cheerful smile after concluding his lecture. Absolutely. Li Xiaoji was the first to respond, implying that even a fool like my brother could gain entry into the Xiantian sect. Li Zhangtong retorted, is that any way to insult someone? Li Xiaoji replied, brother, I am merely praising your good fortune. All right, enough of that. Let us proceed with the questions. The instructor gestured for silence and asked, who can tell me the meaning of to neglect sleep and forget food? I know. Li Zhengtong eagerly raised his hand. It refers to a wasteful person. The instructor promptly interrupted with a sigh, enough, enough. We shall postpone the questioning until tomorrow. Oi! The students cheered with exuberance. Now, we shall embark on an outdoor thinking activity. Please line up and follow me. The so-called outdoor thinking activity involves presenting students with a real-life dilemma, encouraging them to devise their own solutions, thereby enhancing their critical thinking and practical skills. The instructor led the group to the shores of Li Family Lake, where a wooden boat bobbed gently on the rippling water. On the shore stood a weighing scale alongside a pile of stones and a juvenile dragon elephant. This dragon elephant was significantly smaller than the one raised by Kong Tianjiao, indicating that it was indeed a young specimen. Have you all spotted this magical beast? We have. Excellent. Now, I pose this question. Without causing harm to the magical beast, how might we measure its weight? Observe the tools available in your surroundings and contemplate thoughtfully. The students exchanged glances, perplexed. The colossal creature, the hand dragon elephant, was far too large to be weighed on a scale, and harming it was out of the question. Under such circumstances, measuring the weight of the hand dragon elephant seemed utterly impossible. For a moment, this conundrum stumped all the students. As everyone pondered intensely, Li Xiaojiao cleared her throat and stepped forward from the group. Sir, this problem is rather straightforward, she declared. The teacher was taken aback that Li Xiaoji was the first to speak up, yet he harbored little hope and casually responded, Xiaojiao, what are your thoughts? Please share them with the class. Sir, we could first remove some of the unnecessary parts from the hand dragon elephant, such as its ears, trunk, and legs. These removals would not affect the creature's survival. Once these parts are detached, the hand dragon elephant would be significantly smaller and lighter, allowing us to weigh it directly. We could then add the weight of the ears, trunk, legs, and tusks to ascertain its true weight. After the measurement, we could enlist the help of a powerful cultivator to reattach the removed parts, thus enabling us to determine the weight of the hand dragon elephant without causing it any harm. The hand dragon elephant seemed taken aback, questioning, is it truly necessary to measure my weight? Goodness! Exclaimed Qin Yu, utterly astonished. The Li family truly produces exceptional talents. Qin Yu leaned closer to Li Zheng and whispered, your sister possesses the qualities of a saintess from a demonic sect. It is a pity for her talents to be underutilized in this place. Who can discern who truly embodies the essence of a living Yama? The instructor of the academy had not anticipated that Li Xiaojiao would deliver such an astonishing response. What are you preoccupied with in that mind of yours? Are you not endangering the earth-shattering dragon elephant? You nearly brought about its demise. He urged her to reflect further. Sir, I have another method, Li Xiaojiao exclaimed. Given her previous answer, the instructor contemplated sending her back for additional consideration. However, he feared that such a move might dampen the enthusiasm of his students to engage with the questions, so he nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Surely, you cannot present an answer more absurd than the last. Sir, we merely need to place the earth-shattering dragon elephant onto a boat. Draw a line at the point where the boat meets the water's surface, and then drive the dragon elephant off the vessel. By adding stones to the boat, once it descends to the same depth as before, we can then remove the stones for weighing. This revelation left the instructor astounded. He had braced himself for more nonsensical ramblings from Li Xiaojiao, yet she had unexpectedly provided the correct answer. How did you conceive such a solution? The instructor inquired hastily, sensing that Li Xiaojiao might be a hidden genius, yet to be fully realized. Li Xiaojiao imitated the gesture of the teacher, stroking his beard, gently caressing her own chin, and then earnestly remarked, "This is what my father told me." He said that the teacher merely recycles a handful of contemplative activities, lacking any true innovation. As long as one memorizes the answers, others will inevitably revere them. The teacher responded, "Tomorrow, summon your father." Li Xiaojiao exclaimed, "Oh." Seeing the opportune moment, Qin Yu quietly whispered a few words into Li Zhengtong's ear, who immediately grasped the implication. "Ha ha." Li Zhengtong laughed heartily 5 times, capturing everyone's attention. "There is no need for such complexities. I possess a far simpler solution." With that, Li Zhengtong boldly approached the young dragon elephant, and to the astonishment of all the students, he embraced one of its massive legs and effortlessly lifted the creature overhead. Moo moo moo. The young dragon elephant bellowed in fright. As it was still in its juvenile stage, its size was not overly large. And with Li Zhengtong having attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, lifting the young dragon elephant was a trivial task. Carrying the young dragon elephant was akin to hoisting a small mountain, as he took deliberate steps towards the scale. The young dragon elephant could not be weighed directly due to its considerable size, which exceeded the scale's capacity. However, with Li Zhengtong supporting it, all obstacles were swiftly resolved. "Hold on." The teacher interrupted Li Zhengtong, puffing with pride. "This scale has a maximum weight limit of half a ton. You are exceeding it." He had long anticipated that cultivators might come to cause trouble, so he made preparations in advance. Li Zhengtong found himself frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat, and could only look to Qin Yu for assistance. How foolish. The formation. Qin Yu's single remark enlightened Li Zhengtong. The instructor of the academy still underestimated the mobility of cultivators. Chapter 127. Cultivating immortality requires arithmetic. Li Zhengtong flashed a mischievous smile at the teacher of the academy, confidently asserting, "Such trivial matters are but a mere trifle for me." With that, he casually tossed aside the handy dragon elephant and began to arrange formations around him. The handy dragon elephant, caught off guard, stumbled and fell. It quickly regained its footing, casting furtive glances around, only to find that all eyes were fixed on Li Zhengtong. Feeling an urgent need to escape, it tiptoed towards the exit, eager to leave this place behind. Previously, when it was offered spiritual herbs, it was promised that merely standing on the ship would suffice. Yet now, discussions revolved around dismembering it and carrying it about. Since its birth, the handy dragon elephant had only ever been a bearer of burdens. When had it ever been subjected to such treatment? Did the handy dragon elephant clan not possess dignity? Did they truly believe it was so easily trifled with? For a single spiritual herb, it was not prepared to sacrifice so much. The price had now changed. Just as the handy dragon elephant had taken a few steps, it was abruptly blocked by Qin Yu. "Where do you think you're off to?" Qin Yu inquired with a grin. The handy dragon elephant remained silent, flicking its large ears, and turned to flee. "I see you're eager for a feast that will last you 3 days. The handy dragon elephant paused, momentarily bewildered. It had only ever heard of a single feast and daily feasts. What did a 3-day feast entail? Noticing the flicker of confusion in the creature's eyes, Qin Yu, in a moment of benevolence, elaborated, "It means that before we end your existence, we will allow you to enjoy a hearty meal, and after your demise, your flesh will sustain us for 3 days. Regrettably, the cumbersome dragon elephant paused momentarily, silently turning back to its original position. "Just bear it. It won't cost me anything significant." Li Zhengtong diligently inscribed peculiar symbols on the ground, subtle waves of spiritual energy flickering across their surface. The surrounding students gazed at this scene with a mix of curiosity and admiration, their dreams aspiring to emulate a cultivator like Li Zhengtong. In no time, a simple formation took shape. Li Zhengtong affixed a talisman at the heart of the formation, causing a surge of spiritual energy to emanate. And everyone within the formation felt their bodies suddenly lighten. The formation he arranged was his first, known as the anti-gravity array. Within this array, the weight of all objects could be reduced by over 90%. Now, that should suffice for weighing. Under the astonished gaze of the teacher, Li Zhengtong effortlessly hoisted the docile dragon elephant and leapt lightly onto the scale. Ultimately, the weight registered at 163 pounds. The teacher quickly seized upon the inconsistency, asserting, "I require the true weight of the dragon elephant, not its weight after the application of the formation. Your cultivation techniques are impractical in this context." That assertion is erroneous. Qin Yu stepped forward, taking over the discourse. Li Zhengtong had completed his performance, and now it was Qin Yu's turn to shine. "Sir, The figure of 163 pounds can be simply converted through basic mathematics to ascertain the true weight of the dragon elephant. Qin Yu instructed Li Zhengtong to place the dragon elephant down, and it weighed 12 pounds on the scale. Subsequently, the formation was dispelled, revealing that Li Zhengtong's true weight is 145 jing. This is a rather straightforward arithmetic problem. Qin Yu casually picked up a branch and began to inscribe on the ground. The teacher and the students gathered around. Now, let us first organize the known information. It is established that Li Zhengtong's weight within the formation is 12 jing, and his true weight is 145 jing. The combined weight of Li Zhengtong and Han Di Longxiang within the formation totals 163 jing. The question arises, what is the true weight of Han Di Longxiang? Before we embark on solving this problem, we must first complete a critically important initial step. It is imperative to note that if this step is overlooked, the problem may remain unsolvable. The first step is to inscribe the character, meaning solution, in the upper left corner. Let us denote the combined true weight of Li Zhengtong and Han Di Longxiang as x. Thus, we have the equation 145 divided by 12 equals x divided by 163. Ultimately, we derive that x equals 1967 jing. By subtracting Li Zhengtong's true weight, we conclude that Han Di Longxiang's true weight is 1,822 jing. We can also ascertain that the formation reduces the weight of objects by 91.7%. Do you understand? The crowd fell into silence, a profound stillness enveloping them. Until Li Xiaojiao softly murmured, I understand. Qin Yu inquired, what do you comprehend? She replied, I understand that even after cultivating immortality, one must still solve arithmetic problems. The grand image of the cultivation world collapsed within Li Xiaojiao's tender heart at that moment. Qin Yu remained silent, while the instructor furrowed his brow in contemplation. The equation employed by Qin Yu was inherently aligned with the principles of arithmetic, and the instructor naturally recognized its correctness. If this problem were approached through multiplication and division, it would not only necessitate several steps, but also become somewhat cumbersome. A student like Li Xiaojiao would require at least a year of instruction to ascertain that she could not grasp it. However, employing such an exquisite arithmetic method, devoid of convolutions, yields a straightforward answer with a single expression. With a little more diligence, perhaps Li Xiaojiao could master this approach. How marvelous! Such a simple method. Why had I not thought of it before? Sir, is his method correct? A student inquired. The instructor coughed softly, reflecting, with such disruption, how can I continue this lesson? Does the correctness of this matter pertain to you? This is the technique of a cultivator. Are you a cultivator? Can you lift such a colossal and burdensome creature as the handy dragon elephant? As ordinary individuals, we must utilize the methods of ordinary people to attain our desired answers. Come, let us measure the weight of the handy dragon elephant as per Li Xiaojiao's suggestion. This activity was designed to enhance the students' practical skills. Thus, the instructor resolved to steer the activity back on course, guiding the students to engage in hands-on practice. The handy dragon elephant emitted a displeased grunt. What is this nonsense? In the end, we still have to stand on the ship. Very well, sir, Li Xiaojiao exclaimed as she dashed off. What are you up to? Li Xiaojiao, I am going to fetch the great machete, for I intend to sever the useless parts of the dragon elephant first, am I not? Dragon elephant, what? Upon returning, I clarified that I was referring to the second method. The teacher exclaimed in indignation. Li Xiaojiao responded, somewhat disheartened. Dragon elephant, what is this disappointment of yours? It seems the one doing the chopping is not you, right? Suddenly, Dragon elephant felt that merely standing on the boat was quite satisfactory. With the collaboration of the others and Dragon elephant's utmost cooperation, he finally managed to stand upon the wooden vessel. However, before he could etch a line on the boat, it succumbed to its age and disrepair, snapping in two with a crack, and Dragon elephant plummeted into the water with a splash. Dragon elephant, I detest humanity, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Chapter 128. Yet, I have entered the Shantian sect. Fortunately, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong were present. Otherwise, the pitiful land dragon elephant would have truly endured 3 days of torment. After Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong joined forces to rescue the land dragon elephant, it began to flap its large ears and sway its trunk, whimpering as it dashed towards the beast master room. Woo-woo, mama, they're all bullying me. The teacher sighed. Having previously expressed that the period immediately following the new year was utterly unsuitable for teaching, were it not for the generous remuneration from Li's father, he wouldn't have shown up even if threatened. Truly, everything seemed to conspire against him. Very well, Very well, we shall dismiss class early today. You all should return and diligently review what you have learned previously. We shall continue with inquiries tomorrow. Goodbye, teacher. The students bowed in unison, struggling to suppress the smiles that threatened to break through. As the teacher turned away, he suddenly spun back to face Li Zhengtong, saying, "There's one more matter. Li Zhengtong, do not come tomorrow. A single afternoon of review will suffice." Teacher, Li Zhengtong attempted to voice his thoughts, but the teacher, undeterred, turned and hurried away. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he again turned towards Li Xiaojiao, instructing, "And you, Li Xiaojiao, do not forget to bring your father tomorrow." Li Xiaojiao pouted slightly, nonchalantly nodding her head. After all, during Li Zhengtong's time, her father had frequented the school daily, so she was already accustomed to it. Now that class has concluded, I have yet to share my experiences. Li Zhengtong pouted and muttered, "Can't anyone show some respect for me?" The sole heir of the Li family and the Xintian sect? After returning home in glory, he found that no one paid him any mind. Li Zhengtong felt a deep sense of sorrow. Was there truly no one interested in joining the Xintian sect? I could share my experiences with you all, brother. Li Xiaojiao cheerfully interjected. The teacher said that fools are blessed. What experiences do you have to share? She bounced playfully. Li Zhengtong shot her a glare. I never knew you could learn this quickly. My entry into the Xintian sect is a testament to my strength, not mere luck. Li Xiaojiao scoffed. Very well then. Enlighten me on the nature of the third trial of the Xintian sect and how you managed to pass it. She recalled her mother reading Li Zhengtong's letter in front of the family elders, which revealed that he had stumbled through the third trial in a daze. It was precisely for this reason that no one from the family had sought him out for guidance. Ultimately, it could be said that fools indeed enjoy their fortune. Upon hearing this question, Li Zhengtong's gaze became evasive. Xiaojiao, where do you think we should go for fun? Li Xiaoji joyfully suggested, let us go buy some candied hawthorns. Then we can head to the theater in the west to watch a play. Today's performance is titled Returning in Fine Attire, which tells the tale of the son of a small family who accidentally enters the most powerful sect in the area and, upon returning home, becomes the center of attention, eventually marrying the most beautiful girl in the locality and leading his family to prosperity. This play is truly captivating. Li Zhengtong thought that Li Xiaojiao was implying something about him, yet he understood that she lacked the intellect for such subtleties. Very well, let us take a look. I shall escort you home first. Home? Li Xiaojiao exclaimed in astonishment. Aren't we going to watch it together? Certainly not. At this moment, Li Zhengtong asserted his authority as an elder brother, for tomorrow the teacher would pose questions, and should their father discover that he was out frolicking at such a time, he would surely be incensed. Li Xiaojiao dismissed his concerns, saying, It's fine, as long as father isn't angry with me. Li Zhengtong replied, You ought to focus on your studies. If father learns that you don't even understand the meaning of mending the fold after the sheep have strayed, just imagine how furious he would be. Li Xiaojiao retorted, You, being so grown, don't know the meaning of mending the fold after the sheep have strayed either? Li Zhengtong countered, But I have entered the Xuantiangong. Li Xiaojiao shot back, Yet you wet your pants at 8. Li Zhengtong insisted, But I have entered the Xuantiangong. Li Xiaojiao continued, You've struggled with arithmetic for 2 years and still haven't mastered it. Li Zhengtong maintained his stance, But I have entered the Xuantiangong. You. Faced with Li Zhengtong's smug expression, Li Xiaojiao felt on the verge of tears. What was so remarkable about entering Xuantiangong? Hey, entering Xuantiangong is indeed something extraordinary. Enough. You two, cease your bickering. Qin Yu interjected helplessly. If you continue, nightfall will soon be upon us. Let us all venture out together. Little Jiao is still young. There is no need to be overly stringent with her studies. Some things should not be forced, if one lacks the innate talent. Providing a complete childhood for the child is of utmost importance. Yea, thank you, brother Qin Yu. Li Xiaojiao exclaimed, bouncing with joy. In Qin Yu's heart, he mused, in any case, given the circumstances today, whether or not Li Xiaojiao learns will have little impact. He added, moreover, even if her father finds out, it won't be me who faces the reprimand. The three of them strolled out of the Li family's front door with a carefree demeanor. When they had arrived at noon, they hadn't had the opportunity to explore the small town in detail. Now, with the chance at hand, Qin Yu intended to take a leisurely stroll and relish the allure of the cultivation world as cities. As they passed a mobile stall selling candied hawthorns, they purchased a skewer. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong were not particularly fond of such treats. Only Li Xiaojiao delighted in them. Brother, I want the flat ones. Please help me, Li Xiaojiao urged, handing the candied hawthorn to Li Zhengtong. Such a bother. Aren't the round and flat ones the same in taste? Though he expressed impatience. Li Zhengtong dutifully accepted the candied hawthorn. Old rules apply. You wait here while I transform it into a flat one. No peeking. All right, brother, hurry back. Li Zhengtong, with the candied hawthorn in hand, swiftly departed from their sight. Curiously, Qin Yu asked, "What is your brother up to?" "This is my brother's unique skill." Li Xiaojiao gestured for Qin Yu to lean in closer and, lowering her voice, said, "My brother doesn't allow me to share this with anyone. But since you are a good person, I will tell you alone." With an air of mystery, she continued, "My brother possesses an exceptionally profound skill that transforms round candied hawthorns into flat ones. He fears that others might learn this art, so he practices it in secluded places." Qin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. What sort of skill could this be? Couldn't one merely crush them with a stone? Yet, he observed Li Xiaojiao shaking her head earnestly. "No, Qin Yu, it's not that simple. I once tried flattening them with a stone, but the result was entirely different from what my brother achieves. His flat candied hawthorns are evenly pressed, appearing as if they were crafted in one seamless motion. And the outer layer remains perfectly intact, unlike the damage caused by a stone. Furthermore, the taste is subtly distinct." Qin Yu questioned, "Is it truly that remarkable?" "Indeed." Li Xiaojiao affirmed with a serious nod. "You'll see for yourself later, Qin Yu." Before long, Li Zhengtong returned, holding a candied hawthorn. Li Xiaojiao eagerly accepted it, unwrapping the paperback. Qin Yu focused intently and was taken aback to discover that one of the candied hawthorns in the middle was astonishingly round. Chapter 129, Annulment? Li Xiaojiao glanced at the candied hawthorn and muttered, "Brother, why are these candied fruits not as flat as they used to be?" Qin Yu thought to himself, perhaps his sister's brother had grown lean during his time at Zantianzong. "Xiaojiao, you ought to be more perceptive. Have you not considered why the one in the middle is round?" Qin Yu silently criticized. "Brother Qin Yu, would you care to try one?" Li Xiaojiao raised the candied hawthorn, its height perfectly aligned with Qin Yu's lips. He quickly shook his head. "You should enjoy it yourself." Subsequently, Li Xiaojiao turned her gaze towards Li Zhengtong. After a moment of internal conflict, she still extended the candied hawthorn towards him. "Brother, would you like to have one?" Li Zhengtong also promptly declined. "I never eat the flat ones. Some things, once you have made them yourself, you truly hesitate to consume. That is splendid. All the candied hawthorns are mine now." Li Xiaojiao exclaimed joyfully, relishing a bite of the sugary coating. Qin Yu pondered. If in the future Li Xiaojiao discovers how these candied fruits are made, would she not confront Li Zhengtong fiercely? With this thought, Qin Yu activated his innate detection on Li Xiaojiao. Supreme Spiritual Root, a grade A favored child of heaven and earth, a rarity among thousands. Capable of rapid cultivation and destined to become a formidable figure. Refined appearance, C grade possessing a strikingly handsome visage. It must be acknowledged that good looks can indeed serve as a form of sustenance. Formation Apprentice, D grade possesses a slight understanding of formations and can arrange commonly used ones. This child actually possesses a supreme spiritual root. Qin Yu was somewhat astonished. This supreme spiritual root could directly grant entry into the inner sect of the Xiantian sect, allowing one to become a senior brother or sister. The recruitment efforts of the Xiantian sect had attracted nearly all the prodigies from the Liang Kingdom. Yet, among those who ultimately passed the assessments, only 5 or 6 disciples possessed the supreme spiritual root. This underscored the rarity of such a gift. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one could appear among a million. To his surprise, Li Zhengtong's sister turned out to be endowed with a supreme spiritual root, a true genius among geniuses. With Li Zhengtong possessing 2 A-grade talents, his future achievements are boundless. While Li Xiaojiao, with her supreme spiritual root, is sure to be a focal point of development in any sect. Has the ancestral grave of the Li family caught fire? With these 2 individuals, how could the Li family not flourish? For reasons he could not quite comprehend, Qin Yu felt that Li Xiaojiao's supreme spiritual root was a result of Li Zhengtong's tempering talent. Once Li Xiaojiao's cultivation surpassed that of Li Zhengtong, and she learned of the candied hawthorn incident, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue. Li Zhengtong would bleed, and Li Xiaojiao would fight. Perhaps there were other grievances beyond just the candied hawthorn. Li Zhengtong might have wronged Li Xiaojiao in other ways. When the time came for reckoning, it seemed that Li Zhengtong was destined to face such a calamity. The process of tempering truly is fearsome. However, this was merely a fleeting thought of Qin Yu. Both tempering and supreme spiritual root were A-grade talents, and in terms of status, they were equivalent. Thus, it should not be the case that one influenced the other. Nonetheless, through this incident, Qin Yu had confirmed one thing. Indeed, the aptitude for cultivation and intelligence appear to bear no correlation whatsoever. If there is any connection, it is undoubtedly an inverse one. The three continued to meander aimlessly along the streets, during which Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong each purchased a roasted chicken leg. The meat was somewhat dry, lacking the exquisite flavor of the spiritual chickens raised by the Xiantian sect. There's hardly any festive atmosphere here during the new year, Qin Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Look at these shop owners. They don't even take a break for the holidays. In his previous life, by the third day of the Lunar New Year, nearly all shops would be closed. Yet here, aside from the occasional sound of firecrackers set off by children, there was little to distinguish this day from any other. Everyone remained as busy as ever, working tirelessly throughout the year without respite. As they strolled, Li Xiaojiao suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, we have entered the territory of the Meng family." "Ah," Li Jingtong responded, seemingly unfazed as he continued to gnaw on his chicken leg. "Brother." Li Xiaojiao's voice carried a hint of exasperation. "I've heard that the eldest daughter of the Ming family, Meng Ruyan, has returned home. Don't you wish to do something about that?" "Do what?" Li Zhengdong retorted, discarding a chicken bone. "The eldest daughter of the Ming family? There must be a story there." Qin Yu interjected, his curiosity piqued as he leaned in to inquire. "Is your brother harboring feelings for her?" "Absolutely not," Li Xiaojiao replied, her frustration palpable. "The Ming family and our Li family have maintained a close relationship for generations. My brother shares the same birthday as the eldest daughter of the Meng family, and the elders of both families arranged a betrothal. Yet, who would have thought that last year, the Meng family's eldest daughter came to our home and insisted on breaking off the engagement." Breaking off the engagement. Upon hearing those two words, Qin Yu's mind erupted with thoughts. A small city, 3 prominent families, a broken engagement, and a favored son blessed with 2 A-class talents. This is undeniably the archetype of a protagonist. Qin Yu inquired, "Is it true that you reached the pinnacle of qi refinement at the age of 10, only to experience an inexplicable regression, becoming the waste that everyone speaks of?" Li Zhengtong, with a grim expression, shook his head. "Isn't it just a broken engagement? How did that render me a waste in everyone's eyes? Then why did they insist on breaking the engagement?" With a sigh, Li Zhengtong gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle and replied with gravity, "Due to some unspeakable reasons." Li Xiaojiao interjected, "It's because they find my brother unattractive." Qin Yu responded. Li Zhengtong shot a glare at Li Xiaojiao, exclaiming, "You're the only one who understands. What a pity. I thought you were harboring an old man within you." Qin Yu remarked casually, but upon hearing this, a barely perceptible panic flashed across Li Zhengtong's face. "Brother Yu, you truly love to jest. How could one possibly conceal another person within themselves? Not a person, but a soul." Qin Yu suddenly furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Zhengtong with suspicion. "Something feels amiss. Do you harbor a secret?" "Brother Yu, I have no secrets at all." Li Zhengtong chuckled awkwardly. Qin Yu shook his head and said, "Typically, when people hear me make a casual remark, they either scoff and disregard me or inquire about my reasoning. Such reactions would reflect a more normal response. Your abrupt rebuttal is hardly a reaction befitting a normal individual. Pray tell, is there truly a person concealed within you?" "No, I assure you, I can swear to it." Suddenly, Li Zhengong raised one hand above his head, declaring, "I swear to the heavens, there is truly no one else within me." "Enough, enough." Qin Yu waved his hand. "I was merely jesting with you. Why the sudden oath? Have you been struck by lightning?" "Haha, brother Yu, I too was merely joking." Li Zhengtong replied. "Come, let us make our way to the Meng residence," Qin Yu said, setting off towards the east. Chapter 130. 30 Years of Change. Reclaiming lost dignity today, I shall assist you in recovering the dignity that was lost back then. It is imperative that the young lady of the Meng family regrets her decision from years past. Li Xiaojiao, brimming with excitement, waved her small fists and exclaimed, "Hee hee. Those who dare to provoke the Li family shall witness the annihilation of the Meng clan today." "Xiaojiao, from whom did you learn such an odd laugh?" inquired Qin Yu. "It's how the storytellers in the tea house laugh," she replied. Qin Yu felt compelled to conduct a thorough investigation into that storyteller. "From now on, refrain from laughing like that. It makes us sound like villains," he cautioned. "I am aware. Are we not the villains at present?" "We are not villains. What we are engaging in is a righteous vengeance, do you understand?" Li Xiaojia replied enthusiastically, "Aha." However, Li Zhengdong interjected, "While it is acceptable for us to engage in some sparring, let us not go overboard." When Ming Ruoyan came to annul the engagement, she did not make a grand spectacle of it. She merely addressed my family of 4, and to this day, there has been no significant external commotion that has caused us any tangible harm. Moreover, I believe Meng Ruoyan acted correctly in this era of advocating for free love. One should not be bound for a lifetime by the words of their elders. Were I in her position, I would have acted similarly. Brother, why are you siding with them? Li Xiaoji retorted indignantly. True, the young lady of the Ming family did not publicize her decision, but her lofty demeanor when she came to annul the engagement clearly demonstrated her disdain for us. I am cognizant that it is inappropriate for elders to arrange marriages. However, it is essential to recognize that half of those elders belong to the Ming family, and it is not solely the fault of our Li family. Why does she storm into our home as if to demand accountability? Furthermore, the initial engagement was merely a jest between the respective elders. In this era, where the court advocates for free love, both families have responded accordingly and ceased to discuss the matter. Had she not approached us, we could have simply pretended that nothing had transpired. Yet, what did Meng Riyuan do? She brazenly came to our home and declared that I am unworthy of him due to my lack of beauty. We are all aware of my appearance. Yet no one else would express it so bluntly. Could she not have been more tactful? If necessary, she could have remarked that I am unattractive instead of resorting to the harsh term ugly. She has shown no regard for the feelings of the Li family, displaying nothing but disdain for us. Li Zhengdong remained silent. Qin Yu observed Li Xiaojiao's articulate reasoning and eloquence, which were a stark contrast to her demeanor in the classroom. Indeed, students in class and those outside the classroom are entirely different entities. Li Xiaojiao fixed her gaze upon Li Zhengtong and questioned, "Have you forgotten the immense harm caused to our family by that cold, cutting remark from Meng Riyuan?" Pardon my interruption, Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. What consequences did that incident entail? My parents quarreled for an entire month because of it. Li Xiaojiao replied. Qin Yu was somewhat puzzled. Why were it uncle and aunt quarreling? Shouldn't their anger have been directed at the Ming family? Oh, I see, Qin Yu remarked. Is it the case that one person intends to confront the Ming family while another opposes the idea, leading to a quarrel? Before you respond, allow me to speculate. The mother, being deeply concerned for her son, must advocate for confronting the Ming family. In contrast, the father, prioritizing the greater good and apprehensive about the relationship between the two families, fears that an escalation of conflict would tarnish Li Zhengtong's reputation, and therefore, he disagrees with the notion. Am I correct? Incorrect, Li Xiaojiao interjected, because my father claims that my brother resembles my mother. Yet my mother insists that my brother distinctly resembles my father. Consequently, they debated for an entire month over whom my brother truly resembles. Qin Yu inquired. What was the outcome of this dispute? Ultimately, my parents reached a consensus that my brother resembles my fourth uncle. Is your fourth uncle unattractive? Qin Yu asked. Not at all. My fourth uncle resides in the vast wilderness and rarely returns to the family, Li Xiaojiao explained. To ensure Qin Yu comprehended, she elaborated. If my brother were to resemble someone else in the family, that individual would undoubtedly confront us upon discovering it. Since my fourth uncle lives so far away, he is certainly unaware of this matter, Qin Yu responded. Moreover, there is a trivial reason. Our family has a feud with my fourth uncle's family. Qin Yu exclaimed, what an intense animosity. It must be quite significant for Li father to harbor such resentment. In reality, while Li Zhangtong's appearance may not be striking, it is certainly not unattractive either. However, cultivators generally possess appearances that surpass the average standard. Additionally, members of the Li family are typically quite handsome, which accentuates Li Zhangtong's appearance in comparison. Observing Li Zhangtong's somewhat sorrowful expression, Qin Yu hastily offered comfort. Do not fret. Although your looks may be rather ordinary, they come with numerous advantages. For instance, there are many tasks we are unable to undertake, but you possess the capability to accomplish them. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Li Zhengtong's eyes. Brother Yu, what sort of task are we discussing? For example, Qin Yu continued, we have discovered a lair of demonic cultivators and are preparing to capture them all. However, to avoid alerting them, we must send someone to infiltrate, creating an internal and external collaboration, all while ensuring we do not arouse any suspicion from the demons. In this instance, you are the only suitable candidate. Why must it be me? Li Zhengtong inquired. Qin Yu replied, because someone with my striking looks and exceptional demeanor is clearly a cultivator. As long as those demonic beings possess any sight at all, I would certainly not blend in. Yet, my friend, you are different. Standing amongst the mundane supply team for the demons, you would seamlessly integrate. Even if the demons were to suspect a mere dog within their ranks, they would never consider you a cultivator. Li Zhengtong responded. Brother Yu, I beseech you to speak less. I merely wish to comfort you. Qin Yu insisted. Li Jingtong remained silent. Li Xiaojiao urged, let us hurry, brother. Last time, Meng Ruyan showed no regard for our Li family's dignity. Today, upon your return, you must seek vengeance and rectify the disgrace. As members of the Li family, we may not compete for buns, but we must uphold our dignity. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong felt a surge of anger. Having finally entered the Xiantian sect, must I not seek to reclaim my honor? With this thought, he unexpectedly felt a thrill of excitement. This seemed far more gratifying than sharing experiences with those young children. Although he had never experienced the oppression, humiliation, or disgrace in the past, he was determined to bring closure to it today. For reasons unknown, a phrase suddenly emerged in Li Zhengtong's mind. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. He felt an inexplicable connection between this saying and the events of today. Chapter 131. Meng Ruyan, what cultivation level does that young lady from the Meng family possess? Qin Yu inquired. Although the likelihood of her being stronger than Li Zhengtong was nearly negligible, the possibility of her being a prodigy with exceptional talent lingered in his mind. He felt this possibility was quite substantial, as it was improbable that tempering through countless trials would have allowed Li Zhengtong to progress so smoothly. However, Li Xiaojiao merely snorted dismissively. I have inquired. That woman is merely a disciple from a minor sect, having commenced her cultivation at the same time as my brother. Her current level is merely at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. Qin Yu responded, Ah, so she is but a mediocre novice. Though just the previous morning, Li Zhengtong himself had been a mere 4th stage Qi refinement novice. He had since transformed into a pinnacle genius at the great perfection of the Qi refinement stage. Albeit with an unstable foundation, he remained terrifyingly formidable. Qin Yu felt utterly untroubled at the prospect of dealing with someone at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. How do you know this? Li Zhengtong asked curiously, sensing that his sister was quite well informed. With a proud smile, Li Xiaojiao replied, Meng Ruyan's younger brother is one of my many suitors. He divulges everything I inquire about. Li Zhengtong remarked, You're so young, yet already have suitors? No wonder your academic performance is so poor. I must inform our parents about this. Brother, how can you repay kindness with betrayal? Li Xiaojiao exclaimed, as if feeling utterly betrayed. This is not my fault. He pursues me. What does that have to do with me? Besides, at that time, you had no suitors, and your grades were even worse than mine. Utter nonsense. My grades are evidently superior to yours. Li Xiaojiao scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The schoolmaster has declared that after a year of trying, you have yet to grasp mathematics. He has ultimately given up on you. How can you assert that a year of study will yield understanding when you haven't even begun? Li Zhengdong retorted defiantly. Although I have yet to commence my studies, at least I still harbor hope, unlike certain individuals who have completely run out of it. Realizing he could not compete with Li Xiaojiao in this regard, Li Zhengtong swiftly shifted his approach. So what if I can't master arithmetic? I have already entered the Xiantian sect. Li Xiaojiao replied. All you ever talk about is the Xiantian sect. Enough with your bickering. Qin Yu interjected, putting an end to their senseless squabble. Once we return home, why not seek the schoolmaster's opinion on the matter? What a splendid idea. The siblings readily agreed. The trio soon arrived at the Meng residence. The grandeur of the Meng family's entrance dwarfed that of the Li family. The gate stood a majestic 5 meters tall. Crafted from an unknown type of stone adorned with delicate crimson patterns, quite a sight to behold. At this moment, the gate stood wide open, exuding an air of splendor. Qin Yu finally understood why merchants had chosen not to approach the Li family for collaboration. Just from the sight of these 2 gates, his initial impression was clear. One belonged to a wealthy and influential clan, while the other was a cultured family steeped in literary tradition. The merchants were there to make a profit, not to engage in scholarly pursuits, and thus, they naturally dismissed the Li family at first glance. The facade of the Meng family is quite commendable. If the Li family wishes to renovate their entrance, they might consider taking inspiration from it, Qin Yu casually remarked. Li Zhengtong lamented. This entrance was replaced by our Li family and subsequently purchased by the Meng family. Qin Yu suggested, let us proceed inside to pay a visit. Wait a moment. Li Xiaojiao interjected, addressing Li Zhengtong. Brother, once you have defeated Meng Ruyan, be sure to cast her a disdainful glance, and then scornfully utter, Woman, you are unworthy. Li Zhengtong glared. Li Xiaojiao, have you been indulging in some nonsensical material lately? I have not. Enough. If we do not enter soon, the day will turn to dusk. Qin Yu took the lead into the Ming residence, followed closely by Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao. As they stepped inside, a middle-aged man at the entrance called out, "What brings you to the Ming family?" This man appeared to be in his 40s, with keen senses. Qin Yu sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from him, indicating he was a practitioner at the second level of qi refining. Upon recognizing Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao behind Qin Yu, the middle-aged man smiled warmly and welcomed them. "Ah, it is Master Li and Miss Li. Please come in." "No need," Qin Yu replied. "I have heard that Ming Ruyan has returned, and I wish to engage her in a discussion to exchange insights on cultivation. You have come at the perfect time. The young lady is currently in the training grounds sparring with others. You may go and observe." "Excellent." The Li and Ming families have maintained a cordial relationship for generations. Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao often accompany their elders to visit the Ming household, well aware of the location of the martial arts training ground. As the trio traversed a narrow path, they soon heard the resounding echoes of shouts and the clashing of fists and feet ahead. At the training ground, a young man and woman were engaged in a spirited duel. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, resembling a flower in its initial bloom. Her youthful visage marked by a blend of determination and an icy demeanor, reminiscent of serene mountains and flowing waters. Her neatly tied ponytail danced in the breeze, and her light blue combat attire accentuated her slender form, exuding an aura that caused her garments to rustle as she moved. Akin to a valiant heroine of the martial world, radiating grace and strength. The boy, seemingly of a similar age, wielded a wooden stick, while the girl stood defenseless, devoid of any weapon. Curiously, the boy's face bore the bruises of battle, while the girl remained unscathed. Taking a deep breath, the boy thought, "I must land a blow on her, otherwise it would be utterly humiliating." With a fierce determination, he summoned the last remnants of his energy, raising the long stick high and bringing it down upon the girl. In the face of his full-force strike, her expression remained unperturbed. With barely a hint of movement, she subtly shook her head and leaned slightly, effortlessly evading his attack. Although his assault seemed formidable, it was fraught with openings. "Meng Lutong, your practical experience is sorely lacking. Although both of us are at the third level of qi refinement, your foundation is unstable. One should not solely pursue the speed of cultivation, as mere cultivation does not equate to true strength." Amidst the battle, the girl took a moment to leisurely critique the situation, revealing that in her eyes, Meng Lutong posed no threat whatsoever. After deftly evading Meng Lutong's full-force strike, she harnessed her spiritual energy and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Meng Lutong soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing outside the martial arts arena. The battle was concluded. Bravo! The swift and decisive encounter elicited applause from the onlookers. Only Meng Lutong, lying on the ground, lamented inwardly, "What a disgrace." Both being at the third level of qi refinement, he, a grown man wielding a weapon, had been thoroughly outclassed, having not even grazed his opponent's clothing. It was utterly humiliating. He resolved to scratch his rear and feign unconsciousness, hoping to let the awkwardness pass before pretending to awaken. However, before Meng Lutong could even scratch himself, a voice rang out. "Ha ha ha, what a spectacular battle. Tongzi, it's been 6 months, how have you become so weak?" Li Zhengdong made a grand entrance, followed closely by Qin Yu and Li Xiaojiao, resembling a prominent figure accompanied by his subordinates. Chapter 132. Little Tongzi and Big Tongzi. Li Zhengtong's grand entrance instantly captivated everyone's attention. Upon hearing this voice, Meng Lutong ceased even the most trivial of movements, opting instead to lie down and feign death. It is not humiliating to be beaten. Rather, it is the prospect of being seen by a close friend while being vanquished that brings true shame. "Tongzi, cease your charade. I just witnessed your inclination to scratch," Li Zhengtong remarked directly. With his pretense exposed, Meng Lutong abandoned his act of demise, first hastily scratching his backside before springing to his feet and addressing Li Zhengtong. "Tongzi, when did you return?" Since both of their names contain the character Tong, they affectionately refer to each other as Tongzi, much like how individuals with the surname Wang might address one another as Old Wang. Peers distinguish between Li Zhengtong and Meng Lutong by calling the former Big Tongzi and the latter Little Tongzi. Big Tongzi stated, "I just returned today, feeling idle. I thought to come and play with you, perhaps engage in a friendly spar. I never anticipated arriving to witness you being sent flying." Little Tongzi defended himself. "Come on. I was merely yielding to Yin Yin. You can't honestly believe I am incapable of besting her." The girl he faced in battle was none other than Meng Ruyan. TSK, TSK, TSK. Big Tongzi scoffed. If your strength were even half as formidable as your bravado, you would not have been so thoroughly trounced. Come on, Tongzi. After all these years as brothers, you still doubt me. Little Tongzi retorted indignantly. Big Tongzi patted Little Tongzi on the shoulder, letting out a sigh. It's fine to deceive a good friend, just don't let yourself be fooled. Well, I concede that I cannot surpass Yanzi, but do not underestimate my capabilities. You might find yourself equally unable to best her. Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao erupted in laughter in unison. Li Zhengtong, are you implying that I, a distinguished disciple of the Xiantian sect, would not be a match for Meng Rian? Li Xiaojiao, are you suggesting that my brother, a distinguished disciple of the Xiantian sect, would not be a match for Meng Rian? Within the Ming family, the Li siblings finally stood united. Zia Tongzi, not every disciple recruited by the Xiantian sect is exceptional. They also admit some who perform menial tasks. Just state your current cultivation level. Had it been the former Li Zhengtong of the 4th level of Qi refinement, he might have shied away from this inquiry. However, the Li Zhengtong standing here now has achieved the consummate stage of Qi refinement, eagerly awaiting this very question. Li Zhengtong clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. My talents are rather average, and I have a penchant for playfulness, compounded by the fierce competition within the Xiantian sect. Upon hearing Li Zhengtong's confession, Meng Lutong became invigorated. Having already lost face, he could not allow himself to be the only one embarrassed. Good brothers should share in the humiliation together. Let us dispense with those futile excuses. Simply reveal your current cultivation level. I am not afraid to face the truth. After 6 months of diligent effort, I have reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and I am not far from the 4th. However, there is no need for envy. Having a lower cultivation level is inconsequential. After all, only 6 months have passed, and there is ample time ahead. Yet, one must not become complacent on the path of cultivation. Even if the resources of the Xiantian sect are abundant, it is all in vain if one lacks the will to strive. Now, please divulge your current level of cultivation. I swear I shall not mock you. Given the persistent request from his companion, Li Zhengtong reluctantly acquiesced. As of now, I have merely attained the great perfection of Qi refinement. The foundation establishment remains a distant prospect. The great perfection of Qi refinement? What? You have already reached that stage? The voice of Xiao Tongzi quivered with disbelief. Did you grow up consuming spirit stones? Li Zhengtong suppressed the urge to smile, shaking his head in resignation. It has been over half a year, and I have only achieved the great perfection of Qi refinement. I can no longer afford to indulge. You are right. The path of cultivation requires diligence and cannot be taken lightly. Please, spare me the lecture. Xiao Tongzi's expression was nearly one of despair. The most painful realization was not acknowledging his own weakness, but rather recognizing that his close friend was a genius while he himself was not. Meng Lutong devoted himself to relentless training within the sect, utilizing nearly every moment of his free time for cultivation. He had initially anticipated that upon returning home, he would be able to showcase his exceptional skills and formidable prowess. However, he was first thoroughly defeated by Meng Rian and subsequently overwhelmed by Li Zhengtong's superior cultivation. In that moment, Meng Lutong understood the harsh truth. He was indeed the weakest link. Observing Meng Lutong's distress, Li Zhengtong quickly racked his brain. Recalling how Yu Gu had consoled him during his own moments of discouragement, Li Zhengtong mimicked Qin Yu's tone and gently patted Tongzi on the shoulder. Tongzi, do not be too disheartened. In truth, having a low cultivation level does have its advantages. Meng Lutong retorted, what advantages could there possibly be? After a brief silence, Li Zhengtong replied, I apologize, but I truly cannot think of any benefits to having a low cultivation level. You might as well continue to wallow in your sorrow. With his head hung low, Meng Lutong quietly squatted beside a tree, drawing circles in the dirt. Observing Meng Lutong's demeanor, Li Zhengtong felt it inappropriate to introduce him to Qin Yu. What if he were to carelessly ask a question? Mistakenly believing that everyone in Xuantianzong had achieved the pinnacle of Qi refinement, only to shatter his own heart? Brother Yu, the one crouching on the ground drawing circles is my dearest friend from the city academy, Meng Lutong. Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Li Zhengtong was conversing with Meng Lutong, another individual entered the training grounds and began sparring with Meng Rian. During this time, Qin Yu assessed the talents of both Meng Rian and Meng Lutong. Meng Rian possesses 2 talents. 1. Medium-grade spiritual root, C-grade sufficient to barely reach the threshold of cultivation, yet unlikely to achieve any remarkable accomplishments. Destined to merely serve as a supporting backdrop to the vibrant blooms of others. 2. Alchemy prodigy, C-grade displays a certain aptitude for alchemy, with the potential to become a genuine alchemist, yet destined to concoct only low-grade elixirs throughout her life, struggling to gain recognition in esteemed circles. In contrast, Meng Lutong has only a single talent, a medium-grade spiritual root. Their shared talent suggests that they must have exerted considerable effort to reach the third level of qi refinement at this stage. As Meng Lutong aptly stated, the path of cultivation demands unwavering diligence. He devoted nearly all his time to rigorous training, thereby attaining the third level of qi refinement. In contrast, Li Zhengdong, possessing a similar innate talent, exerted little effort, often engaging in chores and studying formations, yet he swiftly reached the fourth level of qi refinement. This disparity can be attributed to the Xiantian sect, renowned for its exquisite techniques throughout the continent. Even the quarters occupied by the sect's miscellaneous disciples boast a concentration of spiritual energy that far surpasses that of numerous smaller sections. Consequently, the disciples of the Xiantian sect cultivate at a pace that significantly exceeds that of their counterparts from lesser sects with similar talents. And this gap in cultivation levels widens as one progresses. This elucidates why so many aspire to join the grand sects. Even the miscellaneous disciples of a major sect are inherently superior to the ordinary disciples of minor sections. Chapter 133, Mere Luck according to Meng Lutong. He devoted all his time to cultivation. Although his skills have caught up with others, his foundation remains unstable, and his spiritual energy lacks solidity. If he continues to pursue the speed of cultivation without considering the foundation, establishing a solid base may become exceedingly difficult. Many cultivators believe that their abilities are not solely enhanced by elixirs, but are cultivated gradually through personal effort. Hence, they question the instability of their foundation. The essence of elixirs does not lie in generating spiritual energy, but rather in enhancing the efficiency of a cultivator's practice. The spiritual energy absorbed, whether with or without elixirs, remains the same. The only distinction is that, with the aid of elixirs, the absorption rate is accelerated, with no other differences. The spiritual energy absorbed into the body requires a period of adaptation, mastery, and sedimentation, just as one must engage with exercises in conjunction with lectures to truly grasp knowledge. So too must a cultivator practice to master the use of spiritual energy. This is why the Xiantian sect encourages its disciples to learn various arts of cultivation. It is also the reason none of the 12 inner sect peaks is solely dedicated to the practice of cultivation. Solely engaging in meditation, seclusion, and introspection will never lead one to true strength. Alchemy, formation, beast taming, body refinement, weapon crafting, and the study of celestial techniques are all exercises for one's spiritual energy and mental fortitude, serving as effective means to solidify one's foundation. In contrast to Meng Lutong, Meng Rian possesses a significantly stronger foundation. Qin Yu observed his agile movements, suggesting that he had indeed mastered a certain footwork technique, and his proficiency in manipulating spiritual energy was notably exceptional, indicating a well-rounded development. The opponent's cultivation level was not inferior to that of Meng Lutong, leading Qin Yu to speculate that he might have received familial support or encountered some minor fortuitous event. Xiaotong, come here. A woman, of similar stature to Li Mu, waved at Li Zhengtong after he finished conversing with Meng Lutong. As Li Zhengtong approached the stands, he quietly introduced Qin Yu, saying, "This is Meng Ruyan's mother, and the gentleman beside her is her father, the current head of the Meng family." Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the stands, Li Zhengtong and Li Shaojiao first paid their respects to the head of the Meng family. "Uncle, aunt, greetings." "Uncle, aunt, allow me to introduce." Li Zhengtong gestured towards Qin Yu, stating, "This is my friend from the Xiantian sect, here to visit our family." Qin Yu politely responded, "Uncle, aunt, greetings. You may call me Xiao Yu, as in the universe." "Xiao Yu, greetings. Please come and sit over here." Li Zhengtong retrieved 2 packages of Xiantian sect specialties from his Qin Kuan bag and handed them to the head of the Meng family. This was a suggestion from Qin Yu before Li Zhengtong returned home, and the price was quite reasonable, merely 10 contribution points for each. The contents included various souvenirs and local delicacies from the Xiantian sect. "Uncle, aunt, wishing you a prosperous new year." "Xiaotong, you are too polite. Why bring gifts on such a visit?" The head of the Meng family felt a tinge of embarrassment. He only learned of Meng Ruoyan's visit to annul the engagement afterward. Upon discovering this matter, they promptly sought to apologize, yet a sense of guilt lingered. Fortunately, only their 2 families were aware, preventing the situation from escalating. Otherwise, the centuries-old friendship between the Meng and Li families would have been irrevocably shattered. Meng's mother cheerfully remarked. The disciples of Xuantianzong exhibit an extraordinary demeanor. Not at all, aunt. You flatter me, replied Li Jingtong. Why, little Tong, you seem to have lost considerable weight. Is the food at Xuantianzong unsatisfactory? Li Jingtong waved his hand dismissively, asserting that the culinary offerings at Xuantianzong were indeed delightful. However, in the pursuit of immortality, one must seize every moment, leaving little time for meals. He primarily relied on fasting pills to sustain himself. Qin Yu quietly observed Li Jingtong's pretensions. Is it truly a matter of time constraints in your cultivation, or merely a lack of means to afford sustenance? Little Tong, this won't do. Cultivating is a lengthy endeavor. One cannot solely focus on training without balancing work and rest. Fear not, uncle. Beyond my training, I am also studying formations. That's commendable. Do ensure you don't end up like Xiao Lu Tong, who is utterly consumed by the pursuit of cultivation. After exchanging pleasantries, a brief silence enveloped the room. Naturally, there was little for the elders and the younger generation to discuss. Ordinarily, a few simple exchanges would suffice before the children were encouraged to play elsewhere. Fortunately, in the training arena, Meng Ruoyan was still engaged in a spar with a guard, which helped maintain the atmosphere. However, with the silence stretching on, Li Zhengdong began to grow anxious. His recent hints were exceedingly apparent. He had been diligently cultivating. Yet did any of you inquire about my current level of cultivation? Do relatives nowadays not ask about a child's academic achievements? After a brief silence, Li Zhengtong resolved to take the initiative to speak. If opportunities did not present themselves, he would create them. If he did not put on a show, he would be unable to find peace. What level of cultivation has Yinzi attained now? Li Zhengtong inquired. His own cultivation surpassed that of Meng Ruyan, so he was naturally aware of her current capabilities. His question was designed to spark a conversation. Yinzi has now reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Her progress is quite commendable, announced the head of the Ming family. The 3rd level of qi refinement is indeed impressive. Some disciples of the Xiantian sect have only just reached that level. Li Zhengtong remarked with an air of authority. Xiao Tong, what level have you attained in qi refinement? Meng's mother asked. Li Zhengtong rubbed his face and cleared his throat. I have barely managed to reach the peak of qi refinement. Merely fortunate, just fortunate. The spectators on the platform were taken aback. Achieving the peak of qi refinement after only 6 months of cultivation is either due to extraordinary talent or the result of abundant resources. Given the strength of the Li family, it would not be difficult for them to elevate Li Zhengtong to the peak of qi refinement swiftly. However, Meng's father knew that Li's father was not the sort to be short-sighted, and would certainly not provide excessive resources to Li Zhengtong. Thus, it seems he must belong to the former category. Meng's father sighed inwardly, pondering whether Xiao Yin would regret her earlier decision upon learning of Xiao Tong's remarkable strength. Meng Mu remarked, today, while I was out for a leisurely stroll, I overheard a vendor discussing how Xiao Tong is unable to consume the savory broth of tofu pudding. This particular constitution is remarkably resilient, allowing for rapid cultivation. However, one must refrain from partaking in the salty soup of tofu pudding, for doing so would lead to an immediate collapse of their abilities. Initially, I presumed this was merely a fabrication by the small-time merchants, but it appears Xiao Tong truly possesses such prowess. Li Zheng cast a mournful glance at Qin Yu. No wonder that uncle adamantly forbade me from drinking the meat broth at noon. Qin Yu felt as though he had been betrayed. He recalled the uncle's fervent assurance backstage that he would divulge this matter to no one. Who could have imagined that a story concocted at noon would be common knowledge throughout the city by afternoon? Are you engaged in espionage? How does news travel so swiftly? Chapter 134. Such unsavory tactics at this moment. The martial arts arena had determined the victor. Meng Ruyan's opponent was forced back several steps and promptly conceded defeat. Hey, Li Zhengtong, how is the Xiantian sect? Meng Ruyan inquired, wiping the sweat from her brow as she approached to grab a water jug. Nothing remarkable. Just SOSO, Li Zhengtong replied nonchalantly, believing such a response would elevate his stature. The Xiantian Gong is the most exquisite martial art of the Liang Kingdom. You must have only learned a fraction of it, yet your progress is astonishing. Meng Ruyan took a sip of water, cast a sidelong glance at Li Zhengtong, and challenged, come on, are you brave enough to spar a little? I would like to assess the prowess of a disciple from the Xiantian sect. What is there to fear? Before Li Zhengtong could respond, Li Xiaojiao interjected, readily agreeing on his behalf. Brother, let her witness just how vast the gap between you two truly is. Xiaoyan, you just fought 2 matches. You should sit down, have some water, and rest well. The head of the Meng family advised anxiously, concerned for his daughter's safety. Since Xiao Tong has come all this way, you ought to engage in a pleasant conversation instead. Father, it is precisely because Li Zhengtong has made this rare visit that I wish to seize the opportunity to spar. After all, where else would one find a disciple of the Xiantian sect to practice with? She retorted. Moreover, although I just fought 2 matches, I hardly broke a sweat against Meng Lu Tong. They hardly count. Li Zhengtong cast a glance at Meng Lu Tong, who was squatting nearby and drawing circles in the dirt, relieved that the latter hadn't overheard. Otherwise, he would have had to employ both hands to draw circles simultaneously. No wonder they dared to approach Li Zhengtong's family and demand a cancellation of the engagement. Upon hearing these simple words, Qin Yu could distinctly sense that Meng Ruyan was a person of forthright disposition, unreserved in expressing her thoughts and utterly indifferent to the feelings of others. She stated that the betrothal was annulled due to Li Zhengtong's lack of physical appeal, perhaps genuinely for this reason alone, devoid of any ulterior motives. Such a character has its merits and drawbacks. For those of capability, it is termed candor, while for the less fortunate, it is deemed a lack of emotional intelligence. Before the head of the Ming family could utter another word, Meng Ruyan had already leaped onto the training ground, beckoning Li Zhengtong with a gesture. Li Xiaojiao encouraged. Go for it, brother. Don't forget to say that phrase I taught you after you win. Li Zhengtong cast a glance at Li Xiaojiao and followed suit into the arena. Go, brother. Li Xiaojiao cheered, waving her fists enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Meng Lutong ceased his circling and attentively focused on the impending duel. The disparity was stark, a consummate practitioner facing one at the 3rd level of qi refining. The outcome seemed almost predetermined, yet Meng Lutong held a flicker of hope. Perhaps a miracle might unfold. Both Meng father and mother observed the training ground with earnest expressions. The Li family has produced a prodigy. It appears their future is indeed bright, commented Meng father. Meng mother concurred. They say one can gauge a person's future at the age of 3. This certainly seems to hold true. The child, Xiaotong, previously appeared rather foolish, yet unexpectedly possesses a terrifying talent for cultivation. How astute our parents were to arrange his marriage with Xiao Yin at such an early stage. Alas, let bygones be bygones. Although Xiao Yin pales in comparison to Xiao Tong, she is certainly not lacking in her own right. Meng Fu gazed at his daughter, his eyes brimming with affection. Meng Mu regarded Li Zhengtong with a tinge of regret, as he increasingly resembled her ideal son-in-law. Feeling the collective gaze of everyone upon him, Li Zhengtong experienced a twinge of nervousness. He silently resolved, I must secure a decisive victory and showcase my prowess, leaving everyone in awe of my capabilities. Meng Ruyan, I shall not hold back, Li Zhengtong declared. Do not restrain yourself. Unleash your utmost strength. Meng Ruyan's eyes sparkled with combat fervor. The moment she stepped onto the training ground, her demeanor transformed entirely, as if she had become a different person. Friendship first, sparring second. And let us keep it within limits. A skilled member of the Meng family took on the role of referee, ensuring that neither party would inflict severe injuries upon the other. You may begin, with the referee's words. Li Zhengtong summoned all his spiritual energy and charged towards Meng Ruyan. He aimed to overwhelm her with absolute power. Such astonishing speed. Meng Ruyan's pupils constricted. This speed must be at least at the 9th level of qi refinement. Though she managed to react, Li Zhengtong's velocity was so overwhelming that she had no time to evade. Meng Ruyan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. If that strike landed, she feared she would lose her ability to resist completely. Observing the lightning-fast Li Zhengtong, Meng's parents were equally shaken. They had expected him to hold back. But to their astonishment, he unleashed his full strength right from the start. With a resounding crash, the audience displayed expressions of disbelief, while Meng Lutong, crouched on the ground in shock, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Li Zhengtong, channeling all his energy, sped past Meng Ruyan at an incredible velocity, only to collide violently with the wall of the training ground behind her. The sound of impact echoed, and Li Zhengtong fell onto his back, unconscious. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped everyone present. The head of the Ming family exclaimed, What on earth is happening? Meng Lutong, filled with rage, felt as if his teeth might shatter. Was this a display of speed and defense? Meng Ruyan contemplated, is he attempting to invoke guilt within me through this act of self-harm? Planting a seed of remorse that might affect my future endeavors? Such a despicable tactic. Meng's mother remarked, Little Yin indeed possesses foresight. Breaking off the engagement early was wise. As the ancients say, one can discern the future at 3 years old. Our ancestors do not deceive. Everyone else remained bewildered, while only Qin Yu face obscured by his hands, wore an expression of helplessness. Li Zhengtong had elevated his abilities to such an extent that he was oblivious to his own prowess. He too had not anticipated his speed would be so formidable. Before he could react, he had crashed into the wall. Li Zhengtong's predicament mirrored that of Meng Lutong, both stemming from an unstable foundation, but in his case, it was far more severe. "Brother!" Li Xiaojiao exclaimed as she rushed over in urgency. The others quickly followed suit. And after a thorough examination, they discovered that Li Zhengtong had merely been knocked unconscious due to the excessive rebound from the wall. He might experience some minor concussion or a slight impact on his cognitive abilities, but overall, the consequences were not severe. Meng Lutong, displaying great loyalty, hurried over not for any other reason but to assist Li Zhengtong. Only Xiao Tongzi understood how uncomfortable it was to feel an itch while feigning unconsciousness. However, if Qin Yu's guesses were accurate, Li Zhengtong was genuinely dazed this time. After the head of the Meng family administered some rudimentary treatment, Qin Yu lifted Li Zhengtong and, accompanied by Li Xiaojiao, hastily departed from the Meng residence. The head of the Meng family had hoped to send Meng Ruyan and Meng Lutong along to escort them home, but Qin Yu politely declined. He simply could not afford to lose face. Arriving in haste and leaving in haste. Before they exited, the gatekeeper of the Meng family cheerfully greeted them. "Miss Li, leaving so soon?" Li Xiaojiao shot him a glare and hurried away. Qin Yu felt that Li Zhengtong, slung over his back, seemed somewhat lighter. It turned out it was due to the loss of face. Chapter 135. Who learned from whom? A night of silence passed. The next morning, Qin Yu was roused from his slumber by the sound of lamentation outside. How utterly embarrassing. I truly have no face to show to anyone. With a sigh, Qin Yu extricated himself from his meditative state. The entire debacle with Li Zhengtong was a consequence of his own recklessness. Given his cultivation level, even with an unstable foundation, he should have effortlessly dealt with a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Qin Yu had initially believed the situation was secure, for the two were evidently not on the same tier. It was akin to a 300-pound behemoth grappling with a 70-pound waif, even if the behemoth possessed no skills. Merely standing still would render the waif utterly powerless. Yet, inexplicably, this assured victory was squandered by Li Zhengtong. Aware of his own shaky foundation, he nonetheless unleashed his full strength, resulting in a lack of control that led him to crash against the wall. Had he utilized only a fraction of his spiritual energy, such a predicament would surely have been avoided. That night, Qin Yu pondered the notion that combat beyond one's level was an exclusive skill reserved for protagonists. Why then had he been outmatched by another? Could it be that the true antagonist was, in fact, himself? The more he reflected, the greater his sense of regret became. Had he known, he ought to have procured a recording orb to immortalize the splendid moment of the previous night. Stepping outside, Qin Yu inhaled the crisp, icy air of the morning. "Brother Yu, I was truly mortified yesterday." Upon seeing Qin Yu emerge, Li Zhengtong rushed over in search of consolation. However, recalling how Qin Yu had previously comforted him, Li Zhengtong hastily retreated. Enough of the hesitation. It would be wise to reflect upon this matter thoroughly. In the coming days, one should devote more time to practice, solidifying the foundation before proceeding further. With that, Qin Yu retrieved the alchemical furnace from his spatial pouch, seeking a location of auspicious feng shui to commence his alchemical endeavors. Li Zhengtong never anticipated that, despite his efforts to have Brother Yu depart from the sect, he would still be unable to hinder his progress in alchemy. For Qin Yu, the practice of alchemy demanded a high degree of control over spiritual energy, making it the perfect means to reinforce his foundational skills. However, Qin Yu chose not to explore new elixirs just yet. Instead, he began with those he was already proficient in, intending to master the manipulation of spiritual energy before advancing to the study of new concoctions. Observing that Qin Yu was no longer paying him any mind, Li Zhengtong found a suitable spot of his own and began to practice talismans incessantly. Yet, during his practice, he could not help but recall the embarrassing scene from the previous day, mentally envisioning the mocking laughter of Meng Ruyan, Meng Lutong, and others. How utterly humiliating. He lamented. "Once I have honed my skills for a few days, I must reclaim my dignity." The early morning sunlight bathed the two young men, dispelling a hint of winter's chill. Before long, the Li family's chef had prepared breakfast, which was delivered by a designated attendant. "Xiao Tong, Xiao Yu, come and have breakfast." "All right." Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong retracted their spiritual energy, tidied themselves up, and entered the inner hall. There, Li Father occupied the main seat. Li Mother was clearing the dishes, while Li Xiaojiao lay on the dining table, clutching her stomach, utterly motionless. "What is the matter with Xiaojiao?" Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. Li's father found it somewhat peculiar. Wasn't it the case that your teacher inspected your homework yesterday? Why then? Are you feigning a stomachache this morning? Li Xiaojiao whimpered. Father, I am not pretending. It must be the candied hawthorn my brother bought for me yesterday. I sensed something odd about its taste when I consumed it. Nonsense. I saw you enjoying it yesterday. That was because I did not wish to waste it. Enough of this bickering. Li's mother interjected as she placed the meal delivered from the kitchen upon the table. Hurry and eat. Once finished, you may attend to your business. Mother, my stomach hurts. Mother, do not believe her. Yesterday, the teacher posed a question, and he will continue to question us today. Ah, I see. Li's father exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. No wonder your younger sister has been feigning a stomachache since this morning. She wishes to avoid school. Li Xiaojiao, in a fit of anger, picked up her chopsticks and shot an indignant glare at Li Jingtong. Brother, you are truly insufferable. Xiaodong, Xiaoyu. Will you both accompany Xiaojiao to school today? Li's mother inquired. Not going. Li Zhengdong replied, taking a sip of kanji. But I must go to school. For what reason? Li's father lifted his head to ask. Because during yesterday's outdoor thinking class, the teacher asked everyone how to measure the weight of a giant dragon elephant. And my sister immediately provided the correct answer. That is quite commendable. My daughter, arriving at the correct answer without hesitation. What could be wrong with that? Li's father said. Beaming with pride, surely imagining that his daughter had garnered considerable attention the previous day. The issue is quite significant at that moment. The teacher was taken aback and inquired how the young lady had come to such a conclusion. The young lady candidly replied that it was you who informed her. And she even mentioned that you remarked on the lack of innovation in the teacher's lessons, which seemed to circle back to the same few matters repeatedly. The teacher likely felt that you had prematurely revealed the answer to Xiaojiao, thereby hindering the outdoor thinking class, prompting him to seek a conversation with you. Upon hearing Li Zhengtong's words, Li's father stood frozen, his mouth agape in disbelief. He never anticipated that his daughter would betray him so early in the day. Xiaojiao, on the other hand, desperately lowered her head, wishing she could vanish beneath the table. Did I not tell you not to disclose to the teacher that I was the one who informed you? Li's father questioned angrily. Xiaojiao timidly responded, I forgot. Alas, Li's father suddenly exhaled, rubbing his belly, feeling an unexpected discomfort. Could it be that he had eaten something bad the previous night? My dear, perhaps you should visit the teacher on my behalf. I am feeling rather unwell today and may not be able to go out. Although he was the head of the Li family, he was also a father, apprehensive of the teacher's visit. Observing his father's performance, which was even less convincing than Xiaojiao's, Qin Yu struggled to suppress his urge to cover his face. You are already in the nascent soul stage. Yet you feign a stomachache? Li's mother, with a raised eyebrow, seized Li's father's ear and twisted it firmly. I wondered why Xiaojiao feigned a stomachache at the slightest inconvenience. It seems she has learned this from you. Just look at how you have led the child astray. Father Li innocently exclaimed, I am wronged. This matter truly has nothing to do with me. I learned this from Li Xiaojiao, for I did not know it before. Chapter 136. Mother Li in the kitchen. The dining table of the Li family exuded an atmosphere of joy, consistently bringing Qin Yu a unique sense of happiness. After a period of observation, Qin Yu ultimately ranked the 4 members of the Li family. Without doubt, Mother Li claimed the top position. She stood out as the only rational individual among the 4, lacking any remarkable traits, her stability highlighted by the eccentricities of the others. Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao shared the second place, each possessing distinct characteristics, akin to the legendary pairing of a hidden dragon and a crouching phoenix, neither overshadowing the other. Naturally, the lowest rank went to Father Li, who had successfully amalgamated all the traits of Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao. Qin Yu now found himself profoundly curious about how Father Li had ascended to the position of family patriarch. Was it due to Father Li's formidable prowess? Or was it simply a trait of the Li family? Your cousin is returning tomorrow, Father Li announced to Li Zhengtong at the dinner table. Is he really coming back from such a distance? Li Zhengtong asked, somewhat astonished. Yes. It is said that he has been hurrying back since the first day of the new year, and he is expected to arrive tomorrow. Initially, he had no intention of returning, but it seems he acquired a particularly potent elixir at a high price, which he intends to bring back for your second uncle to study. We should all go and take a look then. Great. Li Zhengtong nodded. I will go to the city gate to meet him tomorrow. After the meal, Father Li and Li Xiaojiao departed with expressions of utter disillusionment, while Mother Li quietly trailed behind them. What is Annie up to? Qin Yu inquired curiously. My mother is stealthily following my father and little sister to ensure that my father doesn't sneak away with my sister, neglecting their studies. Qin Yu remarked. Is it truly possible for your uncle to concoct something extraordinary in such a short distance from your home to the academy? Merely 5 minutes on foot? He then inquired. Where is your cousin in the Liang Kingdom? Is it far from here? My cousin is not in the Liang Kingdom. He is currently in a sect located in the Great Wilderness Kingdom and has been away for a year and a half. My cousin's father is my second uncle, a skilled alchemist capable of refining 5th-grade elixirs. Brother Yu, I previously mentioned my aspirations in alchemy, which were inspired by this very uncle. Ah, I see. Qin Yu nodded in understanding. After satisfying their hunger, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong exited the house to resume their respective cultivation practices. A quarter of an hour later, Li's father returned with a stoic expression, retreating into the study, absorbed in some task unknown to them. Li's mother was equally occupied, bustling about throughout the morning, occasionally producing a clatter of sounds, leaving them curious about her activities. As noon approached, Li Zhengtong exhausted all the talisman papers in his possession. Brother Yu, let us take a brief respite. It is time for our meal. Indeed, you both should take a moment to rest, wash your hands, and prepare for lunch. Li's mother cheerfully suggested. Suddenly, Li Zhengtong sensed something peculiar about his mother today. Upon closer inspection, he noticed she was adorned with an apron. It was only when she personally prepared meals that she donned such an attire. A shiver ran down his spine as he thought. No wonder father returned home with an impassive demeanor and secluded himself in the study. Mother, I shall head to the academy to fetch my little sister from school. Li Zhengtong sought a convenient excuse to make a swift exit. However, from a distance, Motherly responded, no need. Xiao Jiao has made plans with friends and will not return home for lunch today. However, your sister will miss out, as I shall personally prepare a sumptuous feast for you all. Just sit tight and wait. A loud bang resonated from Mother Li's side, startling the Li father and son, as well as Qin Yu. Mother, why not cook in the dining hall? Li Zhengtong gently suggested, though inwardly he mused, what if the house gets blown up? Where shall we sleep tonight? I cannot cook in the dining hall. The mediocre flavors of those dishes would taint my culinary creations, Motherly proclaimed, all the while pondering. What if the dining hall were to explode? The entire family would be left without food, and I cannot bear that responsibility. How peculiar it is that with my exceptional culinary skills, explosions seem to be a common occurrence. Is this what they mean by food being so delicious it explodes? Mother, I forgot to mention yesterday. Li Zhengtong continued, engaging his mind. I made plans with friends to go out and, incidentally, introduce them to Brother Yu. So, I want to be home for lunch today. Upon hearing this, Motherly paused her actions, lamenting the missed opportunity. Such a pity, but it's all right. I shall postpone cooking until dinner, when Xiao Jiao will be home as well. In the study, Fatherly felt a surge of joy. Any time together was a blessing. Moreover, with more people, each person will eat less. Hee. Perfectly timed. The evening would allow me to prepare several more dishes, including the candied sweet potatoes I just learned to make the other day, which I shall serve for you all to taste. Mother, surely you do not mean to suggest that you won't be home for dinner tonight? Li Mu's voice turned icy. Li Zhengtong immediately wilted. No, of course not. I shall certainly return home for dinner. That is good to hear. Li Mu's tone softened once again. Hurry along to find your friends. Do not keep them waiting. After school at noon, Li Xiaojiao went to her friend's house. Greetings, Uncle Seven. Greetings, Auntie, she exclaimed. Is your mother going to cook again? Li Xiaojiao nodded obediently, feeling proud as she declared, this time, neither my father nor my brother nor Brother Qin Yu could escape. Only I, the clever one, managed to evade it. After a while, another little boy entered. Greetings, Uncle Seven. Greetings, Auntie, the boy said sweetly. Is Jihu here as well? Is your mother cooking for lunch today? Li Jihu nodded. Li Jihu's father is the third son, making him the third uncle to Li Xiaojiao and Li Zhengdong. Li Xiaojiao's mother and Li Jihu's mother are close friends. And it was Li Jihu's mother who taught Li Mu how to cook, leading to frequent culinary exchanges between the two. Li Jihu glanced at Li Xiaojiao, contemplating a greeting, as he considered their shared plight. However, Li Xiaojiao approached him and promptly struck him in the face with her fist. Li Xiaojiao, why did you hit me? Li Jihu exclaimed in bewilderment, clutching his face. Li Xiaojiao replied angrily. It is all your mother's fault for teaching my mother how to cook. Now I cannot even return home, and for every meal my mother prepares, I shall hit you once. Li Jihu burst into tears. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong strolled aimlessly after leaving the Li residence. Was the meal prepared by his aunt truly that unpalatable? Li Zhengtong nodded vigorously. It was a flavor that defied description. Brother Yu, you must hasten to concoct a pill that induces a loss of taste. I shall willingly serve as your test subject to support your endeavors. Enough of this nonsense. Who would waste their time researching such a futile elixir? Let us proceed to have lunch. Shall we settle for yesterday's tofu pudding? Absolutely. Li Zhongtong smacked his lips, lamenting the missed opportunity to enjoy tofu pudding the day before. This time, he resolved to beat Brother Yu to it, lest the owner once again added cilantro to the meat broth. He could hardly believe that the proprietor would dare to include cilantro without his presence, sacrificing the preferences of other customers who despised it. The two made their way to the quaint eatery, now bustling with patrons at midday. The fragrant tofu pudding steamed invitingly, while the large meat buns and patties exuded an irresistible aroma. Young Master Li back again? The shopkeeper inquired, puzzled. Could it be that young Master Li has developed a fondness for our original flavored tofu pudding? Without uttering a word, Li Zhengtong made a beeline for the kitchen. He aimed to salvage a bowl of delectable meat broth before anyone could react. However, upon lifting the lid of the pot containing the broth, he was left dumbfounded. Damn it, you are indeed ruthless. Chapter 137, The Son of the City Lord. Wang Zhe and the exquisite broth, countless tiny green flecks were evenly dispersed throughout the rich brown liquid, rising and falling with the gentle simmer. These were the tender remnants of cilantro, meticulously infused into the soup. The shopkeeper cast a reassuring glance at Qin Yu. To prevent Li Zhengtong from surreptitiously sipping the broth, he had generously added an abundance of cilantro during the cooking process, allowing its essence to thoroughly permeate the soup. After all, a formidable cultivator possesses the power to alter the fate of a city, thus, to ensure that Wuxing City would gain prominence in the Liang Kingdom. Even a humble tofu pudding vendor must contribute his share. But why? Li Zhengtong exclaimed, lamenting to the heavens. Uncle, to prevent me from enjoying tofu pudding. You have forsaken all the customers who dislike cilantro? Is that truly necessary? Of course it is. The uncle retorted indignantly. Young Master Li, do not blame me. This is all for your own good. Moreover, you are the only one being excluded. Li Zhengtong inquired, what do you mean? The shopkeeper replied, you are the sole person in the entire city who does not consume cilantro. Li Zhengtong was taken aback. Qin Yu sighed inwardly, a person who detests cilantro born in a city that relishes it. Ah. One must wonder if his innate talent began to manifest at the very moment his first cell was formed. Brother Yu, please tell him this is all a jest. I can still enjoy the broth. Li Zhengtong was on the verge of despair. Qin Yu stepped forward and inquired, Uncle, did you not solemnly vow yesterday that you would not speak of this matter to anyone? How is it that now half the city is aware? The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. That cannot be. I only mentioned it to the butcher next door, who swore he would keep it to himself. Qin Yu responded, well, in truth, I was merely jesting about yesterday's incident. It never occurred. You may continue preparing your meat soup as you always have, without the need to add cilantro in advance. The shopkeeper chuckled. Ah, so it was a joke. I thought it peculiar that such an odd condition existed. However, it seems there will be no meat soup without cilantro from now on. Why is that? Qin Yu inquired. Because I have discovered that adding cilantro beforehand enhances the flavor of the meat soup. Everyone finds it more enjoyable. I must thank you for improving the recipe, master. Qin Yu sighed. Tongzi, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that you are simply too unfortunate. Li Zhengnan exclaimed, enough. I wish to be left in peace. Master, allow me to treat you to today's meal. Please find a place to sit. No need for that. Today, I prefer to try something different. Qin Yu politely declined the shopkeeper's generous offer. After all, I cannot allow Tongzi to consume plain tofu pudding indefinitely. He is already quite unfortunate. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong proceeded to the most expensive restaurant in town, casually ordering several dishes. In Li Zhengtong's words, before facing punishment tonight, one must indulge in a fine meal. Brother Yu, your mind is sharp. Quickly devise a reason for us not to return home for dinner. Li Zhengtong urged, Tongzi, you are also here to eat. A surprised voice rang out from behind him. Turning around, Li Zhengtong's face broke into a smile. Xiaozhe, you've come to dine as well. Come, take a seat. He pulled out a chair, and the young man named Xiaozhe approached with a grin. Xiaozhe, allow me to introduce you. This is Qin Yu, a dear brother from my Shantian sect. Yugu, this is Wang Zhe, the son of the city lord, and also a close friend from my academy. Together with Wang Zhe and Meng Lutong, we are known as the three swordsmen of the academy. Hello. Qin Yu, ever the sociable one, rose to greet Wang Zhe warmly. Since you are Tongzi's friend, you are mine as well. No need for formality, just call me Yugu. Wang Zhe replied, greetings, Yugu. Please, have a seat. This meal is on me. As a gesture of hospitality for both of you, Waiter, please serve all your signature dishes. Certainly, sir. They will be out shortly. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu discreetly assessed Wang Zhe's talents. Superior spiritual root, be great exceptional talent, with a cultivation speed far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Possessing the potential to carve out a place in the realm of immortals. Administrative talent, C grade possesses commendable management abilities, capable of effectively utilizing the talents of subordinates. 1 B grade and 1 C grade, merely an ordinary second-generation official, he thought. Tongzi, when did you return? Wang Zhe inquired. I just got back yesterday. I was planning to visit you tomorrow, but I didn't expect to run into you today. Wang Zhe lowered his voice and said, I have heard that Tongzi, you possess extraordinary talent and have been taken as a disciple by a certain elder of the Xiantian sect. Possessing an exceptionally peculiar constitution of not being able to drink tofu brain meat soup. Is this true? Li Zhengtong's expression turned dark as he realized that the entire city seemed to be aware of this. Of course, it was false. What kind of bizarre constitution could exist in this world? It was merely a jest. The dishes were served swiftly and in just a few exchanges. An array of delectable delicacies filled the table. After all, this table was reserved for the son of the city lord and the esteemed young master of the Li family, renowned for his prodigious talent. Thus they were prioritized with generous portions. Come, let us eat. Qin Yu beckoned, picking up a slice of meat and savoring it slowly. Compared to the humble tofu brain, the cuisine at this luxurious restaurant offered an entirely different flavor, though it still paled in comparison to the meals at Xiantian's sect. After several rounds of tea and an assortment of dishes, the group reclined in their chairs, engaging in lively conversation. Let me tell you, at Xiantian's sect, I was quite impressive. When I first arrived, there was a group from the beast-taming peak that bullied us due to their numbers. Can you guess what happened in the end? Wang Zhe asked, what happened next? In the end, the leader of that beast-taming peak was knocked into a pit of excrement, covered from head to toe, and now he is confined in his cave, unable to return home even for the new year. Moreover, along with Brother Yu and that rather useless fellow, Shaoxi, we had the Xiantian sect disciples spinning in circles. Brother, I am not exaggerating. Within a single day, we earned this much. Li Zhengtong extended a finger. 1,000? No, 10,000. That was incorrect as well. In just one day, we managed to accumulate a staggering 100,000, completely exhausting that group. Incredible, isn't it? Wang Zhe said enviously, Tongzi. How did Yu collaborate with you to amass such an abundance of spirit stones? Li Zhengtong glanced at Qin Yu, feeling a bit guilty as he replied, actually, it was I who assisted Yu. Wang Zhe responded, that is still quite impressive. How exactly did you cooperate with Yu? Li Zhengtong waved his hand dismissively. That isn't important. Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend it. It's quite profound. Ah, I truly envy you all. Wang Zhe sighed heavily as he gazed out of the window at the hurried pedestrians on the street. You all have the opportunity to cultivate in the sect. While I am trapped in this city, dealing with those exasperating cases daily, it's causing me to lose my hair at such a young age. Are you already reviewing cases? Li Zhengtong inquired. They're merely trivial matters, whose cow grazed on whose grass, or whose chicken wandered into another's yard. That sounds rather amusing. Qin Yu said, stroking his chin. If policy permits, how about we join you this afternoon to help review the cases? That would be splendid. Wang Zhe exclaimed with delight. Yu, those tedious and intricate cases are driving me to madness. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. However, help cannot come without compensation. Qin Yu chuckled. You must provide dinner in return. Absolutely, that's a must. Qin Yu winked at Li Zhengtong, who immediately responded with a thumbs up. This way, when Li's mother inquired, they could explain that Wang Zhe had encountered some difficulties, and they had gone to assist him. They had intended to return home for dinner, but Wang Zhe insisted they stay, leaving them no choice but to dine there. Furthermore, as the son of the city lord, Li Zhengtong's assistance would foster goodwill, benefiting the Li family as well, and Li's mother could hardly object. It was the perfect excuse. Without further ado, let us make our way there. Wang Zhe settled the bill, and the three of them proceeded directly to the city lord's mansion. The yamen stood beside the city lord's residence, guarded by two imposing stone lions at the entrance, symbolizing the rigor and inviolability of the law. At that moment, several groups were already waiting outside, while two constables maintained order. Wang Zhe addressed Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, saying, currently, I am merely handling trivial matters. Significant issues must be resolved by my father personally. I am merely alleviating some of his burdens. As the trio entered the grand hall, Wang Zhe took his place at the head, with Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong flanking him like loyal attendants. How many cases have been presented this afternoon? A young clerk, who had been waiting nearby, quickly stepped forward to respond. There are already 5 cases at hand. Then let us commence. Summon all relevant parties to enter, Wang Zhe commanded. Qin Yu observed that the proceedings were rather casual, unlike the dramatic courtroom scenes portrayed in the television dramas of his past life, where the magistrate would bang on the table and proclaim the court session with great authority, flanked by rows of bailiffs wielding rods and shouting in unison. Perhaps this was merely a reflection of Wuxing City being an inconspicuous little town, where the cases at hand were minor and did not warrant such elaborate protocols. In a larger city, the atmosphere would undoubtedly be far more imposing. Before long, 2 citizens approached the platform. They appeared to be in their 40s or 50s. The man on the left was dressed in simple cloth garments, while the one on the right wore a long robe, suggesting a more favorable familial circumstance. "What are your names?" Wang Zhe inquired. The man in the humble attire replied, "Your Excellency, my name is Wang Ming, and I am a worker at the lumber factory on the west side of the city. And you?" Wang Zhe turned to the other individual. "Your Excellency, my name is Su Tian, and I run a watch shop." The realm of cultivation was not akin to ancient society. It had already embraced a degree of mechanization. Wang Zhe nodded and continued, "Whom do you intend to sue, and for what reason?" Wang Ming, filled with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Tian, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, I wish to sue him for causing me to lose my job." Su Tian retorted, "Your Excellency, how is my shopkeeping related to his loss of employment? I am merely a shopkeeper, not the owner of the lumber factory. How could I possibly influence his livelihood?" Wang Ming countered, "If it were not for you, would I have angered my superiors and subsequently lost this position?" The two began to argue fervently, leaving the 3 individuals on the platform in a state of confusion. Wang Zhe slammed the table, and the 2 instantly fell silent. "Wang Ming, elucidate the events leading up to this situation clearly, and refrain from mentioning any trivial matters." "Yes," Wang Ming responded, trembling with fear. "The manager of the lumber mill is named Li Meng. A few days ago was Li Meng's birthday, and we were all obligated to present him with a gift, lest we endure dire consequences in the future. I found myself at a loss for a gift that was both inexpensive and aesthetically pleasing, so I decided to wander around the marketplace. Unexpectedly, I encountered Su Tian, who, noticing my aimless wandering, inquired about my predicament. I shared my dilemma with him, and he suggested that I gift Li Meng a watch. At that moment, I thought little of it and purchased a watch, which I presented to Li Meng on his birthday. To my astonishment, he erupted in fury and dismissed me. It was only later that I realized that gifting someone a watch is akin to presenting them with a clock for their end. Sir, how malicious is this person to deliberately deceive me into buying a watch, leading to the loss of my job?" Su Tian retorted angrily, "You asked me for a suggestion. As a seller of watches, should I have advised you to purchase flowers instead? Furthermore, am I obligated to follow my own advice? I could just as easily suggest that you engage in something absurd, yet you choose not to. You bought the watch of your own volition. I did not compel you. Why, then, do you accuse me of deceit?" Wang Ming replied, "You deceived me into gifting a clock to Li Meng. How can you be so malicious, you scoundrel?" Su Tian shot back, "What of it? Is being malicious a crime? I have not committed any crime. On what grounds do you accuse me?" "Wang Ming, I am quite willing to accuse you. What concern is it of yours?" Chapter 139. Buy one get one free. Qin Yu was utterly astonished. The bureaucratic realm of this world truly differs from my prior understanding. Those who recognized it as a government office might be surprised, while others might mistake it for a marketplace filled with bickering vendors. The casual demeanor of the 2 individuals was reminiscent of being in their own home. Were Qin Yu to handle this matter, he would not hesitate to drag those who dared to create a ruckus outside for a proper reprimand. A government office ought to maintain a certain decorum. Moreover, he was perplexed whether to deem Wang Zhe as merely idle or exceedingly so, for he had anticipated presiding over cases involving notorious criminals or valiant heroes engaging in grand acts of justice. Instead, he found himself entangled in a trivial affair of delivering a clock to a superior. As for someone like Li Meng, this was not merely a matter of timepieces. It was fundamentally about pricing. If one were to offer him gold, even if it were fashioned into a coffin, he would accept it with glee, only to question why the coffin was so small, as he could not fit inside. Wang Zhe struck the table, halting the 2. "Enough. You 2, cease your bickering." Su Tian was merely engaging in standard sales practices, and there were no issues regarding product quality. Although there was an element of persuasion in the purchase, it did not contravene any legal statutes. Therefore, I declare Su Tian not guilty. Su Tian cast a triumphant glance at Wang Ming, who, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground in tears. Your Excellency, please understand that I have elderly parents and young children to care for. My family of 6 relies on my meager earnings for sustenance. If I were to lose this position, how would my family survive? Do not weep. This matter can indeed be resolved, Li Jingtong remarked. If I recall correctly, that lumber mill is part of my family's estate. Li Ming has abused his power for personal gain and has openly accepted bribes. I shall have someone investigate this. Should the allegations prove true, I will ensure that Li Ming is imprisoned, and your position will undoubtedly be reinstated. Qin Yu found a hint of amusement in the situation. Su Tian and Wang Ming are embroiled in a lawsuit, and now Li Ming is going down. Li Zhentong, the eldest son of the prominently family in Wishing City, wielded considerable influence and could effortlessly handle such trivial matters. Thank you, Your Excellency. Enough. You may leave now. Wang Zhe gestured for the two to depart. This exemplifies the advantages of having assistants. Were it not for Li Zhentong's presence, Wang Zhe would have either had to placate Wang Ming, urging him to seek alternative employment, or have him unceremoniously escorted away. After all, Li Ming was affiliated with the Li family's lumber mill, and his misconduct was not within the purview of the city lord's office. However, with Li Zhengdong here, the situation became considerably more manageable. Should you two not consider examining this case? Wang Zhu inquired, rubbing his temples. Certainly. Li Zhengtong, having just rendered significant assistance, felt a surge of confidence. If the cases handled by the government were complex and intellectually demanding, he would likely abstain from involvement. Yet, for minor matters such as this, which could easily be resolved, Li Jingtong was more than capable of taking charge. Li Jingtong and Wang Zhe exchanged positions briefly. Soon, under the arrangement of the clerk, a second group entered. It consisted of a young man and a small vendor, the latter carrying a straw frame adorned with candied hawthorns. Upon seeing Li Jingtong and his companions, the vendor exclaimed, "My lord, this person is eating without paying." The young man immediately countered, "My lord, this individual claimed it was buy one, get one free. The one I consumed was complimentary and does not require payment. If my candied hawthorns are part of a buy one, get one offer, how could I receive one without purchasing? You must buy for the other to be free. Is this not a deception? What deception? Paying for food is a matter of course." Silence. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong quickly grasped the situation and addressed the young man. "You shall pay him." He then turned to the vendor, saying, "Provide him with another skewer of candied hawthorn. This matter is resolved." Li Zhengtong tackled this straightforward issue with the logic of a reasonable person. The two complied without hesitation. The vendor received his payment, and the young man obtained his skewer of candied hawthorn. Just as Li Jingtong believed the matter concluded, the young man pointed at the candied hawthorn and inquired, "This candied hawthorn is mine, valued at 21, while the one I consumed, being the complimentary one, is worth 0 correct?" The vendor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the young man's reasoning. Since this is the case, the resolution becomes simple. The young man returned the candied hawthorn skewer to the vendor while simultaneously seizing the 20 cash from the vendor's other hand, chuckling, "I am returning this. Give me back my money, and we shall consider it settled." The vendor, bewildered, exclaimed, "What?" Li Zhengtong interjected, "You must return the skewer I gifted you as well. But the skewer you gave me cost nothing, and since I paid you nothing for it, there is no need for a return." The vendor, flustered and outraged, retorted, "This is a buy one get one free offer. If you do not purchase, there is no gift skewer. A return necessitates the return of everything." The young man protested, "I have already consumed the skewer you gifted. How can I return it?" Silence. Li Zhengtong slammed his hand on the table in anger, then coldly fixed his gaze upon the young man, declaring, "You are even more unscrupulous than you. Do you think it easy for the elderly vendor to make these candied hawthorns? You seek to take them for free? Guards, take him away and execute him." Qin Yu inquired, Wang gasped, "What?" Upon hearing the sentence of execution, the young man was instantly struck dumb with fear. Is it truly necessary to behead someone over a mere skewer of candied hawthorn? He immediately prostrated himself on the ground, his voice trembling with a whimper, "My lord, I recognize my error. I shall never dare again. I will pay the sum immediately and forego the candied hawthorn." Li Zhengdong maintained a stern expression, saying, "Considering this is your first offense, I shall let you off this time. However, should your heart remain so malevolent, I shall personally see to your demise." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The young man bowed and knelt in gratitude, dutifully handing the vendor the 20 cash. The vendor smiled with satisfaction. "All right, you may leave now." Li Zhengdong waved his hand, signaling the two to depart. At that moment, A voice abruptly resonated. Wait. Chapter 140. The reversal. Just as Li Zhengtong reveled in his own cleverness, having swiftly resolved the case with remarkable acumen, and as the young man and the small vendor were about to depart, a sudden wait from Qin Yu abruptly tightened the atmosphere in the hall. Confused, Li Zhengtong glanced at Qin Yu, pondering what his brother was up to. Wang Zhe, in turn, cast a surprised look at Qin Yu. The small vendor turned around cautiously and inquired, "My lord, do you have any instructions?" "Instructions? Are you truly unaware?" Qin Yu smiled at the vendor, addressing everyone present. "I have come here today for but one purpose, to seek justice. I shall not wrong an innocent person, nor shall I allow a villain to escape unscathed." He then coldly stated, "Old man, confess willingly, or face severe consequences. Do you understand?" Upon meeting Qin Yu's frigid gaze, the small vendor, realizing that his misdeeds had been uncovered, knelt suddenly. "My lord, I shall not dare again. I have my own hardships," he lamented. "My only son went missing while hunting in the mountains a few days ago. My wife and I are left with no support, and we struggle to survive on this meager trade." Qin Yu replied, "In times of hardship, integrity in business is paramount. It is through honesty that you can assure others to confidently purchase your candied hawthorn, rather than resorting to deceitful tactics for a quick profit." The vendor, filled with remorse, returned the coins he had taken to the young man. Li Zhengtong was left utterly bewildered. How could such a staggering reversal occur in the span of mere seconds? Li Zhengtong, perplexed yet seated in the position of utmost authority, decisively struck the table and proclaimed, "Since you have confessed, recount your criminal acts in detail. Ensure that no aspect is omitted. Should I fail to grasp your account, I shall take your head." Wang Zhe quietly cautioned, "Tongzi, take it easy. The threat of beheading is not to be wielded so casually." Li Zhengtong turned his head, whispering in reassurance, "Fear not. I am merely attempting to intimidate." Wang Zhe chose not to elaborate further. The threat of execution was reserved for those truly deserving of reevaluation. Over the course of Li Zhengtong's brief stay, the impact would be minimal, and thus Wang Zhe remained silent. Indeed, Li Zhengtong's intimidation proved remarkably effective, as the vendor of candied hawthorns promptly divulged the minutiae of his criminal endeavors. The vendor would scout the streets for individuals who appeared well-dressed, yet not ostentatiously so, particularly young people who, at a glance, seemed to be outsiders with a modest sum of money, yet lacking substantial wealth or local connections. Upon selecting a target, he would entice them with a buy one, get one free offer for the candied hawthorns, suggesting they sample one first. If the individual indulged in the treat, they would be compelled to purchase a skewer of hawthorns, at which point the vendor would reveal that a single skewer cost 20 coins. It was then that Li Zhengtong comprehended the cunning strategy employed by the old man, who had indeed engaged in a form of coercive commerce. Li Zhengtong slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, "You truly possess audacity. You dare to violate the law and still come to the government office, believing that your petty tricks can deceive my discerning eyes?" The small vendor, pointing at the young man and weeping, replied, "I merely intended to scare him. Who knew I would encounter someone so obstinate, insisting on coming to the government office?" Li Zhengtong then turned his gaze towards the youth, asking, "Why did you not clarify the matter from the beginning?" The young man paused for a moment, hesitatingly responding, "Seeing that this old man had the courage to come to the government office, I assumed that the rules in Wuxing City were thus." Wang Zhe, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Wuxing City belongs to the Liang Kingdom. All regulations here are the same as in other cities. Are you not a citizen of the Liang Kingdom? Do you possess an entry permit?" "I am a citizen of the Liang Kingdom," the young man quickly asserted. "However, I have lived in seclusion in the mountains with my master since childhood. This is my first time entering a city, so I am not well acquainted with the local customs." Wang Zhe nodded. In the realm of cultivation, there are indeed many hermits like him, which presents a significant governance challenge for the Liang Kingdom. These hermits have been away from the cities for so long that many are entirely unaware of the laws recently promulgated by the Liang Kingdom. Even those who are aware often choose not to comply, despite the formidable strength of the Liang court. The vast expanse of the kingdom and the formidable power of certain hermits hinder effective regulation. Fortunately, most of these hermits dwell in secluded areas, posing minimal impact on the public order of the Liang Kingdom, allowing both sides to coexist in a state of mutual non-interference. Wang Zhe, perceiving the young man to be of honest and straightforward character, refrained from further discourse. "You may leave now. Should you encounter any unreasonable circumstances in the city of Wushang, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the patrolling soldiers." "Thank you, my lord." Wang Zhe then turned to the young vendor, stating, Although your circumstances are dire, deceit and trickery are nonetheless unlawful. I shall confiscate your food sales permit for 7 days as a form of punishment. Not only your son, but recently, over 10 individuals have mysteriously disappeared. The lord of the city has dispatched a considerable number of personnel into the mountains to search and has reported the matter to the court. Rest assured, assistance will soon arrive to address this issue. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing this sentence of punishment, the vendor felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, one requires evidence for such a confiscation, and he did not possess such a document. After exiting the yamen, the young man wandered through the city once more before quietly departing Wuxing City. Soon, he found himself at a dilapidated temple nestled within the forest. Young master, you have arrived? Several figures clad in black robes materialized silently before him. The young man nodded and commanded, "There will not be much resentment generated within this city. Thus it is unnecessary to station too many personnel here." "Young master, how did you come to know?" The voice of the black-robed figure abruptly ceased as the young man fixed him with a frosty gaze. The speaking figure immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Young master, I acknowledge my error." The other black-robed figures hastily bowed, pleading, "Young master, please quell your anger." The young man's expression was frigid, starkly contrasting with the demeanor he had displayed at the yamen, as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. "Regarding my words, you need only to adhere to them without question, understood? The subordinate comprehends. The subordinate comprehends. However, it does no harm to inform you." The youth turned away, presenting his back to the cloaked figures. To gauge the resentment harbored by a city, one need only ascertain whether its magistrate is a self-righteous fool. I recently visited the magistracy of Wuxing City, and indeed, the rotund leader is a fool. Yet, the powers behind him are not lacking in discernment and can offer the fairness desired by the populace. With such individuals in place, the city shall not be rife with exacerbated conflicts, and consequently, we shall not attain our aspirations. Let us proceed. There is no need to squander time here. Our next destination is Moshing City. I hope it does not disappoint. Chapter 141. The Three Fires at the Cottage. What? You don't have a food sales permit? No. What is a food sales permit? Wang Zhe rubbed his forehead and led the vendor outside. At that moment, Li Zhengtong turned to inquire, "Brother Yu, how did you uncover this vendor scheme? Isn't it obvious? Have you ever seen anyone sell candied hawthorns for 21? Such an exorbitant price must conceal some trickery. Moreover, have you ever encountered a vendor offering a buy-one-get-one-free deal, where the gift is given before payment? It's clearly a trap." Li Zhengtong nodded, realizing the numerous flaws in the situation. "So that's why this candied hawthorn is so expensive." Qin Yu shot Li Zhengtong a glance. "After all this time at Xiantian sect with me, how do you still not grasp the principle that the truly free things are often the most costly?" After a while, Wang Zhe returned. Li Zhengtong asked, "How was that person dealt with?" "It was quite simple. Since he lacked the permit, we took him to get one, and then confiscated his goods for 7 days. In fact, selling food without a permit incurs a fine. However, due to the mysterious disappearance of his son, we decided to defer the penalty until he is able to pay." "Has there been a significant number of disappearances in the city lately? What is going on?" Qin Yu inquired. "The specific reasons are still under investigation. Currently, 13 individuals have gone missing, with no discernible commonality among them. They all vanished innocently after leaving the city, and we have yet to uncover any effective leads. Should the Li family assist in the search?" Li Zhengtong, known for his forthrightness, expressed gratitude but indicated that there was no need for assistance at the moment. His father had already reported the matter, and an investigation was forthcoming. "Let's focus on our respective duties," he suggested. "By the way," Li Zhengtong inquired of Wang Zhe, "did you notice that old man's coercive tactics? The flaws in his actions were glaringly obvious, and I had intended to speak, but unexpectedly, Yugo interjected before I could." Li Zhengtong fell silent for a moment before rising. "It appears that I am not particularly adept at adjudicating cases. Yugo, perhaps you should take the lead." Qin Yu assumed the primary position, declaring, "Let the next group enter. I am curious to see what peculiarities await us this time." As the next pair entered, one was an elderly man and the other a middle-aged man. The atmosphere of the previous two groups had been charged with tension and verbal altercations. Yet the dynamic between these two was rather nuanced. The elder strode ahead, seething with anger, while the middle-aged man followed closely behind, wearing a smile and attempting to placate him with incessant chatter, seemingly urging the elder to calm his ire. "What brings you two here?" Given the eccentricity of the prior cases, Qin Yu was disinclined to speculate and requested that they present their account directly. The elder shot a glare at the middle-aged man and, in a fit of anger, demanded, "You explain to the official what you have done." The middle-aged man, forcing a smile, turned to Qin Yu and said, "Sir, this is all a misunderstanding. My name is Fengshen, and I operate a poultry farm on the outskirts of the city, specializing in the breeding of spiritual chickens. By a stroke of chance, I learned of Master Lu's exceptional skill in raising spirit chickens, having spent 30 years cultivating these exquisite creatures within the esteemed Mo sect. He possesses an abundance of experience in this field. Now, having returned from the sect, he resides in seclusion amidst the mountains. Upon receiving this news, I felt a profound admiration for his talents and contemplated the possibility of inviting Master Lu out of his retreat. Together, we could forge a formidable alliance, undoubtedly expanding my farm into a renowned establishment throughout the region. However, it appeared that Master Lu was somewhat reluctant to emerge from his solitude. In a bid to demonstrate my sincerity, I visited him thrice within a month. After my persistent efforts, he ultimately brought me to this juncture. Qin Yu mused to himself. Isn't 3 visits within a month rather reasonable? Why would he be so incensed as to lodge a complaint against me over such a trivial matter? You are absurd, Master Lu exclaimed, emerging with an irate demeanor, his beard quivering with indignation. Was that truly 3 visits? On your first arrival, you claimed to wish to showcase your culinary skills, and as a result, my first thatched hut was consumed by flames. During your second visit, you insisted on displaying the legendary aromatic dragon candle, which led to the destruction of my second hut. By your third visit, you insisted on bringing a fire-breathing chicken, and my last remaining shelter was reduced to ashes. Now, I am left without a place to reside. Can you truly call that 3 visits? Even a fool could discern your ulterior motives. These were all mere accidents, Master Lu. Fengshen replied apologetically. Perhaps this is simply destiny. Qin Yu inwardly lamented. The thought processes of the people in Wuxing City are rather peculiar. Is there truly not a single rational individual among them? Moreover, he mused on how remarkably patient Lord Lu was, only deciding to report the incident after the last thatched hut had been consumed by flames. Although this Fengshen was somewhat eccentric, this case undoubtedly represented the most severe matter of the afternoon, and Qin Yu felt compelled to address it with utmost seriousness. Turning to Wang Zhe, he inquired about how to proceed with the matter. Lacking familiarity with Lianghua's legal framework, Qin Yu was uncertain about the proper course of action. Wang Zhe suggested, inquire whether the 2 parties can reach an amicable resolution and ascertain Lord Lu's intentions in bringing forth the complaint. Is he seeking compensation, or does he wish to see Fengshen imprisoned? The situation surrounding Fengshen, if deemed serious, could be classified as a crime of arson. Although it had not resulted in grave consequences, it was sufficient to warrant imprisonment. However, if Lord Lu chose not to pursue the matter, it could alternatively be categorized as accidental fire, thereby mitigating the severity of the incident. The crux of the matter ultimately lay in the victim's disposition. Qin Yu surmised that if Lord Lu genuinely intended to have Fengshen incarcerated, he would not have needed to come to the yamen. He could simply have reported the incident and allowed the authorities to apprehend Fengshen. Given that the other party was present, it was clear that he harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 142. Dinner is served. How do you wish to resolve this matter? Qin Yu inquired of Lu Yi. My lord, I merely request that Fengshen compensates me for my losses, and thereafter, I would appreciate being left in peace. At my age, having labored throughout my life, I have only just returned from the sect, yearning to quietly enjoy my twilight years. Qin Yu nodded and replied solemnly. Fengshen, you are hereby given 1 month to construct 3 thatched cottages for Lu Lao, and you are not to disturb him without his consent. My lord, Lu Lao interjected bashfully. I would prefer a brick house. Just one will suffice. Qin Yu exclaimed in realization. No wonder Lu Lao waited until the last thatched cottage was set ablaze before coming to the court. He was hoping to gain a brick house without cost. Nevertheless, Lu Lao is a victim, and it is only just that he receives a greater compensation for his losses. After a long day until sunset, Qin Yu and the others adjudicated over 20 cases. Upon careful listening, Qin Yu discerned that none of these cases were ordinary. Some were so bizarre that they left him astounded. What kind of thought process leads to such peculiar ideas? Ultimately, Qin Yu concluded, in Wuxing City, eccentricity is commonplace. After a tiring afternoon, dinner time finally arrived. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, at the invitation of Wang Zhe, indulged in a feast at the lord's residence. At this moment, in the Li family courtyard, Li Xiaojiao had just finished school, skipping joyfully home with her little backpack. For a child, this time of day is undoubtedly the most delightful. As soon as Li Xiaojiao reached her doorstep, A sudden explosion echoed from the kitchen, and dark smoke billowed from the window. A shiver ran down her spine, enveloping her in an ominous premonition. Didn't Mother say last night that she would personally cook for lunch today? Why is she still in the kitchen? She pondered anxiously. Could she have been working since morning? How many dishes could that entail? Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her instinct for survival propelled her to flee without a second thought. In that critical moment, her father's voice resonated from the study. Xiaojiao, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, her mother poked her head out and said, Xiaojiao is back. Hurry, wash up. Dinner will be served soon. Stuck in place, Li Xiaojiao quickly devised a plan. Mom, I just remembered that I left my homework at school. I need to go retrieve it. In an instant, her father rushed out, smiling. It's getting dark. We should avoid encountering any ill-intentioned individuals. I'll accompany you. Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a spatula, gleaming ominously, flew past her father, casting a chilling reflection on his face, raising the hairs on his neck. Leave whatever it is until after dinner. We wouldn't want the food to go cold and lose its flavor, her mother gently chided. Li Xiaojiu cast a resentful glance at her father, her soul crying out, Father, am I truly your biological child? What nonsense are you talking? Of course, you are my daughter, but you must have inherited your mother's intellect. He retorted, Father, even a tiger does not consume its cubs. Enough of the trivialities. It's already late, and Xiao Tong and Xiao Yu will undoubtedly not return for dinner. Your mother has prepared an abundance of dishes today, and I certainly cannot finish them all on my own. I need you to share the burden. Hurry inside, lest your mother becomes displeased and decides to cook even more. Tongzi, Yugu, come and savor the specialty roasted leg of lamb prepared by my family chef. Featuring premium 2-year-old Mashin goat, renowned for its tender and succulent meat, with an exceptional flavor. Qin Yu, Li Zhongtong, and Wangzhe gathered around the dining table, where a beautifully roasted leg of lamb adorned the center, accompanied by a bubbling hot pot, exuding an enticing aroma. The flickering lights cast a soft glow, illuminating the walls adorned with luminous pearls that sparkled brilliantly. Amidst the laughter and clinking of glasses, the atmosphere felt incredibly warm and inviting. Here comes the chicken soup, Li's mother announced, bringing forth the final dish, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she surveyed the table laden with an array of indistinguishable dark dishes. Come on, eat up. Why is no one picking up their chopsticks? Today, Li's mother had prepared 5 dishes along with 1 soup. Each of the 5 dishes was a deep shade of black, while the soup was a vibrant green, reflecting the flickering flames, revealing tendrils of dark steam swirling upward, creating a rather eerie sight. Mother, I wish to wait for my brothers to return so we can eat together, Li Xiaojiao pleaded, attempting to prolong the inevitable. Those 2 little rascals seem to have vanished. We need not wait for them. Such untimely individuals do not deserve to indulge in my culinary creations. Li Xiaojiao responded. Mother, in truth, I am also quite tardy. I am perpetually late to school, and thus I too lack the privilege to relish your meals. I shall go stand in the corner as punishment. Fearful of provoking his wife, Li's father hastily defended his beloved daughter. No need to worry, my dear Xiaojiao. Although you often arrive late, you possess a rare quality, honesty. You readily acknowledge your mistakes, and thus, you absolutely deserve to savor your mother's culinary creations. Then why aren't you eating, father? What are you waiting for? Li's father rubbed his belly and replied, You may have forgotten, but I felt unwell this morning. I must have eaten something that disagreed with me, and my appetite has been quite poor these past few days. Li Xiaojiao's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, I too have an upset stomach. I haven't been able to eat much lately. With a gentle smile, Li's mother served each of them a piece of a mysterious, dark-hued dish. If your stomach is bothering you, you should indulge in this sweet potato dish. It's good for your digestion, and I just learned how to make it. As they gazed at the seemingly smoking dark delicacy, Li's father and Li Xiaojiao exchanged glances. Father, you should eat first. Li Xiaojiao signaled to him. Li's father blinked, shook his head, and stuck out his tongue, before recalling that he could communicate telepathically. This is a new dish. Who knows if it's safe to eat? If I were to perish from this, you would be left without a father, he conveyed silently. Listen to me. You should eat first. Li Xiaojiao rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue, implying, if I were to die, you would be left without a daughter. Li's father replied through their mental connection, Not to worry, you still have your brother. As long as one of you survives, I shall not fret about having no one to care for me in my old age. Even if both of you were to perish, I am still young enough to have another. Xiaojiao, having nurtured you for 1,000 days, now it is time for you to fulfill your purpose. Li Xiaojiao rolled her eyes, remaining unmoved. Do you truly think I am foolish? Li's father whispered, reassuring her, rest assured, even if you were poisoned, with my strength, I could effortlessly save you. However, if I were to be poisoned, would you be able to rescue me with the same ease? I could just as easily prepare your grave. Li Xiaojiao retorted directly. Chapter 143. This soup is poisonous, Li mother immediately glanced over. What are you two whispering about? Hurry and taste it. It won't be good if it gets cold. Li father and Li Xiaojiao exchanged a knowing look, silently reaching an agreement. Li Xiaojiao, feigning a delicate voice, said, Mother, why aren't you eating? Li mother replied, I already had some when I was cooking. I'm not hungry. You two can eat. Then I'm not hungry either. Xiaojiao, you should eat first, Li father chimed in. With a thud, Li mother slammed her chopsticks down on the table, smiling at Li father. Dear, I believe you must be hungry. Li father responded, Huh? Should I be hungry? Li Xiaojiao nodded in agreement. Father, you really should be hungry. Li father swallowed hard and took a deep breath. I think this soup looks good. I'll have a sip first. The agreement between Li father and Li Xiaojiao was that she would first persuade Li mother to eat, and if that failed, Li father would eat instead. However, Li father had retained a strategy of his own by choosing to drink the soup first, as it appeared to be the only edible item on the table. At the very least, it was not burnt. Li father glanced at the soup, unable to discern that it was chicken soup, but he could determine that some kind of green plant had been added. Due to either excessively high heat or prolonged cooking time, the leaves had disintegrated. The speckled green blended evenly throughout the pot, rendering the entire concoction a peculiar shade of green. Strangely, it also appeared somewhat viscous, giving it an odd appearance. If Qin Yu were to witness the bubbling and frothing of this broth, he would likely exclaim in surprise. Who would have thought that the poisons depicted in childhood cartoons could indeed be concocted? Although this soup appears rather peculiar, it stands as the finest offering amidst the array of dishes laid out. Li's father dipped a ladle into the bowl, only to discover the absence of even a morsel of chicken, not even a shred of boiled meat. Is this truly chicken soup? He questioned, his tone imbued with incredulity. Li's mother nodded solemnly, asserting that she had sacrificed the family as 30-year-old hen, simmering it gently since yesterday, for a full 26 hours, ensuring that the essence of the venerable hen infused every drop of the broth, rendering it a veritable elixir. Upon hearing this, Li's father mused inwardly, it seems this meal was premeditated, after simmering for 12 hours. Is it truly fit for consumption? Li Xiaojiao thought to herself. To have reduced that old hen to this, what a tragic end. Let us taste it quickly, even from this distance. I can smell the delightful aroma of chicken soup, Li's mother urged with anticipation. Li's father harbored serious doubts about whether his wife's sense of smell had been compromised while cooking. At this point, even the faintest odor seemed appealing. My dear, why don't you take the first sip of the broth? You have toiled tirelessly today, preparing such an extravagant feast for our family. You are the true hero of this household. It is only fitting that you savor the first taste. Li's mother felt a swell of gratitude. Darling, your words are more than enough. Although my culinary endeavors are arduous, the greatest significance lies in allowing my beloved to savor the first sip of soup. Without that initial taste, I find little motivation to cook. Upon hearing this, both Father Li and Li Xiaojiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Li Xiaojiao, with unwavering resolve, proclaimed, I shall be the one to drink the first sip of soup. If merely tasting a spoonful could spare her mother from preparing several meals. Li Xiaojiao deemed it an undeniable bargain. Father Li, quick to act, promptly filled a bowl to the brim for her. Li Xiaojiao cast a reproachful glance at him, exclaiming, I will only take a sip. Why serve me so much? In an instant, Father Li comprehended the unspoken meaning behind her gaze, a bond forged over years of shared meals at the same table. He whispered, Do not dwell on this trivial gain or loss. Perhaps if you consume the entire bowl, leaving me none, your mother may become so vexed that she will refuse to cook altogether. Li Xiaojiao replied, I fear that if my mother becomes enraged, she may prepare another chicken soup. With a small spoon in hand, she scooped a half-spoonful, ready to bring it to her lips. At that moment, Mother Li suddenly recalled something and urgently exclaimed, Wait, Xiaojiao, do not drink. Simultaneously, she attempted to snatch the soup spoon from her daughter's grasp. Father Li, filled with fervor, urged, Xiaojiao, quickly drink it all in one go. He discreetly intervened, momentarily blocking Mother Li's reach. Observing her mother's reaction, Li Xiaojiao's eyes widened, and she discarded the spoon, pressing her mouth to the bowl, disregarding the heat, and took a hearty gulp. This is not merely soup, It is the very essence of my mother's culinary passion, Li Xiaojiao chuckled, her lips curling upward like a mischievous little villain reveling in her misdeeds. The exhilaration coursing through her momentarily clouded her recollection of the soup's flavor. Perhaps if mother were to become angry, she might never allow me to savor her dishes again. What a double-edged sword this is. Hey, what are you doing? Li's mother said, a mix of irritation and concern lacing her voice. I just remembered that this dish should not have been simmered for so long. It was supposed to be ready at noon, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it has been cooking for several extra hours. I wonder if it's still safe to consume. Your father has sufficient cultivation to withstand it, but you, my dear, have yet to refine your own skills. Li Xiaojiao's smile faltered, her face falling into an expression of despair. As she hastily began to gag, her countenance morphed into one of near tears, prompting her father to rush to her side with comforting words. Little Jiao, it's not as dire as you think. You needn't worry excessively. Li Xiaojiao looked up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes as she inquired, is the likelihood of the soup being poisoned very low? Not quite. Even if you were to succumb to poisoning, your mother and I are still relatively young and could always have another child, her father replied bluntly. At this, Li Xiaojiao burst into tears. Father, if I were to die, and my brother is not home, you would have to eat mother's cooking all by yourself. Li's father froze momentarily, then frantically rummaged through his bag, muttering, where is that detoxification pill? Li's mother, filled with a hint of anger, struck Li's father's arm with a swift gesture. Enough. You are already the father of 2 children. Stop teasing the kids. Quickly, let us check on Xiaojiao and ensure she has truly been poisoned. Li's father chuckled softly. I am merely helping Xiaojiao build some resilience. I just inspected the soup. It is free of toxins. As the head of the Li family and a formidable being in the nascent soul stage, he had weathered countless storms over the decades, accumulating a wealth of life experience. He could discern whether the soup was poisonous with a mere glance. After all, it had only been simmered for an extended period. How could it possibly be toxic? Li's father had merely been jesting with Xiaojiao. If she were genuinely in danger, he, as her father, would likely be even more anxious than she was. Good. It's not poisonous. Xiaojiao sighed in relief, wiping the tears from her face. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt somewhat dizzy, and everything around her began to blur. In a hazy moment, she perceived her father and mother rushing towards her, with her father exclaiming, Xiaojiao, why is there froth coming from your mouth? Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she collapsed. It's nothing. Perhaps Xiaojiao was merely startled and too anxious. She isn't poisoned, so there is no need for concern. Li's father assessed the situation with a cursory glance at Xiaojiao and reached his conclusion. Upon hearing his words, a faint color returned to Li's mother's pale face. I will take Xiaojiao to the inner room to rest. There is no need to worry, she just needs a good sleep. All right. Li's mother nodded numbly. After the father and daughter departed, Li's mother collapsed onto the bench, wiping away tears that had fallen without her notice. The moment she witnessed Li Xiaojiao foaming at the mouth, it felt as though thunder had struck her. Her mind went blank, and she instantaneously lost all capacity for rational thought. In that moment, it seemed as if the heavens had crumbled around her. Even now, she remains ensnared in a profound state of worry, heartache, guilt, and self-reproach. Gazing at the table laden with food, Li's mother felt a pang of sadness. She was acutely aware that her dishes lacked visual appeal and were of mediocre taste. Yet, she yearned to prepare a sumptuous meal for her family with her own hands. Watching her loved ones savor the food she had lovingly cooked, their faces lighting up with joy, she believed she could unearth the essence of life within those moments. Thus, in pursuit of this aspiration, she relentlessly honed her culinary skills, earnestly seeking guidance from her younger sister, learning each step of the process. However hard Li's mother tried, she could only replicate the form of her sister's dishes without capturing their spirit. Perhaps culinary talent is innate. Despite her relentless efforts, she could not create meals that would delight her family. The struggles of the past persisted into the present, and the future appeared bleak. Li's mother resolved that this would be her final meal as a chef. She was not naive. She recognized that her family did not appreciate her cooking. Her desire for them to taste her culinary creation stemmed from a longing to hear the insincere praise of mother's skills have improved, and to witness their exhilaration and relief after finishing the meal. It was a joy akin to being reborn. Alas, since the family does not relish the meal, why must one impose it upon their dearest? Although the sudden convulsions and unconsciousness of Li Xiaojiao do not have a direct link to the food, there exists an undeniable causal relationship. Li's mother is unwilling to let her preferences inflict harm upon her loved ones. Thus, starting today, she resolves to rekindle her own passions. I have heard that my third sister possesses exceptional tea-making skills. Perhaps I shall procure a set of tea utensils tomorrow and cultivate my sensibilities alongside her. Feeling her emotions gradually stabilize and her strength return, Li's mother hastily rises and strides toward Li Xiaojiao's chamber. Unbeknownst to Li's father and Li Xiaojiao, a fortuitous twist of fate has obliterated the gravest obstacle in their lives. Should Li Xiaojiu become aware of this incident, she would likely leap with joy. Yet, is this truly mere coincidence? Under extreme duress, one may indeed experience dizziness, nausea, vomiting, and even fainting. However, frothing at the mouth is not a symptom of mere anxiety. Li's father gently lays his beloved daughter upon the bed, tucking her in, silently contemplating, "My dear, to endure this meal, I must resort to such measures. This is a boon for both of us. By sacrificing you, we secure happiness for ourselves." Indeed, it was after Li Xiaojiu finished the chicken soup that Li's father discreetly struck a specific acupoint at the back of her head. Thus unfolded the harrowing scene we just witnessed. At this moment, the orchestrator of this incident, Li's father, wears a sly smile. With such a commotion, who could possibly find joy in dining? Everything is under control. One might say that in his relentless pursuit of a meal, Father Li would resort to any means necessary. Just as he contemplated returning, he noticed Mother Li hastening towards him. "Is Xiaojiao all right?" she inquired softly. Father Li embraced her gently, offering reassurance. "There's nothing to worry about. I have thoroughly examined Xiaojiao using my spiritual energy, and she appears to be just fine. After a good night's sleep, she will be full of vitality by tomorrow." "Darling." Mother Li suddenly began to sob quietly. "It's all my fault. The dishes I prepared were so unpalatable, and yet I forced you all to eat them. It is entirely my mistake." "Not at all. Who says my wife's cooking is unappetizing? It is truly delightful," Father Li replied in a hushed tone, suppressing his conscience. He feared that if he raised his voice, the heavens might overhear and strike him down with lightning. After all, it is human nature to feel guilty when fabricating a grand lie, particularly one of such magnitude. "Do not deceive me." Mother Li feigned a glare at Father Li. "If it is so delicious, why do you never partake? You always find ways to evade it." "Nevertheless," she declared, "even if you wish to eat, you shall not have the chance again. I shall never cook again." "Really?" Father Li nearly leapt for joy. Even in her unconscious state, Xiaojiao seemed to stir slightly, indicating she might have sweet dreams tonight. Father Li began to doubt his own hearing. Was this a stroke of serendipity? Had his casual remark yielded such a favorable outcome? The ordeal of Xiaojiao's fainting seemed worth it after all. Father Li felt that even if he had been overly forceful and turned Xiaojiao into a fool, he would still consider it a gain. Moreover, it is quite a profitable venture. "You seem rather pleased, don't you?" Li Mother's voice was somewhat somber. Li Father hastily composed his expression to avoid the risk of excessive joy leading to sorrow. "Pleased? How could I be pleased? I merely believe it is a sheer waste of life for someone as beautiful, exceptional, and industrious as my wife to squander her time on cooking, an endeavor that anyone could undertake. Thus, I wholeheartedly support your decision." Upon hearing this, Li Mother felt a little more at ease. Li Father had initially intended to say something along the lines of, "Cooking is your passion. You have made such a significant sacrifice for us." However, he swallowed those words, fearing that uttering them might prompt Li Mother to reconsider. "Well then, what if I learn the art of tea?" Li Father thought that brewing tea was a harmless pursuit, and he readily replied, "Of course, I will support whatever you wish to learn." When Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong returned home, the first sight that greeted them was a table laden with an array of dishes. Qin Yu leaned in for a closer look, observing the dark, unrecognizable dishes surrounding a large bowl of a mysterious green liquid. "What remarkable culinary skills Aunt possesses. I cannot discern the ingredients at all." Qin Yu smiled awkwardly, relieved that he and Li Zhengtong had dined out that evening. Li Zhengtong, undeterred, chimed in, "Brother Yu, would you care to sample my mother's cooking?" "Perhaps not. I am quite full," Qin Yu gently declined, rubbing his stomach. "Don't, you go. This is specially prepared for you by my mother. Usually, she only makes 3 dishes at most. Never has she prepared so many today." Qin Yu cast a glance at Li Zhengtong, pondering, "Young man, you were playing with fire. Are you not aware of it?" Chapter 145. Li Zhengtong ignites his own misfortune upon hearing the commotion. Li's parents emerged from their quarters. "Xiaoyu, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from tasting this dish. My cooking leaves much to be desired," Li's mother remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. It seemed that in the moment she relinquished her aspirations of culinary prowess, she ceased to care about such matters, having adopted a more relaxed outlook. Your mother prepared this especially for me. Even if I were to overindulge, I must at least sample it, Qin Yu declared, recalling Li Zhongtong's previous insistence. As a guest, it would be rather disrespectful not to partake in the offerings of the host. He picked up his chopsticks and surveyed the assortment of dark, unappetizing dishes on the table, feeling a wave of reluctance wash over him. What on earth could have been cooked to achieve such a charred state? He mused. Ultimately, he reached the same conclusion as Li's father. Haha, dear mother, I find this soup quite appealing. I shall begin with that, Qin Yu thought to himself. At the very least, this soup still falls within the realm of edible fare. Do not overindulge, Xiao Yu, Li's mother cautioned, drawing on the precedent set by Li Xiaojiao to prevent any further calamities. However, Li Zhongtong had already procured an empty bowl and filled it with soup for Qin Yu. Brother Yu, your taste is impeccable. This is my mother's signature dish, something like pearl and emerald soup. The name is inconsequential, but do hurry and give it a try. The flavor is undeniably exquisite. Qin Yu shot Li Zhongtong a glare, thinking to himself that the day would come when this lad would rue his enthusiasm. Accepting the bowl, Qin Yu gazed down at the green, viscous substance within, reminiscent of an unappetizing nasal discharge, and felt a pang of trepidation. How much technological prowess must have been employed to achieve this? Qin Yu decided to simply close his eyes, opting for ignorance. He gently pecked at the rim of the bowl, savoring the taste. Sticky, slippery, excessively sweet, akin to sipping honey-flavored mucus. How is it? Li's mother inquired, her voice laced with anxiety. Qin Yu smacked his lips, took another sip, and remarked, the flavor is acceptable, at the very least. It surpasses the complimentary dishes from the Shantian sect. A glimmer of hope flickered in Li's mother's eyes. However, it seemed that perhaps the cooking time had not been precisely gauged. This dish, dear mother, still lacks a certain finesse. My assessment is that you possess a modicum of culinary talent. With a bit more practice, the flavor will undoubtedly improve. Moreover, Tongzi has an exceptional knack for food evaluation. Once you perfect your dish, you should let him taste it and offer feedback. It will surely be a boon to your culinary journey. Li's mother beamed with joy. Her previously dimming flame reignited with newfound vigor. Meanwhile, Li's father was consumed by despair, his eyes strained as if he were plummeting back into the abyss of anguish. He wished he could rush forward and sew Qin Yu's mouth shut. I beg you, please stop speaking, he pleaded. Li Zhongtong stood frozen in place. Unexpectedly caught in the flames of his own provocation, Qin Yu cast a triumphant glance at Li Zhongtong, saying, You want me to drink soup, do you? I shall ensure that you must drink this soup every time you return home henceforth. Qin Yu remained oblivious to the extent of the emotional harm his words had inflicted upon Li's father. He was unaware that Li's mother had already resolved to forego cooking. This action was solely aimed at Li Zhongtong, with others merely caught in the crossfire. However, Qin Yu did leave a glimmer of hope for the others in his remarks, suggesting that Li's mother was still honing her culinary skills, and that with practice, the flavors would improve. Should Li's father grasp this notion and leverage it wisely, it was conceivable that Li's mother would only don her apron when Li Zhongtong returned home. The crux lay in whether Li's father could make that connection. Quickly, Xiaodong, to try the soup made by your mother and see if it is to your liking. Li Zhongtong did not anticipate such swift retribution. Indeed, he thought, it is better to remain honest and straightforward. With a heavy heart, he scooped a small spoonful of soup, gingerly sipping it, only for his expression to contort in dismay. He would have preferred to consume 10 bowls of plain tofu pudding rather than endure another sip of this soup. How is it? Li's mother inquired with anticipation. Li Zhongtong furrowed his brow and diplomatically replied, Everything else is passable, but it is a tad too sweet. Mother, how much sugar did you add? Sugar? Li's mother exclaimed in surprise. I did not add any sugar. This is chicken soup. Why would I put sugar in it? She then took a small spoonful of the soup herself, wrinkling her brow before sampling a piece of dark, syrupy sweet potato. After swallowing the food with a grimace, she sheepishly admitted, I apologize. I must have mixed up the salt and sugar. Subsequently, Motherly muttered to herself, no wonder when making candied sweet potatoes. Even when almost burnt, I couldn't achieve the desired caramelization. No matter what I did, I couldn't draw out the strands. It turns out what I added was not sugar at all, but salt. Everyone present was rendered speechless. Qin Yu internally scoffed, with that sweet soup just now. If it had been salt instead, it would have been unbearable. In comparison, substituting with sugar would have been far less lethal. Qin Yu felt incredibly fortunate. Immediately afterward, Mother Li pulled out a small notebook from her spatial ring and diligently noted down, Item 1388. Be careful not to confuse salt with sugar. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yu noticed the cover of the notebook was inscribed with culinary precautions. Wife, did we not agree that you would cease cooking from now on? Mother Li shot a glance at Father Li. Did you not hear Xiao Yu say that I possess a talent for cooking? If I do not cook, would that not be a waste? But do you not wish to learn the art of tea as well? Father Li attempted to negotiate further. Not at all. I can learn to cook while simultaneously studying tea. If my third sister can manage both, so can I. Just imagine. One day I will prepare a grand feast for you, and beside it, brew you tea to savor. How blissful that would be. Father Li sensed this was an unfortunate beginning. Despairingly, he glanced toward Li Xiaojiao's room, thinking that perhaps he had been too lenient this time. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Li Xiaojiao awoke with exuberance, bouncing joyfully before Father Li. Father, I had a dream last night. Can you guess what I dreamed about? Li's father lifted his eyelids to glance at Li Xiaojiao, then sighed softly. You dreamt that your mother has decided to cease cooking altogether. Li Xiaojiao was taken aback. Father, how did you know? Because it was merely a dream. At the dining table, Li's father addressed Li Zhengtong. Your cousin is expected to arrive in Wuxing City by noon today. When he does, you should go and greet him. Afterwards, you both will proceed to the family council hall, where your uncles and I will be awaiting your arrival. I have been hearing your third uncle speak incessantly about the wondrous effects of that elixir, to the point where my ears feel as though they are developing calluses. This time, when your cousin returns, we shall all witness it firsthand. All right, father. Chapter 146. Is cousin dead? Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong continued their cultivation until noon. Estimating that the time was nearly right, they made their way to the city gate. At a quaint tea house situated to the east of the gate, they ordered a pot of premium Wudao tea. As they sipped their tea, they awaited the arrival of Li Zhengtong's cousin. As the minutes stretched into an hour, Li Zhengtong grew increasingly anxious. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Wasn't he supposed to be here by noon? He lamented, having consumed a considerable amount of tea. He now felt an urgent need to relieve himself, yet there were no restrooms in sight. Why not just go behind that tree? Isn't that how most people handle such matters? Qin Yu suggested casually. That is out of the question. Li Zhengtong replied, shaking his head resolutely. I am the eldest son of the Li family. In Wuxing City, who doesn't he know my name? If I were to be caught relieving myself in public, it would be an utter disgrace. Qin Yu was taken aback by Li Zhengtong's concern for his public image in Wuxing City. Then why not return home? It's not far from here. That's not an option either. You don't know my cousin. What if I miss him? Li Zhengtong's face quivered slightly, revealing his distress. Those who often experience urgency understand that, at a certain point, the body trembles uncontrollably. Let him miss you then. Your cousin knows the way. Can he simply return home? That's even less acceptable. What if, upon entering the city, my cousin finds that no one from the Li family has come to greet him? He would feel the absence of our family's affection, which would be detrimental to family unity. Qin Yu mused, although your Li family is peculiar, there are indeed numerous rules in place. I have an idea. He lowered his voice and continued, you could utilize spiritual energy to redirect your urine back into your bloodstream. Then, allow it to evaporate as sweat. This might temporarily alleviate your symptoms. Really? Is that feasible? Is this recorded in any texts? Li Zhengtong inquired, his surprise evident. It seems Brother Yu has plenty of clever solutions. Qin Yu chuckled, shaking his head. No, I just made that up. However, theoretically, it shouldn't pose a problem. You might as well give it a try. Upon realizing it was merely Qin Yu's fabrication, Li Zhengtong hesitated. I think I'll hold on a little longer, Brother Yu. Qin Yu poured himself another cup of tea. Please, don't pour any more. The sound of flowing water makes me uneasy. Well, serves you right. Who told you to drink so much water? Qin Yu retorted, mimicking the sound of rushing water. After a while, Li Zhengtong spoke again, Brother Yu. Given the chaos in the great wilderness kingdom, do you think my cousin will return safely? What are you trying to say? Qin Yu sipped his tea thoughtfully. I mean, in our relatively safe Liang kingdom, traveling far is inherently perilous, let alone in the great wilderness, where order is nearly non-existent. When we ventured into the great wilderness, my second uncle accompanied my cousin, but this time, my cousin is on his own. The journey is fraught with danger. It's possible that after sending the letter, my cousin might have encountered robbers. Qin Yu nodded, for he held the most authority on this matter. After all, his previous incarnation had perished on the journey to the Xiantian sect, having been attacked and injured by robbers. The Liang kingdom maintained a relatively decent order, however. It could not completely eradicate those bandits and mountain thieves, not to mention the chaos that characterized the Great Wilderness Kingdom. Li's father mentioned that Li Zhengtong's cousin would return at noon today, a deduction based on the timing of the latter's departure, though its accuracy was uncertain. Despite Li Zhengtong's cousin being a cultivator, surely traveling by a secure flying vessel or accompanying commercial caravans, traversing two nations remained a perilous endeavor. Li Zhengtong continued, thus, I pondered whether my cousin might have been delayed by unforeseen circumstances and may not return today. Perhaps we should head back first. Of course, being robbed was merely a minor concern, considering the tumultuous nature of the Great Wilderness, where anything could transpire. Are you suggesting that your cousin may have already met his demise? Li Zhengtong nodded. Brother Yu, while that is my implication, your wording is rather blunt. Qin Yu replied. I did not speak. That remark was not mine. Li Zhengtong looked up in astonishment, only to see a young man clad in a dust-laden white robe standing by the tea table, staring intently at him. Cousin, you have finally returned. Li Zhengtong exclaimed with joy, relieved that he could finally return home to relieve himself. His cousin cast a reproachful glance at Li Zhengtong, saying, had I not returned soon, I dare say you would have dug my grave, wouldn't you? Li Zhengtong managed an awkward smile, feeling somewhat guilty as he spoke. How could it be? Others might not know of your capabilities, but I certainly do. Who would dare to rob you, cousin, with those small-time bandits on the road? His cousin poured a cup of tea and drank it down with satisfaction. Indeed, the taste of our tea is delightful. With a magnanimous spirit, his cousin forgave Li Zhengtong, patting him on the shoulder with his dusty hands, and laughed heartily. I heard from your second uncle that you have entered the Xiantian sect. You truly bring honor to our Li family. Li Zhengtong humbly replied, I am merely a servant disciple, performing menial tasks. There is nothing to celebrate. That is a misguided sentiment. His cousin chuckled. The Xiantian sect is a place that all cultivators aspire to reach. Your admission there is an opportunity not to be squandered. Even if, due to talent constraints, you cannot become a top-tier powerhouse, as long as you establish a good rapport with any elder within the sect. Our Li family could thrive in this Wuxing city, having navigated the treacherous environment of the Great Wilderness Kingdom for a year and a half. His cousin understood the paramount importance of connections. The Xiantian sect represented the pinnacle of networking opportunities. By the way, you have been in the Xiantian sect for half a year now. Have you encountered any outer sect elders? In his cousin's eyes, Li Zhengtong, being merely a servant disciple, was unlikely to interact with the lofty inner sect elders, and he hoped that Li Zhengtong might at least make the acquaintance of an outer sect elder. Li Zhengtong reminisced. I believe I have only encountered one outer sect elder, Elder Wang Yingjun, who organizes activities. However, I have met quite a few inner sect elders, the first elder, the second elder, the third elder, the sixth elder, and the ninth elder, 5 in total. His cousin was taken aback. You've actually met 5 of the 12 esteemed elders of the Xiantian sect? The 12 elders are renowned throughout the cultivation world, and it is astonishing that Li Zhengtong has crossed paths with 5 of them in just half a year. His cousin couldn't help but silently criticize. Are the 12 elders just as common as cabbages by the roadside? Do they lack a sense of prestige? How can one encounter them so readily? Come on, cousin, let us converse as we walk, Li Zhengtong said, unable to contain himself any longer. He felt as though he might burst if he held his thoughts in much longer. How did you come across those 5 elders? Was there some event at the sect? His cousin inquired. Li Zhengtong replied as they walked. I met the second elder during the sect selection, while I encountered the third, 6th, and 9th elders while cleaning. As for the first elder, I saw him just a few days ago when I was apprehended by the enforcement team along with Hugo. Chapter 147. I have also achieved the great perfection of Qi refinement at this point. Li Zhengtong suddenly remembered that he had yet to introduce his cousin. Cousin, allow me to introduce you. This is Qin Yu, a friend of mine from the Xiantian sect. Yu Gu, this is my cousin, named Li Tian. Greetings, cousin. Hello. So you are Tongzi's friend. I was just thinking that you must be the doorman arranged by the family for little Tong. Qin Yu. Doorman. You must be joking. Have you ever seen a doorman as handsome as me? Qin Yu felt that Li Tian was indeed on a path to destruction. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation shifted back to the elders. Li Zhengtong shrugged and commented, meeting these lofty elders is of little use. We know them, but they do not know us. Such a statement is misguided. Li Tian replied. In the realm of cultivation, one must consider the cause and effect. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to share a boat and 100 years to share a bed. For the vast majority of the outer disciples, it is likely that they may never meet these inner sect elders in their lifetime. Yet you, in merely half a year, have encountered 5 of them. This surely indicates some degree of fortune. Moreover, time is still on your side. After establishing a brief acquaintance, you will have opportunities to assist them, and by doing so, you may forge deeper connections. Everything takes time, so there is no need to rush. Tongzi, do not be anxious. Even if you are in a hurry, there is no need to move so swiftly. If I do not hurry, I might wet my pants. The thought of the Li family's young master wetting his pants in the street urged Li Zhengtong to quicken his pace. Cousin, let Tongzi go ahead. He is in urgent need, Qin Yu said with a smile. All right, Tongzi, you may head back now. Li Tian slowed his pace, walking alongside Qin Yu. Your name is Qin Yu, right? Since you are a friend of Tongzi, may I call you Yuzi? Qin Yu replied, Cousin, please just call me Xiao Yu. Haha, very well. Li Tian paused for a moment before suddenly saying, Xiao Yu, do you think I am overly eager for Tongzi to find a strong backer, perhaps appearing somewhat cowardly? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu remained silent. He indeed felt that Li Tian's perspective might be rather one-sided. The impression he had of Li Tian was akin to those elders from his previous life, who had navigated the complexities of society for many years. They would share their insights on surviving in the adult world, their theories sounding impressive, yet upon inquiry, one would discover they were merely earning a meager salary of 3,000 a month while performing menial tasks. This cousin arrived speaking of currying favor with the elders and seeking to cling to powerful figures. Yet, they were merely insignificant disciples, striving desperately to leave a mark on the elders, let alone entertain the notion of relying on them. To put it bluntly, what right did their thighs have to be clung to? Did one possess an extra nose or mouth? Li Tian continued, when I first ventured into the vast wilderness, I also believed that constantly seeking to depend on others was a sign of weakness. A cultivator should be self-reliant. Once one becomes strong, others will naturally regard them with reverence. However, I later realized this notion was profoundly misguided. Human talent is inherently limited. No one can achieve greatness in a single leap. In times of vulnerability, one must seek the support of those with greater strength to ensure their own survival. My sect holds a respectable position within the vast expanse of the great wilderness kingdom. Although we do not wield absolute power, we are nonetheless recognized as a first-rate force. Within our sect, those who manage to curry favor with certain elders or align themselves with influential factions are met with deference from their peers. All resources are afforded to these individuals first, and they are granted precedence in selecting opportunities within secret realms. At this juncture, Li Tian clenched his fists slightly, expressing the frustration of those like myself, who, devoid of power and influence, despite possessing decent talent, can only acquire the remnants of resources that others have overlooked, perpetually lagging behind. This underscores the significance of having a powerful backing. Merely from a few words, Qin Yu could sense the harsh realities of the great wilderness kingdom. It appeared that Li Tian's circumstances were far from favorable. After enduring numerous hardships, he had come to comprehend these truths. In the Xiantian sect, or rather in the Liang kingdom, there exists a structured system that governs behavior. Even the elders of the outer sect cannot indiscriminately bully the lowly disciples. The sect's regulations serve as the greatest support for all. In contrast, the great wilderness is a primal world characterized by the law of the jungle, where strength reigns supreme. Highlighting the importance of having a powerful ally, Qin Yu contemplated how, once he attained a position of strength, he might also venture into the great wilderness to experience its allure. After all, in the great wilderness kingdom, those with formidable might command respect. The survival of the fittest is a calamity for the weak, yet for the strong, it is an opportunity for unbridled freedom. However, the great wilderness is not entirely devoid of order. Otherwise, Li Tian would not have survived to this day. Qin Yu felt compelled to counter, saying, Cousin, there are indeed some differences between the great wilderness and the Liang kingdom. However, one must adapt to the rules of the place they find themselves in. Since it is necessary to seek a patron in the great wilderness, why do you not seek one, cousin? Li Tian tightened his fist even further, expressing his frustration. I wish to find one too, but as a citizen of the Liang kingdom, I am powerless there. How can I possibly seek a patron? Qin Yu replied in a calm tone. If I were a pillar of strength, my primary principle in seeking a subordinate would not be their origin, but rather their utility to me. If they are of no use, why would I bother? Conversely, if they are beneficial, does it matter where they come from? The crux lies in whether they can provide value to me. Li Tian abruptly halted in his tracks, lost in contemplation. A cultivator must rely on their own foundation. If one wishes to seek a patron, they must possess the qualifications to do so, mustn't they? Qin Yu's words were somewhat theoretical. He too was uncertain of their validity. Perhaps, if placed within the environment of the great wilderness, he might fare no better than Li Tian. Yet, He spoke from the heart, emphasizing that cultivation must fundamentally rely on oneself. In times of peril, the only dependable support is oneself. What belongs to others will always remain as such. Li Tian contemplated the notion of leveraging powerful connections to acquire resources for growth, which is a valid approach. However, he seemed to have misplaced his priorities. Seeking connections is merely a means to an end, while the ultimate goal is to become stronger. Seeking connections and attaining strength are two distinct paths. Traversing both simultaneously is the true essence of the great wilderness's rules. After a moment, Li Tian relaxed his clenched fist and suddenly smiled. Let us not dwell on this. I sense that Tongzi's fortune is quite favorable. What is his current level of cultivation? The grand completion of Qi refinement. The grand completion of Qi refinement? Li Tian was astounded. Could Tongzi truly be that formidable? After dedicating a year and a half to his cultivation, Li Tian had merely reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Xiaoyu, how is your cultivation progressing? Li Tian mused, considering that someone like Li Zhengtong, with such mastery, was an exceptional rarity. Surely, the Xiantian sect could not be so illustrious that a mere outer disciple, having practiced for just half a year, surpassed him. A formal disciple who had toiled for 2.5 years. Then, Li Tian heard Qin Yu calmly declare, I too have achieved the grand completion of Qi refinement. Chapter 148. Elixirs. Li Tian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He had always believed that the sect had a certain influence on cultivators, albeit not a particularly substantial one. The true determinants of a cultivator's advancement were, after all, their innate talent and diligence. Thus, he firmly adhered to the philosophy of preferring to be a leading figure among the lesser ranks rather than a subordinate among the elite. It was akin to a disciple with inferior spiritual roots, relegated to menial tasks within the Xiantian sect, while thriving as an official disciple in a smaller sect, where they would be spared from labor and receive proper guidance in cultivation, perhaps even possessing greater resources than the menial disciples of the Xiantian sect. In such circumstances, their cultivation might actually surpass that of their peers in the Xiantian sect. This was precisely why he had advised Li Zhengtong to forge connections and seek influential patrons upon their initial meeting. In Li Tian's perspective, this was Li Zhengtong's sole advantage within the Xiantian sect. Yet, it was only at this moment that Li Tian comprehended the extent of his misjudgment. A phoenix's tail is still a phoenix, while a rooster's head remains merely a rooster. There exists an insurmountable chasm between the two. If one's background is lacking, does effort truly bear fruit? Li Tian pondered, by the way, if I am past the age limit, would the Xiantian sect still accept me? I would even be willing to clean the toilets. Qin Yu sensed that Li Tian might have misunderstood something, yet he chose not to clarify. If anyone dares to label me, Qin, as a mere doorkeeper, I shall demonstrate my strength today. Qin Yu's approach to life was straightforward. Revenge should be taken immediately. If not possible, it can wait. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Cousin, you have been cultivating for nearly 2 years now. Are you close to breaking through to the golden core stage? Qin Yu inquired with deliberate intent. Li Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. Cultivating immortality requires a solid foundation, emphasizing the principle of gradual accumulation leading to explosive growth. Do you comprehend this? Allow me to illustrate. It takes bamboo 4 years to grow only a little. Yet in the 5th year, it can surge over 10 meters in a single day. Why is that? It is because during those 4 years, it tirelessly develops its roots, establishing a robust foundation. The same principle applies to cultivating immortality. Let me enlighten you. Advancing too rapidly in your training may not necessarily be advantageous. Solidifying your foundation is paramount. Do you understand? Qin Yu responded, I see now. This explains why, despite your 2.5 years of training, you still fall short of our 6 months. Li Tian, visibly vexed, emphasized, I have only trained for 1.5 years. Qin Yu replied apologetically, my mistake. So, when do you plan to establish your foundation? Qin Yu sensed that Li Tian was still in the Qi refining stage and, indeed, slightly weaker than himself. Hearing Qin Yu's inquiry, Li Tian spoke with some embarrassment. I will prepare to establish my foundation after I break through to the 9th level of Qi refining. Reaching the 8th level of Qi refining is commendable. Qin Yu nodded earnestly, devoid of any mockery. His and Li Zhengtong's current cultivation was entirely reliant on that gift from nature, the fish. Had it not been for that fish, Qin Yu was confident he could attain the pinnacle of Qi refining within 1.5 years, though Li Zhengtong would likely not surpass Li Tian. In truth, for the vast majority of cultivators, achieving foundation establishment after 2.5 years of training is already a notable accomplishment. Some may never reach the foundation stage in their entire lives. For instance, Xiaozhi, despite cultivating the most advanced techniques in the spiritually rich realm of Zhuangtiangong, has only just reached the third level of qi refinement after 6 months of diligent practice. As one progresses further into the qi refinement stage, the challenges of breakthrough intensify, and the time required for cultivation lengthens considerably. Without the aid of medicinal pills, it is likely that Xiaozhi would remain unable to establish his foundation even after 2.5 years. Upon observing Li Tian's innate talent, Qin Yu was unexpectedly astonished to discover that Li Tian possessed a superior spiritual root. With such a remarkable endowment, it would take 1.5 years of dedicated training to reach the 8th level of qi refinement. It appears that Li Tian's circumstances in the Great Wilderness Kingdom may be even more arduous than Qin Yu had initially surmised. As they approached the entrance of the Li family residence, they spotted Li Zhengtong waiting with a beaming expression. "Cousin, you are taking your sweet time. Let us proceed to the family's assembly hall. The elders are eagerly awaiting your arrival. Everyone is curious to see the effects of the medicinal pills you brought back from the Great Wilderness Kingdom." "Very well, let us go directly," Li Tian replied with a smile. "I exerted considerable effort and leveraged all my connections to procure this pill. It nearly drained my resources. However, in light of its potential efficacy, it is undoubtedly worth the sacrifice." A renewed confidence radiated from Li Tian. "What if your cultivation is higher than mine? Once I consume this pill, I shall certainly be able to engage with you all in a spirited exchange. Is it truly that remarkable?" Li Zhengtong inquired with curiosity. "Cousin, what effects does this pill actually possess?" "Patience, my friend. Once we arrive at the assembly hall, you shall learn all in due course. However, I advise you to prepare yourselves mentally in advance. Do not be overly astonished when the time comes." Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Qin Yu, as an alchemist, felt an intense curiosity. What sort of elixir is this? Could it possibly surpass what I have crafted myself? Soon, the trio arrived at the conference hall, where all the authoritative figures of the Li family had already gathered. They had been waiting here for over an hour, neglecting even their lunch. Yet, for them, they had transcended the necessity of sustenance. Once cultivators reach the golden core stage, they no longer rely on the nutrients from food to sustain their lives. Their meals serve merely to satiate their appetites or to indulge in the warmth of family gathering around the dining table. Much like some solitary old bachelors from various sects, they only indulge in a meal when tempted. Li Tian approached the center of the conference hall and bowed to the elders. "I, the younger generation Li Tian, pay my respects to my great uncle, second uncle, third uncle, the family head, and my father." A host of elderly gentlemen from the Li family had come to witness the legendary elixir. After completing his salutations, Li Tian's father, also an alchemist of the Li family, smiled and said, "Little Tian, do not be overly formal. It is good to have you back. The elixir you mentioned, present it for your father to behold." Chapter 149, The Celestial Grade Divine Power Pill. Seeing that Li's father did not ask him to leave, Qin Yu realized that he was being regarded as one of their own, or perhaps the Li family considered him no threat to their plans. It seemed that the appearance of this pill was of no concern to them. Qin Yu was astute enough to discern that the Li family aimed to replicate this pill for commercial purposes, rendering it a closely guarded secret. However, since he was not dismissed, Qin Yu stood alongside Li Zhengtong, his curiosity piqued by the enigmatic pill. "All right." Li Tian carefully retrieved a wooden brocade box from his cosmic bag. In an instant, all eyes in the hall were drawn to the box. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, standing closest to Li Tian, felt their hearts race, overwhelmed by a palpable tension as if they were on the verge of witnessing the unveiling of a rare treasure. Li Tian deliberately slowed his movements, gradually opening the wooden box to reveal an iron box within. The sight of yet another layer inside evoked a collective sentiment akin to, "I've already bared all, and this is what you show me?" Li Tian's extensive wrapping of the pill was not mere theatrics. The pill was far too precious, and he felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. Throughout their journey, he had been compelled to infuse his consciousness into the cosmic bag every few seconds, unable to shake off the discomfort of separation from the precious item. "Come on, don't dawdle," Li's father urged. "I'm merely creating an atmosphere worthy of such a miraculous pill's revelation," Li Tian responded, heightening Qin Yu's anticipation. "How extraordinary must this pill be? Here it comes." Li Tian exclaimed loudly as he swiftly opened the iron box, revealing a porcelain vial nestled within. Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and poured a dark, glossy pill into his palm. The onlookers leaned in slightly, eager to discern the details of this mysterious elixir. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong exchanged a glance, pondering why this pill appeared so familiar. Despite the familiarity, Qin Yu refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, many pills bore similar appearances, and a misjudgment could lead to embarrassment. Driven by curiosity, he contemplated drawing closer to sense the pill's essence, for its true nature could be discerned with but a touch. Yet, he recognized the significance this pill held for the Li family. To approach too boldly might be perceived as intrusive, potentially leading to misunderstandings. Thus, he resolved to wait a moment longer. After all, the effects of the pill would soon be revealed to all, and the truth would come to light. Li Tian's father took the pill into his palm, scrutinizing it closely. It appeared rather unremarkable. Could it truly possess such formidable powers? Implicit in his thoughts was the question. Son, have you been deceived into purchasing a counterfeit? However, Li Tian was brimming with confidence. Rest assured, father, this pill may look ordinary, but only by consuming it will one truly appreciate its potency. I traversed various connections and paid a handsome sum to acquire this. It is undoubtedly authentic. Li Tian's implication was clear. Head of the family, and the esteemed elders at home, do not forget to reimburse me for the cost of the elixirs later. Please ensure the amount is substantial, as these elixirs are quite expensive. Li Fu nodded in agreement, indicating that if the elixir indeed possessed the effects as described, spending a significant sum would be entirely reasonable. His unspoken thought was that he harbored no ulterior motives. This was simply his stance. After all this time spent dilly-dallying, can someone please elucidate the effects of this elixir? Qin Yu, standing impatiently, exclaimed, those who speak in riddles are truly exasperating. Just then, Qin Yu heard his own thoughts echoed by an elder from the Li family, who posed the same question. At that moment, only Li Fu, Li Tian's father, and Li Tian himself were privy to the elixir's effects. The others were merely aware of its remarkable potency, yet remained entirely ignorant of the specifics of its prowess. Thus, the elder articulated the collective confusion of the group. Xiao Tian, please elaborate on the effects of this elixir. Certainly, Li Tian responded with a slight cough, gradually detailing. This elixir is known as the Celestial Grade Divine Power Pill. Upon consumption, it can increase one's strength by nearly 5-fold during the Qi refining stage, and approximately 3-fold during the foundation establishment stage. However, as one's cultivation progresses, the effects will gradually wane, ultimately dissipating entirely by the time one reaches the Golden Core stage. Upon hearing this, all present displayed expressions of astonishment. It was not that the elixir's effects were subpar, but rather that its efficacy did not meet their lofty expectations. The ability to triple or quintuple one's strength is indeed formidable. However, it is merely strong, as there exist other elixirs that can serve as substitutes. After all the commotion and effort expended, is this all there is? Li Tian had anticipated this. To craft a compelling narrative, one must skillfully employ the technique of initial suppression followed by eventual elevation. Esteemed elders, the effects I have just described are merely the most inconspicuous of this elixir's capabilities. The true potency of the Celestial Grade Divine Power Pill lies in the fact that the strength it amplifies is permanent and devoid of any side effects. A profound silence enveloped the entire gathering. Chapter 150. The benefits of transforming into a gorilla. Is there truly no side effects? Qin Yu had been convinced that the which Li Tian had journeyed from the distant Dahuang kingdom at great expense to procure, was indeed the potent power pill he had once sold to senior brother Su Mu. After all, the effects were strikingly similar. However, the power pill had distinct side effects. Li Tian's assertion that this new elixir bore no such drawbacks left Qin Yu in a state of uncertainty. Could it be that the alchemist from Dahuang had refined his formula, eliminating the undesirable transformation into a gorilla? The very feat that even the esteemed head of the Bai Yi Hall had not accomplished was seemingly achieved by Dahuang. A surge of joy coursed through Qin Yu as he contemplated the implications. If his suspicions proved correct, he would certainly seek out that illustrious alchemist in Dahuang once he had amassed sufficient strength. Perhaps the long-standing challenges he faced in alchemy would finally be resolved. This Dahuang kingdom possesses remarkable talent. Qin Yu mused. Is it truly devoid of any side effects, with effects that are everlasting? One incredulous elder from the Li family inquired. Absolutely true, Li Tian replied confidently. Despite his assurance, skepticism lingered among the crowd. They simply could not fathom the existence of a pill that could quintuple one's strength, be permanent in effect, and devoid of any side effects. Such a notion was beyond their comprehension. Li Tian's father chuckled and suggested, Little Tian, why not demonstrate the effects to our esteemed elders now? In the absence of knowledge regarding the specific formulation of a medicinal elixir, The endeavor to replicate such a potion necessitates a substantial investment of human resources, material assets, and financial backing. The process involves a meticulous analysis of the elixir, repeated experimentation, and a touch of fortune to achieve any semblance of success. Furthermore, given that Li Tian's father is a fifth-tier alchemist, and the celestial-grade divine power elixir is merely a low-grade potion, there lies a glimmer of hope for its replication. However, all of this hinges upon the support of the family's finances. Li Tian's father aims to showcase the potency of this elixir to all the decision-makers within the Li family, thereby underscoring its significance and garnering greater support in terms of manpower and financial resources. As for the fact that Li Tian has returned with only one celestial-grade divine power elixir, which will be consumed upon use, it is a trivial matter. Once the funds are secured, acquiring more will simply require additional expenditure. These are minor issues. The pivotal aspect is to persuade everyone through tangible demonstration. As for his father, this is undoubtedly feasible. Li Tian smiled as he glanced at Li Zhengtong and Qin Yu, pondering that mere observation might not suffice. Perhaps a friendly sparring session between himself and either Xiaodong or Xiaoyu would better illustrate the elixir's effects. That sounds good. Li's father interjected, Xiaodong, Xiaoyu. Who among you is willing to engage in a friendly match with Xiaodian? Li Zhengtong quickly whispered to Qin Yu, Brother Yu, why don't you take this one? My foundation is unstable, and I can only currently exhibit the strength of an 8th-layer qi refiner. If my cousin consumes the elixir, I would undoubtedly be no match for him. Nonsense. Qin Yu shot a glare at Li Zhengtong. Just because your foundation is unstable, does that mean mine is any more solid? You're just a tad stronger than I am. Fear not, for he possesses elixirs, and we too have our own, and moreover, our supply surpasses his. Qin Yu retrieved 3 silken pouches from his cosmic bag, proclaiming, These are the meticulously prepared strategies for your assured victory, guaranteed to ensure your success. Brother Yu, lamented Li Zhengtong, his brow furrowed with concern, if I consume this mighty elixir, my reputation within the Li family will be irrevocably tarnished. Qin Yu offered words of comfort. Do not fret. You never had a reputation to begin with. Moreover, what do cultivators value most? It is strength. They will only remember the defeated in their disarray. As long as you emerge victorious, no one will care about your appearance. How many times must I remind you to discern what truly matters? Is that truly the case? Li Zhengtong inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. Qin Yu, with unwavering conviction, asserted, When have I ever deceived you? Though Li Zhengtong was on the verge of believing, the resolute expression on Qin Yu's face instilled doubt within him. After a moment of silence, he timidly asked, Brother Yu, if that is the case, why do you not participate yourself? Need I even respond? Transforming into a gorilla would be an embarrassment I would not endure. Do I, the great Qin Yu, not care for my image? While these thoughts coursed through his mind, Qin Yu felt compelled to encourage Li Zhengtong further. I could participate if I wished. It matters little to me. However, this is a splendid opportunity to present oneself before the elders of the Li family. Should I ascend and defeat my cousin, it would merely serve as a momentary display for all to witness. However, if this opportunity were bestowed upon you, it would undoubtedly elevate your standing in the eyes of these elders, demonstrating to them that even if Li Tian were under the influence of substances, he would still be no match for you, the prodigy of the Xiantian sect. This would greatly benefit your future aspirations of becoming the head of the Li family. Alas, I, Qin, have relinquished such a splendid opportunity, yet some remain ungrateful. Sigh, the world has truly fallen into decline. Genuine hearts are difficult to find. Li Zhengtong was moved to tears. Even at this moment, Brother Yu still thinks of me. His kindness is overwhelming. How could I be so foolish as to doubt that Brother Yu would find me a source of embarrassment by allowing me to participate? Li Zhengtong wished to slap himself in remorse, feeling unworthy of the kindness bestowed upon him by Brother Yu. Moments later, a throng of individuals made their way to the Li family's training grounds. After dismissing all clan members, Li Tian confidently stepped onto the arena. Fear not. Remember the 3 strategies I have given you, and open them in order for assured victory. Qin Yu admonished. Understood, Brother Yu. Li Zhengtong earnestly committed each of Qin Yu's words to memory. Go forth and do not bring shame upon the Xiantian sect. All right, Li Zhengtong shouted as he charged forward. Li Fu and the other elders of the Li family took their seats in the audience. Meanwhile, Qin Yu assumed the role of commentator for the event. Beginning the coverage of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness the match between Li Zhengtong, the only prodigy to join the Xiantian sect from the Li family in a century, and Li Tian, Both competitors are urged to adhere to the principle of prioritizing the competition over life itself, showcasing their skills without reservation. I now declare the match officially commenced. Ah! Li Zhongtong exclaimed, charging towards Li Tian. Unfazed, Li Tian summoned his internal energy, opting for a direct confrontation with Li Zhongtong. Since the purpose was to assess the efficacy of the elixir, it was only fitting to first exhibit their strength prior to its consumption. The two collided shoulder to shoulder, each staggering back a half-step. In this initial clash, they appeared evenly matched. Li Tian's eyes shimmered with astonishment. Peak Qi refinement? Is this all? Qin Yu, under the pretense of commentary, elucidated to the elders of the Li family. In their first engagement, neither competitor gained the upper hand. Although Li Zhongtong possessed a slight advantage in cultivation, his unstable foundation and restless aura limited him to displaying strength equivalent to that of Li Tian. It seemed destined to be a fiercely competitive showdown. Let us keep our eyes peeled and anticipate the visual feast that these two contenders shall deliver. The elders of the Li family sat in the audience, silently observing the lackluster exchange between Li Zhongtong and Li Tian. Now, our competitor Li Tian is ready to unleash his power. He has ingested the elixir. Could this match finally yield a decisive outcome? Li Tian's muscles rapidly expanded. His arms elongated, and dark fur sprouted upon his visage. Did you not claim this elixir bore no side effects? Qin Yu, abandoning his commentary, directly questioned. After witnessing a glimmer of hope, the opponent unexpectedly transformed into a gorilla. Li Tian scratched his face, adorned with coarse hair, and inquired with confusion. Doesn't this have any side effects? You've transformed in such a way, and still no side effects? Oh, Li Tian suddenly realized. What you mean is the transformation effect. This isn't a side effect. Rather, it is an additional benefit conferred by the elixir. Personally, I find this supplementary effect far more practical than merely enhancing strength. Upon becoming an ape, not only is there no need to wear clothing, but in critical moments, one can also evade enemies, conceal one's identity, escape debts, and blend into the primordial wilderness, integrating with the ape species. This represents the ultimate form of survival. Most crucially, this form allows one to engage in nefarious deeds without fear of retribution, ensuring that adversaries cannot trace their grievances back to me. Qin Yu replied, if that's your perspective. I have nothing further to say. Chapter 151. 3 secret packages. Qin Yu was taken aback to discover that the sole flaw of his strength pill had been flawlessly addressed by the unique characteristics of the Great Wilderness Kingdom. In the Liang Kingdom, individuals might still be concerned about appearances, but in the Great Wilderness, where the law of the jungle prevails, strength signifies everything. As long as one can enhance their power, no one cares if they transform into a beast. This explains the immense popularity of the strength pill in the Great Wilderness Kingdom. In the stands, the elders of the Li family were momentarily stunned. Even Li Tian's father appeared bewildered. Previously, Li Tian had only conveyed in his letter that the pill could augment strength with permanent effects. Additionally, he had mentioned a small surprise. However, this was no surprise, it was a shock. How could the beloved son he raised transform so suddenly into a gorilla? The thought of having to express paternal love towards a gorilla, a love that transcends species, left Li Tian's father feeling somewhat unable to accept the reality. Upon witnessing Li Tian's transformation into a gorilla, Li Zhongtong no longer cared about appearances and promptly opened the first secret package presented by Qin Yu. Inside lay another strength pill. After swallowing it whole, Li Zhongtong's form underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. In an instant, the once proud young master of the Li family, Li Zhongtong, engaged in a fierce contest against Li Tian, now reduced to a struggle between two gorillas. The crowd gasped in astonishment once again upon seeing Li Zhongtong undergo a similar transformation. Li Tian was left astonished, wondering, how does he possess a strength pill as well? Meanwhile, the elders of the Li family, having just focused their attention entirely on Li Tian, were equally taken aback. No one noticed that Li Zhongtong had also consumed a pill. Thus, their astonishment stemmed from the realization that the celestial grade power pill not only transforms oneself into a gorilla, but can also turn one's opponent into a gorilla. Not only does it enhance one's own strength, but it also imposes a significant psychological burden on the adversary. Such a wondrous pill. It wasn't until they witnessed the fierce clash between Li Zhongtong and Li Tian, both evenly matched, that the crowd comprehended that Li Zhongtong had, unbeknownst to them, ingested a celestial grade power pill. However, didn't Li Tian only bring back a single celestial grade power pill? From whence did Li Zhongtong acquire his? Qin Yu's commentary resonated once more. Both competitors have completed the first round of enhancements. We can now see Li Zhengtong charging forward, employing a frenzied clawing attack against Li Tian. Li Tian continuously evaded Li Zhengtong's onslaught. Wait, Li Tian's right hand is gathering energy. Could he be preparing to cast a spell? If that spell were to strike Li Zhengtong, it could inflict a severe blow. My heavens, what is Li Zhengtong doing? He has seized the hairs on Li Tian's face and is pulling with force. Is Li Zhengtong plucking Li Tian's hair? Though this maneuver is somewhat unseemly, its effectiveness is undeniable. As Li Tian winces in pain, his spell's energy interrupted. Li Tian, now vexed, grasps the hair atop Li Zhengtong's head. The two begin to tug fiercely at each other's hair, resorting to such primal tactics in battle. In a rather amusing turn of events, Li Zhengtong found himself slightly outmatched. As he tugged at a tuft of hair from Li Tian's head, only for Li Tian to retaliate in kind. One cannot help but wonder how their hair would fare upon returning to their original forms. Meanwhile, the elders of the Li family observed with a mixture of concern and bemusement as the two promising descendants transformed into a pair of gorillas, locked in a playful embrace. Their struggle resembled that of women engaged in a quarrel, fiercely pulling at each other's hair, their faces betraying a profound sense of helplessness. A sense of unease crept into the minds of the elders regarding the future of the Li family. Is it truly wise to entrust such a vast lineage to their care? They pondered. Furthermore, this competition was ostensibly intended to showcase the efficacy of elixirs. However, at present, the only discernible outcome appeared to be their transformation into gorillas and a notable decline in intellect, leaving the elders at a loss. What was meant to be a grand and dignified battle among cultivators had devolved into a chaotic spectacle, necessitated by unforeseen circumstances. Having only practiced cultivation for a mere 6 months, Li Zhengtong had yet to master any spells. In such a scenario, had Li Tian unleashed his abilities, Li Zhengtong would undoubtedly have found himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he charged forth, attempting to force Li Tian into a direct confrontation, hoping to negate the opportunity for spellcasting. Yet, Li Tian's combat experience and agility far surpassed Li Zhengtong's, rendering him unable to land a hit. Just as Li Tian was on the verge of casting a spell, in a moment of desperation, Li Zhengtong seized a handful of hair from Li Tian's face. This unexpected maneuver led to a revelation for Li Zhengtong, as the competition naturally progressed to such an unpredictable climax, chaotic and primal in nature. With a sharp cry, both individuals recoiled in pain. Li Zhengtong, realizing that he was evenly matched with his opponent, swiftly retrieved a second pouch given to him by Qin Yu. Inside lay a rapid pill. He boasted to Li Tian, "You possess only 1 pill, while I have 2. Having said this, Li Zhengtong swallowed the pill and immediately took off running. Enhanced by the potency of the pill, his speed exceeded that of any prior moment, transforming him into a streak of black lightning across the training ground. Such velocity surely approached the level of Foundation establishment. The audience gasped in astonishment. On the training field, Li Tian felt an overwhelming pressure. He could hardly grasp even a single hair on Li Zhengtong. In contrast, Li Zhengtong effortlessly circled around him, each time managing to pluck a tuft of hair from his body. Li Tian yelped in pain, overwhelmed by this one-sided onslaught. He had never experienced such a frustrating battle. Observing the scene, Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Truly, Li Zhengtong's thought process was uniquely peculiar. With such remarkable speed, why not simply strike his opponent with a fist instead of tugging at their hair? Losing a hair would hardly be fatal. Faced with the menacing Li Zhengtong, Li Tian could only curl up tightly, attempting to minimize the exposure of his hair. Yet, each time Li Zhengtong dashed past him, a tuft of black hair would flutter into the air. Soon, the skin exposed on Li Tian's body became completely bare, devoid of any hair. Ha ha ha, no hair left? Not a single strand. Li Zhengtong mocked, continuing to circle around. Li Tian could only grit his teeth and endure, for he currently had no means to contend with Li Zhengtong. At that moment, Li Zhengtong produced a third pouch, which contained yet another pill. However, in a moment of carelessness, he let the pill slip from his grasp, and it rolled to the ground, landing right beside Li Tian. Li Tian's eyes lit up as he swiftly picked up the pill. Meanwhile, Li Zhengtong rushed towards him in a state of panic, shouting, "Return the pill to me." Upon seeing the expression on Li Zhengtong's face, Li Tian was immediately convinced that this pill was indeed a valuable item. Just moments ago, Li Zhengtong had gained the upper hand after consuming an additional pill, which had allowed him to dominate the situation. Now, this newfound pill might very well be the key to turning the tide in Li Tian's favor. Without hesitation, he popped the pill into his mouth. "Ha ha ha, Tongzi, your folly." Li Tian's voice gradually slowed, and as he opened his mouth, it remained agape, never to close again. Li Tian had met his fate. Chapter 152. It is indeed the three stratagems devised by Qin Yu are tailored to the elixirs he presently possesses. The first two pouches contain the potent strength pill and the swift speed pill, each designed to amplify the user's power and velocity, thereby exerting immense pressure on the adversary. Under such duress, when the third pouch is unveiled, the opponent will undoubtedly assume it to be yet another enhancement elixir. At that moment, the pill fortuitously lands at their feet. Given a moment for contemplation, the opponent would likely refrain from consuming a pill of dubious origin and uncertain effects. However, within the confines of combat, there exists no time for such deliberation, especially as Li Zhengdong lunges towards them, further intensifying the pressure. In this scenario, the vast majority would instinctively consume the pill they have picked up, seeking solace in its effects. The third pill, however, is none other than the slowing pill. Its effects are brutally straightforward. In response to these three elixirs, Qin Yu has formulated two distinct strategies. The current approach is aimed at those who are less astute. For those of exceptional intellect, Qin Yu possesses a secondary strategy. Yay, we won! Li Zhengtong exclaimed, jubilantly circling around the motionless Li Tian. Occasionally, he would mischievously tug at a tuft of hair in celebration. Qin Yu promptly declared the results of the match. Li Tian had lost his combat capability, and Li Zhengdong emerged victorious. 1. Is it over? In the stands, the elders of the Li family exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded by the turn of events. Moments ago, chaos reigned as the gorilla fur filled the air, yet in the blink of an eye, a victor was declared. It seems the youth of today are engaging in a decidedly novel form of combat. Has the art of battle evolved to such an extent? Who among us recalls the initial purpose of this contest? What on earth is going on with Li Zhengtong? Could he not exhibit a modicum of composure? Is it merely a matter of winning a friendly sparring match that warrants such fervor and endless pacing? It appears as though he is unable to contain himself. Li's father interjected with concern. What is happening to Li Tian? And what exactly is going on here? His mind was a whirlwind of questions. Qin Yu offered an explanation. Uncle, Li Tian's older brother has inadvertently ingested a substance known as the delaying pill. Upon consumption, it renders the body completely rigid and immobile. However, rest assured, there is no threat to his life. When will my son recover? Li Tian's father inquired anxiously. Despite Li Tian's transformation into a different species, a father's love remains unaltered. Qin Yu reassured him, Uncle, there is no need for concern. Once the effects of the pill dissipate, he will naturally revert. And when might that occur? Li Tian's father pressed. Once his brother is able to move, the effects will have worn off. Qin Yu replied. Li Tian's father sighed. Let us discuss these trivial matters later. He seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. Why has Xiao Tong also transformed into a gorilla? What is the meaning of this? Qin Yu explained, in truth, the celestial grade power pill that Li Tian's brother brought back at great expense was delivered to us by a senior brother named Su Mu from our Xiantian sect. This elixir indeed possesses the extraordinary capability to enhance strength up to 5-fold, yet its drawback is the transformation into a chimpanzee. Is this celestial grade strength elixir concocted by your esteemed Xuaniangong? Well, somewhat. The members of the Li family found this explanation plausible. For only the formidable Xuantiangong could possibly create a potion with such remarkable effects. Although this elixir may tarnish one's image, it can truly be a lifesaver in critical moments. Especially the sudden transformation into a chimpanzee could leave pursuers momentarily dumbfounded, allowing for a missed opportunity to chase. If one were to find a small grove shed their clothing, who could discern whether one were a genuine chimpanzee or a mere imitation? Li Tian's father remarked, Xuaniangong truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost sect of the Liang Kingdom, managing to develop an elixir of such efficacy. Xiao Yu, do you know which esteemed individual crafted this? Since you have inquired with such earnestness, I shall reluctantly indulge you. Qin Yu coughed lightly, a bashful smile gracing his lips. Uncle, you have indeed posed your question to the right person. It is I, of humble talent, who is the creator of this celestial grade strength elixir. Is it truly you? Everyone was taken aback. Is this statement genuine? It is merely a stroke of fortune. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating acquiescence. Xiao Yu, how about we collaborate? You provide the formula, and the Li family will handle its refinement and promotion, splitting the profits 80-20? Qin Yu generously proposed. There is no need to share the profits with me. If you desire the formula, I shall disclose it to you directly. Xiao Yu, you may not yet grasp the significance of this elixir. Rest assured, the profits we earn from this elixir will certainly include your share, Li's father assured with a pat on his chest. In a state of anxiety, fearing that Qin Yu might change his mind, he hastily inquired, "What is the formula?" Qin Yu replied, "The formula is quite simple. It is me, myself." In truth, he was uncertain as to why the pills he concocted bore a distinctive quality compared to those created by others. This celestial-grade strength pill was merely a potent strength pill of my own making, yet for reasons unknown, it had suddenly manifested this remarkable effect. "Is this truly a strength pill?" Li's father exclaimed in astonishment. "To refine a strength pill into such an effect, could you possibly possess a unique alchemical constitution?" Qin Yu shook his head, indicating his ignorance. If he indeed had a special constitution, the system would have revealed it. Furthermore, the head of the medical hall had met him. If there were any abnormalities, he would surely have informed him. This matter can be discussed later. For now, I wish to know if they can revert to their original forms. Li's father expressed his concerns regarding the bloodline. After Li Zhengtong transformed into an orangutan, could the offspring still be considered descendants of the Li family? Do not worry, uncle, there will undoubtedly be an antidote. Will this elixir affect intelligence? Li's father inquired further. Why do you say that? Qin Yu thought to himself, your son Li Zhengtong's lack of intellect is innate. Do not attempt to pin that on my elixir. Little did he know, Li's father responded. Then why does little Tong incessantly circle around the martial arts arena, appearing utterly exhausted yet refusing to pause for a moment? Acting like a fool? A sudden pang of alarm gripped Qin Yu's heart. In the training ground, Li Zheng was panting heavily, repeatedly imploring, Brother Yu, the antidote. Please give me the antidote. Chapter 153. Bald but not stronger. It was then that Qin Yu recalled that Li Zhengtong had yet to consume the antidote. One slow pill required the neutralization of 2 swift pills. Thus Qin Yu retrieved 1 slow pill and 1 swift pill from his cosmic bag, followed by an antidote pill. He cast all 3 pills into the training ground, prompting Li Zhengtong to rush over, mouth agape, and swallow the pills whole. As the pills took effect, Li Zhengtong abruptly halted, sinking to the ground and gasping for air. He breathed deeply, rejuvenated. Almost immediately, the excess hair on his body began to shed, revealing the dark skin beneath. The black hair atop his head transformed into a normal human hairstyle. However, it was noteworthy that the single strand of hair plucked by Li Tian during their skirmish did not regenerate. Li Zhengtong was bald, yet his strength remained unchanged. Fortunately, the balding area was not extensive or overly conspicuous, easily concealed by hair from other regions. Nonetheless, Qin Yu felt a twinge of concern as he glanced at Li Tian, who remained in a rigid state, completely devoid of hair on the back of his head. He wondered if Li Tian would resort to violence upon regaining his normal appearance. Qin Yu resolved to remind Li Tian that intentional homicide was a crime in the Liang Kingdom. Why has my son's skin become so dark? Li's father inquired immediately. Uncle, this darkness is merely superficial. A splash of water will remedy it, came the reassuring response, prompting a sigh of relief from Li's father. Li Zhengtong took a brief respite before making his way to the audience seats. As the victor, he brimmed with pride, oblivious to the reality of the bald patch atop his head. Brother Yu. Li Zhengtong approached Qin Yu with admiration, exclaiming, Your strategy is truly remarkable. Indeed. My cousin fell for it. Of course. However, this tactic may only deceive your cousin. I shall teach you a specialized ruse for outsmarting the clever ones later. Li Tian's father remarked. By the way, dissolve these 2 rapid pills in water and administer them to Li Tian, so we can first alleviate my cousin's negative condition. All right. Li Zhengtong accepted the elixirs and departed from the audience seats. Just then, Li Tian's father spoke up. Little Yu, why not concoct a powerful pill right here on the spot? You must be aware that I am a 5th-tier alchemist. If you allow me to observe your pill-making process, I may be able to identify the issue. His demeanor and tone radiated confidence. As one of the most formidable alchemists in Wuxing City, Li Tian's father had little faith in the variability of pills. He believed that Qin Yu's ability to produce this uniquely effective, powerful pill must stem from a misstep in some procedure. If he could pinpoint that particular step and replicate it, he would undoubtedly succeed in deciphering the celestial-grade divine power pill. In his mind, there was no if about it. As a distinguished 5th-tier alchemist, how could he possibly be unable to guide a mere child? Although Shantian's sect boasted numerous high-ranking alchemists, Li Tian's father was convinced that someone of Qin Yu's standing could never gain access to those esteemed masters of alchemy. Thus, this opportunity was destined for him. Once I decipher the celestial-grade divine power pill, my family, the Li clan, will be able to replicate it in large quantities and sell it to the vast wilderness. successfully elevating ourselves to a transnational family. Haha. Li Tian's father secretly rejoiced. Yet he remained unaware that the last person to exhibit such confidence before Qin Yu was the leader of the 100 Medicine Hall. All right, then I shall thank you, uncle. Qin Yu readily agreed. Although the leader of the 100 Medicine Hall had failed to understand the reason behind his confidence, it did not imply that others could not grasp it. Observing Li Tian's father's unwavering self-assurance, Qin Yu contemplated that perhaps the man truly possessed some remarkable prowess. Embracing an attitude of cautious experimentation, Qin Yu set up the alchemy furnace on the martial arts training ground and began to skillfully concoct the pills. Regarding the low-level strength pill, he had already attained an extraordinary level of mastery, rendering the possibility of failure nearly non-existent. He meticulously placed the spiritual herbs into the furnace in a specific sequence, continually merging and refining them. Meanwhile, Li Tian's father's demeanor shifted from calm to serious, then to anxious and flustered, as cold sweat began to beat upon his brow. He was left regretting his earlier display of confidence. Until the alchemy concluded, he had not discerned the critical point. Soon, two pills emerged, a dark, robust strength pill and a small, pure white pill. What is this white pill? Li Tian's father seemed to have finally found a breakthrough and hurriedly inquired, hoping to salvage his dignity. The white elixir. Just as Qin Yu was about to explain, he noticed Li Tian and Li Zhengtong approaching. At this moment, Li Tian appeared quite disheveled. His clothes were tattered, and the black fur on one side of his arm had completely fallen out, revealing his dark skin beneath. His head, too, bore the marks of patchy hair loss, forming several depressions, with the back of his head being the most affected, devoid of any hair. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh at how ruthless Li Zhengtong had been. This was far more effective than a mere slap or a few punches. The damage was persistent. The effects of this white elixir were rather peculiar. Perhaps it would be best for Li Tian to demonstrate it for everyone. Qin Yu directly handed the white elixir to Li Tian. Consider it compensation for your baldness. Qin Yu mused. Having just been caught off guard, Li Tian now exhibited signs of tension and hesitation. Cousin, this is a remarkable treasure. Do try it. Li Tian cast a cautious glance at Li Zhengtong before carefully placing the white elixir into his mouth. The rich aroma, the smooth texture, and the sensation of soaring like a bird instantly captivated his taste buds. Li Tian felt as though he had plunged into an ocean of bananas, surrounded by delectable fruit. Eh, he exclaimed, his voice resonating from the depths of his being, as he exuberantly leaped around the training ground, overwhelmed by the exquisite taste. I can't believe such deliciousness exists in the world. Li Fu's eyes sparkled as he interjected, I understand the effects of this white elixir. It can transform a mere gorilla into a true primate. I shall name it the Ancestral Restoration Elixir. Qin Yu. Chapter 154, Collaboration. The white elixir bore a faint hint of banana flavor, which might elude the notice of ordinary individuals. However, those transformed into gorillas found themselves utterly captivated by this taste. In essence, this concoction was akin to candy, devoid of any significant utility. Is that all it does? Li Tian's father inquired, seeking confirmation. Qin Yu nodded affirmatively and countered, Uncle, might I ask if you discerned any issues with my elixir? Li Tian's father stiffened, wishing he could slap himself twice. Why say unnecessary things? Yet, since the younger generation had posed a question, and he had previously insisted on conducting the alchemical process in person, boldly proclaiming his expertise, it would be overly embarrassing to remain silent now. Thus, Li Tian's father stammered. Well, alchemy is a profoundly intricate art, entailing numerous complexities. The matter is as such, and the problem is as such. Uncle, spare us the rambling. If you can't see the issue, just admit it. It's not shameful, Li Zhengtong remarked, exasperated. Li Tian's father felt his face flush crimson. Oh no. If even Li Zhengtong is noticed, surely everyone can see through my bluster. What a disgrace. He glared around, mentally marking those who stifled their laughter behind their hands or turned away to hide their amusement. Next time he concocted an elixir for these individuals, he would ensure to include something truly potent. He silently vowed within himself, I shall ensure that those who mock me will pay the price. Soon, after consuming the white elixir, Li Tian hurriedly approached, pleading, Hurry, Xiaoyu, grant me another one, please. Witnessing his son's disgraceful demeanor, Li Tian's father was infuriated and swiftly delivered 2 punches to him, intending to calm Li Tian while simultaneously venting his own frustrations. The effect was indeed remarkable. After striking Li Tian, his father's mood noticeably improved. Qin Yu was left speechless, wondering why Li Tian's reaction seemed more pronounced than that of Li Zhengtong and Xiaoji. However, it was certain that no more of the white elixir would be given, as Qin Yu was uncertain whether excessive consumption would lead to adverse consequences. Cousin, quickly take the antidote to revert to your original form. This way, you will no longer crave the white elixir. Antidote. Li Tian was taken aback. Having finally acquired the elixir, why would he wish to consume an antidote? Li Zhengong questioned in confusion, if you do not take the antidote, do you intend to remain a gorilla for the rest of your life? Of course, I do not plan to remain so indefinitely. Once I ascend to the golden core stage, the benefits of this form will become nearly negligible. At that point, I can simply purchase another elixir to restore my original form. Besides, acquiring this elixir was for the sake of obtaining power. Wouldn't taking the antidote render the consumption of this divine elixir pointless? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized he had underestimated the liberality of the great wilderness. It appeared that they genuinely cared little for appearances. However, upon further reflection, Qin Yu found himself in agreement with this mindset. To Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong, this powerful elixir was of little value, easily consumed at will. However, for the vast wilderness, this was a treasure exceedingly rare and would undoubtedly be cherished for the formidable strength it bestowed. Brother, you should consume the antidote first. It pains me to see you in such discomfort. When you return to the wilderness, I will provide you with another elixir, Qin Yu suggested. By the way, how did you come by the celestial grade strength elixirs? Li Tian suddenly recalled to inquire. This elixir is of my own concoction. What you refer to as celestial grade strength elixirs is akin to the powerful elixirs, which I consider to be of little worth, Qin Yu replied. Is that truly the case? Li Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. Little Yu, we should collaborate in the future. We can split the profits 70-30, with you taking the lesser share. What do you say? Of course, that sounds agreeable. I will send you a few bottles of the powerful elixirs, Qin Yu affirmed. By the way, could you also procure a few more of those small white elixirs for me? Li Tian chuckled. That can be arranged, as they hold no value for me at present. However, I must caution you that the specific effects of the small white elixirs remain unknown. If consumed in excess, the consequences could be unpredictable. Fear not. I shall refrain from consuming them. My intent is solely to sell. Li Tian beamed with exuberance. Envisioning the commotion he would create upon returning to the wilderness with several large bottles of celestial-grade strength elixirs. The allure of the small white elixirs to the apes was particularly thrilling. Should anyone dare to provoke him in the future, he could merely offer a small white elixir as a bounty, and countless apes would be eager to retaliate against the offender. This was nothing short of a divine artifact for governing the apes. Li Tian chuckled and said, could you kindly spare me an antidote for that strength-enhancing pill? Li Zhengtong, taken aback, inquired, did you not purchase the antidote when you acquired the strength-enhancing pill? The antidote comes at a separate price, and I simply cannot afford it, he replied. By the way, cousin, Qin Yu asked, how many spirit stones did you spend on that strength-enhancing pill? 300 low-grade spirit stones. And that S with a friend S discount. The antidote is even more expensive. It's currently being auctioned, and only 2 have been sold so far, with the lowest transaction price being 500 low-grade spirit stones. 300? 500? Qin Yu's heart tightened, wishing he could howl at the sky. What a loss. An enormous loss. At that time, he had sold both the strength-enhancing pill and the antidote to Su Mu for merely 10 low-grade spirit stones, thinking he had made a considerable profit. Yet, that fellow had turned around and sold it for 800 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, when it comes to business, one must be as ruthless as Aunt Fatty. There is no room for mercy when the time calls for decisiveness, Li's father remarked. Xiao Yu, we could collaborate. The Li family could assist you in selling in the Liang Kingdom, and your accelerated elixirs could be included as well. Uncle, I do not possess the necessary selling permits for these 2 types of elixirs, and selling them in the Liang Kingdom would be illegal, Qin Yu gently declined, providing a reason. It was not that he was unwilling to cooperate with the Li family, but rather that his energy was limited, and he could not produce a significant quantity of elixirs. Furthermore, the unique cultural environment of the Great Wasteland would naturally lead to higher prices for the strength-enhancing pill. Consequently, Qin Yu had to temporarily forego the market in the Liang Kingdom. Very well then. Father Li sighed and remarked, if in the future you wish to sell in the Liang Kingdom, you may always come to me. Certainly. There is also another matter. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, our Wuxing City Lord's Manor will host a competition for young individuals under the age of 20, featuring events such as arena battles, alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation. The ultimate victor of each event will be awarded a mysterious grade magical treasure. If you, along with Xiao Tong and Xiao Tian, are interested, you may wish to prepare in advance. Chapter 155. Wang Kai requests a conversation with you. Every year, on the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lord's Mansion of Wuxing City hosts various cultivation competitions. This initiative aims to ignite a passion for cultivation among the youth, while providing a platform for young cultivators to spar and exchange ideas, along with offering certain resource rewards to foster a deeper connection to their homeland. In this realm, the quantity and quality of cultivators within a city fundamentally dictate its prosperity. Annually, the Lord's Mansion conducts spiritual root assessments for children who have reached the appropriate age but lack the financial means to explore the major cultivation sections. Should they possess a spiritual root, assistance is provided for them to participate in selections at various sects or to join the Lord's Mansion, where they can practice the techniques of the Liang Kingdom's government. Regardless of the path chosen, it represents a shortcut to prosperity for those from ordinary families. Qin Yu is not particularly intrigued by Xian-tier magical artifacts, as he possesses a substantial contribution point balance of 100,000 and can easily procure such items. What piques his interest, however, is this platform for sparring and exchange. Having practiced alone in seclusion for half a year, he has yet to measure his abilities against his peers. This opportunity offers the perfect chance to assess his own strength. Before Qin Yu could voice his thoughts, Li Zhengtong eagerly interjected, "Father, please enroll me in the formation competition and the arena battles." Very well. Li Father nodded in agreement. There are no ranks in the formation competition, but the arena battles are divided into Qi refinement and foundation establishment groups. I am aware of that. Qin Yu inquired. How are the arena battles conducted? Is it an offensive and defensive format? The arena battle is merely a contest held on a stage, where opponents are matched randomly prior to the competition. The victor advances, while the defeated are eliminated, ultimately culminating in the crowning of a champion. Does this mean I am guaranteed victory? Qin Yu mused, filled with a sense of triumph. After all, bolstered by the might of the power pill and the swift pill, who among the Qi refinement group could possibly rival him? Even if he were to face Li Jingtong, he remained unperturbed, for he would refrain from providing Li Zhengtong with any pills. The Li Zhengtong who could not transform into a gorilla posed no threat whatsoever. Seemingly sensing Qin Yu's thoughts, Li's father cautioned, "The arena battle tests pure strength. The use of pills, weapons, formations, spirit beasts, or any external forces is strictly prohibited." "Oh, I see," Qin Yu replied, somewhat disheartened. The tournament's rules, which forbade the use of pills, placed him at a disadvantage. After all, he had only been cultivating for half a year and was not well versed in spells. While he cared deeply about winning, he was also pragmatic enough to acknowledge that when the odds of victory were slim, he would simply emphasize the importance of participation. Humans are inherently adaptable creatures, capable of learning to navigate challenges. "Uncle, please assist me in registering for both the alchemy and arena battles." "Very well, big uncle. I too wish to enroll in the alchemy and arena battles." Li Tian interjected. Qin Yu cast a surprised glance at Li Tian, astonished to discover that he was also an alchemist. He had not previously perceived any signs of alchemical talent in Li Tian. Given that Li Tian's father was an alchemist, it was hardly surprising that he too had followed in his father's footsteps. Before Li's father could voice his thoughts, Li Tian's father erupted with a string of curses, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this about alchemy? With your pathetic skills, you won't even make it past the preliminaries, bringing nothing but disgrace to me. Just sign up for the arena competition." "Very well," Li Tian replied nonchalantly, as he had little interest in alchemy anyway. "I shall only enroll in the arena competition then." Li's father cautioned, "You must revert to your original form before the competition, or you will be deemed to have relied on elixirs." "All right, I shall consume the antidote now." Li Tian swallowed an antidote, watching as the patches of dark fur on his body fell away, feeling relieved to return to his human form. Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong turned their heads, only to be met with the sight of each other's bald, shiny heads reflecting light. "Hey, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Li Zhengtong said, hastily making his exit. "What is going on with Tongzi? Why is he fleeing so quickly?" Li Tian chuckled. However, he soon sensed that everyone was regarding him with peculiar expressions. "Is it just because I've turned a bit darker? A shower will remedy that, so why the stairs?" Li Tian murmured in confusion. Qin Yu kindly suggested, "Cousin, do remember to wear a hat when you go out in the future." Li Tian suddenly realized something and swiftly reached for the back of his head, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, Li Zhengtong, don't run. I'll settle this with you." Li Tian dashed out in a frenzy. Qin Yu, however, chose to remain behind, as he still had several questions he wished to ask. Uncle, how is the alchemy competition generally conducted, and how should I prepare? Compared to the arena battles, Qin Yu feels that his chances of success in the alchemy competition would be greater. The alchemy competition is divided into preliminary rounds and formal rounds, both of which follow the same format. However, the formal rounds are significantly more challenging than the preliminaries. During the competition, the City Lord's office randomly selects an alchemical formula and provides each participant with 10 portions of medicinal materials. Within the stipulated time, they must refine the elixir. In the preliminary rounds, as long as one successfully produces a single elixir, regardless of its efficacy, they qualify for advancement. In contrast, the formal rounds rank participants based on the efficacy of the elixirs, if the efficacy is identical. The number of elixirs produced from the 10 portions of materials serves as the tiebreaker. Qin Yu inquired, what if the drawn formula is one I have never encountered before? Haha, Li Tian's father chuckled. This is precisely the greatest challenge of the competition. For the vast majority of participants, the elixirs they will refine are new formulas they have never dealt with before. Therefore, if one can successfully refine an elixir, they have already surpassed more than 90% of the competitors. Generally, the preliminary rounds involve first-grade elixirs, while the formal rounds pertain to second-grade elixirs. Qin Yu nodded in understanding. If all the formulas are new, it truly reflects the level of an alchemist. Thus, he concluded that there was no necessity for special preparations. He merely needed to solidify his foundation and practice alchemy diligently. After clarifying his doubts, Qin Yu took his leave from the elders and returned to Li Zhengtong's home. After a brief search, he did not find Li Zhengtong's presence and wondered where he and Li Tian had gone for leisure. Qin Yu brought forth the alchemy furnace. As the competition loomed ever closer, and he was determined to enhance his prowess with every fleeting moment. His desire for victory burned fiercely. Otherwise, he would not have resolutely chosen to engage in yet another round after enduring 29 consecutive defeats in pursuit of that elusive triumph. Just as he was about to commence alchemical practices, Qin Yu suddenly felt a tremor in the sea of his soul. It was Wang Kai calling out to him. A peculiar sensation washed over him, reminiscent of a message. Wang Kai requests to communicate with you. What is it? Qin Yu ventured into the depths of his soul, where he found Wang Kai barking excitedly at his feet. Is something amiss, Wang Kai? He gently patted the dog's head, seeking to soothe its agitation. Bark, bark. Why are you not at the sect, stinky tofu immortal? To his astonishment, Qin Yu exclaimed, Wang Kai, you can speak? No. It is the illustrious and magnificent leader of the illusionary dream canine clan, the great scarred lord, who is translating. Qin Yu responded with a bemused silence. Oh. So there is indeed a canine translator. And could you perhaps be a tad more precise in your translations? Wang Kai merely barked once. Yet you've rendered it into an extensive narration. Stinky tofu immortal, the truth is that Sang Biao's description of me lacked accuracy, so I made a few slight modifications. As the voice resonated, a grand canine figure materialized within the ocean of Qin Yu's soul. The unfolding narrative, from this point onward, promised to be far more engaging. Chapter 156, The Dreamhound Clan Leader Versus. The know-it-all, how is it possible for you to appear in my sea of souls? Qin Yu was taken aback at the sight of the imposing figure before him, the Dreamhound clan leader, with its massive frame and majestic wings. This made Qin Yu feel as though his sea of souls was an open space, accessible to any who wished to enter. Old Tofu Sage, I have manifested this spiritual form through the mark left by the deceased Biao. Our Dreamhound clan is particularly adept at combining skills. Thus I can communicate with you through Biao's imprint. Wang Kai nodded in agreement, fervently licking Qin Yu's feet to demonstrate affection. I see. Do you have something to discuss with me? The Dreamhound clan leader glanced at Wang Kai and addressed Qin Yu. It is Biao who seeks your assistance. I am merely a translator. Wang Kai looked at the Dreamhound clan leader in confusion. Wang? Isn't it you who wanted to find my master for the stinky tofu? How did it become that I have a matter? The Dreamhound clan leader hastily translated. Biao said it visited your residence but could not find you. It is currently craving stinky tofu and wishes to know your whereabouts. Wang Kai barked anxiously. Wang. Leader, I didn't say that. Why are you misinterpreting me? Qin Yu, observing Wang Cai's frantic barking, inquired, What's wrong with Biao? Why does it appear to be in such a hurry? The Dreamhound clan leader chuckled. It expressed that its esteemed, handsome, and powerful leader, namely myself, has translated perfectly, and it is currently expressing gratitude to me. Wang Kai. Wang. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized that Wang Cai's remarks were rather unflattering. This old rascal, So it seems that Wang Kai can casually summon anyone, and the rest can translate whatever they wish. Qin Yu suddenly understood why both parties in the negotiation required a translator. Unfortunately, Li Zhengtong could not penetrate the depths of his soul. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have brought him along. However, the dream hound was not of great concern. Merely a matter of that foul tofu, and Qin Yu decided to go along with it. I am currently at Li Zhengtong's residence and shall return to the sect in a few days. The leader of the Dream Hound clan pondered. That detestable Li Zhengtong dares to abduct the stinky tofu immortal. I must ensure he steps in dog excrement later. Sang Biao inquired, so where are you now? In Wuxing City. The leader of the Dream Hound clan contemplated for a moment and replied, that is not far. I shall gather the entire clan to seek you out. Wait, Qin Yu exclaimed in alarm. Why are you coming to find me? To eat stinky tofu, as Sang Biao suggested? Qin Yu added. Wang Kai has been silent until now. As for that scarred fellow, I currently lack the materials to make stinky tofu. Even if you come to find me, you won't be able to savor it. Qin Yu hastily urged the leader of the Dream Hound clan to abandon this notion. If the entire Dream Hound clan were to mobilize and seek him out, the upper echelons of Xiantian's sect would likely erupt in chaos. The sect's guardian beast had been abducted. Moreover, my stinky tofu is not complimentary. Previously, you provided me with the Xiantian token in exchange for the stinky tofu. This was a transaction. Certainly. If you wish to extract and consume all the stinky tofu that was previously stored, I have no objections. However, do bear in mind that there will be no more stinky tofu interest in the future. A flicker of struggle crossed the eyes of the Dream Dog clan leader. He had been yearning for stinky tofu day and night, yet the thought of consuming it all made him reluctant. He resembled a miser, utterly unwilling to part with the precious stinky tofu. At that moment, one-size canine mind word. Woof woof, leader, you should quickly inquire what the master requires. We can prepare in advance to exchange for stinky tofu. The Dream Dog clan leader's eyes brightened. Stinky tofu immortal, do you have any needs at the moment? I shall fetch them for you. As Qin Yu pondered, he realized he didn't have any particular needs. Wait, indeed, there was something I required, a high-damage offensive spell. Effective yet simple to learn, ideally aligning with my inherent strengths. If available, I would be willing to exchange an entire portion of stinky tofu. The Dream Dog clan leader appeared troubled. Offensive spells are easy to find, but such specific requirements complicate matters. I must insist on additional stinky tofu. How much more? At least one extra portion. Agreed. Very well, I shall seek it out and contact you once I have found it. With that, the Dream Dog clan leader's form dissipated, and Wang Kai also logged off to slumber. Qin Yu felt elated. 2 portions of stinky tofu for a spell. What a remarkable bargain. The chieftain of the Dream Dog clan was in high spirits, exclaiming, I am truly a genius in negotiations. With a mere phrase, I managed to persuade that man to pay double for the stinky tofu. Sang Biao, you have performed admirably this time. Let us each enjoy a portion of this delightful delicacy. Wang Kai beamed with joy. Although, as the sole canine companion of the master, he could simply request stinky tofu and would generally be gratified. What dog would ever find too much stinky tofu to be a burden? The more, the better. Thus, I shall venture out to see if I can discover the spells desired by the stinky tofu sage. Wang Kai barked, woof woof. Chieftain, you can now converse in the language of dogs. How does one articulate dog language? Where has that Qin Yu scoundrel wandered off to? It has been far too long since he last visited the scripture pavilion. Nowadays, disciples seem to lack the diligence to learn. Bei Shitong lay languidly atop the table at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, idly humming to himself. Just days prior, he had uncovered a critical flaw in Qin Yu's understanding, prompting him to emerge from seclusion. This time, he was determined to triumph over Qin Yu, compelling him to acknowledge his mistakes. Suddenly, Bei Shitong spotted a shadow approaching and instinctively braced himself for confrontation. What brings you here again? The chieftain of the Dream Dog clan strode forward confidently, remarking, What are you rambling about? It's merely a matter of borrowing a few books. Why make such a fuss? Did you not sample them last time? They are not edible. So why bother carrying them? While the books may not be consumable, they can be exchanged for food. Do not be stingy. Last time, someone deceived you into believing those books were delicious. Surely, you have fallen for the trick again. The chief of the Dream Canine clan disdainfully remarked. This time it must be true. Do you think I am as foolish as you, easily deceived? Hey, who are you calling foolish? I am the most intelligent book spirit in the world. How dare you say I am foolish with that canine intellect of yours? At least I possess a brain, unlike some beings devoid of one. Who are you cursing at? Can't you even discern who I am referring to? Truly dim-witted. The all-knowing one was on the verge of exploding with anger. He rummaged through his belongings and finally pulled out a sign, declaring, "Entry into the Dream Canine Clan is prohibited." The chief of the Dream Canine Clan shook his head. "I cannot read. Let me ask you, where can one learn techniques that require Qi cultivation, have high attack power, yield great effects, and are easy to learn? I do not possess such knowledge. Perhaps you should inquire with the sect leader? Do you take me for a fool? Don't think you can deceive me. If you won't tell me, I will seek the answers myself." The all-knowing one spread his arms wide, blocking the path of the Dream Canine Clan chief, stating, "You shall not pass unless you step over me. Get out of my way." The chief of the Dream Canine Clan glared at the all-knowing one. Instantly, the all-knowing one felt his thoughts become chaotic, and the illusion he had conjured slowly dissipated. This time, it truly was a deadlock. Chapter 157, Mental Assault Before Long. The esteemed leader of the Dream Hound clan swaggered out, clutching several scrolls in its mouth. Following the malfunction of the universal knowledge, a dedicated disciple had been assigned to guard the scripture repository. As the leader of the Dream Hound clan made its grand entrance, the disciple seemed utterly oblivious. Resting his chin on his hand, staring vacantly ahead, mumbling to himself. It appears that Elder Beishatong has truly aged and become ineffective. Just a few days have passed, and he has once again entered seclusion. If this continues for a few more years, will I be entrusted with the position of master of this scripture repository? In a flash, the leader of the Dream Hound clan materialized before Wang Kai, dropping the scrolls onto the ground. Wang Kai inquired, "Woof woof, have you found the spells my master requested?" "Not exactly, but I have discovered a few similar ones. This spell is simple to learn. This one boasts high attack power and excellent effects, and this one is particularly suitable for the Stinky Tofu Immortal. By merging the advantages of these spells and making suitable adjustments, I shall create a new spell." The leader of the Dream Hound clan chuckled. "Such a straightforward task in exchange for 2 portions of stinky tofu. What difference does it make from receiving them for free?" Wang Kai echoed, "Woof woof, ha ha. My master is practically engaging in charity." At that moment, Qin Yu had just refined a pill and was practicing his skills when he felt Wang Kai calling for him. So soon, Qin Yu returned to the Sea of Souls. "The celestial being of stinky tofu, I have discovered the spell you sought, and I shall now impart it to you." As the voice of the leader of the Dream Hound clan echoed through the air, Qin Yu felt a surge of new knowledge flooding his mind. Before he could fully comprehend the information, the leader, with an obsequious demeanor, inquired, "Celestial being, what about the stinky tofu?" "Woof, woof." Wang Kai also seemed eager, having been tantalized by the thought of it in recent days. "I shall place the stinky tofu on your tab. I will prepare it for you upon my return to the sect." Fearing that the leader of the Dream Hound clan might secretly seek him out, Qin Yu reiterated, "At present, I lack the tools to create stinky tofu. Even if you find me, I would be unable to prepare it for you." The leader of the Dream Hound clan appeared somewhat disheartened. "Upon my return to the sect, I must ensure that the one named Li Zhongdong steps into dog excrement not once, but thrice, else the bitterness in my heart shall remain unresolved." "Celestial being, when will you return?" "After the Lantern Festival." "Very well." The leader's form dissipated, and after Wang Kai licked Qin Yu a few times, he too vanished from the realm. The Sea of Souls fell silent once more as Qin Yu accessed the information imparted by the leader of the Dream Hound clan. This knowledge was etched directly into his memory, an extraordinary phenomenon. Qin Yu mused to himself that had he possessed such an ability in his previous life, he would undoubtedly have chosen the arts. Spell name: the exclusive spell of the most magnificent leader of the Dream Hound clan, Lord Scarface, Supreme and Invincible. Upon seeing this title, Qin Yu was left utterly bewildered. Why does this name seem rather dubious? If a confrontation were to arise, and the opponent employed their void slash, I would invoke the exclusive spell of the illustrious Scarred Lord, the most esteemed chieftain of the super invincible Dream Hound clan. Even before the battle had commenced, I had already lost face. Although chanting spells during combat may seem somewhat juvenile, one cannot deny the charm. Qin Yu continued to peruse the details and descriptions of the spell. After diligently reading through it, he finally exhaled in relief. Despite the ludicrous name, the spell's effects were impressively substantial. However, it remained uncertain how effective it would be once truly cultivated. Gazing at the diagram of the meridian energy flow, Qin Yu began to meditate quietly. Meanwhile, Wang Kai regained his senses and let out a couple of disappointed calls. "I had thought we could indulge in stinky tofu right away, but it seems we must wait many more days." Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Chieftain, why don't we seek our master now?" But even the Stinky Tofu Immortal cannot conjure stinky tofu at this moment. We could simply transport everything from our master's home to him. "Indeed, Sang Biao, I have always regarded you as astute. But what if the stinky tofu immortal takes offense? Upon hearing this, even the clever Wang Kai found himself in a quandary. After pondering for a while, he devised a plan. We can first hide in the shadows. And should our master find himself in peril, we can emerge to rescue him. If our master inquires, we shall explain that the cultivation realm is fraught with danger. And we were merely following discreetly to ensure his safety. With my half-year understanding of humanity, it is clear that if we express ourselves in this manner, our master shall surely feel reluctant to blame us further. Furthermore, he is likely to bestow upon us an abundance of stinky tofu as a reward. Marvelous! Exclaimed the leader of the Dreamhound clan with great affirmation. This way, should the ancient members of our sect inquire, we shall possess a valid excuse. As the most pivotal figure within the Xuantian Gong, the stinky tofu sage must be safeguarded by us, the guardian beasts, at all times. The leader of the Dreamhound clan, invigorated by this thought, promptly transported himself and Wang Kai to Qin Yu's residence, utilizing his mystical powers to relocate all belongings in Qin Yu's home to a temporary space. Wang Kai barked, "Woof, woof. Leader, let us also take the belongings from our master's neighbor, for they share a good rapport. Perhaps the tools for making stinky tofu might be found there as well." A valid point. The leader of the Dreamhound clan once more wielded his powers, whisking away all items belonging to Li Zhangtong. Consequently, both Qin Yu's and Li Zhangtong's abodes appeared as if no one had ever resided there. With even the restroom spotless and devoid of any trace. Let us depart. A rift in space materialized before the leader of the Dreamhound clan, and he, along with Wang Kai, dove within. Qin Yu practiced the spell bestowed upon him by the leader of the Dreamhound clan for a while, discovering that this incantation pertained to the realm of the mind. While casting the spell, his mental energy transformed into a needle, directly assaulting the ocean of the opponent's soul. The mild consequence would be an excruciating headache. The severe result could lead to fainting, and the most dire outcome would culminate in the complete obliteration of the soul. As a traveler through time, Qin Yu possesses a mental acuity that surpasses that of his peers within the same realm of cultivation. This particular spell is indeed exceptionally suited for his training. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu ultimately resolves to designate it as mental assault. It is noteworthy that the enhancement of mental prowess is intrinsically linked to the elevation of one's cultivation level, rather than being directly correlated with the solidity of one's foundational skills. Chapter 158, A Dark and Windy Night. After practicing for a while, Qin Yu discovered that this spell was remarkably easy to learn, as if it had been tailor-made for him. Its potency was equally impressive. When he had casually asked the leader of the illusionary Dream Canine clan for a spell, he had not anticipated that the individual would indeed find such an easy-to-learn and powerful incantation. Before long, Qin Yu had grasped the fundamentals of mental assault. He stumbled through several attempts before finally unleashing an attack towards an empty stretch of land ahead. However, at that moment, a chubby figure unexpectedly vaulted over the wall and landed right before him, flawlessly intercepting the attack. Ouch! Li Zhengong yelped, tumbling to the ground. Is that really capable of being caught? Qin Yu thought, somewhat at a loss yet unfazed. It was quite normal for Li Zhangtong to encounter misfortune. Are you all right? Qin Yu inquired with concern. I'm fine, just felt like my head was pricked by a needle, a bit dizzy, Li Zhangtong replied while rubbing his head. Qin Yu pressed further. If you were suddenly struck like that during a battle, would you still be able to continue fighting? Probably not. At least I would need a second to recover. Qin Yu's heart soared at this response. In the heat of battle, a single second could determine victory or defeat. Moreover, he had only just learned this technique and was still unpracticed, not having exerted his full strength. In actual combat, the effects would undoubtedly be even more pronounced. Brother Yu, that sharp pain I just felt in my head, it wouldn't have been caused by you, would it? Li Zhangtong surveyed his surroundings with keen eyes, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the alchemical furnace. Goodness, you haven't discovered a new elixir, have you? This latest concoction dissolves in the air, and merely inhaling it is akin to consuming the pill itself? Li Zhangtong's expression darkened, realizing that you had indeed developed a novel form of elixir. Consequently, even if he wished to avoid testing the medicine, he could not escape it. After all, one cannot simply cease to breathe. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. If I truly possessed such abilities, I would have long since ascended to the position of elder at the Xuantian Gong. Just moments ago, he had mastered a spell and was practicing in the open when Li Zhangtong's unexpected arrival disrupted him. I have encountered evasion techniques, but never before have I seen someone so adept at receiving attacks. Where did you acquire such a spell? Li Zhangtong inquired. The Li family possessed numerous spells, and he could have learned them at any time. However, his previous lack of cultivation had rendered him incapable of casting spells. Now that his cultivation had advanced, he had grown complacent, thinking there was no need to rush since you had not yet learned anything. To his astonishment, just a few minutes apart, Qin Yu had already grasped the spell. Qin Yu, having no intention of concealing the truth, revealed that it was bestowed upon him by Wang Kai. This disclosure sparked a twinge of envy in Li Zhengdong. Has your cousin caught up with you? Qin Yu asked. Li Zhengdong chuckled. I have achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement. How could he possibly catch up? Had Qin Yu not glimpsed the other's bald crown, he might have been convinced otherwise. No wonder the individual chose to scale the walls rather than use the main gate. The 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Dull and uninspiring. Alchemy, spell practice, cultivation. And witnessing Li's father chastising Li Xiaojiao. The 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Simple and unadorned. In the realm of alchemy, practicing spells, and cultivation. One can observe Li Xiaojiao confronting Li Zhengtong. As dusk approached, Li Tian sought out Qin Yu to discuss the intricacies of alchemy. Cousin, your hair has grown back. Qin Yu remarked upon noticing the full restoration of hair on Li Tian's crown. Li Tian's expression darkened as he elaborated. My father concocted a hair growth ointment for me. I shall send some to Tongzi after the Lantern Festival. During this visit, I wish to deliberate with you regarding a potential collaboration. Excellent. Qin Yu and Li Tian took a seat upon a stone bench outside the courtyard. Xiao Yu, how many pills can you supply me this time? Do you require solely the strengthening pills, or both the strengthening and acceleration pills? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tian replied, Of course, I only desire the strengthening pills. The acceleration pills are addictive and their side effects are too pronounced. The strengthening pills, on the other hand, are beneficial and sell well. I do not possess a large quantity of strengthening pills at present, but if I engage in daily production over the next few days, I should be able to amass around 100 sets, each set containing strengthening pills, an antidote, and that small white pill you requested. For now, the antidote is unnecessary. How many can you provide if we focus solely on the strengthening pills? Without the antidote, Qin Yu pondered, wondering if the great wilderness would one day be rebranded as the kingdom of gorillas, teeming with them across the land. Approximately 200, Li Tian responded. That seems a bit scant, yet it might suffice to penetrate the market. Li Tian stroked his chin, addressing Qin Yu. The more pills, the better, currently. The strengthening pills are only circulated within a small vicinity of my sect, leaving a substantial untapped market in other regions. All right, once you have completed your sales, send me a message, and I shall supply you with goods. Very well. At that time, a representative from the Li family will come to seek you out, and he will bring the profits from selling the elixirs. You need only hand over the elixirs to him. Furthermore, I must rely on these elixirs to forge connections with the elders of the sect or certain prominent families, as I will undoubtedly have to share a significant portion of the profits with them. As you are aware, the wilderness is quite chaotic, without a backing. My demise would be rather tragic. Understood. Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. After all, the cost of the strengthening elixir is exceedingly low, and he is certain not to incur losses. Of course, should the profits prove insufficient, Qin Yu would have no choice but to terminate the collaboration, as he retains control over the technology. After discussing several matters, Qin Yu and Li Tian ultimately established their partnership agreement. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Li's mother had spent the day mastering the art of tea preparation and joyfully prepared a feast. Observing Li's father, who savored a sip of tea with one hand and a bite of food with the other, one could see the happiness radiating from him. That night, the dark sky was turbulent. A waning moon intermittently appeared and disappeared among the clouds. At midnight, the town crier, lantern in hand, walked through a narrow alley in the southern part of the city, calling out, "The weather is dry, be cautious with fire." Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept by. The town crier felt a shiver down his neck and hastily turned around, only to find no one behind him, just the predatory darkness. Feeling a twinge of unease, he quickened his pace, eager to escape the constricted alley. At the southern end of the alley stood a dilapidated courtyard, where a pile of firewood lay, accompanied by a grass pole meant for holding candied hawthorns, but the pole stood bare, devoid of any treats. After the night watchman departed, a shadowy figure scaled the courtyard wall and entered the small yard. A rustling sound ensued, as the figure inadvertently stepped on a dry twig, producing a sharp crack. Who goes there? The owner of the yard was startled awake. The intruder was none other than the old man who had recently found himself in trouble with the authorities due to a deceitful scheme involving candied hawthorn. The old man hurriedly reached for a fire starter, intending to ignite the oil lamp. Since his son's disappearance, he felt utterly defenseless against the thieves. Thus, he yearned to raise his voice and call out, hoping to frighten the intruders away. Yet, before he could utter a sound, the shadow lunged into the house and forcefully covered the old man's mouth. At that moment, moonlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the entire courtyard. In the soft glow, it became apparent that the shadowy figure appeared even more decrepit than the old man himself. Amidst the old man's low whimpers and the violent trembling of his pupils, the figure's lips curled upward, slowly articulating a single word. Chapter 159. The Return of the Celestial Sect Father. The old man with candied hawthorn stiffened momentarily. Do not utter a sound. It is I. The shadow spoke, his voice bearing the weight of age. If there were others present, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for, at first glance, it appeared the shadow should indeed be the father. My son. The old man, upon discerning a hint of his son's essence within the shadow's features, realized this figure was his long-missing child. My dear boy, how have you transformed so? Where have you been these past few days? The old man reached out to caress the wrinkles upon the shadow's face, his heart aching with profound sorrow. Hush, father, keep your voice down. Do not alarm anyone else. I have returned secretly this time. Very well, speak softly. And tell me swiftly what has befallen you. The shadow chuckled softly, lowering his voice further. Father, I encountered a fortuitous event. The other day, while wandering outside, I met a celestial being. Among mortals, those with a higher cultivation are referred to as celestial beings. This celestial informed me that my innate talent is exceptional, making me suitable for cultivation, yet my spiritual roots have been eradicated by the court, a truly lamentable fate. I inquired of the celestial why the court would obliterate my spiritual roots. The celestial revealed that the court and various celestial sects had long conspired to consolidate their power, seeking to control all cultivators within the Liang kingdom. However, the number of those capable of cultivating is immense. Should they all engage in cultivation, their collective power would be overwhelming, and the court, along with the celestial sects, would fear losing control and facing a backlash. Thus, they dispatched a multitude of agents to covertly act, annihilating the spiritual roots of the vast majority of individuals at the tender age of 1 month, ensuring their lifelong inability to cultivate. This has led to the current predicament, wherein among thousands, if not tens of thousands, the emergence of a single individual possessing spiritual roots is exceedingly rare. The old man, resembling a candied hawthorn, was left astounded, his mouth agape, as he inquired, My son, is what you encountered truly spoken by that immortal? Initially, I too harbored doubts about the immortal's claims, suspecting an attempt to tarnish the reputation of the imperial court and the sects. Thus I pressed him for proof. The immortal, however, uttered but a single statement. The shadow seethed with frustration as he recounted. He claimed that the offspring of princes and princesses within the palace, the children of dignitaries in the court, the progeny of powerful cultivators from the sects, and even the descendants of our 3 prominent families, almost universally possess spiritual roots, while among us common folk, how many truly have such gifts? Were it not for their deliberate eradication of our spiritual roots, how could such a vast disparity exist? Father, the immortal speaks the truth. That foolish young master of the Li family, Li Zhengtong, possesses spiritual roots and is able to enter the Xiantian sect for cultivation, while I, far superior to him, am devoid of such roots. This is all a scheme orchestrated by the imperial court and the sects. The old man, still incredulous, pondered aloud, but surely, the descendants of ordinary families like ours could also possess spiritual roots? The shadow let out a sinister chuckle. This is merely the extravagant court and sects tossing us a few scraps, a fleeting glimmer of hope to keep us dutifully toiling for them. Moreover, dear father, have you not realized that even if we, the descendants of ordinary folk, possess spiritual roots, they are invariably of the most inferior kind, rendering it nearly impossible for us to achieve greatness? The immortal once proclaimed that I was originally endowed with the most exceptional spiritual root, destined to join the Xiantian sect and shine brilliantly within the realm of cultivation. However, scarcely after my birth, I was cruelly extinguished in the cradle of my potential. The shadow's lips curled in tranquility, yet his eyes brimmed with resentment and madness. Observing the destruction of my life, the immortal expressed genuine sorrow, which prompted him to engage with me. Aware of the immortal's extraordinary nature, I implored him fervently for assistance in restoring my vitality. Moved by my sincerity, he revealed that he belonged to the upper echelons of the Guisin sect, an institution founded by the very first immortal of ancient times, revered as the primordial immortal. They operate in accordance with the primordial immortals while as they traverse the mortal realm. Recently, this primordial immortal awoke and, upon discovering the nefarious deeds of the court and the immortal sects, was filled with righteous indignation, commanding the eradication of those who perpetrate evil for the sake of the people. The immortal informed me that the Guasian sect was in dire need of recruits, and, should I choose to join their ranks, he would assist in restoring my spiritual root and enhancing my power. Yet, joining would entail unwavering loyalty to the Guasian sect. Without hesitation, I consented. Should I gain strength, I would ensure that those from the immortal sects would be utterly torn asunder by my own hands. Thus, the immortal instructed me to consume a drop of the primordial immortal's blood, and I soon felt an inexhaustible surge of power within me. I have now attained the prowess of the golden core stage. Aging is merely a natural phenomenon. In due time, I shall rejuvenate and become a true figure of significance. How splendid! My son has achieved great success. The candied hawthorn elder shed tears of joy. Alas, father, you have surpassed the age limit. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly invited you to join our immortal cult. No matter, father, it is of little consequence. Your participation suffices. Have all those who have recently gone missing here joined your immortal cult? The candied hawthorn elder inquired again. Indeed, the immortal stated that they, like myself, possess exceptional spiritual roots. Thus they have all been recruited into the immortal cult. Father, let us not linger on questions. Gather your belongings, for I shall escort you out of the city. What purpose does leaving the city serve? The elder was quite perplexed. I overheard the immortal say that our immortal cult is poised to take action against Wuxing City. I fear for your safety, so I wish to lead you away for a few days. Once we have eliminated everyone in the Lord's manor and the 3 prominent families, you may return. Moreover, this matter must not be disclosed. I have returned secretly. The immortal has decreed that once one embarks on the path of cultivation, they must forget the mundane world. Thus we are not permitted to return. However, I cannot bear to leave you unattended, so I seized the opportunity during my patrol to sneak away. The candied hawthorn elder expressed his concerns. What if the immortal discovers your absence? Fear not, father. The immortal treats me with kindness. At most, I shall receive a reprimand. Now, let us not tarry. Bring some provisions, and I shall escort you forthwith. The old man with the candied hawthorn was still somewhat apprehensive. You are to confront the lord of the city and the 3 prominent families. Could there be peril in this? He inquired. For the lord and the 3 families were indeed formidable. The shadowy figure scoffed with disdain. Can their strength surpass that of an immortal? Fear not. For I have surreptitiously learned that those of us who have recently joined need only to stand outside the city, preventing anyone from escaping to deliver news. We shall not engage in direct conflict. That is reassuring. That is reassuring. The old man hurriedly prepared some provisions, which the shadowy figure effortlessly carried beyond the city walls. Father, with this parting, I know not when we shall meet again. Take care of yourself. In the next life, I shall repay your kindness. The old man brushed away a tear from the corner of his eye. Go forth. As long as you achieve success, I shall have no regrets even in death. The shadowy figure twisted and turned, vanishing into the depths of the mountains, navigating through a dense forest and a cavern. The shadowy figure finally arrived at the branch of the returning immortals sect. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the immortal who had guided him in, the head of this division. A chill ran through his heart. It has been too long. I have been discovered. Immortal, the shadowy figure stepped forward, ready to explain, when suddenly he felt a tremendous force seize his throat, lifting him off the ground. How careless of me. I almost allowed you, wretched being, to jeopardize our grand design. Immortal, the shadowy figure's face flushed as the overwhelming power continued to constrict his insides, inducing excruciating pain. The immortal spoke with unwavering calm, such filial piety. Even on the brink of death, you do not forget your father. Since you are so filial, go accompany your father. Behind the immortal, a figure cloaked in black casually tossed a severed head onto the ground, where it rolled twice before coming to rest, face up. It was none other than the head of the candied hawthorn elder. The expression frozen upon his countenance was one of sheer horror. As if he had endured unimaginable torment before his demise, his eyes bulged and were marred with blood, appearing all the more ghastly under the flickering light. Father, bang! The son of the candied hawthorn elder was crushed into a mere pulp. Chapter 160, The Plan What a Fool. Merely exhausting his life force with a secret elixir in exchange for a modicum of power, truly believing he is destined for greatness. Scoffed the figure in the black robe behind the immortal. Ha ha ha. The immortal's laughter resonated with clarity. They are not foolish. Where would we find so many pawns? The truths of this world are held by but a select few. Once our scheme concludes, let these simpletons self-immolate, lest they provide the court with any clues. Indeed, Captain. Mr. Wang, how fares our infiltrator? The captain inquired of the individual behind him. Captain, I have established contact with our informant within the city. He reports that the optimal time for our assault will be the Lantern Festival, came the reply. At that time, nearly all cultivators will gather in the city center to witness the competitions of the younger generation, making it convenient for us to ensnare them all. Excellent. The captain cackled. Let us use this city to declare to the world that our celestial sect has returned. However, Wang Shui is at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. While I am confident in my ability to eliminate him, it will undoubtedly create a commotion. If other cities catch wind of this, it could spell trouble. Wang Shui is none other than Wang Zhi's father, the lord of Wuxing City. Mr. Wang adjusted his dark robe, concealing his visage in deep shadows. Captain, I do have a strategy that could resolve this dilemma. The captain's interest was piqued. Do share. At your command. Mr. Wang began slowly. On the day of the Lantern Festival, there will be an alchemy competition. Once the contest concludes, Wang Shui will personally present the awards to the victors. At that moment, everyone on stage could draw near to Wang Shui. The master of the guild inquired, Do you intend for me to participate in the alchemy competition to approach Wang Shui and strike him down in one fell swoop? Certainly not, replied Steward Wang. The competition is restricted to those under 20 years of age, and you, master, are too old. What do you mean, then? The corners of Steward Wang's mouth curled into a confident smile. You have overlooked one crucial detail. Besides all the contestants, there is another individual who can approach Wang Shui. The master of the guild's eyes flickered with curiosity. Are you referring to the prisoner? Precisely, Steward Wang affirmed. Since this involves elixirs, it is essential to test their efficacy, which undoubtedly requires individuals with a penchant for crime to serve as subjects. If we arrange for you, master, to take on the role of this prisoner, it would afford you the opportunity to get close to Wang Shui. When you find him unguarded, you could strike with lethal precision. Once Wang Shui, the strongest among them, is eliminated, you could collaborate with the two other masters and the seasoned Golden Core practitioners arriving to assist, swiftly annihilating all the cultivators within the city without raising undue alarm. Meanwhile, I shall lead our forces to encircle the city, ensuring no one escapes to sound the alarm. Once we have seized control of the entire Wuxing City, we need merely to restrain ourselves slightly and engage in nefarious deeds to generate a considerable amount of resentment. I have calculated that within just a few hours, we can extract every ounce of value from this city. By the time the imperial authorities become aware of the situation here, we shall have completed our tasks and vanished without a trace. A satisfied smile spread across the master's face. Indeed, it is no surprise that the esteemed Wang, known as the Sage of Longmen Hall, can effortlessly conjure up such schemes. I am grateful for the captain's praise. However, the success of this plan will necessitate the captain enduring a few days of imprisonment. Moreover, the potions concocted by those young novices will undoubtedly be bizarre and peculiar, so the captain must also bear with that. It matters little. I have spent time in confinement before, and the side effects of those potions are likely minimal. As a peak yuaning cultivator, I hardly concern myself with such trifles. As long as I can swiftly eliminate Wang Shui, this small inconvenience is of no consequence. Yet, how shall I infiltrate right under Wang Shui's nose? The captain glanced at Wang, aware that if he had devised this strategy, he must have considered a countermeasure. Indeed, Wang reached into his trousers and produced two dark, glossy pills. These are the mortal pills I requested from headquarters. Upon ingestion, a cultivator's entire prowess will vanish. Aside from a slight increase in physical strength, they will be indistinguishable from ordinary mortals, even during the tribulation phase. To restore one's abilities, one merely needs to reverse the flow of internal spiritual energy, and they can instantly revert. The captain took one of the pills from Wang's hand, casually tossing it back to him. Try it and see how it works. Wang, having anticipated the captain's skepticism, had prudently prepared two pills. Without hesitation, he swallowed one, and as promised, his aura instantly diminished, rendering him an utterly mundane individual. Subsequently, Deacon Wang reversed the flow of spiritual energy within his body, instantaneously restoring his cultivation. Excellent. The helmsman nodded in satisfaction. Just a few days prior, the conservative faction's young leader had departed from Wuxing City, declaring it devoid of value. Once this plan concludes, I shall demonstrate to those antiquated elders of the conservative faction how much resentment can be harvested from a place they deem unworthy. The upper echelons of the Guasian sect are divided into the radical and conservative factions. The radicals advocate for a direct assault on the cities, deliberately generating vast amounts of resentment. In contrast, the conservatives prefer to remain covert, gathering naturally occurring resentment from the populace without attracting the attention of the imperial court and the immortal sections. The two factions engaged in endless debates, ultimately deciding to pursue their respective paths independently. Wuxing City was chosen as the inaugural test site by the radicals to ensure a victorious initial engagement. The radicals dispatched their most formidable helmsman and the most astute deacon to oversee the operation, supplemented by 2 additional helmsmen for added security. However, it is still early, and the 2 helmsmen have yet to arrive. Helmsman, you are formidable, Deacon Wang lauded. The helmsman, holding the elixir in his hand, scrutinized it for a moment before turning and gradually making his way into the shadows. Once this plan is complete, and I ascend to the position of Hallmaster, I shall elevate you to become my strategist. Thank you, helmsman. No, thank you, Hallmaster, for the promotion. Tomorrow, I will enter the arena. Ensure you communicate with the undercover agent and arrange everything accordingly. Yes, rest assured, the moment you make your appearance, you will certainly be seized and thrown into the dungeon. Chapter 161. Undercurrent's time passed swiftly after the new year, and before long, it was the 14th day of the first month. During these days, Qin Yu was either refining pills or diligently cultivating, repeatedly solidifying his foundational skills. Meanwhile, Li Jingtong was equally industrious, apart from eating. He was engrossed in array formations and cultivation, rapidly consolidating his spiritual energy. In the afternoon, Qin Yu extracted a great strength pill from the alchemy furnace and carefully placed it into a porcelain vial. At last, he had prepared all 200 great strength pills. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though he might have become ill from the continuous refining. Hopefully, these pills would yield significant rewards. Just as Qin Yu was lost in thought, 2 dark, canine heads stealthily emerged from a secluded corner. What woof? Chief, this city is tranquil, and there seems to be no danger. It appears our visit may have been in vain. Wang Kai communicated telepathically to the leader of the illusory dream canine clan. The clan leader had transformed into a diminutive puppy like Wang Kai to better conceal his presence. Upon hearing Wang Kai's remarks, the clan leader grumbled, "Who says we came in vain? Back at the Xiantian sect, I never yearned for stinky tofu so much. Now that I'm here, I encounter the stinky tofu immortal every day. Yet, I cannot indulge in the stinky tofu, which only exacerbates my discomfort. Perhaps it would have been better not to come at all." Wang Kai noted that during this time, they had been wandering among the crowd daily, and the chief's command of human speech was becoming increasingly refined. What woof? Chief, how about we create a little danger ourselves? Then we can orchestrate a scenario where we save our master, thereby earning the reward of stinky tofu. The leader of the Dreamhound clan furrowed his brow and admonished. Sangbiao, how many times must I remind you? We must strive to be honest dogs, righteous dogs, transcending base desires. How could you deceive others over a piece of stinky tofu? Upon hearing this, Wang Kai hung his head in shame. Woof woof, I apologize, leader. I was entranced by the stinky tofu. It is commendable that you recognize your mistake. Since there is nothing more to attend to here, shall I escort you home? Wang Kai looked at the leader with suspicion. Leader, are you planning to send me back only to stage a crisis and save my owner? Ultimately hoarding all the stinky tofu for yourself? How could that be possible? The leader's small eyes darted around, revealing a guilty demeanor. If you choose not to return, that is your decision, but you must not speak recklessly. How can you doubt the Dreamhound clan's most honest dog, the most righteous dog, the one who has risen above petty interests? Wang Kai remained silent. The 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. On this day, the city of Wusheng bustled with excitement akin to the New Year celebrations. Before dawn, adults hurriedly brought their children to the central square, eager to secure prime positions. All the shops along the streets were closed. Shopkeepers and their assistants rushed to claim their spots in the square. This scene, with streets devoid of ordinary life, vividly illustrated the fervor that ordinary people held for the cultivation of immortality. Everything pertaining to cultivators was shrouded in mystery for these individuals. After a night of diligent cultivation, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. He performed a brief morning routine and casually consumed a few bites of breakfast before heading to the central square of the city with Li Zhengtong and Li Xiaojiao. Upon their arrival, Qin Yu was taken aback by the scene before him. The area was thronged with people, forming layers upon layers of spectators. Are there truly so many individuals in Wuxing City? He inquired. Li Zhengtong nodded. He had witnessed such gatherings annually and had long since grown accustomed to the spectacle. However, this year, he would not merely observe from the VIP section but would participate in the competition himself. The trio painstakingly navigated through the crowd until they reached the forefront of the square. After verifying their identities with the staff, they proceeded to the contestants' seating area to await their turn. Li Xiaojiao, not being a participant, had to venture alone to the spectator section designated for the Li family. The contestants' area was now occupied by over 60 individuals, the eldest being 20 years old and the youngest merely 14. Among them were several acquaintances, including Ming Ruyan and Ming Lutong from the Ming family, as well as Wang Zhe from the city lord's mansion. After exchanging greetings with familiar faces, Qin Yu and Li Zhengtong settled on the far right to await the proceedings. The seating was divided into 4 distinct sections, representing the city lord's mansion, the Li family, the Ming family, and the Wu family, encapsulating all the factions participating in the competition. All cultivators emerging from the common populace had joined the city lord's mansion, resulting in a greater number of contestants from that faction compared to the 3 prominent families. This time, aside from Qin Yu, Li Zhengtong, and Li Tian, the Li family had an additional 16 participants in the competition. Among them were 10 Foundation Establishment Period cultivators. Among the Qi Refining Period practitioners, there was a young man named Li Hai, who had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage at just 20 years of age. He was a descendant of the collateral branch of the Li family. It was rumored that Li Hai was on the verge of a breakthrough, having suppressed his cultivation for this competition, all for the sake of the mysterious magical artifact promised by the city lord's mansion. Qin Yu cast his gaze towards the other contestants, ignoring the Foundation Establishment Period cultivators. The strongest representatives from the Ming and Wu families were both at the 9th level of Qi refining, while the city lord's mansion boasted 2 experts at the pinnacle of Qi refining, both appearing youthful, likely around 17 or 18 years old. Before long, more than 60 contestants arrived in succession, among whom there was one from the Ming family who had also reached the pinnacle of Qi refining. The others were mostly at the 9th level, barely capable of contending with Li Zhengtong, thus posing no significant threat to Qin Yu, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The ultimate victor of the Qi refining arena competition would likely emerge from the Li family, the Ming family, or the city lord's mansion. The Wu family, lacking any noteworthy presence, had already been eliminated. As for the Foundation Establishment Period cultivators, Qin Yu could not discern their precise levels of cultivation, rendering him unable to make a judgment. As the hour approached, City Lord Wang Shui took to the stage to deliver the opening remarks. After a lengthy address, his message was clear. He hoped that Wuxing City would produce an increasing number of cultivators, and that those who became cultivators would return to contribute to their hometown. It resembled a declaration aimed at attracting talent. Today, the competition events include the Arena Contest, Alchemy Contest, Formation Contest, and Artifact Refining Contest. The Arena Contest is divided into the Qi Refinement Group and the Foundation Establishment Group, with 2 rounds taking place in the mornings, while the remaining competitions will conclude their preliminary rounds by noon. The top 3 participants in each event will receive generous rewards. The 3rd place will earn 50 low-grade spirit stones. The 2nd place will receive 200 low-grade spirit stones. And the 1st place will be awarded a profound-grade magical artifact. It is hoped that all contestants will adhere to the principle of friendship first and competition second, treating each match with fairness and seriousness. May everyone achieve excellent results. Here's to a brighter tomorrow for Wuxing City. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Oh, a brighter tomorrow, but it seems Wuxing City may have no tomorrow left. At the back of the crowd, 2 middle-aged men, dressed in plain attire and possessing a fierce demeanor, crossed their arms and chuckled ominously. However, the noise of the event drowned out their words, leaving no one to heed their remarks. Behind these 2 individuals, 2 adorable little black dogs lay down, tongues lolling, drooling as they gazed up at their companions with innocent smiles. At that moment, in an empty alley, emerged one wrinkled elder after another, their eyes vacant and movements stiff, resembling puppets controlled by unseen strings. Outside Wuxing City, cloaked figures concealed themselves within bushes and tall trees, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In the dungeon, the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man wearing an official hat, accompanied by 2 guards, stepping into the dim and damp prison. You, and you. Bind them all, and take them away. The figure concealed within the shadows raised the corners of his mouth in a smirk and rose to his feet. Atop the mountain, A cloaked individual leaped gracefully, casting a gaze over the sprawling expanse of the city of Wuxing. On the cliffs halfway up the mountain, a young man lifted his head to survey the scene, calmly observing the life and death of Wuxing City. In the square, the crowd reveled in jubilation as a platform the size of a basketball court ascended slowly from the ground. Yet beneath the surface of this vibrant celebration, a tumultuous undercurrent surged, rife with a palpable sense of impending violence. Chapter 162. Unable to compete with Li Zhengtong, yet still challenging you, brother you. Do you see that woman in the white robe from the Meng family? As the city lord passionately addressed the audience from the podium, Li Zhengtong discreetly remarked to Qin Yu. Following Li Zhengtong's gaze, Qin Yu inquired, what about her? Her name is Meng Zihan, a third-tier alchemist. And seated at the forefront of the Wu family is that man in black, Wu Mo. It is said that he possesses the greatest talent as an alchemist in the past century, nearing the threshold of becoming a fourth-tier alchemist at merely 20 years of age. As for whether there are any extraordinary alchemists within the city lord's estate, I am not quite certain. Many of the cultivators there hail from common backgrounds, unlike Li Zhengtong, who comes from one of the three prominent clans, hence his lack of familiarity. It matters not, Qin Yu replied dismissively, waving his hand. He believed he was now capable of refining second-tier elixirs. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, one who can proficiently concoct a single type of second-tier elixir may be regarded as a second-tier alchemist, although Qin Yu's cultivation level might not match theirs. The competition was not based on cultivation levels, but rather on the efficacy of the elixirs produced. The preliminary round of the alchemy contest required the crafting of first-tier elixirs, while the finals would focus on second-tier elixirs. Regardless of their higher realms, the competition would ultimately center on the refining of second-tier elixirs alone. Even with formidable strength, one might find it ineffectual. Certainly, possessing a higher cultivation level grants a significant advantage, yet it does not guarantee victory. Qin Yu considered the competition format set by the city lord's mansion to be relatively fair for those like him, who had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation. Soon, after the city lord concluded his speech, a platform the size of a basketball court began to rise slowly. This would serve as the arena for the upcoming contests. Thank you for the city lord's address. I am Wang Yi, the chief judge for this competition. He continued, we shall commence with the Qi Refinement Group's arena matches, featuring a total of 82 participants. Now, I invite the contestants to take the stage and draw lots to determine their opponents. Qin Yu stood up and made his way to the arena, casually drawing a slip of paper. Brother Yu, what number did you draw? Inquired Li Zhengtong. While Li Tian leaned in with curiosity, Qin Yu unfolded the paper, revealing the number 2. I am number 2, and it appears I will be competing in the very first match. Your luck is remarkable, brother Yu. The audience will remember the first match most vividly, Li Tian remarked. As for me, I drew number 32. He glanced at his own slip, then added, I am number 66. In this case, the timing of the draw matters little. What truly counts is that the opponent I face is sufficiently weak. At that moment, an old acquaintance, Meng Lutong, shouted with exuberance while waving his slip of paper. Tongzi, what number did you get? I drew number 1. Ha. Now the good folks will surely remember me. Oh yeah? Li Zhengtong shot an odd glance at Qin Yu, then turned to observe the still exuberant Meng Lutong, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. How splendid. This time, it seems I shall not be the unluckiest of all. Tongzi, may fortune favor you. As everyone finished drawing lots, Judge Wang spoke. Now, those who have drawn numbers 1 and 2 may remain on stage, while the other participants please return to your original positions and wait patiently. Li Zhengtong whispered to Qin Yu, brother Yu, we've been friends for many years, so please show some favor and don't hold back. Qin Yu responded with a puzzled expression. All unrelated personnel exited, leaving only the 2 protagonists on stage, their gazes locked, brimming with intense hostility. The onlookers erupted in excitement, their cheers rising in a fervent crescendo. The arena battles were their favorite spectacle, for they found themselves unable to comprehend the intricacies of alchemy and formation competitions. It was only this chaotic display of spells, graceful movements, and the visceral impact of the arena fights that captivated their hearts. Isn't that the Ming family boy? He seems to have just begun his cultivation this year. Who is his opponent? I've never seen him before. The identity of Meng Lutong was quickly discerned by the crowd. Yet Qin Yu remained an enigma to the vast majority. At that moment, a vendor selling tofu pudding excitedly announced to those around him, I know that person. He is the senior brother of Li Zhengtong, hailing from the Xintian sect, and he is particularly fond of my tofu pudding. Previously, when Qin Yu had introduced himself as Li Zhengtong's senior brother, the vendor had believed him. The revelation that he was from the Xiantian sect instantly stirred a commotion among the crowd. What level of cultivation does that young man possess? What? How do you know I am the proprietor of Lu's Tofu Pudding at the Snack Street? Lu's Tofu Pudding is delicious, healthy, and nutritious. We have recently introduced a cilantro flavor, a significant upgrade. For those who relish cilantro, do not miss it. At this moment, let us refrain from advertisements. What kind of cultivation does that young man possess? The tofu pudding proprietor replied, I am unaware. The young man is quite handsome. But I wonder if he has a companion. My daughter is 18. I wonder if there is a chance. Your daughter resembles a flat cake. Mine is somewhat better. Yours is the real flat cake. Fellow villagers, please do not quarrel. I possess information about this young hero. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the speaker. What do you know? I know that this young hero is particularly fond of our Hihuan massage parlor and has praised our excellent service. Get the advertiser out. Let us deal with her. Qin Yu, what a coincidence. Our first match is against each other. Meng Lu Tong scratched his backside and chuckled. Although you are Tongzi's friend, I will not hold back. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. Neither will I. Qin Yu sensed that Meng Lu Tong was remarkably composed, even engaging in light-hearted banter before such a top-tier opponent. Upon reflection, Qin Yu suddenly realized that the Ming family seemed unaware of his own cultivation level. Am I merely perceived as a supporting character to Li Zhengtong, an inconspicuous follower? Qin Yu's speculation was indeed correct. Meng Lu Tong was precisely thinking along those lines. The day before yesterday, while Meng Lu Tong was out shopping, he encountered Li Zhengtong. During their conversation, Meng Lu Tong inadvertently learned that Qin Yu was merely the most lowly servant disciple of the Xiantian sect, possessing only a low-grade spiritual root and having to toil away alongside his cultivation. This revelation was the source of Meng Lu Tong's unwavering confidence. Not everyone in the Xiantian sect is formidable. Li Zhengtong's mastery of qi at its peak does not imply that everyone else has attained the same level. He mused. After diligently training for over half a year, it would be unfathomable for me to be unable to defeat a mere servant disciple who spends his days laboring. Today, I shall triumph over you and use you as a stepping stone to my own fame. Haha. Now, let the contestants briefly introduce themselves. Friendship above all. Competition second. Meng Lu Tong confidently declared, I am Meng Lu Tong, from the sect, at the pinnacle of qi refinement, level 3. Qin Yu responded, I am Qin Yu, from the Xiantian sect, at the peak of qi refinement. Chapter 163. My brother is still as ugly as before, yet he has achieved the great perfection of qi refinement? Qin Yu, indeed. Ha ha ha, great perfection of qi refinement, is it? Ha ha ha. Meng Luton, while laughing heartily, approached the edge of the arena and without hesitation, leaped down. Upon witnessing this, Judge Wang inquired in confusion, what is wrong with you? Why aren't you fighting? Meng Luton replied with irritation, fight? What am I, playing a game? Am I crazy to go against someone at the great perfection of qi refinement with my mere third level of qi refinement? Cursing under his breath, Meng Luton made his way toward the contestant seating. Meanwhile, the spectators, observing from the sidelines, expressed their disapproval with thumbs turned downward, murmuring in disappointment. Don't be cowardly. Meng, how can you know you can't win without even trying? Indeed, where is the spirit of a cultivator? Stand and fight. Meng Luton covered his face. He had intended to show off, but ended up feeling utterly humiliated. However, being beaten up by someone else felt less embarrassing than this. You wouldn't understand. This is what one might call being wise to the times. Meng Luton wished to defend himself, but the voices of the audience rose in a cacophony, drowning out his words. Forget it, I will return to the sect and train diligently, and next year I shall return to reclaim my honor. Meng Luton vowed silently to himself. Why are there people from Xuantiangong here? Murmured two trembling leaders who had come to provide support, standing at the outskirts of the crowd. They had rushed over to assist upon receiving orders from their leader, knowing only about the presence of Yuanying stage cultivators in the city, while remaining oblivious to all other information. Had I known that members of the Xuantiangong were present here, they would never have dared to come. Do not panic, esteemed leaders. A disciple of the Guixian sect emerged from the crowd and quietly explained, last year, a certain Li Zhengtong from the Li family passed the assessment of the Xuantiangong and became one of its disciples. This Qin Yu is merely a friend of Li Zhengtong. One of the leaders, somewhat anxious, inquired, is it possible that this youth, having attained the pinnacle of qi refinement at such a tender age, is an inner disciple of the Xuantiangong or perhaps a favored pupil of some elder? The thought of a core disciple from such a prestigious power possessing superior means of self-preservation was indeed alarming. Should a conflict arise, that disciple could effortlessly summon their master. Even if they faced 10 of us, we would be utterly defeated. Rest assured, we have planted spies within the Li and Meng families. And we can confirm that these two are merely ordinary disciples of the Xuantian Gong, without any extraordinary protectors at their side. Their attainment of the pinnacle of qi refinement must be due to some elixir, forcibly augmenting their strength. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Upon learning that these were merely junior disciples of the Xuantian Gong, the confidence of the two leaders surged. One of them disdainfully remarked, "What a pity. If they were indeed core disciples of the Xuantian Gong, it would have been perfect for a sacrificial offering." The other leader concurred, saying, "If we could summon an elder from the Zenian Gong, it would serve to temper their arrogance and remind them of their true standing." With resolute and unwavering tones, the two leaders exuded an air of confidence, as if to say that even if the sect master of the Xuantian Gong were to arrive, they would not hesitate to strike him down. The two esteemed masters exuded an undeniable aura of authority. A humble disciple from the returning immortal sect could only utter a fleeting compliment before hastily retreating into the crowd, concealing his presence. The words of the two masters instilled a sense of trepidation within him. In the inaugural match of the Qi Refinement Group's tournament, Qin Yu emerged victorious. Now, let contestants number 3 and 4 take the stage. Both individuals hailed from the City Lord's mansion, their strengths comparable, one at the 5th level of Qi refinement, the other at the 6th. Qin Yu observed the lackluster exchange of blows for a while before, feeling a sense of boredom. He meandered towards the contestant seating area to rest. "Have you found your opponent?" he inquired of Li Zhengtong. "Indeed, I have," Li Zhengtong replied, glancing toward the Ming family and fortuitously locking eyes with Meng Rian. "Meng Rian?" Qin Yu asked. "Correct, she is number 31, and I am number 32. Qin Yu teased. "You two truly are destined for each other. Take it easy this time." However, being defeated by a partner in the Dao is nothing to be ashamed of. "What partner in the Dao?" Li Zhengtong shot Qin Yu a sidelong glance, then resolutely declared, "This time, I will reclaim the honor I lost last time." Fights among Qi refinement practitioners concluded swiftly, typically within a minute or two. Soon, the referee announced, "Now, contestants 31 and 32, please ascend to the stage." Li Zhengtong rose, confidently striding toward the arena. The onlookers erupted into cheers, akin to fans encountering their idol. Although Li Zhengtong was not the strongest contender present, he undoubtedly possessed the highest popularity, for who in the city of Wuxing was unaware of the young master of the Li family entering the Xiantian sect? Particularly recently, the notion of not being able to drink tofu brain in the holy body has circulated fervently among the populace, elevating Li Zhengtong's popularity to new heights. It is he indeed. The proprietor of the tofu brain shop exclaimed excitedly, "Young Master Li adores the tofu brain from my establishment. Lu's tofu is delightful, reasonably priced. And our latest offering, a cilantro-flavored meat broth, is simply unmissable." Li Hehuan from the Hehuan massage parlor also chimed in with enthusiasm. "It is he, indeed. Young Master Li favors the tofu brain from beside our Hehuan massage parlor. Our services are both comfortable and affordable. Don't let this opportunity pass you by." The tofu brain shop owner cast an annoyed glance at Li Hehuan, questioning, "Why are you riding on my coattails?" To which Li Hehuan retorted, "What's wrong with that? You're not losing anything, so don't be so petty." In the viewing area belonging to the Li family, the spirited Li Xiaojia rose and shouted exuberantly, "Brother, go for it. Give that wicked woman a good thrashing." He. Li father frowned and addressed Li Xiaojia, saying, "Sit down quickly and refrain from making that peculiar laughter." Amidst the crowd, two captains keenly detected this strange laughter amidst the cacophony, momentarily taken aback. Could there be a rival present? With the judge's command, Li Zhengtong surged forward, as he has never been one to exhibit tenderness towards the fairer sex. If faced with a tantalizing roasted chicken leg, he might consider holding back. Qin Yu, stroking his chin, observed this battle with a significant disparity in strength. According to his assessment, Li Zhengtong's move should suffice to determine the victor. Unexpectedly, Meng Rian's body became exceptionally light, allowing her to evade the blow with the force of Li Zhengtong's fist. Having mastered a certain footwork technique at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, it seems Meng Rian has indeed encountered her own fortuitous opportunity. Unfortunately, evading this strike could not alter the ultimate outcome. In the face of absolute power, no technique could suffice. Within 5 exchanges, Li Zhengtong decisively claimed victory. The audience remained relatively unexcited. After all, it was Li Zhengtong, his victory was hardly surprising. "We won!" Li Xiaojiao exclaimed excitedly, leaping down from the viewing area of the Li family. "Hey Xiaojiao, where are you going?" Li mother inquired. "I have a matter to attend to." Li Xiaojiao approached the arena, hands on her hips, and demanded, "Woman, do you regret your decision?" Meng Ruyan, fully aware of what Li Xiaojiao was alluding to, casually adjusted her hair and replied, "Regret? Your brother has become even uglier than before." "You." Li Xiaojiao frowned, instinctively wanting to retort. Yet, as her mouth opened, she found herself at a loss for words, for she could not bring herself to deny the truth. After much hesitation, Li Xiaojiao could only huff in frustration. "You're talking nonsense. My brother is just as ugly as he ever was." Li Zhengtong stood solitary upon the stage. Despite his victory, he felt no joy. Chapter 164. Good fortune or misfortune? Li Tian's luck had been rather unfortunate. Under normal circumstances, a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, especially one proficient in multiple spells, should have been able to endure until the afternoon finals. Yet, Li Tian happened to face Meng Hu, the sole practitioner of consummate Qi refinement from the Meng family. This individual was robustly built, exuding an aura of formidable strength, suggesting he was a body cultivator. With just a single punch, Meng Hu sent Li Tian, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, crashing off the stage. Thus, Li Tian completed all his matches for the day, feeling as though he had merely been a filler. "This man is exceptionally strong," Qin Yu exclaimed. Li Zhengtong nodded in agreement. "I certainly cannot compete with him. I'll leave this one to you, brother Yu." Qin Yu rolled his eyes. After some time spent honing his skills, Li Zhengtong had solidified his foundation to a degree, likely enabling him to showcase the peak capabilities of the 8th level of Qi refinement. Qin Yu, being slightly stronger than Li Zhengtong, should be able to exhibit the prowess of the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, this still placed him at a considerable disadvantage against Meng Hu, should they cross paths. Qin Yu would find himself in dire straits. In a competition where elixirs, formations, and weapons were prohibited, a body cultivator, essentially a living weapon, was nearly invincible. Nevertheless, Qin Yu was not entirely without recourse. Should fate align their paths, the outcome remained uncertain. Soon, the first round of the Qi Refinement Group S Arena competition concluded, paving the way for the inaugural matches of the Foundation Establishment Group. The battles in the Foundation Establishment Group were far more flamboyant, with nearly every practitioner at this stage possessing a repertoire of spells, resulting in a dazzling display of colorful techniques filling the arena. The audience's expectations for the battles of cultivators have been greatly fulfilled. Within the Foundation Establishment Group, there is no practitioner who has achieved complete mastery of Foundation Establishment. The most accomplished among them is Wu Hao from the Wu family, who has reached the pinnacle of the late Foundation Establishment stage, just a step away from attaining the realm of complete Foundation Establishment. If all goes as anticipated, he is likely to be the champion of the Foundation Establishment Group's arena competition. The Foundation Establishment Group is smaller in number, and the first round of matches concluded in less than half an hour. Next, it was time for Qin Yu and others to draw lots. There are a total of 82 participants in the Qi Refining Group, and after eliminating half, only 41 remain, meaning one individual is destined to receive a bye. This fortunate position hinges on personal luck. It is said that last year someone enjoyed an uninterrupted run of buys and nearly made it into the top 3, a stroke of luck that left everyone envious. Could that lucky individual be me? Qin Yu pondered silently. I will receive a few buys, enduring the doubts and ridicule of everyone, and then, with a thunderous display of power, I shall eliminate the strongest contender in an instant, leaving all to gasp in astonishment. Achieving a flawless performance. ISNT that the standard treatment of a protagonist in a novel. As Qin Yu stepped onto the stage and casually drew a lot, he opened it with hopeful anticipation. Alas, number 16. How could that be right? Qin Yu stroked his chin in contemplation, realizing that the world he inhabited was indeed a real one, not a fictional construct, and thus those narrative tropes did not apply here. Oh yes, number 41. I have drawn a bye. While Qin Yu was deep in thought, the jubilant voice of Li Zheng reached him. What? Qin Yu looked up and discovered that the note in the other person's hand indeed bore the number 41. Could it be that this fellow has turned his luck around? Qin Yu was utterly astonished. Among the crowd present, he would not have been surprised if anyone else had drawn the number 41. But it was particularly shocking that Li Zhengdong had drawn it. Surely, all the misfortune he has accumulated could not possibly be spent on such a trivial matter. After finally amassing a bit of good fortune, to see it squandered on such insignificant trivialities is truly unfortunate. Qin Yu gazed at Li Zhengtong, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow for him. After all, it was a rare stroke of luck for Li Zhengtong, who was now flaunting his note. What did you draw? 15. How unlucky. Do you know what I drew? I drew 41, which means I get a bye. At that moment, the referee, hearing Li Zhengtong's boastful voice, hurriedly interjected, I forgot to announce an important matter. Due to last year's bye system leading many participants to deem it unfair, we have decided to abolish the bye policy this year. After discussions, we have resolved to have a city lord, whose cultivation has been suppressed to the Qi refining stage, act as the opponent for contestant number 41. Li Zhengtong's smile froze, and he was left dumbfounded. The slip of paper with the number 41 in his hand suddenly losing its allure. Wait, this isn't fair. Why must my opponent be a city lord? The referee shrugged helplessly. What can I say? It's just your misfortune. Out of over 40 numbers, you happened to draw 41. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Now this is more like it. Observing the tearful Li Zhengtong, Qin Yu approached him with words of consolation. Next time, do not react so impulsively to minor setbacks. Consider your fortune. Do you truly believe that such fortunate circumstances could befall you? Li Zhengtong replied, Brother Yu, please cease your remarks. Qin Yu responded, Very well. I shall refrain from comforting you further. Instead, exert yourself diligently and strive to evade the city lord's fist as much as possible. The scene shifts back to last night at the city lord's residence. My lord, both the Qi refinement and foundation establishment groups have experienced instances of buys. How shall we address this? One of the aides posed the question. That fortunate lad from last year received 3 buys and nearly secured a place in the top 3, which has left the other contestants quite disgruntled. If another similarly lucky individual emerges this year, it would compromise the fairness of our competition. The 2 aides voiced their concerns regarding the upcoming match. The city lord inquired, What insights do you both possess? One aide suggested, I propose we abolish buys altogether. Those who receive buys should face challenges from those who have been eliminated. Should the eliminated contestant prevail, they may continue competing. That is not a viable solution. The city lord shook his head and replied, With so many eliminated contestants, who would be tasked with challenging those who received buys? Another aide interjected, We could determine this through a lottery. Whoever draws the number 1 ticket may challenge the contestant with a buy. However, the issue remains unresolved. If an individual is eliminated, draws the number 1 ticket, advances, then gets eliminated again, and draws the number 1 ticket once more to advance, would this not further undermine fairness? Other competitors may question why they have but a single chance while this individual is afforded numerous opportunities. The 2 advisors pondered the wisdom of the Lord's words. Deep in contemplation, I do have a strategy, the Lord interjected, shattering the silence. Please, share your thoughts, my lord. The reason the contender is unchallenged is due to the absence of an opponent. Thus, if we designate someone specifically to battle the unchallenged competitor, wouldn't that resolve our dilemma effortlessly? The Lord's reasoning was sound, yet who shall take the field? Rising to his feet, the Lord volunteered himself. What do you gentlemen think of this Lord's proposal? I can suppress my abilities to match those of the contestant, ensuring a fair and exhilarating one-on-one duel. The 2 advisors exchanged peculiar glances, a master of the nascent soul stage preying upon a mere child. My lord, have you no sense of dignity? Is it not merely an attempt to showcase yourself before everyone else? Do you truly believe we are oblivious to your intentions? Such were the unspoken thoughts of the advisors. Unperturbed, the Lord continued, My personal involvement not only guarantees fairness and equity in the competition but also enhances my approachability, truly a double-edged sword. What do you gentlemen think? The advisors involuntarily twitched at his words, yet the Lord was resolute in his belief that this approach was viable, and thus he would proceed with it. Splendid. The Lord exclaimed with a hearty laugh, oblivious to who might be fortunate enough to receive his guidance come the morrow. Chapter 165. Li Xiao. Aside from the unfortunately Tian, the first round of the arena competition predominantly eliminated practitioners of lesser cultivation levels. Following this initial filtration, the quality of the second round markedly improved. The anticipation peaked with the climactic battle between Li Zhengtong and the city lord, heightening the excitement further. The first match featured 2 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioners, one hailing from the city lord's estate and the other from the Ming family. Their confrontation was fierce, with neither showing any signs of leniency, resulting in an intensely thrilling bout. The 2 were evenly matched, trading blows in a manner that left the spectators enthralled. However, for a master of Qin Yu's caliber, such skirmishes were hardly worthy of his attention. As Qin Yu languidly awaited the referee's call, he suddenly noticed Meng Hu, the body-refining practitioner who had bested Li Tian, ascending the stage. Coincidentally, Meng Hu's opponent was none other than the accomplished Li Xiao from the city lord's estate. Encounters between consummate practitioners are typically reserved for the afternoon finals, yet fate had conspired against both, leading them to clash in the morning. Li Xiu, diminutive in stature and possessing a fair complexion, presented a striking contrast to the robust Meng Hu. How old could Li Xiu be? He appears rather youthful. Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. I'm not sure. Perhaps we should ask Wangzhe. Li Zhengtong gestured toward Wangzhe, who promptly approached with enthusiasm. As the son of the city lord, Wangzhe had also participated in this arena competition but, like Li Tian, had been eliminated in the first round. What's the matter? Tongzi, what is the matter with your father? Why has he suddenly decided to personally step into the arena? Upon their meeting, Li Zhengtong indignantly inquired. If it were not for Wangzhe's presence, he would have already unleashed a torrent of invective. You are already at the nascent soul stage, yet you choose to engage in combat with a mere qi refining practitioner. If you possessed even a modicum of dignity, you would not act so shamelessly. Li Zhengtong contemplated urging his father to take his place in the fight. After all, a match between two practitioners at the nascent soul stage would at least be equitable. Besides, it was far preferable for his father to endure the punishment rather than himself. I am not privy to the details. This is a decision made by my father in concert with his advisors. Do not fret, Tongzi. My father will surely temper his strength to match the qi refining stage. You are not entirely without prospects. Come now, if he employs elixirs, I might stand a chance, but facing him head-on, I would simply concede, Li Zhengtong muttered, pouting. Let us address the matter at hand. Qin Yu interjected, Wangzhe, how old is that Li Xiu on the stage? Ah, Li Xiu. He is truly a prodigy in cultivation. At merely 15 years of age, he has only been practicing for a year. Li Zhengtong grumbled. A year of cultivation, and he has already attained the peak of qi refining. That is merely half my speed. Qin Yu shot a glance at Li Zhengtong, uninterested in engaging him further. Are you not aware of how you achieved your own level of cultivation? His progress is indeed rapid. It seems this Li Xiu possesses considerable talent, Wangzhe remarked with pride. He possesses exceptional spiritual roots and was originally intended for a trial at the Xintian sect, a prominent sect. However, upon the court learning of his abilities, they promptly dispatched envoys to bring Li Xiu to the capital for further cultivation. However, Li Xiu was still quite young, and his adoptive parents were uneasy about him venturing out. Thus, they allowed him to cultivate here until he reached the foundation establishment stage, at which point he could safely travel to the capital. Adoptive parents? Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. Li Xiu had been found by his adoptive parents in the mountains, and the identity of his biological parents remained a mystery. At that moment, the referee announced the commencement of the match. The gaze of the three individuals converged upon the arena. As the competition began, Meng Hu charged forward, his fists swinging with a resounding whoosh. He was acutely aware of his advantage as a body cultivator and dismissed the slender and seemingly frail Li Xiu. Stone-shattering fist. Meng Hu bellowed dramatically, as patterns resembling rock formed upon his fist. This punch was imbued with tremendous force. A cultivator at the qi refinement stage would likely suffer severe repercussions from a single blow. In response, Li Xiu sprang into action, his movements light and agile, executing a sliding tackle towards the oncoming Meng Hu. Instantly, Meng Hu altered his attack trajectory, aiming a fist towards his own groin. Boom! The fist collided with the arena, producing a thunderous sound. Meng Hu was a moment too late. His strike missed, and he hurriedly turned to glance behind him. Li Xiu stood upright, his back turned to Meng Hu, exuding an air of calm confidence. Wow, this guy is quite the actor, Li Zhengdong remarked enviously. He wished he could maintain such composure when facing the city lord later. You dodged quickly, but a man must possess more than just speed, Meng Hu taunted, knowing that provoking his opponent could serve as a strategic maneuver in their duel. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu slowly turned around, fixating his gaze intently on Meng Hu. Suddenly, Meng Hu felt a sharp pain radiating from his groin, prompting him to hurriedly glance down. To his horror, he discovered a ghastly gash on the inner side of his thigh, from which blood was oozing profusely. The defensive prowess he had always prided himself on had been effortlessly breached by a seemingly unarmed youth. How could this be? What manner of attack is this? A wave of dread washed over Meng Hu, had the assailant aimed not at his thigh, but rather at his more vulnerable flesh. Li Xiu calmly remarked, I am not only swift but also possess formidable striking power. With that, he lunged forward like a sharpened blade, simultaneously uttering two words. Handsword. A transparent blade formed upon his palm, reflecting a terrifying glint in the sunlight. Meng Hu's pupils constricted in alarm as he immediately lowered his center of gravity, his body emanating a metallic sheen. Copper wall, iron bastion. initially brimming with confidence in his defenses. Ming Hu had believed that no one in the Qi refinement stage could breach his protection unarmed. It was only at this moment that he grasped the harsh reality his once revered defenses were utterly inadequate before a true genius. In this arena competition, Li Xiu emerged victorious. The crowd erupted into cheers with the unmistakable sound of numerous young women exclaiming in excitement. Li Xiu, you are so handsome. Li Xiu, may I have your autograph? Young Master Li, mother adores you. To think that your Wusheng city truly harbors such hidden talents. Qin Yu sighed, expressing his surprise. I initially thought that Meng Hu would be a formidable opponent, yet he was swiftly eliminated by Li Xiu. Wang Zhe chuckled in agreement, stating, Li Xiu is undoubtedly the most exceptional individual our Wusheng city has seen in centuries. Even my father believes that the championship of this tournament is destined for Li Xiu. He even selected a prize that is particularly suited for him. Internally, Qin Yu mused. Is the championship already predetermined? This is rather dismissive of me, Qin. Li Zhengtong inquired. Is your father not concerned that Li Xiu might draw by? Wang Zhe nonchalantly replied. What is there to fear? My father can always ease the competition a bit. Goodness, what a scandal. Keep your voice down. Wang Zhe quickly covered Li Zhengtong's mouth. I merely mentioned it casually. You mustn't spread this. Furthermore, my father had previously remarked that even if he were to suppress himself to the Qi refinement stage, he might not necessarily be a match for Li Xiu. Chapter 166. Is Li Zhengtong not his biological son? To everyone's astonishment, this small town harbors such a remarkably talented young man. The first captain stroked his chin and remarked to the second captain beside him, Indeed, our immortal sect is in dire need of such talent. Once we bring this young man back and present him to the headquarters, it will surely be a significant achievement. The two captains exchanged knowing glances and erupted into harmonious laughter. Aside from the intense clash between Li Xiu and Meng Hu, there were no other matches in the second round of the arena that captured Qin Yu's attention. Fortune smiled upon him in this round as he drew a foe at the 6th level of Qi refining and swiftly overcame him with ease. After several more bouts, the referee announced, Now, let contestant number 41 take the stage, his opponent being the formidable city lord Wang Shui. The crowd erupted in an overwhelming cheer. Li Jingtong was already the center of attention in this tournament, and the fact that he was facing the city lord elevated the stakes of this match significantly, garnering even more interest than the finals. Tongzi, take heart. Losing is not a disgrace. Li Tian encouraged as he patted Li Zhengtong on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Qin Yu pressed 2 elixirs into Li Zhengtong's hands. You can inquire first. If the use of elixirs is permitted, you may wish to try them. Li Zhengtong accepted the elixirs with a solemn nod. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint everyone. Having spoken, Li Zhengtong turned resolutely towards the arena, his solitary figure resembling a martyr prepared to face death. Brother, go for it. Even striking the city lord once would be a victory. Li Xiaojiao shouted passionately from the stands. Outside the crowd, Captain A scoffed. This Wang Xuedu is already in the nascent soul stage. Yet he still dares to step onto the platform. Indeed, Captain B concurred. These so-called righteous individuals are truly hypocritical. They merely wish to bully the weak with their strength, fabricating various justifications. They are the epitome of double standards, unlike us, who freely oppress the weak without a shred of shame. Captain A remarked, once we eliminate Wang Shui, it would serve as vengeance for that little cultivator he has tormented. Quite right, Captain B replied, and subsequently, we shall dispose of that little cultivator, thus avenging Wang Shui. Captain A, puzzled, inquired, how does that count as avenging Wang Shui? Captain B elucidated, without that little cultivator, Wang Shui would have had no one to bully. If Wang Shui had not bullied him, we would not need to kill Wang Shui in retaliation. Therefore, the root cause of Wang Shui's demise lies with that little cultivator. By eliminating the little cultivator, we are naturally avenging Wang Shui. After contemplating for a while, Captain A grasped Captain B's intent and exclaimed, You are indeed a master of the dark arts, a true genius. The arrangement is so clear and precise. Even in the act of killing, Captain B humbly remarked, It is merely basic practice. As Li Zhengtong ascended the arena, the city lord descended directly from the heavens. Junior pays respects to the city lord. Wang Shui chuckled. There is no need for formalities. The moment I step onto the arena, I am merely your adversary. Do not spare any leniency simply because I am the city lord. Li Zhengtong hesitated. My lord, if we were to engage in direct combat, I surely would be no match for you. Might I be permitted to utilize the power of elixirs to compete against you? He inquired cautiously. Wang Shui pondered for a moment and murmured, It seems a tad unfair for me to fight without elixirs while you employ them. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengtong felt an overwhelming urge to remove his shoes, which had not been washed for 3 years, and hurl them at his opponent's face. How dare you utter the word fair? Very well, I shall concede. You may use elixirs, for I am the elder here. Li Zhengtong mumbled, then turned to the referee and asked, shall we commence? The referee nodded and announced, in the final round of the Qi refinement group, contestant number 41 will face the substitute. Let the match begin. Without further ado, Li Zhengtong retrieved the elixir handed to him by Qin Yu and swallowed it whole. Soon, his body began to swell, and a thick layer of gorilla fur erupted from every pore, enveloping him completely. As the crowd beheld the astonishing transformation of Li Zhengtong into a lifelike gorilla, Wang Shui and all onlookers were left utterly astounded. After the initial shock, murmurs rippled through the crowd. What on earth is happening? How did the young master of the Li family become like this? I have no idea. He just suddenly turned into a gorilla. Could it be that the young master of the Li family is some sort of monster? Foul creature. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a scholarly robe, brandishing a paper fan, stepped forward and enlightened the crowd. This is known as a spirit beast. This individual was quite renowned in Wuxing City, celebrated for his profound knowledge and unparalleled intelligence, commonly referred to as the great sage in the martial world. As he spoke, the onlookers gathered around him eagerly. It is the great sage. Please, could you elucidate how young Master Li has suddenly transformed into a gorilla? The situation had become evident. Yet they still seemed oblivious. The great sage smiled faintly, unfurling his fan with an enigmatic air, gently swaying it in the biting cold wind. His frostbitten, purplish-red cheeks trembled slightly. Great sage, do elaborate. We find ourselves bewildered. Very well, allow me to elucidate further. I previously mentioned that young Master Li's transformation into a gorilla is due to the fact that he is not, in truth, human, but rather a spirit beast. A spirit beast? The eldest son of the Li family is not human, but a spirit beast? How peculiar. How could the head of the Li family and his wife possibly give birth to a spirit beast? Give birth? Clearly, he was adopted. So, it turns out that Li Zhengtong is not their biological child. I had suspected as much. He bears no resemblance to the head of the Li family. Now, I finally understand the reason. Over a decade ago, I witnessed the head of the Li family journey alone into the eastern deep mountains. It appears that Li Zhengtong was adopted during that time. The crowd engaged in animated discussion, quickly helping Li Zhengtong ascertain his origins. You all only perceive the surface, yet fail to discern the deeper layers. The astute one spoke again, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly as they listened intently. I surmise that young Master Li did not join the Xuaniangong as a disciple, but rather as a spiritual beast. After all, the Xuaniangong possesses a dedicated beast master peak. It is likely that a certain beast tamer recognized young Master Li's extraordinary talent and chose him as their spiritual companion. Unable to withstand the chill any longer, the clever one elegantly closed his paper fan and proclaimed, if my conjecture holds true, that beast tamer must be him. The crowd followed the direction indicated by the fan and quickly spotted Qin Yu. Indeed, he had returned alongside young Master Li, presumably serving as his master. However, their statuses appeared equal, with no clear distinction of master and beast. Who says there is none? The astute one retorted. I witnessed it firsthand at the tofu pudding shop, where the beast tamer savored his tofu pudding, while Li Zhengtong had only a bowl of plain tofu pudding devoid of meat broth. Can one truly consume tofu pudding without meat broth? Certainly not. I am convinced that compelling Li Zhengtong to consume such unadorned tofu pudding was a punishment from the beast tamer. Moreover, consider this. If Li Zhengtong were not obliged to heed the beast tamer's words, why did he not simply take a bowl of meat broth for himself instead of merely watching? That does make sense. Did So Ming express the utmost affirmation towards the analyst? Wasn't it said that Master Li was incapable of consuming the sacred blend of tofu pudding and meat broth? This version is rather outdated. Such claims have long been debunked. Indeed, such statements are only capable of deceiving a fool like you. Who among the rational would believe such nonsense? How could I forget that it was you who first relayed this information to me? Admittedly, I did share it with you, but to have believed it then was folly, and to still hold on to it now is sheer absurdity. Another voice chimed in. I overheard the shopkeeper mention that it was due to the addition of cilantro in the soup, which Li Zhengtong detests. Is that why he gazed longingly at the bowl of tofu pudding? This remark provoked a chorus of laughter from the crowd. It's hilarious, having lived for 60 years. I have yet to encounter anyone who does not relish cilantro. Indeed, How could there possibly be someone in this world who does not enjoy cilantro? Did Songming concurred. With my extensive knowledge, I can affirm that there truly exists no one who dislikes cilantro in this world. So, Mr. Did Songming, are we now certain that Li Zhengtong is not a biological origin, but rather a mystical beast, with his master being the young man who returned with him? Did Songming nodded confidently, asserting that there was no mistake. Should any issues arise, he would gladly bear full responsibility. That is splendid news. Upon my return, I must share this momentous revelation with my friends. Chapter 167. The alchemy competition officially commences upon consuming the elixir. Li Zhengtong found himself propelled towards Wang Shui at an astonishing speed, unable to rein in his momentum. Witnessing this robust, fur-covered figure charging at him, Wang Shui instinctively took a step back. After all, anyone would instinctively recoil upon seeing their opponent morph into a creature that resembled neither man nor beast. Akin to a gorilla, baring its teeth and rushing forth. Even the battle-hardened Lord Wang had never encountered such a spectacle. However, Wang Shui's moment of shock lasted scarcely a tenth of a second before he regained his composure. With a steady gait, he swiftly retreated towards the edge of the arena. Observing this, Li Zhengtong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wang Shui had reached the brink of the stage. Now, all he needed to do was push him off, securing an effortless victory. Even if he were to lose control and tumble off the platform himself, it would still count as a win for him. The thought ignited a fervent determination within Li Zhengtong, prompting him to quicken his pace. If I can triumph over the Lord, my name shall be etched in the annals of Wuxing City. At that moment, Li Zhengtong resembled a rampaging bull, while Wang Shui appeared as a matador poised to evade. Just as they were about to collide, Wang Shui deftly sidestepped to the right, attempting to evade Li Zhengtong's assault. Anticipating this maneuver, Li Zhengtong unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Wang Shui's face. Li Family Fist. This was a rudimentary technique devised by the forebears of the Li family. Simple to learn. After several days of rigorous practice, Li Zhengtong had begun to master it with considerable finesse. The two individuals were positioned too closely for Wang Shui to evade Li Zhengtong. However, Wang Shui had no intention of retreating. Instead, he deftly seized Li Zhengtong's fist with a swift motion, applying pressure to redirect his force, and subsequently executed a back throw, sending Li Zhengtong tumbling off the stage. With a resounding thud, the match concluded in less than 5 seconds, resulting in the defeat of the top seed, Li Zhengtong. The audience erupted in fervor. We, the human race, have triumphed. The spiritual beasts, after all, are mere beasts, destined to submit beneath our dominion, proclaimed Did Songming. Oh yeah, victory for humanity is assured. Nephew, you possess considerable strength, Wang Shui remarked with a smile. In that brief encounter with Li Zhengtong, he had distinctly sensed that Li's power surpassed that of an ordinary perfected qi refiner. Had he not skillfully diffused the force, he might have found himself in dire straits. Wang Shui peered at Li Zhengtong, and his expression stiffened. Li Zhengtong lay sprawled on the ground, his legs flailing uncontrollably due to the effects of the rapidity elixir, resembling a fish out of water. Nephew, are you all right? Don't frighten your uncle. A flicker of panic crossed Wang Shui's eyes. I barely exerted any force. Could he have sustained a head injury? How am I to explain this to his father? He pondered. There are indeed risks in showing off. Fortunately, Qin Yu was waiting just outside the ring and hurriedly rushed over to administer an antidote to Li Zhengtong. The referee, displaying keen perception, promptly announced the result of the match. In this contest, the substitute contestant Wang Shui effortlessly defeated contestant number 41, showcasing combat skills that left the audience in awe. Meanwhile, Lord Wang Xueqing personally demonstrated, allowing the younger generation of cultivators to gain profound insights, prompting them to engage in introspection and fostering their capacity for independent thought. This endeavor significantly enhances their combat awareness and skills, infusing the cultivation world with renewed vitality. Alas, Li Zhengtong's shoe struck the referee's face with great force. Damn it! You, don't hold me back. This is ridiculous. I must go and teach him a lesson. Tongzi, remain calm. You cannot defeat him. From the spectators' area of the Li family, Li Xiaojiao sighed softly. Ultimately, we have been defeated. It seems the responsibility of overthrowing the city lord's mansion and establishing the Li family as the foremost power in Wuxing City falls upon my shoulders. Li's father sighed and shook his head slightly. Despite possessing formidable cultivation and strength, his combat techniques were severely lacking. Practice is essential. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. He understood that even without the unexpected emergence of the city lord, his son would hardly secure the championship. and with ill fortune, he might not even place in the top 3. Thus, upon witnessing his unfortunate son confront the shameless city lord, he refrained from further comment. If his son truly had hopes of victory, as the head of the Li family and a formidable nascent soul cultivator, he would silently, yet fervently, curse the city lord's ancestors in his heart. The 2 arena matches of the Qi refinement group concluded in the morning. Currently, 20 contestants remain, with only 4 reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement. The participants included Li Jia's Qin Yu, Li Hai, and Li Xiu from the city lord's mansion, alongside a nameless actor. After spending a few incense sticks worth of time, the foundation building group successfully concluded the arena battles, completing all matches by morning. Congratulations to all victorious contestants. Wuxing City takes pride in your achievements. At the same time, we encourage those who were eliminated not to feel disheartened, for victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. The essence of this arena competition lies in identifying shortcomings through combat. The referee, noticing someone removing their shoes, hastily crumpled a lengthy 2,000-word script into a ball and succinctly announced, "Next, we have the highly anticipated preliminary round of the immortal cultivation techniques. The alchemy group is located to the east, the formation group to the west, and the weapon crafting group to the south. Contestants, please take your positions." Qin Yu rose and stretched lazily. Finally, it was time for alchemy, his forte. The alchemy group comprised 30 individuals, including Qi refining cultivators and foundation building cultivators. Qin Yu casually drew a lot. Number 23. He made his way to the spot marked 23, where only an alchemy furnace distributed by the city lord's mansion awaited him. With no other materials in sight, "Is everyone here except for those absent?" the referee inquired. The referee for the alchemy competition was different from that of the arena matches. In addition to the referee, there were 3 judges. Li Tian's father, Uncle Li Heir, was one of the judges and held a prominent position. Since everyone is present, let's distribute the alchemical formulas and materials. Under the enveloping force of mental energy, the formulas and materials gracefully descended before each contestant. Qin Yu opened the formula and took a look. Shining pill grade. First class effect. Upon consumption, the user's palms will emit a blinding light. Competition requirement. To successfully refine a qualified pill that possesses luminous properties in order to pass the competition. This particular pill was unfamiliar to Qin Yu. Even if he had heard of it, he would not attempt to concoct it. After all, its effect is rather trivial. The primary function of this pill is to unleash a strong light from the palms, thereby disrupting the opponent's line of sight, which could lead to victory in battle. However, it is only suitable for low-level Qi refining practitioners. Any cultivator with even a modicum of skill would have their spiritual awareness to aid them, rendering the pill's effect significantly diminished. Qin Yu examined the materials, totaling 10 portions. After confirming that everything was in order, he began the alchemical process. Chapter 168. The prisoner Wang Dazhua. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, gradually infusing spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace. Under the activation of the formation, a delicate yellow flame erupted instantaneously. This marked the initial step for an alchemist, familiarizing oneself with the furnace at hand. After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Qin Yu felt he had sufficiently acclimated and lifted his gaze to observe the other competitors. The majority were still engrossed in familiarizing themselves with their furnaces. However, 6 individuals had already commenced their alchemical processes, among them Meng Zihan and Wu Mo, as mentioned by Li Zhengdong. It appeared that there were indeed several proficient practitioners present. Focusing intently, Qin Yu selected a high-quality spiritual herb and cast it into the furnace. Temperature at 70 degrees. Transform the shimmering grass into crimson powder, then add. Qin Yu concentrated wholly, reciting mentally as he continuously fed materials into the furnace. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The temperature had escalated. He promptly diminished the input of spiritual energy, yet it was too late. A layer of black ash enveloped the nearly formed elixir, resulting in a failed concoction. Regaining his composure, Qin Yu utilized his mental energy to extract the failed elixir. He then glanced around, noting that Meng Zihan and Wu Mo had successfully completed their concoctions and were submitting their elixirs. Meng Zihan was positioned at number 10, while Wu Mo occupied number 13. Aside from these 2, competitors at positions 7 and 28 had also swiftly finished the contest. These individuals were likely third-grade alchemists, demonstrating remarkable speed. At that moment, an explosion suddenly erupted from position 22, startling everyone present. Many individuals on the brink of success falter at the last moment, causing their meticulously crafted elixirs to be rendered utterly worthless. Alas, I was so close to achieving my goal. What erupted? My heavens, was it the furnace? The judge hurriedly approached the contestant numbered 22, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" "I'm perfectly fine," exclaimed contestant 22, rising from the ground and bursting into laughter as he revealed the perfectly formed elixir nestled in his palm. "Huh, the furnace exploded, yet I succeeded. How fortunate am I?" Everyone turned their gaze towards this individual, including Qin Yu, who curiously glanced in his direction. Isn't this technique of turning a furnace explosion into an elixir typically reserved for the protagonist in the finals? Not at all, my friend. It's merely a preliminary round. Why the excitement? The judge took hold of the elixir from contestant 22, scrutinizing it for a moment before announcing to the assembly, "Contestant 22 has engaged in deceit. His results are hereby nullified." Qin Yu, the crowd. Contestant 22, indignant, protested, "On what grounds do you accuse me of cheating? What evidence do you possess?" The judge pointed at the elixir, stating, "The very elixir you just concocted bears the trademark of Biotang." Intrigued, Qin Yu leaned in for a closer look, discovering indeed a small seal etched upon the elixir. In an instant, the truth dawned upon everyone. Contestant 22 had attempted to disguise his deception under the pretense of a furnace explosion, surreptitiously presenting a pre-purchased elixir. Oblivious to the fact that many alchemy shops emblazon their seals upon their products to enhance their visibility. Contestant number 22's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him unable to retort. The others erupted in laughter, remarking that it is the details that determine success or failure. With this brief interlude concluded, everyone resumed their alchemical endeavors. Drawing from his previous failure, Qin Yu successfully crafted a pill this time. To be prudent, he concocted another pill, submitting both for evaluation. During the upcoming trial, as long as one of his pills proved successful, he would advance. Those competitors who submitted only one pill exhibited great confidence in their alchemical skills. The creation of the flashing pill bore minimal difficulty, allowing even novice alchemists to achieve success. Ultimately, only 3 individuals failed to produce a pill despite exhausting 10 sets of materials. Now, let the pharmacological trials commence. Upon confirming that all participants had completed their tasks, the judge announced loudly, "Soon, 26 handcuffed prisoners were brought onto the stage, among them an undercover operative, the leader of the Xian sect." Qin Yu moved closer, scrutinizing each prisoner carefully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Judge, I request that this individual test my pill." Qin Yu pointed to one of the prisoners. Upon hearing this, the judge approached. If it had been anyone else making such a request, the judge would have swiftly dismissed them. However, Qin Yu, being a disciple of the Xian sect and a distinguished guest of the Li family, warranted a measure of respect. "Very well, let this prisoner take position 23. The judge commanded, recognizing that this would not compromise the fairness of the competition. Nevertheless, the judge remained curious and inquired, "Why have you specifically chosen him for the trial?" Qin Yu chuckled and remarked, "This man bears a sinister countenance, hardly the visage of a virtuous soul. I fear that my elixir may possess some minor side effects. Should he consume it, it would be as just desserts." The jailer, responsible for overseeing the prisoners, smiled knowingly and replied, "A good person would not willingly test such a potion. Nevertheless, your judgment is astute. This man is named Wang Dazhua, the most notorious among all the inmates." Qin Yu inquired, "What crime has he committed?" The jailer lamented, "He murdered a vendor of candied hawthorns. That vendor was indeed unfortunate. Just days ago, his son went missing, and before he could find him, he met his own demise. Yet, the vendor was not without his faults, having deceived and swindled in his trade. I hear he was recently accused of wrongdoing. It seems that the wicked are often met with their own kind." Qin Yu asked, "Is he the elderly hawthorn vendor?" "Around 60 or 70 years of age." "Indeed, do you know him?" The jailer responded. Qin Yu shook his head, admitting, "I do not know him well, though I have encountered him once before." "And how will Wang Dazhua be dealt with?" Qin Yu pressed. "He shall pay for his crime with his life. Once the new year is past, he will meet his end at the market." "That would be too lenient," Qin Yu exclaimed, turning abruptly to deliver a punch to Wang Dazhua's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. As Wang Dazhua lay on the floor, he spat out several broken teeth, glaring at Qin Yu with resentment. "You are doomed, boy. I shall personally tear you apart later." He cackled ominously. Upon hearing this laughter, Qin Yu knew that Wang Dazhua would not escape his fate. How audacious! The jailer struck Wang Dazhua with his baton, contorting the man's features in pain. The referee spoke. "All right, let's not waste any more time. The judges are ready. Prepare for the drug trial." Qin Yu grasped Wang's leader and cast him before the elixir numbered 23. Soon, you shall experience the potency of my concoction. Humph. Wang's leader scoffed. Just a mere pill. Do you think it could possibly harm me? Sang Biao. Let me share a secret with you. The individual whom the stinky tofu immortal just struck is a nascent soul stage cultivator. Morkai gasped. Woof woof. Leader. We must rescue the master at once. Calm down, replied the leader. This nascent soul cultivator is disguised as a mortal and surely harbors ulterior motives. If we seize him now, the stinky tofu immortal might express some gratitude, albeit limited. However, when he attempts to harm the stinky tofu immortal, capturing him then would truly save a life and earn us a bountiful reward of stinky tofu. The timing of our action is crucial. What is that phrase? Enhancing a flower is never as valuable as providing timely assistance in adversity. Do you comprehend? Wang Kai, full of admiration, barked, woof woof. I don't understand, but leader, your wisdom is profound, truly deserving of the title Scarface. Be discreet. After all, I am several millennia your senior. When you reach my age, these truths will become clear to you. Suddenly, Leader A turned his gaze towards two small black dogs not far behind. What is the matter? Leader B inquired. Nothing much, but I thought I heard voices behind us just now. Leader B responded. There's no one behind us. Where would the voices come from? We're not acting until the afternoon, so why the tension? Damn it, I'm not tense. Captain B. Indeed. You don't believe me, do you? Yet. I truly heard voices behind me. Captain B. You are correct. Those two mutts behind us can speak. Satisfied now? The criminals are tested for the elixir one by one. And if their palms glow after consumption, they are deemed to have advanced. The judges will then assign a score based on the intensity of the light. Contestant number 1, Li, exhibited a fair glow and advanced to the finals, receiving a score of 71. Contestant number 2, when it was contestant number 10, Meng Zihan's turn. Upon consuming the elixir, a brilliant light erupted, leaving all who beheld it momentarily blinded, tears streaming from their eyes as their vision faded. This is the true power of the flash elixir. Its efficacy in chi battles is formidable. Yet I wonder what effects my elixir will yield. Qin Yu rubbed his eyes, murmuring softly. Contestant number 10, Meng Zihan, achieved a perfect score of 100. Contestant 13, Wu Mo, also received a score of 100. A flurry of brilliant lights flashed by, with numerous contestants attaining full marks. After all, the flash elixir is not overly challenging to concoct. Any alchemist of second-tier skill can generally produce a flawless one. Soon, the judges approached Qin Yu. Quickly, consume the elixir. Qin Yu unceremoniously kicked Captain Wang. Gritting his teeth, Captain Wang felt an overwhelming urge to abandon his disguise and tear Qin Yu to shreds. However, considering the plan and the generous rewards that awaited its completion, he restrained himself. A moment of impatience can disrupt grand designs. I must not allow such trivial matters to jeopardize the larger scheme. Enduring a bit of grievance is but a part of life. Who among us escapes unscathed? The sun always shines after the storm, and life rarely unfolds without its trials. Taking a deep breath, Master Wang cast a fierce glance at Qin Yu before seizing the elixir and swallowing it whole. Qin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety regarding this trial, for he speculated that his concoction was indeed flawless. It was merely that Li Zhengtong, being the first to test the potions, had experienced a series of bizarre side effects. As a wise elder once remarked, in this world, there are no strange potions. It is only through Li Zhengtong's repeated trials that such peculiarities arose. Thus, this trial was pivotal for Qin Yu to vindicate himself. Moments after Master Wang ingested the elixir, a peculiar flicker coursed through his mind. Qin Yu thought he had misseen. Rubbing his eyes, only to witness the flicker manifest again on Master Wang's visage. It resembled the erratic flicker of a faulty light bulb. Following that, the glow cascaded from his neck to his chest, abdomen, thighs, and finally to his toes. Once the luminescence enveloped him entirely, every inch of Master Wang's skin radiated a gentle glow, transforming him into a colossal 65-watt light bulb. In that instant, Master Wang was left dumbfounded. The judges were stunned. The evaluators were astonished. The competitors were bewildered. The audience sat in shock. Only Qin Yu was left in agony, heart-wrenched and desolate. Forced to confront the painful truth, it was he who harbored the flaw all along, far away in the formation group. Li Zhengtong suddenly noticed the alchemy group fell into an eerie silence, realizing that Yuji's elixir was undergoing trials. I wonder which unfortunate soul has taken my place. What terrible luck indeed. Haraha, what have you concocted? Li Erbo was the first to regain his composure. He had been aware of Qin Yu's peculiar potions and had thus prepared himself mentally. Qin Yu, bracing himself, replied, "Just tell me if it shines or not." Not only does my palm shine, but my entire body radiates light, accompanied by an initially flickering glow. I ask you, is that impressive or not? Whether it is impressive or not is debatable, but what use is this mere glow? Another judge inquired. How can it be useless? While it may be a bit weak, its area is vast. Haven't you heard the saying? There are no useless elixirs, only. The judge interjected, spare me the trivialities. A flash potion can disrupt an opponent's vision with its blinding light. What can yours do? Illuminate your opponent's beauty? Qin Yu paused for a moment before speaking. Though my elixir lacks combat applications, it serves practical purposes. Consuming this potion means no need for lamps at home at night. How delightful. Moreover, you could tie a prisoner to a pole, administer the elixir at night, and voil, a human streetlight, illuminating the entire street as bright as day. Just imagine the savings on candles. This embodies bioenergy, sustainable, eco-friendly, and pollution-free, using only a single bun for an entire night. If we capture more criminals, we could host a lantern festival, showcasing groups of glowing offenders, posing in various stances, transforming the city of Wuxing into a unique attraction that draws visitors from far and wide, thereby increasing its revenue and enhancing its renown. The more Qin Yu spoke, the more promising the idea seemed. In this world devoid of electric lights, everyone relies on candles by night. Such living light bulbs would undoubtedly pique immense interest. It would be a shame to waste such a splendid concept on Wuxing City. We could have the disciples of Xuaniangong consume elixirs, allowing them to glow at night. If we dressed them in vibrant garments, they would resemble colorful lanterns, truly a magnificent sight. We could then promote this as a distinctive feature of Xuaniangong, attracting numerous cultivators to witness it. With a modest entrance fee, the sect and I would share the profits, and I would reap a bountiful harvest. Qin Yu even devised a name for the festival, the Colorful Lantern Festival. I just wonder if my dear senior brothers and sisters from Xuaniangong would be willing to lend their support. They should be inclined to do so, as this presents a win-win situation for both the sect and myself. After listening to Qin Yu's analysis, Uncle Li was the first to express his agreement, acknowledging the soundness of the idea. What rationale is there in that, Lier? You can't show favoritism just because he has a good relationship with your family. One can indulge in a meal, but not in reckless words. Uncle Li glared, stating, which of my eyes has seen me favoring Qin Yu? Do you dare to accuse me of slander? Please do not quarrel. The third judge hastily intervened. I am not arguing, I replied. I am simply stating facts. As cultivators, our purpose in refining elixirs is to enhance our strength. However, look at the effects of this elixir. It merely causes one to glow without any real benefit. Esteemed judges, the referee gently reminded, the efficacy of the elixir is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is whether contestant number 23 can advance. Upon hearing this, the judges regained their focus. Indeed, why was I engaged in such trivial debates? The consensus began to form. Surely, if it glows, it must qualify. Uncle Li was the first to voice his agreement. I disagree. The judge who had previously opposed Uncle Li remained steadfast in his stance. Our competition requires the creation of a luminous elixir, and it is evident that contestant number 23's concoction does not meet that criterion, with one in favor and another against. The fate of Qin Yu's advancement rested upon the final judge. All eyes turned toward him, placing him in a precarious position. To voice opposition would alienate Uncle Li, while agreement would offend the other judge. This was hardly in line with his character of diplomatic finesse. Well, I believe, the judge deliberated for a moment before continuing, that given the unique circumstances, we should consult the city lord for a final judgment. The city lord? What a splendid idea, exclaimed the radiant Captain Wang, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As soon as the city lord approached, he swiftly regained his prowess and launched a sudden attack, slaying the city lord before immediately turning back to tear Qin Yu apart. This elixir had truly been a source of immense grievance, one that he could no longer endure. And those three accursed judges, that wretched referee, and all these onlooking competitors must perish. A multitude gathers here, chattering incessantly, yet none extend a word of concern to me. The victim. Does the leader of the demonic sect not value his dignity? Chapter 170. The lethal list of Captain Wang. What right do you have to speak? With that, Uncle Li promptly kicked Captain Wang to the ground. Observing Uncle Li's boldness, his adversary felt compelled to act, delivering a swift kick of his own. Shut your mouth. A nearby jailer, witnessing the defiance of the prisoner, seized a club and struck at Captain Wang, berating him as he did so. You wretched creature. You're courting death today. The gentlemen are speaking, and you dare to interject? I'll beat you to a pulp." Captain Wang cried out in agony. He yearned to unleash his sealed power and rend to pieces those who dared to torment him. However, as he reflected upon the arduous days spent in confinement, with the dawn of victory so near, he knew that surrendering now would be a grave mistake. "We've come this far. We must hold on a little longer. Persevere, Captain Wang, for your future shines brightly ahead." As he rallied his spirits, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. It was indeed humiliating. He longed for the lord of the city to arrive swiftly, hoping to alleviate his suffering. Captain Wang is truly admirable. If I were an undercover agent treated in such a manner, I would have turned against them long ago. Captain A praised him while holding a recording orb to capture this poignant moment. Captain B added, "Indeed. We must preserve the invaluable scene of Captain Wang making significant sacrifices in its entirety." Cackle's apologies. "I couldn't help myself." Captain A responded, "Then you must return and undergo some professional training." The prison guard rolled the captain of the ship back and forth, while several judges and referees continued their deliberations. One of the judges cautioned, "We must not summon the city lord over such trivial matters. To do so would reflect poorly on my capabilities. How could I possibly continue to serve under the city lord after that?" Upon hearing this, the captain glared menacingly at the referee. "I shall first eliminate Wang Shui, then this alchemist, and lastly, I will come for you. Just wait." "Ouch, that hurts. I was wrong. Please stop," the referee exclaimed. "What do you propose we do?" inquired the diplomatic judge, turning his gaze towards the captain. "Hey, that guard, perhaps you could silence him before continuing? The noise is quite unbearable." "All right, you shall be the fourth to perish. For heaven's sake, brother, please do not remove your socks. Let us discuss this calmly. If it pleases you, I shall call myself a dog once more." The atmosphere settled as the crowd resumed their discourse. The referee stated, "I believe we should simply determine the outcome based on the competition's requirements. There are only two stipulations. One must produce a pill, and the other is that one's palm must emit light. This young friend's pill meets both criteria. I apologize for my verbosity. You are the judges. The decision is yours." Thus, in accordance with the referee's words, contestant number 23 advanced with a score of 60. Next contestant. After the referee and judges departed, Qin Yu turned to the prison guard and remarked, "It seems the beating has been sufficient. Let us not take it too far." Qin Yu feared that he might inadvertently kill the condemned prisoner, leaving him without a suitable candidate for the alchemical trial in the afternoon. After all, he believed it was unjust to have a petty thief test the elixir. "All right, I'm quite fatigued as well." The jailer kicked Captain Wang and scolded him. "From now on, behave yourself, or next time, I shall end you." Trembling, Captain Wang sat up, silently placing this jailer in the second position on his list of those to eliminate, while demoting the others. Qin Yu leaned closer, carefully scrutinizing the shimmering figure of Captain Wang. "What sensations are you experiencing now?" Captain Wang pitifully replied, "Pain. I am not inquiring about the pain from the beating. I wish to know how you feel after ingesting the elixir." Captain Wang spat out a mouthful of blood. "You intend to use me for testing this new elixir, don't you? Even if it leads to my demise, you shan't extract a single word from me." "Jailer," Captain Wang continued, "after consuming the elixir, I felt nothing significant. At first, there was a tingling sensation coursing through my body as I sparkled from head to toe. Anything else? Truly, there is nothing more." Captain Wang vigorously shook his head. Qin Yu made a brief note before retrieving the jade pendant to contact Li Zihao. "Brotherly, are you there?" Immediately, a response came from the pendant. "Brother Qin, have you concocted a new elixir? What effects does it possess?" Qin Yu succinctly described its effects. "This elixir lacks substantial efficacy. At best, it could be sold as a candle." Qin Yu chuckled, incredulous at the thought of a prodigy from the Zuanian Gong being reduced to selling candles. "Brotherly, our primary objective now is to discover a solution. Based on my experience, I fear that this luminescence may be permanent." "Permanent?" Master Wang exclaimed, startled. "If this light persists, he would become the subject of ridicule among his peers. Just imagine a gathering of the dark sect's leaders in a shadowy, damp cave. The eerie darkness illuminated by Master Wang, resembling a small sun, dispersing the gloom and bringing forth light. How could he possibly maintain his standing within the dark sect under such circumstances?" Master Wang promptly elevated Qin Yu to the second position on his hit list. "First, eliminate that potion maker, and then deal with that damn jailer." Li Zihao responded, "As for how to resolve the glowing issue, Brother Qin, allow me a moment to ponder." Qin Yu was tempted to suggest that Li Zihao simply incensed the individual, but upon reflection, he deemed the matter not overly urgent and chose to refrain. In truth, even without an antidote, it mattered little. After the Lunar New Year, this fellow was destined for execution. By then, should he lie in a coffin radiating light, he might very well startle the grave robbers. Unexpectedly, merely 1/10 of an incense stick's time had elapsed when the jade pendant trembled once more. Brother Qin, I had devised a plan. If he glows all over, we can administer a powerful pill to him, causing his body to sprout dark fur, thereby obscuring the light. Qin Yu exclaimed, Good heavens, brotherly, you are a genius. Let us remain discreet. Chapter 171. The Elixir of Radiance. Though Qin Yu perceived Li Zihua's proposal as a superficial remedy, it did not deter him from attempting it. After all, he was not the one consuming the elixir. Here, take this elixir. Qin Yu produced a strength elixir and handed it to Captain Wang. What sort of elixir is this? Captain Wang inquired with a note of caution. Without engaging in further banter, Qin Yu replied directly, If you wish to continue glowing until your last breath, then refrain from consuming this elixir. Wait. I shall take it, Captain Wang exclaimed, disregarding the nature of the elixir. As long as it could alleviate his luminescent predicament. After all, what could be more dismal than being bathed in light? With urgency, Captain Wang accepted the elixir and swallowed it whole, only to be enveloped in a coat of dark fur, transforming him into a great gorilla. Now, Captain Wang realized that there was indeed a fate worse than merely glowing, becoming a gorilla that glowed. Previously, at least he had retained his humanity, but now he found himself reduced to a mere beast. The radiant glow radiating from his skin continued to seep through the gaps in his thick black fur, particularly evident in the sparse patches on his face. The inmates who had accompanied Captain Wang to test the elixir looked upon him with sympathy. Meanwhile, competitors such as Meng Zihan and Wu Imo regarded Qin Yu with bemusement. Why does it seem that the elixirs in this fellow's possession are so peculiar? Is this the standard of alchemists from the Xiantian sect? Surveying the transformed Captain Wang, Qin Yu scrutinized him from head to toe. It appeared that the strength elixir had an effect even on ordinary individuals. Subsequently, Qin Yu seized a handful of dark hair on his arm and tugged forcefully. Ouch! That hurts. The face of Captain Wang contorted in agony. Upon witnessing the skin revealed beneath the plucked hair, still radiating a faint luminescence, Qin Yu muttered. It seems this hair merely serves to obstruct the light. It cannot truly eradicate it. My face continues to shimmer. Yet you cannot perceive it unless I forcibly remove my hair, correct? Captain Wang was on the brink of despair. He could not fathom how, while under cover, he had encountered someone like Qin Yu. Had he not undergone professional training, he would have been tempted to explode in rage and tear Qin Yu into pieces. At that moment, Steward Wang had never indicated he would endure such humiliation. Here, consume this pill. It is the antidote to the one you just took. Captain Wang instinctively recoiled a step back, genuinely frightened this time. Heaven knows what peculiar concoction this might be. Fear not, this is indeed the antidote. Of course, if you prefer to meet your demise as an orangutan next month, you may choose not to partake. Captain Wang realized he had fallen into Qin Yu's trap, leaving him with no options. Since it has come to this, I might as well eat it. Gritting his teeth, Captain Wang swallowed the pill in one gulp. Qin Yu observed intently as changes unfolded on Captain Wang's body. The black hair rapidly shed, and an enigmatic black substance spread forth, enveloping his form and obscuring all traces of light. Qin Yu splashed water onto Captain Wang, and upon washing away the darkness, he discovered that the skin no longer emitted any glow. To my astonishment, the two elixirs, in their interplay of creation and destruction, have truly succeeded. Qin Yu expressed with deep reflection, increasingly aware of the profound intricacies of alchemy. Splendid! I am elated. Wang, the leader, exclaimed joyfully, his delight reminiscent of a child's glee. You celebrate prematurely. Do not forget that there is still an alchemical competition this afternoon. Savor the moment. Qin Yu retorted with a sardonic smile as he departed the stage. Wang's smile faltered, and he silently vowed to make everyone pay dearly. The morning competition concluded successfully. Li Zhengtong also advanced to the finals of the formation. However, with his current skills, it would require another year of practice for him to shine in the afternoon's contest. This year would merely serve as a formality. Brother Yu, what elixir did you concoct this morning, and were there any side effects? Li Zhengtong inquired. Qin Yu shot him a glance, irritated. What do you mean by that? Who said my elixir must have side effects? Li Zhengtong exclaimed. Does that mean this elixir has no side effects? Qin Yu replied. What should we have for lunch? Li Zhengtong responded. Ladies and gentlemen, our contestants have taken an hour to rest and are now rejuvenated. We hope they will deliver an even more thrilling competition. I hereby declare the commencement of the third round of the Qi Refinement Group. In the third round of the Qi Refinement Group, as 20 contenders were narrowed down to 10, Qin Yu advanced as his opponent conceded. In the fourth round, as the field was reduced from 10 to 5, Qin Yu triumphed against an opponent of the 8th level of Qi Refinement, securing his place in the next stage. In this round of competition, Li Xiu from the City Lord's mansion encountered Li Hai, a consummate practitioner from the Li family. With a single move, Li Xiu triumphed over Li Hai, leaving the spectators once again in awe of his prowess. Thus far, 2 consummate practitioners have fallen before Li Xiu, and among the remaining contestants, only Qin Yu, Li Xiu, and a mere supporting character from the City Lord's mansion remain. In a bid for the championship, Li Hai intentionally suppressed his cultivation realm, refraining from advancing. Yet he found himself defeated in a single blow, which struck him deeply, causing him to weep uncontrollably. As the son of the family head, Li Zhengtong felt compelled to offer consolation. However, he was at a loss for words and sought guidance from Qin Yu. Just tell him that he is already 20 years old and has been losing for at least 4 or 5 years now. This should be the last time he loses. And he ought to feel happy about it, for there will be no further opportunities to lose in the future. Li Zhengtong found great wisdom in Yu Ji's words. After all, Brother Li Hai loses every year. It is something one must learn to accept. Strangely, after Li Zhengtong's attempt at comfort, Li Hai's tears only flowed more abundantly. "You go. What is happening? Is there something wrong with my words of consolation? How could my guidance possibly be flawed?" Qin Yu replied confidently. Although Li Hai is still crying, the nature of his tears has transformed. Initially, he wept out of sorrow from his defeat. But now he is moved. What is he moved by? Li Zhengtong inquired, bewildered. "Certainly, it is truly moving that you personally comfort him. Do not forget that Li Hai is merely a collateral member of the Li family. To receive solace from you, the future head of the family, would undoubtedly astonish him and evoke profound gratitude." Li Zhengtong suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Chapter 172. The opponent is establishing foundations. Qin Yu remarked. "I believe you can exert a bit more effort now and pay closer attention to Li Hai. This will not only help you win people's hearts, but also enhance the cohesion of your family." "Indeed." Li Zhengtong's eyes lit up. "Brother Yu, what else should I say?" Li Zhengtong's gaze was filled with eagerness, his face radiating a plea of "Brother Yu, guide me." After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu analyzed. "I believe Li Hai has prepared extensively for this competition. However, losing so easily must leave him with a sense of unfulfillment. Therefore, I suggest you provide him with an analysis of why he failed. Not only will this help him recognize his shortcomings, but it will also demonstrate your meticulous concern, showing that you genuinely care for him rather than merely uttering empty platitudes. So, Brother Yu, what are the reasons for Li Hai's failure? Simply speak the truth. His innate talent pales in comparison to Li Xiu's, a gap that cannot be bridged by mere effort. Even if he prepared for a decade, he might not stand a chance against Li Xiu. Thus, his defeat was inevitable, and there is no need for him to be disheartened. Furthermore, advise him to refrain from competing with such prodigies in the future, lest he suffer a crushing defeat." "You are absolutely right, Brother Yu." Li Zhengtong, brimming with confidence, made his way towards Li Hai. Indeed, after receiving further consolation from young Master Li, Li Hai wept even more fervently. Li Zhengtong returned with a satisfied smile, joyfully reporting his success. "Brother Yu, your strategy was magnificent." Li Hai, feeling my meticulous care, was indeed moved to tears. Tears cascaded down freely, as if they were of no value whatsoever. Moreover, the younger generation surrounding Li Hai gazed at me in astonishment after witnessing my personal attempt to console him. They must have been utterly shocked that the son of our clan leader displayed such concern for their collateral lineage. Qin Yu offered a serene smile, embodying the demeanor of one who, having resolved the matter, would gracefully depart while concealing his merits and reputation. "Tongzi, as long as you adhere to my teachings, how can your Li family not flourish?" Indeed, in the 5th round of the Qi Refining Group's arena competition, 5 contenders would be narrowed down to 2. Indeed, due to the Lord of the City intervening at will, it was highly probable that there would be no third place in this contest. This time, Qin Yu was not as fortunate. His opponent was none other than the second of the City Lord's esteemed Qi Refining Grandmasters, Long Tiaojia. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, he would have the opportunity to engage in a friendly spar with a prodigy from the Xiantian sect? What an honor it is! To have the chance to spar with me, Qin Yu, is indeed a privilege you should cherish. As Qin Yu spoke, he diligently contemplated strategies to confront Long Tiaojia. If Qin Yu were to unleash his full power, Defeating Long Tiaojia would pose no challenge. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that after this battle, he would have little time to recuperate before heading directly into the finals. This intense format of combat was deliberately crafted by the City Lord's estate, ensuring that participants lacked sufficient time to restore their spiritual energy, thus testing not only their fortune and recovery ability, but also their combat skills, energy allocation, and endurance. With another formidable battle ahead, Qin Yu understood the necessity of a swift resolution, aiming to vanquish his current adversary with minimal expenditure of spiritual energy. Dragon Sude, I am aware that the prodigies of the Xuantiangong hold me in disdain, believing I am no match for you, correct? But I do not. Dragon Suit, no you do. I truly do not. No, you must possess it. Only by defeating you can I garner greater applause, haha. Qin Yu inquired with an intriguing tone. It seems you are quite confident, are you not? Indeed. Dragon Suit laughed heartily. You are the illustrious talent of the Xuantiangong. And in equivalent realms, I am indeed not your rival, but what if I were to establish my foundation? Suddenly, the spiritual energy within Dragon Suit surged violently, with surrounding energies continuously converging towards him, causing his aura to ascend dramatically. His opponent was in the process of establishing their foundation. Ha 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 ha. You have no idea how long I have endured for this moment. Dragon Suit laughed maniacally. The champion of the Qi Refinement Group is assuredly mine. For I am the true protagonist of this competition. Qin Yu's expression instantly darkened. If the opponent successfully establishes their foundation, the odds of victory in this competition seem bleak. The only viable option now is to prevent the opponent from establishing their foundation. However, forcibly interrupting them at this moment may jeopardize their future. Qin Yu was not so callous as to ruin another's life for a mere trivial contest. So what if they established their foundation? When I was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, I had already reduced foundation establishment to shambles. Do they truly believe that once they establish their foundation, victory is guaranteed? Qin Yu cast a casual glance at the referee, who exhibited no discernible expression and showed no intention of signaling the commencement of the match. It seems they intend to wait until the opponent successfully establishes their foundation before initiating the competition. However, it is only natural for them to favor their own contestant. Qin Yu scoffed. In this world, where can one find absolute fairness? He settled in to patiently await his adversary's successful foundation establishment. Soon, the stand-in's aura stabilized, signifying his successful foundation establishment, and a confident smile graced his lips. At that moment, the referee approached both competitors and declared loudly, "Foundation established, disqualification from the match. Qin Yu is the victor." What? Both Qin Yu and the stand-in were momentarily stunned, questioning whether they had misheard. What does the referee mean by that? The stand-in couldn't help but inquire. The referee clarified, this is a contest for the Qi Refining Group. As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, you do not meet the eligibility criteria, but the rules state that temporary foundation establishment is permissible, right? The stand-in retorted, having devised this strategy after reviewing the competition guidelines. Indeed, temporary foundation establishment is allowed, but only during the match itself. Since this contest has yet to commence and you have already established your foundation, you are unequivocally in violation of the rules. Establishing a foundation mid-match would be tantamount to courting death. A single blow from the opponent could lead to severe backlash. Exactly. The referee replied earnestly. This rule is designed to prevent contestants from establishing their foundations temporarily, if everyone did as you have. The Qi Refining Group competition would devolve into a foundation establishment group competition, resulting in utter chaos. Do you truly believe that you are the only one with intellect? That the methods you conceive are beyond the reach of others? Reflect upon this, dear child. The supporting actor's countenance was blank, disheveled by the wind. The audience, initially filled with anticipation for the foundational battle of the Xuantiangong, expressed their disappointment as the contest concluded before it even began. What a letdown! With their trousers already undone, they decided to remain silent and await the finals instead. Please welcome the next group of contestants. Is it truly possible to win in such a manner? Qin Yu, perplexed, descended from the stage, contemplating the uniqueness of the individuals from Wuxing City, loyal elders and fellow villagers. The judge proclaimed with fervor, "We are now poised to witness the highly anticipated finals of the Qi Refinement Group. Excuse me, Judge, but I have yet to compete." The unfortunate soul who drew the number 5 ticket meekly inquired. The judge turned to him and, with a serious demeanor, asked, "Do you wish to contest with the City Lord?" The number 5 contestant glanced at the eager City Lord, who was itching to engage, and shook his head fervently. I think I shall pass. I concede. A most sagacious choice. The judge continued, this year's Qi Refinement Finals feature Qin Yu from Zuaniangang, facing the once-in-a-century prodigy of Wuxing City, Li Xiao. We hope both competitors will provide us with a thrilling pinnacle of competition. Let the two contestants take the stage. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, the fervor of the audience escalating with each passing moment, as if the very air of the venue had grown warmer. Go! Li Xiao. Li Xiao shall prevail. This is Li Xiao's arena, where the cheers of the crowd seem to be solely in support of him. Yet amidst the cacophony, Qin Yu can discern a few voices rallying for him. Brother Qin Yu, go for it. You go. You will prevail. Qin Yu waved towards Li Xiaojiao and Li Zhengtong as he ascended the stage. Let us adhere to the principle of friendship first and competition second. Please shake hands, dear contestants. The final round appeared to be more elaborate than usual. As Qin Yu clasped Li Xiao's hand, their eyes met, and an invisible current seemed to pass between them. You are formidable. Are all the prodigies of the Xiantian sect as powerful as you? Li Zhengtong pales in comparison. Haha, it is evident that the Xiantian sect is indeed a place to aspire to, but alas, my allegiance to the court has severed my ties with it. No matter. A gem will shine wherever it is. Indeed, gold will glisten regardless of its location. Suddenly, the referee interjected between them. I only requested you to shake hands. Let's proceed with the formalities. Why are you two still chatting? Should I prepare some drinks for you to enjoy while you converse? Hurry up, time is of the essence. With that, Qin Yu and Li Xiao finally released their firm grip. Qin Yu, in this match, I shall unleash my utmost strength. You must be cautious. As they retreated, each step intensified the oppressive atmosphere on the stage. The audience below were also affected, instinctively holding their breath. Their eyes fixated on the final match of the Qi Refinement group today. Mr. Wise, who do you think will emerge victorious in this competition? Mr. Wise slowly unfurled his folding fan and remarked, Li Xiao possesses an unparalleled technique known as hand sword, which is remarkably sharp and insurmountable. All opponents he has encountered thus far have fallen to a single strike, and he has yet to reveal his fullest potential. As for Qin Yu, he has not faced formidable adversaries in previous contests. Relying solely on strength and speed, he has effortlessly vanquished his opponents, leaving his mastery of spells undisclosed and his true power a mystery. Then who is stronger between the two? Mr. Wise, irritated, snapped his fan shut. Have I not made it clear? The strength of both individuals remains unknown. Must I explicitly state that I too am in the dark for you to comprehend? I am Mr. Wise, not a seer. Do you understand? Bark. Chief. Do you think he can win? Nonsense. The stinky tofu immortal is bound to triumph, proclaimed the confident leader of the Dreaming Hound clan. Bark? Why? It is simply because the stinky tofu immortal has mastered a technique that took me no less than 3 breaths to devise. The super invincible technique of the great leader of the Dreaming Hound clan, the handsome Scar's master. I cannot fathom how the stinky tofu immortal could possibly lose. Suddenly, the leader of the Dreaming Hound clan had an idea, his eyes darting around playfully. And he cheerfully suggested, how about we place a wager, sang Biao. Bark, what shall we wager? Let us wager a piece of stinky tofu. Wang Kai shook his head vigorously, barking repeatedly, a bet of such magnitude? My mother would scold me if she found out. The leader of the Dreaming Hound clan shot Wang Kai a sidelong glance and scoffed. How old are you? And yet you still fear your mother? When will you be able to, like me, become a fearless and dauntless warrior? Wang Kai murmured a few words. A wager could work. If my mother finds out and scolds me, I shall say it was your instigation. Then let us not wager, when your mother unleashes her wrath. I too would tremble. Sha sha sha, Qin Yu adjusted his breathing, contemplating his strategy. Mental assault is my greatest trump card. I must wield it effectively to catch my opponent off guard. Soon, Qin Yu devised a tactical approach for the impending match. He would first close the distance with Li Xiao, then unleash his full mental attack. In the moment of his opponent's daze, he would kick them off the platform, securing victory. This was the fluid combination he formulated based on his own abilities. Dash, mental attack, flying kick. However, this was merely an ideal scenario. The effectiveness of the mental attack on Li Xiao remained uncertain, as did its magnitude. The variables on the stage were numerous, leaving Qin Yu to adapt with steadfastness. Both competitors were ready. The match commenced. With a swift proclamation, the two charged at one another. Sword strike. This time, the weapon in Li Xiao's hand was no longer a short sword, but a long sword measuring half a meter in length. The audience gasped in astonishment, and some cultivators even predicted Li Xiao's assured victory. In a bare-handed confrontation, a long sword could easily intimidate the opponent, placing its wielder in an inherently advantageous position. The distance between the two rapidly diminished. Now is the moment. Qin Yu's internal energy surged forth explosively, propelling him forward like an arrow. Meanwhile, a sudden mental assault struck. Any practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, when subjected to such an attack, would experience a fleeting moment of disorientation. Even if one swiftly breaks free from the influence of the mental assault, a return to normalcy is not immediate. Qin Yu aimed to seize this fleeting moment of vulnerability in his opponent to swiftly conclude the battle. He advanced with haste. A kick was unleashed. It struck its target. The entire sequence unfolded so seamlessly that Qin Yu found it almost unbelievable. Throughout this period, Li Xiu made no attempt to evade, resembling a mere punching bag awaiting a blow. Consequently, Li Xiu arced gracefully through the air, landing with a thud outside the ring. The competition had concluded. Is this victory? It was far too easy. Just as Qin Yu was about to revel in his triumph, he suddenly noticed that Li Xiu lay motionless on the ground. What the heck? Is he faking? Was Qin Yu's initial reaction. It was only then that he abruptly realized, goodness, is this mental assault truly that formidable? Chapter 174, the second-rank elixir of restoration. Until today, spiritual assault had only inadvertently struck Li Zhengtong once. At that time, Qin Yu had just mastered this spell and, after several attempts, barely managed to execute a single strike. He was rather inexperienced and did not exert his full strength. Consequently, Qin Yu had no clear understanding of the intensity of this technique. It was only today, upon witnessing Li Xiu incapacitated by his blow, that Qin Yu realized this spell might possess extraordinary power. It felt almost as if he had activated a cheat. What on earth is happening? The referee, equally bewildered, hurriedly descended from the arena to assess Li Xiu's condition. Qin Yu followed suit. Upon discovering that Li Xiu was merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, little brother, you truly are lacking. Had I known you were this weak, I would not have exerted myself to the fullest. At that moment, the medical personnel and the city lord hurriedly arrived. Is Li Xiu all right? The city lord inquired anxiously, examining him meticulously with his spiritual energy. Li Xiu was a prodigy specifically designated for cultivation by the court, should anything happen to him in Wuxing City. The city lord's position would be at stake. The referee quickly responded, my lord, for reasons unknown, Li Xiu suddenly fainted, but it appears that he should be fine. The referee remained in a state of confusion. One of his responsibilities was to ensure the safety of both competitors. Yet the abrupt turn of events had taken him completely by surprise. He still couldn't comprehend why Li Xiu had been sent flying by a single kick from Qin Yu, especially when Li Xiu had ample opportunity to evade or even retaliate. Moreover, to be rendered unconscious from just one kick seemed rather fragile. The city lord meticulously examined Li Xiu's body, and, upon confirming there were no issues, he gradually exhaled in relief. Was it a mental attack? The city lord inquired, casting a glance at Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded, openly acknowledging it. What? A mental attack? Can practitioners in the Qi refinement stage really wield mental spells? The referee appeared quite astonished, realizing why he had failed to discern the signs earlier. The city lord teased, your Xintian sect is indeed affluent. Even disciples in the Qi refinement stage are endowed with mental spells. Are mental spells that rare? Qin Yu asked, perplexed. He had always thought it was merely an ordinary spell. The city lord smiled as he explained, the mental faculties of cultivators are intricate and profound. The weaker the mental strength, the more challenging it is to master. Hence, the threshold for mental spells is exceedingly high. Practitioners in the Qi refinement stage possess feeble mental strength, and transforming it into a weapon against foes is no small feat. The predecessors who could create such spells must have reached an unparalleled understanding of mental power. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Qin Yu's mind was in turmoil. Well, this mental attack seems like something extraordinary. By the way, where did the patriarch of the Illusion Dream Canine clan acquire this spell? It couldn't be that they pilfered the sect's secret texts, could it? Stealing sect's secret texts would indeed be a grave offense. Qin Yu felt it necessary to seek clarity. Otherwise, he might perish without comprehending the manner of his demise. All right, the populace is in an uproar. Please ascend the stage to announce the results. The city lord instructed the referee. Very well. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, please quiet down. The results of the competition are about to be revealed. The murmurs below swiftly subsided. The champion of this year's Qi refining group is none other than Qin Yu from the Xintian sect. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Although the audience had rooted for Li Xiu, they could not contain their exhilaration in cheering for Qin Yu. This was a testament to the admiration the common folk in the realm of cultivation held for the strong. With a single decisive move, Qin Yu displayed unparalleled prowess. Truly, he was a prodigy of the Xiantian sect, utterly invincible. While this match lacked the dazzling spells and visceral combat typically expected, the sheer dominance exhibited in the finals, culminating in a single strike that secured victory, proved to be more exhilarating than a heated battle. The runner-up of this year's Qi refining group is Li Xiu. The audience generously bestowed their applause upon him as well. Li Xiu must continue to strive, though he too is a prodigy. There remains a significant gap when compared to the top contenders. Li Xiu, although you face defeat this time, we shall always support you. Unfortunately, at this moment, Li Xiu lay unconscious, unable to hear the words of encouragement from the crowd. The Qi refining group competition has concluded successfully. Just as Qin Yu returned to the contestants' area, Li Zhengtong rushed over, enveloping him in a bear hug. Brother Yu, you were simply magnificent. Li Tian and other members of the Li family gathered around to offer their congratulations. It was merely a stroke of luck, for the opponent was simply too weak. In the face of everyone's flattery, Qin Yu humbly replied, Brother Yu, what just happened? Why did Li Xiu suddenly faint? Indeed, Qin Yu, why did Li Xiu not evade? He fell like a sandbag. With a chuckle, Qin Yu responded, it wasn't that he didn't want to dodge. Rather, he couldn't. How could he evade the speed of my kick? Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Qin Yu was reluctant to disclose the true reason. They were perceptive enough not to press further. Previously, Qin Yu might have boasted about it, but since he learned that mental attacks were exceedingly rare, particularly given the unknown origin of this spell, he deemed it prudent to keep it concealed to avoid unnecessary complications. I need to recalibrate my state. I have an alchemy competition to prepare for, so I shall take my leave. Very well, Brother Qin, let us spar another time. Until next time, Brother Qin. As the crowd dispersed, Qin Yu returned to his seat. Brother Yu, was Li Xiu's unconsciousness a result of your spell? Li Zhengtong inquired softly, leaning closer. Curious, are we? Yes. Li Zhengtong nodded fervently, resembling an inquisitive child. Very well, I happen to need someone to test the power of the spell. You shall suffice. It is more convenient than using someone else. After the experiment, you shall have your answer. Li Zhengtong shivered slightly and quickly feigned ignorance. What answer? What did I just say? How did I end up here? Shouldn't I be in my rightful place? Could it be that some mysterious force has compelled me to this location, making me utter words contrary to my true feelings? You, please do not take it seriously. The championship of the foundation building group is, without a doubt, destined to be claimed by the Wu family. Following this will be the finals for alchemy, formations, and artifact refinement. The process will mirror that of the preliminary rounds, and this time, Qin Yu has drawn number 16. The judge remains the same, aside from those who did not attend. Everyone else is present, right? We shall now begin distributing materials and alchemical formulas. Restoration pill, grade, second rank, effect, a healing type elixir that can mend injuries. Competition requirement, refine a qualified pill, with scoring based on its restorative effects as determined by the judges. Qin Yu carefully examined the formula, double-checked the required spiritual herbs, and after confirming everything was in order, he stretched lazily. Alchemy is truly my domain. Let the refinement commence. Chapter 175. Unlocking the healing elixir at last. The alchemy has commenced. My days of suffering are finally coming to an end. First, I shall eliminate Wang Shui, then the alchemist. And all those who have mocked me must perish. Kill, kill, kill. With a body as dark as coal, Master Wang laughed maniacally, as if possessed by madness. The moment he dispatches Wang Shui, he will spring into action. Masters A and B stretched lazily, ever prepared for the impending turmoil. Oh, and we must ensure that Qin Yu and those promising talents remain unscathed. They are the backbone of our demonic sect's future. Rest assured. These are all merits to be claimed. The two exchanged a knowing glance and erupted into peculiar laughter. At last, the alchemy has begun. I can hardly contain my eagerness to intervene. The leader of the Dreamhound clan lay sprawled on the ground, stifling yawns. Regardless of the intentions of the hidden nascent soul practitioner by the immortal's side, they must soon take action. Woof. Leader, please protect my master. Have no worries. The leader of the Dreamhound clan reassured Wonkai with a confident glance. I have already enveloped the stinky tofu immortal with a layer of transparent protection using my spiritual power. Even if that nascent soul were to self-destruct, Not a single hair on the stinky tofu immortal would be harmed. Now, we merely await the moment that the nascent soul strikes. And then I will intervene to save the stinky tofu immortal. Everything is under control. The finals of the alchemical competition begin now. Boom. At that very moment, all the alchemical furnaces ignited in flames. The refinement of second-tier elixirs presents a significantly greater challenge, with each individual granted merely 10 attempts, thereby prompting a cautious approach among participants. Aside from Meng Zihan and Wu Mo, a select few third-tier alchemists have commenced their concoctions, while the majority remain engrossed in the study of the formula. The ingredients for the restoration elixir encompass as many as 17 distinct components, 3 of which are primary materials and 14 serving as auxiliary substances. In the alchemical process, the 3 primary materials must first be refined upon their amalgamation. The auxiliary materials are then introduced sequentially, culminating in the formation of the elixir. This intricate procedure comprises more than 10 steps, and any misstep along the way could spell disaster for the entire endeavor. During this period, Qin Yu has attempted to concoct second-tier elixirs several times, yet has met with failure each time. The stakes of this competition weigh heavily upon him. After scrutinizing the formula repeatedly, Qin Yu set it aside and grasped a delicate sprig of pale purple grass, one of the 3 principal ingredients, the hemostatic herb. He summoned his mental energy to elevate the hemostatic herb and placed it into the alchemical furnace. The inaugural step in crafting the restoration elixir is to extract the essence of the hemostatic herb. This fundamental technique is one in which Qin Yu has attained mastery. In a short span, the essences of the 3 primary materials were seamlessly united. Were it a standard first-tier elixir, it could be shaped into its final form at this juncture. However, the second-tier elixir necessitates the addition of a series of auxiliary ingredients. Qin Yu then seized a scale from the Azure Fish King, mentally commanding, heat to 100 degrees and calcine into a fine white powder. At this moment, he must engage dual focuses, sustaining the essence of the primary materials while simultaneously managing the temperature for the calcination of the auxiliary components. This duality encapsulates the most formidable challenge in the creation of second-tier elixirs. Soon, the scales of the King of Carp were enveloped in darkness. Still not grasping it. The temperature is too high. Each material was limited to 10 portions, and the destruction of any single ingredient signified a lost opportunity. Although Qin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, he had mentally prepared himself in advance. He did not indulge in the hope of successfully crafting a second-tier elixir on his first attempt. Qin Yu swiftly adjusted his mindset and proceeded to grasp the second auxiliary material, followed closely by the third and fourth. The blazing flames reflected upon the boy's meticulous visage as he attentively observed the flickering fire within the alchemical furnace, earnestly sensing the transformations of each spiritual herb. Once an auxiliary material was refined, regardless of the outcome, Qin Yu would expressionlessly introduce the next ingredient into the furnace. Before long, the first batch of materials was entirely consumed. Out of the 14 auxiliary materials, he had successfully integrated only 6. Aware that his remaining mental energy could no longer sustain the infusion of the remaining 8 materials, he decided to disperse his mental power willingly, allowing the painstakingly crafted essence of the herbs to descend to the furnace's bottom, turning to ashes. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Qin Yu raised his gaze towards the other contestants. Most were still engrossed in their refining processes. A few were meditating to recover their mental energy, while others, realizing their inability to produce a second-tier elixir, had resigned themselves to failure. As Qin Yu scanned the surroundings, he noticed that Wu Mo's table already displayed a completed elixir. A successful attempt, indeed. No wonder he was on the verge of becoming a 4th-tier alchemist. Qin Yu speculated that for Wu Mo, crafting a second-tier elixir was likely simpler than his own endeavor to create a first-tier one. Wu Mo was still in the process of concocting his next elixir. In the finals, should both contestants produce potions of comparable efficacy, victory would be awarded to the one who had synthesized a greater quantity. However, Qin Yu was free from such concerns. With the potency of his elixir, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a single vial would suffice. It was a matter of either triumph or sacrifice. As Qin Yu observed, Meng Zihan also succeeded in refining a potion. Time is of the essence. Qin Yu settled into a meditative posture and began his contemplations. On his second attempt, he successfully amalgamated 8 auxiliary ingredients, yet it ended in failure. On his third attempt, he merged 9 auxiliary components, only to face another setback. Fueled by his C-grade alchemical talent and formidable mental fortitude, each endeavor brought Qin Yu closer to success. As the competition drew to a close, he seized his ninth opportunity and finally crafted a restoration elixir. Congratulations, Qin Yu. You truly are remarkable. He congratulated himself before resting on the ground. The alchemical contest had indeed exhausted him. Nevertheless, unlocking a brand new second-tier elixir to compensate for his lack of healing potions felt worthwhile to Qin Yu. As the bell signaling the end of the competition rang, the majority of participants ceased their frantic efforts, their spirits dampened and pallid. Nearly 20 competitors failed to produce a single completed potion and were thus eliminated. Ultimately, only 9 contestants succeeded in crafting elixirs. Notably, Wu Imo alone concocted 8 potions, while Meng Zihan and a master alchemist from the city lord's mansion each produced 6, with the remaining participants yielding only 1 or 2. The competition concluded, and the time for testing the potions commenced. Bring forth the test subject. The jailer escorted the dark-skinned captain onto the stage. As a condemned prisoner, he was not afforded the luxury of a bath. Observing the captain's transformation after merely a midday absence, the 3 judges exchanged peculiar glances at Qin Yu. What a pity that this young man does not join the punishment department. Qin Yu inquired, is there only 1 test subject? 1 is sufficient. This time, the elixir is a healing type, requiring only a wound of equivalent depth to be inflicted upon this death row inmate. The efficacy of the elixir will be determined by which one facilitates the best recovery of the wound. Let this condemned man experience the agony of a blade. It's truly a small mercy for him. The captain scoffed inwardly. As a powerful Yuanying master and the leader of a demonic sect, would I fear a mere knife? How laughable. I had the audacity to stab myself at the age of 8. Let them make 1 incision, or even 10, or 100. I shall not flinch. Qin Yu found the judge's reasoning entirely justifiable. A killer indeed ought to feel the pangs of suffering. He felt compelled to contribute to the cause of justice. Thus, Qin Yu retrieved an elixir from his spatial pouch. Chapter 176. Who truly is the leader of the demon sect? Judge, before testing the medicine, let this fellow consume the pill. Qin Yu handed the elixir to the judge. What manner of pill is this? The judge inquired. Qin Yu, with an air of mystery, replied, this is a pill that enhances the prisoner's experience. It will undoubtedly be beneficial for him. The judge, unable to make a decision alone, turned to the 3 evaluators. Let him eat it. As long as it does not delay the testing, it is permissible. Lear was stated. Very well. The judge passed the pill to the jailer. Will you consume it willingly, or shall I have to resort to force before you comply? Master Wang cast a cold glance at the jailer, contemplating that the 3rd one to perish would be him. Master Wang took the pill, swallowing it whole, dismissively thinking to himself, such a trivial pill, why should I fear it? Now, let us commence the testing of the medicine, starting with contestant number 3. Contestants 1 and 2 failed to refine their pills and have been eliminated. The jailer retrieved a short blade, and Master Wang obediently extended his arm. With victory within reach, Master Wang's spirits soared, leading to his full cooperation. However, when the jailer grasped Master Wang's arm, he immediately gasped in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Pain, my foot. I haven't even begun yet. Stay still, or I'll break your legs. Master Wang writhed in agony, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Just release your grip. Go ahead and stab, but do not pinch my arm. The prison guard furrowed his brow, ready to deliver a beating to the insolent inmate, when one of the judges, growing impatient, interjected, hurry up, it's getting late. Don't waste time. All right. The guard released his grip and admonished, don't move. If you do, I'll break your hand. I won't move. It's just a stab. Go ahead and stab. If I move, I'll be the fool. At that moment, Wang, the leader, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, attributing his recent pain to the guard's excessive strength. The guard, skilled in his craft, executed his actions with precision. The blade entered smoothly, and blood flowed forth. Wang's expression twisted in shock as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Kill me. I can't bear it any longer, please. Just end my misery. Ah, damn it, ah. Wang curled on the ground, writhing in agony, emitting pitiful cries. Is it really that painful? The guard found himself somewhat bewildered by Wang's exaggerated display. The others were equally taken aback. While a stab might hurt, it surely shouldn't be this unbearable. It didn't take long for everyone to grasp the underlying issue, and they collectively turned their gaze toward Qin Yu. What kind of elixir did you just give him? With a puffed chest, Qin Yu proudly proclaimed, it's a body-refining pill that I concocted, designed to enhance physical strength. Enhancing strength makes one roll on the ground in agony? He continued, this potion does have a minor side effect. After consumption, the skin becomes extraordinarily sensitive, rendering even the slightest touch agonizing. The onlookers cast their eyes upon the prostrate Wang, who lay writhing in agony, and could not help but question whether they had misheard. You claim this is merely a minor side effect? Surely, enhancing one's physical prowess constitutes a side effect. How is it that he possesses such a potion, so unlike that of a righteous individual? The common folk, witnessing the anguished cries of Wang, fell into a hushed silence, secretly vowing to lead lives of virtue. This was far more effective than any public execution at the market. Amidst the crowd, Captain A inquired, "Why is Wang making such a commotion?" Captain B replied, "He must be performing for the spectators, alleviating their concerns. After all, a mere mortal, stabbed, would certainly howl in pain." Captain A nodded in agreement. Recognizing the shrewdness of Wang's meticulous act, Wang Shui could never have fathomed that this coward, who bellowed in distress from a mere stab, was, in fact, a concealed leader of the dark arts, cackling in secret. Captain B added with a chuckle, "Moreover, Wang's performance is strikingly realistic. Had I not witnessed the act, I might have believed the pain to be genuine. Hurry, administer the restorative elixir. We must not let him succumb to his agony," the judge urged anxiously. Presently, Wang was the sole condemned prisoner in the dungeon, and if he were to perish, there would be no one left to test the potion. At that moment, 2 more guards arrived, and together with a third, they hoisted Wang upright and administered the restorative potion. The 3 judges leaned in, scrutinizing the healing of the wound. The injury healed slightly, the effects of the potion feeble, earning a score of 30 points. The sensation of pain showed no signs of abating. Master Wang unleashed a torrent of invectives at contestant number 3, exclaiming, "Damn it, you worthless fool. You can't even concoct a single effective pill. I swear, you will be the 6th to perish." Master Wang teetered on the brink of collapse, consumed by regret for ever stepping into this treacherous mire. The righteous path was far too profound for him to navigate, were it not for the slim chance of success that tantalized him. Master Wang would have relinquished his cultivation right then and there, vowing to tear Qin Yu to shreds before even contemplating the fate of Wang Shui. Silence. The jailer, with a blade in hand, made another incision at the site of the wound, ensuring that the depth matched the previous one for a more accurate comparison. Ag. Master Wang let out another anguished cry. The referee covered his ears and turned to Qin Yu, inquiring, "Do you possess any pills that could render one mute?" "This cacophony is unbearable." Qin Yu shook his head. He truly had none of those, but he did possess a pill that could immobilize. "Really?" The 3 jailers exclaimed with delight. Master Wang had been struggling vigorously, making it quite a task for the trio to restrain him. "No. Please don't make me consume that Brad-ass pill. I 1T move. I promise I 1T move." Even the typically unflinching Master Wang, who had never feared the ruthless deputy leader, found himself genuinely terrified this time. From radiating light to resembling an ape, from a darkened complexion to anguished wails, Qin Yu appeared as a demon, etching shadow upon shadow into the psyche of the powerless Master Wang. In a moment of bewilderment, a question surfaced in Master Wang's mind. Who, in fact, is the true leader of the demonic sect? Compared to my rather tormenting methods, this is simply trivial. For the first time, Wang, the helmsman, felt a pang of kindness towards his past self. Then be honest and cooperate willingly. Otherwise, the elixir will be administered. I shall be honest, I shall obey. The helmsman, who had spent a lifetime in defiance, finally succumbed. Next came the elixir from contestant number 7. This participant was a master alchemist from the Lord's Manor and had concocted 6 elixirs alongside Meng Zihan. Wang swallowed the elixir whole, and in an instant, his wound ceased to bleed, flesh began to regenerate, healing at a visibly rapid pace until a delicate white scar formed. The pain he had endured diminished swiftly, and his complexion improved. 80 points. Next contestant. The jailer raised the small knife once more, prompting Wang to plead incessantly. Be gentle, huh?" The jailer retorted in anger. "Why didn't you show mercy when you were taking lives? Hold still. The wound isn't deep enough. I shall stab again." Wang's voice grew hoarse from his cries, and he vowed that upon his return, he would ensure that Wang, the steward who had devised this ordeal, would experience such torment himself. Next contestant, number 9, Meng Zihan.